Court today. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the towel friends on the YouTube are with us. That means I am a happy little towel. Hello, towel friends on the Towel YouTube. Did you know that my name is Grant Smith Ellis and I am a towel? Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, how about that for a very special towel treat? We begin the day with a picture of Chloe the dog and her comfort Chewbacca and some piggies frolicking in a field, because if you missed the news, ladies and gentlemen, yes, if you missed the news, Chloe the dog is free. Yes, heralded throughout the land, ladies and gentlemen, as of yesterday, Chloe the dog is free. Oh, God bless America. It is so wonderful to see so many of you towel friends on this, the day that Chloe the dog frolics in fields of freedom, thanks to Hank Brennan. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we all know that Super Towel Dewdrops is home relaxing and recovering. We saw Super Towel Dewdrops earlier today let us know that they're so grateful for all of our Super Towel wishes of support, and that Super Towelette is resting up, ladies and gentlemen. Send your prayers and thoughts for recovery to Super Towelette Dewdrops. We would be remiss to start the stream without that. Now, we'll talk a little bit later about how we're going to deal with some of the donations that came in. I set them all aside. We'll make a decision. We'll talk as a group. Now, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm so excited you're here with me. It's just past 7:30 a.m. here in Boston. It's going to be a hot one today, folks. 80 degrees in the Boston area. I have my fan running. I am a man with a plan and a fan, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a man who thinks he's an anthropomorphic towel, who thinks he's a horse racing announcer, who sometimes thinks he's David Attenborough, who also has a fan with a plan. Do you see what I mean? It's iambic pentameter. It all makes sense. You just have to go with me. Now, a few things we've got to talk about today. So if you missed Monday, we've already seen the first part of the TurtleBoy Kierney and Lindsay Gatani trial in Dedham District Court. This has to do with Kierney violating a restraining order on 2/26/2024, allegedly, by going to a Karen Reed and John O'Keefe hearing right after Aiden had just got out of jail on a bail revocation related to actions at Lindsay's apartment on 12/23/2023. Now, Lindsay and Aiden used to be together in the fall of 2023 until, ladies and gentlemen, Aiden revealed to Lindsay information about Karen Reed talking to Josh Levy, the former U.S. attorney, directly, which eventually, along with a number of other things, such as, for example, Karen Reed telling Aiden not to go over to Lindsay Gatani's apartment over on 12/23/2023, according to Aiden's own words from a leaked Facebook group chat. Anyway, Aiden gets his bail revoked, goes to jail for 60 days, gets out of jail on 2/23/2024. On 2/26/2024, Aiden Kierney goes to a Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial. He is in the courtroom when Lindsay Gatani arrives to sit with the family, the O'Keefe family. Now, slight pause here. Paul O'Keefe is a witness in this case that's apparently going to be called at some point today. The case is going to end today. We're going to get a verdict. It's a judge trial, bench trial. Aiden Kierney's in a lot of trouble. I don't know why he picked a bench trial, because he ended up getting Judge Pomerol, who was, I think, the judge that sent him to jail on a bail revocation, and I wouldn't say Judge Pomerol is a fan of Aiden Kierney. So anyway, slight pause here, because Aiden Kierney subpoenaed Paul O'Keefe to testify in the case. Paul O'Keefe tried to quash the subpoena for his testimony. That was denied. Paul O'Keefe was declared a percipient witness by Judge Pomerol. Aiden Kierney also tried to subpoena Paul O'Keefe's phone records, okay? But that decision, that motion was to quash was not decided on Monday. The very first thing we're going to get at some point today in the Aiden Kierney case is a decision on the motion to quash, okay? So I'm going to have to be monitoring Dedham District Court all morning today to be listening to that for that. But then, as to Aiden's trial, that's going to resume at 11 a.m. Okay, Paul O'Keefe will eventually take the stand for the defense. There's a few more state witnesses to go, as far as it could, because the main witness hasn't taken the stand. The state has so far called 2 court officers, along with a woman, Megan McCabe, who's Colin McCabe's sister, who took a video of Aiden. Now, here's what happened. Lindsay Gatani arrives in court. Okay, she is with the O'Keefe family. She apparently had called ahead or something, because she was letting the court officers know they were letting the court officers know they were coming. Lindsay Gatani gets there. She meets a court officer. She's escorted upstairs. She gets into the courtroom. She informs the court officer once she sees Aiden that she has a restraining order that was active at the time under 209A for under the intimate partner violence section of the statute. It was for a year, and it was active at the time. The court officer is made aware, according to testimony on Monday. Aiden then gets up and leaves the courtroom. Okay, apparently Aiden muttered something to Lindsay from across the room. We don't know. It's unclear. So we will hear testimony, I'm sure, further, because there was some talk about whether something was said. I think Megan McCabe said Aiden kind of mouthed something over to the group, maybe like the F word. Anyway, so Aiden Kierney leaves the Norfolk Superior Court. He goes out of the retrial. It's about 2 p.m. on 2/26/2024. At about 2:10 p.m., the hearing ends. Aiden, at that point, is outside, across the street from Norfolk Superior Court on the front lawn of the Registry of Deeds. There's some weird, convoluted interaction where Aiden tries to ask a police officer where to go, and the officer's like, I don't know where she is, go stand over there. So I think Bradel was trying to make a mistake of law defense under this Model Penal Code 4.04. So you can kind of argue that, like, if you relied on a governmental instruction, you can't really, like, violate a law. It's called a mistake of law defense. It doesn't actually mean a mistake of law. It's like a legal fiction. But I heard Bradel in his opening hinting that he was going to argue at some point that there was a mistake of law and that Aiden thought he was instructed to stand somewhere. But that's not really what happened. I think the video played during a pretrial hearing of Aiden going up to the cop. I remember watching it, and I'm sure Judge Pomeroy remembers it. All Aiden said to the cop was, she has a restraining order. She's in there. Where should I go? And the cop was like, I don't know where she is. For now, just go stand over there. But anyway, the point is 10 minutes elapses. Lindsay Gatani and the group of witnesses, the O'Keefe family and friends, walk out of the court. They walk down the handicap ramp of Norfolk Superior Court. One of the witnesses, Megan McCabe, starts filming. Okay, Megan McCabe films the crowd of Karen Reed supporters yelling at the group, yelling at Lindsay and the rest of the O'Keefe family and supporters and witnesses. As they're walking, they walk to the bottom of the handicap ramp. They take a right. They walk straight toward on the right side of the street towards Dedham District Court. Okay, they get to a crosswalk, they take a left, they walk across the crosswalk. They're now heading, now the Registry of Deeds is on their left, the Dedham District Court is on their right. They're walking down a small side street that leads you to a parking lot. To the parking lot behind the Registry of Deeds. As they're walking straight, Megan McCabe is filming this group of Karen Reed protesters and then is also kind of filming as they're walking down the side street. Megan McCabe points the camera back towards the Registry of Deeds and the Norfolk Superior Court as they're walking down the side street. So you see the group is walking kind of this way, and then behind them on the left is Norfolk Superior Court, and directly to their left is the Registry of Deeds. Megan McCabe turns the camera, and in the bushes of the Registry of Deeds, you can see Aiden Kierney on camera holding a camera of his own, walking towards the group. That's what Megan McCabe testified. This is the key. This is the element of the charge. That regardless of what happened before that, Aiden Kierney, after he knew Lindsay was there and had the order, walked towards the group as the group was leaving Norfolk Superior Court. Now it gets even more sad because Megan McCabe testified when they got to their cars in the parking lot, Lindsay Gatani's car was damaged, ladies and gentlemen. And then during opening statements, prosecutor and former judge Robert Cosgrove for the state in the Kierney and Gatani case mentioned to Judge Pomeroy that Lindsay called the police to report her broken car, and she was baffled that the officer wasn't interested in the fact that Aiden had just violated the 209A order. So then Lindsay eventually called the police again and said, hey, so what happened with this violation of the order? Should I make the report over the phone? They told her to come to the station. She came to the station and made a report in person about how Aiden followed them into the bushes as they were leaving, separate from the car being damaged. But this woman has just been tormented, ladies and gentlemen. So, today, more so than any other day, let us show support for Lindsay Gatani, ladies and gentlemen. Did you know that there is a way, Lindsay Gatani has other legal battles going on with Aiden. Did you know that Lindsay Gatani is being sued civilly? Lindsay Gatani, by the way, is the named victim, not just in the Dedham District Court trial going on today with Aiden Kierney, but also in some of Aiden's open felony cases. Aiden has 14 or so open felony cases in Norfolk Superior Court. 10 of them related to Reed trial witnesses, 2 of them related to Lindsay and allegations of witness intimidation and illegal interception of an oral communication on the night of December 23rd, 2023, and then 2 more charges for going up to a video camera at D&E Pizza in recent months and yelling into the camera. So Lindsay Gatani was tormented with Rule 17 hearings and all sorts of horrific things, in my opinion, by Aiden and his lawyer. And then Lindsay Gatani, because of something very intimate that happened that she talked about that was investigated by the police, or is being investigated, depending on what has been said in court and what you think from each side. ladies and gentlemen, he sued her. Aidan Kierney sued Lindsay Gatani, and I think it's because he thought she had no money and she would have no resources, and people like us would never step up and say, you know what, we are just going to help Lindsay Gatani with no conditions, no qualifications. Someone needs support like that, we are just going to give them support, just unconditional support. And so Lindsay Gatani's going legal fight. It would mean so much to me, ladies and gentlemen, if you would consider. You don't have to donate through me, please consider visiting the link that I just posted in chat. Okay, it would mean so much to me. It would bring Little Towel to tears. If you make a donation, it goes right to Lindsay's legal fund. I think there's like this setup where it goes to a third-party payee or something who's a family member who pays the lawyer. Okay, Lindsay, it cannot go to anything but Lindsay's legal funds, and it's set up so that the lawyer, whatever lawyer chooses, remember, Lindsay might need multiple lawyers, she might want to hire a legal team. She can only use it to pay for legal fees, and it can only be paid direct by a third-party payee. So this is the best way to help Lindsay Gatani. Oh, it would mean so much to me, ladies and gentlemen, if before we really get rolling on this day, something you could do to really make an impact on the world, your prayers for Lindsay Gatani, your support. Perhaps someone can go to Dedham District Court. I'm talking to you, Elevate the Process, if you hear this, and ask one of the camera people from the Karen Reed pool who's not inside to, at 11 a.m., go to Dedham District Court and request for permission to do a live broadcast of the culmination of the Aidan Kierney and Lindsay Gatani case. You can just simply have the camera person go over to District Court. The clerk, if they get permission, can facilitate the camera live streaming. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, and if you do leave a donation for Lindsay, please let us know in the chat. Folks, now Lindsay obviously is sequestered, so I haven't talked to her. I don't think we're going to hear from her. I don't think I'm going to hear from her until later in the week. But listen, ladies, or after the verdict. I don't know how the sequester order works. But ladies and gentlemen, if Lindsay Gatani will just be in this little bubble and then come out of it and find support on her Give, Send, Go. Oh, folks, and listen, if we can get this to, like, I know this is a lot. Please don't take this on any one of you. But if we could get Lindsay Gatani's Give, Send, Go to like $10,000 and let her get like a robust legal team that she controls, that has no outside influence, that's completely insulated. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, that works for her and not anyone else's interest. There's lots of lawyers involved that try to get involved with Lindsay's cases that I think have had conflicted motives. So, and they've siphoned, like, she did an $8,000 fundraiser, got siphoned for a single Rule 17 hearing, like almost 6,800 of it or something, because the lawyer gave some back. But Lindsay paid that lawyer in full over $6,000 for a single Rule 17 hearing. Then Lindsay had to get another lawyer for another Rule 17 hearing. All that money was gone on a single hearing. Ladies and gentlemen, I just think that if we can do this in an independent way, this is the first fundraiser, in my opinion, Lindsay Gatani's that setup that's been independent, and if we can get this to like $10,000 or $15,000 over the next few weeks, I think Lindsay Gatani has a fighting chance. And I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, I have faith in the collective viewers and towel friends around the world that this is I've told you I've needed help on my own, but forget about me. I would rather have negative money. I'd rather starve. I would be beaming. I could go without food or resources or anything for weeks if we could get this fundraiser to like $10,000 or $15,000. You don't understand. I will break down in tears. I will collapse on the ground in a puddle of towel happiness. It will liberate. Now, Lindsay won't get the funds directly, but just her being able to retain a legal team without her facing the pressure of, oh, I only have this many resources, and lawyers can come and say, oh, well, I'm the only one who will do it for this price. No, that's how you get manipulated. Give her a lot of resources and she will be free. We freed Chloe the dog. We can free Lindsay, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my word, we can do it. But yes, we're also gonna, so you've been completely caught up. That's the allegations with Lindsay Gatani and Aidan Kierney. Now, one complex part of this is, why did Paul O'Keefe get subpoenaed? Well, in the lead up to the trial, and I think kind of the reason people try to like whitewash Lindsay or erase her, is this woman named Kate Mafia Masshole Peter had talked to Paul O'Keefe before the hearing and said that Lindsay Gatani wanted to come to the hearing to show support for the O'Keefes, which is great. I'm sure Lindsay did. But the problem is then Kate called Lindsay and said, oh, Lindsay, the O'Keefe family wants you to come to court to show support for you, Lindsay. And so you see, like, Kate Peter, although it's completely immaterial to Aiden's violation due to the intervening events, Paul O'Keefe becomes a percipient witness because it goes to Lindsay's state of mind. Lindsay thought she was just going to the hearing to support the O'Keefe family. She wasn't thinking about Aiden. I don't know. She didn't even know Aiden was there. I think that came out in a pretrial hearing or one of the previous Aiden hearings. I remember covering it distinctly. She was like, I didn't know he was there. And Bradel was like, are you sure? And she was like, didn't he say it on his live stream? And she was like, do you think that I remember the answer now. Do you think that I, who have like multiple children and have to get them to where they need to go in the morning, was watching his live stream as I had to prepare to go meet and support the O'Keefe family? And Bradel just moved on. So, you know what I'm saying? I don't think Lindsay knew Aiden was there as she was going. She thought she was going to support the O'Keefe family, but even then, that has nothing to do with Aiden's violation. But because Kate Peter misled, in my opinion, the O'Keefe family and Lindsay, Kate Peter and Aiden Kierney dragged Paul O'Keefe into this case unnecessarily. And I think that's why people are trying to not support Lindsay and like whitewash her name. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, I'm so sorry. I was muted that whole time. I'm so sorry, little towels. I was talking to you that whole time. I was telling you that I was bringing up a special towel clip for you all. I feel so bad about it because I have these clips to watch and I just can't find it. So, oh, I found it, little towels. That's all I was saying. I'm unmuted now, don't worry. All I was saying was I was bringing up this clip for you and I couldn't find it. I was getting so frustrated, little towels. Thank you for your patience. The sound is now back. We're here. Don't worry. Nothing has gone wrong. Just take a listen to this. The sound is back. Karen, why'd you go back to Fairview before going to Jen McCabe's? Karen, why'd you hook Aiden Kierney up with the FBI? That was Mr. Yannetti, wasn't it, Karen? Don't poke me.
Karen, keep going. Keep going.
Oh, she took a different way. Oh, my dear God, he fell. Richie, are you okay? Gonna take the plea, Karen? Do it. All right. Good morning.
Hey, Karen, are you prepared to spend the rest of your life in prison, Karen? How's it feel to be known as a cop killer, Karen? How does it feel to be known as a cop killer? You're going to prison, aren't you? Right? Do you have any remorse, Karen, for what you did to the O'Keefe family? Do you have any remorse, Karen, for what you did to the O'Keefe family, huh? Will you denounce your supporters harassing the O'Keefe family? Will you denounce your supporters harassing the O'Keefe family, Karen? Shame on you, Karen. That's what people say. Karen, anything to say, Karen? You're going to spend the rest of your life in prison. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Karen, you're going to spend the rest of your life in prison, ain't you, Karen? Yeah, you are, Karen. Karen, you are, aren't you? Karen, watch out for the wall. Karen, you're going to spend the rest of your life in prison. Right, Karen? How's it feel to be known as a cop killer, Karen?
How's it feel to be known as an asshole?
How's it feel to be known as a cop killer, Karen? How's it feel to be known as a cop killer, Karen? How does it feel? How's it feel, Karen? How's it feel?
Karen, how did you manage to walk into Josh Levy's office in November of 2022? Do you know him? Does your father?
Karen, how's it feel to be a cop killer?
Mr. Jackson, did you go to Mexico with Melanie Little in the recent months?
Karen, aren't you? How's it feel to be a cop killer, Karen? How does it feel to be a cop killer, Karen? Shame on you for what you did to their Keith family. Shame on you, Karen.
How was the trip to Mexico with Melanie Little, Alan Jackson? Karen, why did you go back to the house that night before you called Jen McCabe? Sorry. Karen, do you disavow TurtleBoy?
Enough, Karen. Shut up. We love you, Karen.
Free press, Tom.
100%. Got it.
Don't block the free press. Don't block the free press, guys.
The free press? Really? Yeah. Love you, Karen. Thank you. Right, that red cloth on your butt.
These are your fans.
Good job, guys.
Don't block the free press.
I can walk with it very much.
You're gonna get banned from court like Hampton Community TV.
Please. Use your mommy's name to get away with what you get away with.
That's her dad right there.
Listen.
Free press.
Like a star man.
Free press.
Doesn't give you the right
Free
to be a
press.
rock star.
Yes, it does.
Patriot, Karen Reed.
I thought you were a law student. Say hi to the feds.
She already met them. We're good there. Trust me.
That's how Aiden became an informant.
Nope.
Karen, are you sharing a room with Alan Jackson at the Omni?
Don't need no reason.
Come over this way. Here you go. Keep walking this way. There we go.
I don't know if I like this idea. See how that works?
Attorney and said it was ongoing.
What about
and
now?
it clarified some ARP
Right?
issues. If I take him at his word, that would be a very dangerous endeavor of mine. But I've seen a letter from the U.S. Attorney's Office from 1 month ago, and it said it was ongoing. It was a 4-page single-spaced letter from Mary Marie on Leah Foley's letterhead.
So you do believe it is ongoing?
I don't know. That's just the actual data that I have.
What do you think about a gag order against your attorneys and you the only one who can talk? Would you like
Guys,
that,
give her
or-
some room, please. Give her some room, please.
I like talking. I like to reveal the truth. Yes. Yep. I think
Come on, guys, keep it moving.
Gotta keep it moving. Let's go. You said that in terms of what you've been told, you have not.
That is true. That is true.
There's only so much room on the sidewalk. Let's go. The Canton police just put out a statement confirming the federal investigation's over. Any comment, Karen? Guys and girls, please give us some room so we can get the car. Thank you very much. Hello, Trooper. Karen, does Alan go scorched earth all the way? Is that what he does?
Really? Really? Am I going to do this for you today? Brent. Stop. When I think we have half the price. Grant.
Hey, it's not my fault you didn't become chief.
Grant.
I'm in a bad mood.
All right, well, don't take it out on people that are going through worse than you.
Fine. Can you attack me? How was your day, Chrissy?
My day is going good as long as you're
One question.
respect.
I'm being respectful. People were mad at me for talking to you, Chrissy. I was like, Chrissy's nice.
Yeah, I am nice as long as you respect Cameron and the family.
One
I'm
question.
nice. I swear to God, if it's an out-of-line question, I'm done.
That was not out of line. I actually feel bad. Good morning. Hey, Karen. Karen, are you sharing a room with Alan Jackson at the Omni?
Sharon, how are you doing today?
Yeah, thank you. This is good marathon weather, not so much.
Morning, how are you?
We're good guys.
Sure, right?
Karen, why'd you say it was all your fault at the scene that morning? If you had to predict who's going to file lawsuits against you, Jen McCabe, Colin up. Oh, actually, I do have a question for you. I have a question for you. If, and this is an interesting question, if Kate Peters sent you that rumor about Colin Albert selling drugs that was false, do you have a contribution claim against her as a co-defendant if you get sued?
I don't know what that means.
I know you don't.
You misrepresent the status of that bar council complaint to the court yesterday. You play dangerous games sometimes, Mr. Bradle. It concerns me. Careful.
Hi, Dina. Hi, how are you? Happy New Year.
Morning, guys. Good to see you. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. I love the beard, by the way. Good job.
Oh, tell her I said hi.
Grant, be good.
I'm me.
Yeah. Hi, how are you?
So nice to see you.
You can put it on us. Those are my dad's clothes. He doesn't own it.
Exactly. I don't even own these. I borrowed these from Mr. Reed. Exactly.
Oh.
Like 45, 42. It doesn't get anywhere near 30. There it is. There it is. I like it. I like it. Keep rocking it. Nice to see you. Happy New
Morning,
Year.
how are you?
Hey, Chris. Morning, guys. All right, buddy. Ready, guys?
So cold.
Nice weather we're having.
How you doing? Happy New Year. Go ahead.
Ain't coming on, Josh Levy. Moving on, Karen.
Morning, Neil. Morning.
How are you, Nick? Good. How you doing? Good morning, boss.
You're not going to start.
The unwanted idiot.
Who's up first today? Gallagher? On the witnesses, Gallagher? Okay, excellent. We're going to find out why Michael Lank responded at 9 o'clock when the state police are taking over the investigation today. We'll see.
Do you speak to accused rapists this often? Is that a habit?
I'm really confused.
Do you speak to accused rapists this often? Is that a habit, Mr. Jackson?
Yikes.
Wow.
Hey, don't insult Lindsay's credibility, Mr. Jackson. We have an accused rapist here who's an idiot.
He's an accused child molester.
Your victim was a child, Mr.
Credible
Kierney?
sources are telling us. Where's he going? Where's he going? Where's he going?
Look at this accused rapist. Good morning, Miss O'Neill.
Oh, you smell great today, Grant.
Smell like weed, you moron.
Really cheap weed. Sorry about that, bud.
Good morning.
You're welcome, Massachusetts.
Aiden, what do you
New
think?
shoes, no combat boots today. Although they are. What's going on at the bottom? Is that elastic?
Wait, is that a leather jacket? Are you in
like
Greece?
Well, you gotta clean them. Look at the stains on the pants.
Aiden, I think it's.
Can I see the belt?
I think it's very interesting.
I noticed you went with the black on black ensemble today.
I think it's very interesting that Lindsay's cooperating
I love it. I
with
love the
the
haircut.
investigation into Tully, and you're
I love
finally starting to realize it. Kate Peter is the enemy.
What do you think of people?
What do you think of Christy?
Christy murder children?
What do you
Are
think
okay
of
with
Christy
that, Grant?
Citroni?
Are you okay
What do you
with
think
that,
of Christy Citroni actually working for Kate and using the attacks on Lindsay to get close to you and your followers to funnel information back to her?
That seems a little far-fetched, Grant. That seems a little.
It only benefits you to realize it.
Well, what do you think of the voicemail in which you heard somebody threatening to kill a child? Do you approve of that?
I think that if indeed Lindsay's cooperating against Brian Tully, Kate has an incentive to smear her and induce
Was that voicemail justified?
If you feel that,
Was that voicemail
if you
justified?
feel that Lindsay cooperating against Brian Tully is a problem, then that's how you feel.
But are you ever?
Are you
okay
pressuring her?
with
Are you? Do
Why
you
can't
want?
You answer the tough
do you
questions, Grant?
want
Why
Lindsay
can't you
not
answer
to
the tough
cooperate
questions?
with an investigation into
Is
Brian
it ever
Tully?
okay to threaten to murder a child?
Is it okay
or
to
not,
pressure
Grant?
someone
Answer
not
the
to get
question.
involved with a
Grant, answer
federal
the question.
investigation
You have
into
a
Brian
serious haircut.
Tully?
You have a serious haircut. Answer a serious
Remember that
question.
time you caved
Are
a
you
K
okay
into the
with that,
back of
Grant?
your head?
Are you okay with that?
With
Grant?
what Christy's
Grant can't
doing?
answer the tough
No.
questions. He can't answer them. He can't answer. Why can't you answer the tough
Don't
questions?
you
Grant?
want Brian Tully to be
Why can't you answer
investigated?
the tough questions? Huh?
How's Leah
Why can't you
Ferreira
do it?
doing?
Why can't you answer it, Grant? I guess Grant, once again, refuses to condemn threatening to murder children. Do you condemn threatening to murder children?
Aiden doesn't want Lindsay to cooperate with the investigation into Brian
He can't
Tully.
do it, folks. He can't do it. We all heard the voicemail, right?
Aiden's aligned with Kate Peter
We
now.
heard somebody threatening to murder
Aiden
a child.
will not even
and
admit
Grant can't
that he's
condemn it.
pressuring
He
Lindsay
can't
not
grant
to
it.
cooperate
He
with the
can't do it.
investigation
Grant
into Brian
can't do
Tully.
it. He can't do it.
He's
Why can't
hurting
you condemn
himself
it?
because he doesn't realize what's going
But
on.
real talk, was that Higgins last night on JFK?
No, it makes no, because he can't talk about what Leah Ferreira tells him because he signed an NDA.
Oh, okay. So therefore, you know it all.
Well, I would know if Lindsay's cooperating with a federal
Well, we
investigation.
all like his haircut. Aren't we so proud that Grant got a
And that explains why Kate Peter and Brian Tully would be targeting
I
her.
noticed the elastics at the bottom.
Whenever he goes to my clothes, it's because something uncomfortable has come up.
That's what I didn't think. So I went to your.
No, so Kate Peter, if indeed Kate Peter is targeting Lindsay for cooperating, you're helping her.
That seems far-fetched, though.
I know, but I'm right.
Seems far-fetched.
I'm
I don't
right.
know. So you're saying that she used her?
And Christy.
Okay, so everyone's innocent except the one person.
No, it's not a matter of innocent or guilty. You could be guilty of the crimes you committed and have been subject to federal civil rights violations.
I don't know what that means. What do you mean? How am I?
So your federal civil rights could have been violated if Kate Peter was an undisclosed human intelligence source that wrote your October indictment.
She wrote my indictment?
At least part of it. And that would mean that if Lindsay knew about Brian Tully and Kate Peter violating her civil rights, she has an incentive to smear her to stop her from cooperating. Think about it, Aiden.
I know.
Yes, you did think about it.
So she's innocent.
You think there's any 302s? Hold on. Well, I think what would tell you something is if there's a 302 on Leah Ferreira's desk about any of this.
Really? Really?
Oh my God.
You can ask her, can't you?
Look at the haircut. Really, you figured it out.
Why does every time Leah Ferrera's name come up, you freak out?
Clean those pants, man. Look at those stains, man. What is that?
Aiden, every single
You have a powdered
time.
donut for breakfast?
Are you sexually interested in me? I'm not going to sleep with you. Why does every time Leah Ferrera's name come up, you have to go quiet? Did you sign an NDA with the feds?
I've never spoken with her.
You lies. You gave people her personal cell phone number.
How do I have a person? I don't know. Hey, what's happening?
You also said you never spoke to Karen until the leaks came out.
You're being silly. Anyway,
Karen
told. Going inside today?
Why'd you ignore Karen's advice to go as to going over Lindsay's on December 23rd?
What are you going to do in Just Machado?
Why did you threaten Karen, saying that she was the one who told you to go to Jen McCabe's soccer game? Did Karen tell you to run those plates, Aiden? Meredith, thank you for being nice. Nice to see you. Do you have any comment on that leaked text from Sean indicating that you think Aiden Kierney is a threat and a liability, Karen? Are you and your family afraid of Aiden Kierney, Karen? I missed you. I only asked 2 questions. Being friendly. Oh, please. I saw you. I miss you all. Oh, please. That was a fair question. You read that text from Sean. Mr. Kierney, any comment on that leaked text message from Sean McDonough? Karen sees you as a liability and a threat, Mr. Kierney? Hi, David. Missed you.
Hi, Grant.
David, wait, David. David waved at me.
All right, listen.
Hold on.
Don't go yelling.
That's how crazy you saw that text message.
Where's your rope? There's no rope holding it.
Knock it off.
I got a smaller size of pants, Aiden.
Where'd you buy these? What brand shoes are those?
That was March 3rd when Sean sent that text when Karen and Sean were texting.
You've chosen to wear to court today. Excellent. I noticed you cleaned your shirt.
Hold on, who's
I
taller?
noticed you cleaned your shirt.
Wait a minute, are you wearing platform shoes?
Okay. What do we Where did we come up with this?
Did you read that text message from Karen to Sean? That's some fucked up shit. They're afraid of him, and you're enabling it? That's some fucked up shit.
Yeah.
Aiden, do you have any comment on that text message from Sean McDonough to Karen Reed, indicating that Karen and her family are afraid of you?
This is an interesting outfit you chose to wear today. Where's the road? Did you
Karen, now tell me, is Karen said that you're a liability. Is that because you conspired with her family and Karen to intimidate witnesses in the Reed case?
What is that? Did you clean yourself up today, Grant?
That's a real text message, isn't it, Aiden?
Okay.
I'm still taller than you.
So, anyway, Grant, what's it like to be
That was
perpetually in
fucked
the
up.
friend zone?
That was fucked
How
up.
does it feel perpetually in the friend zone?
If Karen Reed is afraid of you, something is seriously fucking wrong.
Do you still live with your mother?
Grant, everything you say is lies.
Do you live with your mother?
Don't stand by him. You saw that text to Sean. Karen said she's afraid of him. Karen said she's afraid.
I stand by him. We talked
And
about
if
this.
Karen's afraid of him, you stand by him? Bullshit. Bullshit. She said it in the text to Sean. She said it in the text message. He's a liability because he has information on his phone that Karen ordered that parade at Jen's house.
Jury voted 10-2.
9-3 guilty. 9-3 guilty, Aiden.
So that's not the same.
9-3. Well, I can do
You
math.
admit you were wrong.
I was right that the jury voted 9-3 guilty. 9-3.
That it was wrong.
9-3.
Do you?
Do you admit that text was real? Have a good day, Aiden. I'm taller than you.
We're gonna get you some more rope for those pants.
I'm beautiful, don't lie. Don't stand by him.
I'm not saying I'm standing by him. But honey, you've been lying so much.
That's not a lie. You read that text.
You're lying when it thinks that.
I'll listen.
It's not the one question we heard from the justices
Legal issues presented to them with this trial and the 4 years represented they're strong legally, and I'm cautiously optimistic that the court will ultimately agree, which you never predict. The oral argument is not the correct barometer to start making prognostications as to how the court rules. These are tough cases, tough issues, very little precedent.
They were tough questions. I mean, you felt like you were the kid that almost, like, when you're up there, they're really grilling you. Was that a sign of anything, or?
You want to be grilled. I want the court to ask the tough questions. The problem is that there's very little precedent. We have 200 plus years. When else has 4 jurors declared that they failed to tell the judge that they reached acquittal on 2 of the 3 counts? Thanks very much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Take care of you.
Hey, Jock, you want proof I'm not
All right, hello, Tell friends. I'm still here. Sorry, I was getting some water, talking to my aunt. Oh, my poor aunt, ladies and gentlemen. She is doing all right, but oh, the poor woman. She needed Towel's help, and we did it, ladies and gentlemen. I figured out something for her dear, sister, who's actually also my aunt, but I think it's her sister-in-law. Anyway, all right, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, by the way, the reason that came up earlier is I was like, I have to call my aunt because she was in the pictures of one of these videos, and I was thinking to myself this morning, I have to touch base with her, and then the video played, like, right when she was calling, where I was arguing with TurtleBoy, and she was across the street, and oh, goodness. But the reason I'm pausing here, folks, is, ladies and gentlemen, Little Towels, this is the day, 2/26/2024, that Aidan Kierney, later in the afternoon, was alleged to have violated the restraining order that resulted in today's trial in the TurtleBoy case that's going to be happening at 11 a.m., or finishing up. Ladies and gentlemen, this is incredible. This is the pictures from 2/26/2024. You're going to see me walk the first group of witnesses in. It's possible I flip the Karen Reed fans off at the end of this video. Then you're going to see me walk the second group of witnesses in, but we'll pause before that starts. Do it. Do it, Tom.
Free Karen Reed. Free Karen Reed.
Who's going down today?
Free Karen Reed. Free Karen Reed. Free Karen Reed. Free Karen Reed.
Free Karen Reed. Free Karen Reed.
Free Karen Reed.
Say something stupid. Come on, say something stupid.
Free Karen Reed.
No, look at me.
Free Karen Reed. Free Karen Reed. Free Karen Reed. Free Karen Reed.
What are you doing, moron? Get away from them. Focus on me.
Free Karen Reed. Free Karen Reed. Free Karen Reed. Free Karen Reed.
It's a loser.
Free Karen Reed. 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 Free Karen Reed.
Rapunzel, let your hair down. Rapunzel.
Oh, pause one more time. So this is the day, ladies and gentlemen. This is the second video. Hold on, let me back up a little here. This is Lindsay Gatani walking in. You can see Paul O'Keefe right there. You can see the witnesses walking in, ladies and gentlemen. Lindsay Gatani, we are all sending our prayers and super good thoughts to Lindsay Gatani, ladies and gentlemen. But take a look. There's Lindsay Gatani with her purse. She's walking in. She is a Lindsay Gatani. She has a super towel. And there you can see Paul and the rest of the witnesses. And then Little Towel. Now, I just want to point out, Little Towel's a little oblivious. I didn't really realize I was, like, walking in with them. I was just, like, in the zone, you know? I'm just, like, filming them. I wasn't thinking, oh, I'm in this crowd of people, like, very, like, important people like Lindsay and Paul and stuff, and I'm just walking along like a little towel. Well, I am a little towel, so let's watch. Yes, Paul O'Keefe is expected to testify in the TurtleBoy trial today, and that means Aiden's defense is going to start today. So we're going to get a verdict today, I think. Say something stupid. Do it. Do it. Do it. Say something stupid. Do it. Say something stupid. Say something stupid. Do it.
Keep moving, asshole. Keep moving, dickhead. Keep moving, Dick Reed. Hey, Dick Reed, keep moving.
They go quiet when I flip them off. Get good angles, come on. Karen, why are you paying Christina Lamb $3,000 a month for PR? You know you are. Don't lie to me. I didn't know you could comment. Karen, you worried about getting indicted on the WI?
You still maintain this isn't a fishing expedition? Why? Yes.
You worried about a bar complaint for breaking federal law? God bless America. Just us. I was going to say, just us.
This is Brian, David Brian.
We love you, Karen. We love you, Karen.
You smiled and I missed it.
I'll deal with the state of Massachusetts.
I got a smile from AJ the other day.
No.
I love the smile.
Oh, he was smiling today.
Rita, you look so fancy.
Hi, Rita. There's somebody that can get DY. Do you want a pink drink, Tom?
I'm trying to quit, thanks.
To quit drinking Prime? You do have to appreciate the pink, though, Tom. Pink drinks, right? Yeah, it's pink, right? I'm fitting in.
There you go. That's because you know the truth, man.
I didn't say that. I just said I'm fitting in.
Are you really going to do that with the drinks in your hand?
They're pink. I'm trying to fit in. Yeah, I'm working on it. I lost a button too. I just don't have the money for it, DY. I'm sorry.
Just trying to be helpful.
I appreciate it. Oh, of course. If you needed one, I'm just trying to fit in.
Go, mother.
I hope we get a handshake. Good morning, sir. There we go.
Morning, all.
Good morning.
Thank you for the support. Yes.
Anybody who shakes Dennis's hand is all right with me.
Oh, good. Thanks.
That was so nice of you earlier. Thank you. Oh, I'm not a pair of pink glasses. Oh, good morning.
Hey, how was your weekend?
It was very relaxing. I didn't have to get up to come here.
Good morning, Paul.
Happy Mother's Day.
Good luck today.
How's the morning going?
Okay.
Not bad. Mr. Reed gave Dennis a handshake, and I said, anyone that shakes Dennis's hand is okay with me.
Anyway.
Good morning, Nick and Jenna. Oh, you should go up with him.
No, he wants a picture.
Oh, I think we'll get one. Yeah, we'll get one. I'm not going to get in your way for that. He got a great handshake with Mr. Reed.
Good.
And I said,
I think I got that, and I got.
and I said, Well, I said anyone who shakes Dennis's hand is good with me, and then he smiled at me. Yeah! There you
Go
go.
get him! Go get him! Go get him!
Oh, well, that's good.
The 18, yeah.
We love you guys.
Morning. Oh, I love it.
Love you guys leaving off today.
Good morning, Rita.
Good morning, Greg.
Good morning, Officer Murphy.
Fellas, let him walk. Let him walk. Let him walk. Let him walk. Come on. Let him walk.
Go get it, guys.
Watch your back. Watch your steps there.
You guys got this. Stay strong, Karen.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, full crew. Full crew. How are you? Good, good, good. Oh, your face is cold. How are you, Fletcher?
No kidding.
No, your face is cold. Jason, how are you? Good, good. Hi, Jack. How are you? Bob,
Good morning.
how are you?
Everybody ready? Let's do it.
Karen, that statement about glass in John's nose seems to undermine your entire case. Also, you said you're a control freak. Don't you think that goes to motive for why you tried to yell at John when your relationship was breaking down? It was kind of a telling interview, Karen. I liked it, though.
Soda water.
Good morning, David. I bet we can find agreement on my shirt. How are you? Any comment? Karen, any comment on the subpoena sent to your brother and father? I told Chrissy I would be nice. Gonna wear black for John, Karen?
Good job.
Where's she going?
Nice job, David. Good job.
How was the first day of testimony?
We're pleased with where everybody
Yeah.
Karen, what was your reaction to seeing that video?
Yeah, Karen, how was it to see that video?
I've seen it many times.
How are you feeling after that?
When you get a moment to do that.
Definitely.
I see that. That's definitely tough one.
Run around the crowd and the car.
We're with you, Karen.
Do you apologize to Lindsay, Karen? Don't assault me.
Morning, Karen. Morning.
Karen, why are you always smiling during these walks instead of mourning John? Karen, are you worried about the juror who lied about hearing about the case and then Aiden Kierney bragged about it? Karen, how'd you know when Jen McCabe was going to testify in front of the federal grand jury? That's not public. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Oh. Morning.
Justice train. Woo-hoo. Rolling.
Good morning.
Thank you. Morning.
Good morning. Thank you, troopers.
give him the room down the stairs.
No demonstrating. Karen, why'd you say you hit John?
Who did your hair today, Grant? Grant, did your shampoo today, Grant?
Karen, did you cut Aiden Kierney off after he told Lindsay that you know the U.S. attorney personally? Why didn't you put Scanlon on your witness list? Karen, are you worried Higgins is going to talk about the affair? Don't push. Oh, David Unetti, are you worried about a bar complaint for breaking federal law to leak to TurtleBoy? 28 CFR 1621. Did you just knock him on the stomach? David Unetti, do you know TurtleBoy? You just personally interacted with him, David Unetti. Maybe the board of bar overseers wants to see that clip. You smirked at me the other day. Don't lie.
Grant, your fly's open.
Alan Jackson, are you and Karen having an affair?
I'll never be the attorney in that idiot. Just jealous.
Oh, God, it's been on him.
Sorry.
Say bye to Aiden, Karen. Hi, Aiden.
Grant, your fly's open.
Get some rest, guys.
There's his State Street friend who got mad when I asked if he has other girlfriends.
I didn't get mad because I know the answer to that.
Because you're in a harem?
Good job, Grant. Have you considered finding a boyfriend? No?
You know, I want to ask you if you were an accessory after the fact, Mr. Nathan Reed. Do you know how many motions there were today?
We ain't gonna do nothing.
I just have to stay out of the street today.
Erica, hit the front so we can block up.
That's true.
Scope is high.
She might have something to say.
Remember, Grant, be nice, Grant.
I'm waiting to see if she has something to say.
She's not gonna say that. I'm telling you, I will elbow the shit.
Don't elbow me.
Don't do it.
Karen will get mad.
Dynamite in there.
Yes.
I was defending Mike on Twitter. Did you hear?
No, I don't do it.
Oh, well, you should.
When you found out about the first hearing.
This is a friend of mine. He wanted to meet you. This is
So nice to meet you, Alan Jackson. Oh, bless your heart. Bless your heart. I hope everything's okay. Oh, my goodness. Well, thank you. Thank you for all this.
I'm sorry? Oh, no, honey. Thank you.
Anything strike you today, Karen, is particularly good, bad, different? No comment today. All I can ask you is Move it up. Keep going.
Karen, what's the Lexus GPS data going to show?
Hi.
That was a fair question.
No, you can ask him when he comes out.
Who? That's true. Also, I got David yesterday to comment on my "The War on Drugs is the War on Us" shirt.
Of course. She's a... Hi. David. How
Hi, what's your name? Nice to meet you, Josie. Well, thank you. You do too. Oh, okay. Well, I taught my daughters to shake a hand like you do, so you've got good parents. You want to come right in the middle? Is it okay if we put our arms a little bit around? Okay.
Thank you guys so much.
Of course. Thank you for your support.
That was nice.
It's only good secret.
Yeah, that was a good question.
Take care. Thank you very much, everybody. I'm going in the back. Hey. I'm going in the back. You need a break. Your legs need a break.
I'll drop my phone here.
That's a real good thing. I want to see what I want to see what's dropping.
Shotgun for you today?
Oh, you know what? Karen's taking over.
Directing traffic, Dina?
Well, I could be yelling things and just getting a shot.
No, Tuesday. Thank you.
Bye-bye. That's it.
Was it? I didn't watch it.
Good job, guys.
Bye, Allison.
Stay safe. See you then.
I don't get a bye. And I was nice too.
Bye, Grant.
Good job,
Thank you,
Grant.
everyone.
Oh, I didn't see it. Nice.
I made it back.
Made it back? Don't act like you never made it back.
Any comment on this morning, Karen?
No agitation. No agitation. You got it?
Yep.
No agitation.
Okay.
All right?
Okay.
All right. Let her go peace.
I was manhandled. Ladies and gentlemen, I was manhandled. Hello, my name's Grant Smith Ellis. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a very serious situation. We have gotten news that our dear friend Pilgrim Shadow, that we all love so much, Pilgrim Shadow has made such an impact on my life. We share so many struggles, and we've gone back and forth in the chat so many times, and they warm my heart every time they pop up. And a comment came in earlier that they're very sick, ladies and gentlemen, potentially close to passing away, and this is the first time this has happened. I'm very. I just want you to keep Pilgrim Shadow in your prayers. And ladies and gentlemen, I want to bring up Pilgrim Shadow's social media here, and I just want to say you're very loved, dear friend. August West 80 is Pilgrim Shadow's username, and you can see that I wrote. Towel friends, I need you to send a special prayer for our beloved towel friend, August West 80, the Pilgrim Shadow. Pilgrim Shadow has made such a large impact on my life in so many ways, and they are very sick. Please keep them in your hearts today. They are loved by so many. And I just want to take a special moment to highlight Pilgrim Shadow. They're such a wonderful person. I'm so glad I got to meet them. And they've been such a strong supporter of the Justice for John O'Keefe movement. And it looks like they haven't been active since June 11th. And if you shared in chat with us some of your final moments, my friend, I want you to know how much you're appreciated here and how much so many of us love you. Pilgrim Shadow was such a fervent defender of the Justice for John O'Keefe movement and such a strong supporter of Little Towel, and still is. I'm very sad to hear this news, but I want you to know, friend, it's not from a place of weakness. I really care about you, and I hope you're okay. Please keep Pilgrim Shadow in your thoughts. I love them very much. I don't think it's appropriate to just transition and go to case coverage. We will have to do that, but I'm just very sad, and I hope you're okay, my friend. And I don't want you to be alone. You have friends here. I'm sorry. It's just very hard on me. I develop very deep connections with people, especially if they chat here a lot. And I hope you're okay, my friend. I don't really have much else to say right now, I guess. I guess you can just chat amongst yourself for a little bit. I just want Pilgrim Shadow to know they're okay, that they have friends, and that they're loved and seen and appreciated, and that they made an impact on Little Towel. And I don't know where they are, but of course, if we could get to them, we would. And I'm sure people would leave right now if they were close to Pilgrim Shadow to go be with them. I know. I will, we're going to do our coverage today. I think it's just, it's been a lot of days of coverage. We've made a lot of dear friends here. Just it's a culmination of a lot in the next few days. I think the Reed trial coming into closing arguments and the TurtleBoy trial going to a verdict today. And some things, ladies and gentlemen, are just meant to be experienced authentically and in the moment. And someone coming into chat and feeling such a strong connection with us and me is that they want to share some of their perhaps final moments with us is it's very overwhelming for Towel. They need they live in New York, so if anyone, I don't know if we can, I don't want to give their information away, but you see them, if you want to contact Pilgrim Shadow, if we can get someone to go be with them, I think we're all with them in spirit. Claudia Pilgrim Shadow is very sick, and before court comes into session, I just wanted to take some moments to say that and talk about them, because they came into chat earlier and let us know they're perhaps they're in their last moments. Oh, they need some help, friends. So we can, maybe there's a way to help Pilgrim Shadow. Eva, I don't know if I'm going to be able to compose myself. I sent Pilgrim Shadow a message on Twitter, and I'll send them an email. If we could, anything we can do. I may not, I'm going to need a few minutes. But if we can get them a doctor, some whatever they need. I'm sorry, I just don't know if I can coordinate this right now. So they need some help, and Eva, Towel, or anyone who can, you see the Twitters up there, if we can reach out to Pilgrim Shadow and whatever they need, I will give, I'll ask my friends for money if I have to. We will get them whatever they need. Please just, let's just, I'm sorry I didn't see the chat earlier, but please, I don't want someone to face that alone and with no help when they're asking for it. So please consider doing that. The X profile is on the screen. Oh goodness. I understand 65CJ5, but even if someone is in a state of panic, we're still going to help them. And I happen to know that Pilgrim Shadow is very sick, and they're not the type of person who would just reach out of desperation. They may actually be in a serious situation. So first, let me compose myself, because if we're at a situation where we might be able to help, I don't think the panic is misplaced. I don't want someone to face that alone, and if we can still help, that can pull me back into towel mode. It's when there's no help that I will give up. But we're going to help. I'm not going to give up until we can try to help Pilgrim Shadow. As you can see, I take things. I think I say sometimes, you mean a lot to me, but it's not. They're not words, it's an actual feeling. So if something happens to you, especially where you're saying, can you all among us and myself help me, and there's no one else, of course, first of all, it's gonna, you can see that it's very genuine, and even if I don't know what to do right away, we are going to figure it out. So ladies and gentlemen, they are in New York. That's what I'm hearing. I'm going to hope for the best. That's what we do, ladies and gentlemen. And I appreciate you all. You see, I can compose myself, but the idea of not being able to help, or having missed it, thank God some of you brought it up to me, because obviously Pilgrim Shadow hasn't been active on Twitter since June 1st, and please, it's not like they reached out to me with a series of DMs. I checked my messages saying, oh, I need help, or they would have done that. They came into chat because they may actually need help, and this may have been the only way they could have reached out. If that's the case, we're going to do it. I'm not going to completely lose my mind or break down until we can figure out what's going on, make contact, figure out the best way to help, come up with a plan, and then act on it together. Now, all of the other fundraisers we have done have been kind of medium to long-term things. If we need to do a short-term emergency fundraiser to get Pilgrim Shadow whatever resources they need, if we need to find someone, you will pay their expenses, whatever, to go to Pilgrim Shadow and help them, we will do that. I don't care what it takes. That makes me feel better knowing we might be able to help you, my dear friend. You are not alone, and I will stop the world, literally everything, to make this happen. You don't understand. I will not stop. We don't know exactly where they are, but we're going to figure it out. CJ65, I know there are a lot of very good towels who will help and will administratively figure out what to do. We'll come up with a plan of attack, and then we will execute the plan of attack in segmented phases that will crescendo up to the assistance being provided, and we will do it on a truncated timeline, and we will come up with this plan and implement it regardless of the number of people or regardless of the logistics or the money. I will figure it out. I will go borrow money if I have to. We will get this done. Okay, so, but listen, I'm gonna go into chat. We are gonna continue coordinating. I'm sorry that I just literally cried for 10 minutes on stream. There are some things that happen that you do not expect. Someone saying especially when this is not out of the blue. This is a person that I've come to know very closely. They are sick, and if they're coming into chat I have looked into this in the background. If they're coming into chat and say they need help in the short term, it's because that was the effort they could execute right now, and we are going to get them that help that they need. Oh my goodness. We got a lot going on. And it may be that Pilgrim Shadow needs assistance to even get to the point where they can get medical care set up. And we will, short term, we're just going to make sure they are not alone and that they get access to the care that they need, regardless of whether that's through us or through coordinating it. We will figure it out. I'm personally committed to this. I promise you. But we are going to cover the Reed and O'Keefe case, which is coming into session any minute. You haven't missed any of it. We just had to take a moment for Little Towel to compose himself so we could come up with a plan of action. If all hope was lost, I was going to lose it. I'm not saying that that would be an appropriate response. I just don't know what I could do. But at least if we can try to help, that will make me compose myself, and that's what we're doing. If you're just tuning in, if you're saying, oh my goodness, I'm here for coverage of a trial, what are you talking about, Towel? Well, one of our Towel friends, who we know and love very dearly, this is a very tight-knit community, I care about people here a lot, is very sick and they need our help. Now, immediately when I heard that, ladies and gentlemen, the very first thing I said was, oh goodness, this person means a lot to me, and then I broke down crying for 10 minutes. I'm sorry about that. However, that was not professional. It was just, listen, we spend hundreds of hours together. I can only avoid having one of those moments for so long, and that happened in real time. I don't apologize for it. I really care about Pilgrim Shadow. There's nothing anyone is going to say to me is going to make me feel bad for caring about Pilgrim Shadow. I just don't care, even though it's not professional, and I'm sorry about that. I owe you all more. This is a very serious case, and this is a very serious topic that we're covering, obviously, and I don't want to offend or otherwise disrespect what is going on. We are covering the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. We're covering the TurtleBoy and Lindsay Gatani case. I have a wider duty, but my Little Towel self does matter, and I wanted that to be known, and I was proud to make it known, Little Towels. Okay, so breathe, Towel, breathe, Towel. Oh, thank you, Paul. I appreciate it. So what we're going to do is we're going to watch the case. I'm going to reach out to some Towel friends on Twitter. I can do this via text. We're going to figure out how to get whatever the best support we can get to Pilgrim Shadow is. We're going to come back with an update during morning recess about that. Towel's going to compose himself. We're going to figure this out. We are going to monitor the trial. We didn't miss a moment of it. The Karen Cam's not even live. I'm here with you. I'm monitoring. Towel is composed. Towel has somewhat of a plan of action forming. I need to message a woman who has an Irish territorial acquisitionist that's actually a setter. And then we will figure out what to do. And maybe it won't be Eva who solves it, but at least I can start formulating a plan of action. You don't understand. I will not let people just be alone at one person, no matter what. I will never let something like that happen. I can't. It's a disgrace. It's wrong, especially someone so wonderful and who cares so much. It's wrong. That happening one time on this planet is one time too many. And if I can do anything about it, I will stop the world. I'll stop the stream. I will just interrupt what I was going to talk about, and I will just make it happen. No matter, I will move mountains, ladies and gentlemen, if I have to, for something like that. You don't understand. Oh, I know, and we do have some nurses in chat. Listen, we have a plan. I don't know exactly how we're going to. Yes, I don't know exactly. I know Mary Adams, but I also run a public information service. So, like my human side, and then my duty to the wider world. This obviously the trial hasn't started. We were in the pre-show or the lead-up, but this is a record of a criminal court proceeding, and then of course we have another trial at 11 a.m. And my duty to the public and that public information service definitely is prominent in my mind. I have a human side. I can't help it. I'm more than just a vehicle to convey news about criminal proceedings to you all. I love that part of me. But as you know, I have lots of different parts, and one of them is I care very, very deeply, especially about people who I think are sincere and who maybe even are vulnerable, whatever. Especially if I think you're alone in the world, or if you need help, or if we can help you. That's just a big part of me, and maybe you won't get to see it come out. I like to do a lot. I move in silence. I like to do a lot of stuff behind the scenes. I don't need credit. I don't want it. I don't want to deal with that. It's not why I'm doing any of this. I just want to get people help, and then I'm irrelevant. I'm just a conduit to getting things done. But a moment like that in real time, yeah, I don't care. Like I don't need to compose myself for 10 minutes to tell you all that I'm very upset and I've come up with a plan and here's how we should do it. Nope. I'm just going to let you know that I care a lot about Pilgrim Shadow. And then in real time, we obviously chatted more, and we found out that maybe we can figure out a way to get Pilgrim Shadow's contact information, find where they are, and deploy our extensive network of TAL resources, including raising money to make sure the person's expenses are covered, to get Pilgrim Shadow the immediate help they need. And then also we can see if we can set up a long-term kind of support network that will make sure that they are not alone. It just not on my watch, ladies and gentlemen. That is the kind of thing that we are going to do in real time, and I don't mean to apologize, but it clashes up against my kind of public information service ethos and principles. There's supposed to be a commitment to the wider viewing audience, educating, informing, and entertaining them. And first of all, the only time I've ever seen a presenter break down and cry like that is when it's like a very serious national tragedy. Like, presenters don't just cry because things are happening to them personally, but maybe you would show that if a big event happened and you couldn't control it. That's what I mean. Now, it's a little different here on Towel Stream. This is a very interpersonal community. It's a very different kind of stream, but it goes against the traditional principles of how you're supposed to convey information when you're running a public information service. Do I feel guilty for it? I guess not really, but if you're wondering why I'm apologizing, it's because of those clash of principles. It's very hard for me to think about how my humanity plays a role in how I'm conveying information. Do you see what I mean? And on that topic, that's why the TurtleBoy Kierney case today is going to be such an adventure, I promise you, little towels. But yes, it means so much to me that you are all reaching out to Pilgrim Shadow. We are going to do our best, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, God bless you, Claudia. So great to have you with us in chat. So many of you. We're going to do our absolute best to keep Little Towel balanced. If you didn't pick up on it already, this is going to be a ridiculous and intense day. Not maybe so much in terms of the Reed case, but once we start that Kierney case at 11 a.m., all hell could break loose in terms of if a conviction comes down, whatever. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with you. You are all going to get me through this. We've been broadcasting this trial for 31 days. I cannot even tell you the amount of time that we've spent together. I cannot even tell you how little. I was sitting this morning in my chair, and I was like, I am completely exhausted. I have, yes, I have some left in the tank. I have my energy drinks, but I am completely exhausted. I can't imagine how the families feel. Can't imagine how Lindsay Gatani feels. I can't imagine how the witnesses feel in all these cases. It is an exhausting process. And this is only the first step in multiple trials for Kierney. Ladies and gentlemen, though, I will say, just like when I was in the room documenting John's niece's testimony, the devastating testimony about how Karen and John were having a falling out in the weeks leading up to perhaps John ending the relationship, Karen not wanting to go, and then those moments when Karen allegedly struck John at 12:32 a.m. on 1/29/2022 with a BAC between 0.14 and 0.28 while backing up to 24.2 miles an hour in reverse at precisely 12:32:04 or so to 12:32:09, and John's phone stopped moving again for the last time at 12:32 and 16 seconds a.m. It's just tormenting, ladies and gentlemen, for the people involved, for the witnesses and those involved in these cases. And you can tell, I was just thinking to myself, it's exhausting. The pre-trial process, the trial process, it has worn Little Towel down. I'm glad that I'm at home in a chair where I'm not going to collapse. I got very lightheaded this morning during the end of that pre-show while I was crying. But it's the human side of it. The trial coverage is different than regular news coverage. It's very hard. It takes a toll on the mind and the body, but we're in the final stretch, and going back to the principles, I have a duty, in my opinion, to, one, this broadcast is just going to run, so I'll be off stream while the Reed case is running. But at 11 a.m., I have to be ready to do this TurtleBoy hearing. I have a duty. I'm ready for it. I can do it. It's a duty to you all. It's a duty to the wider public, to the system of justice and the government that and republic that I love so dearly, ladies and gentlemen. And I will serve that duty nobly, and I will compose myself. There are towel friends all around the world scattering now to try to figure out how we can help Pilgrim Shadow. That has calmed Little Towel down. And furthermore, I am almost ready, ladies and gentlemen. Court is not into session. Obviously, you can see the fan up on the screen. We just went through a whirlwind of towel emotions, ladies and gentlemen. Mandy Strong, I will check the Cash App. It's very possible you missed a lot. Someone in the towel chat will do their best to try to inform you. Pilgrim Shadow is very sick, Mandy Strong. Oh, Mandy Strong, you are actually might be able to help. Pilgrim Shadow is in New York. They're very sick. They don't have access to healthcare resources, and they need some help. No, Mandy Strong, I don't know if the Cash App is just not working. Maybe you could try Venmo, but no Cash App from you. Some Cash Apps from yesterday I have set aside for the Lindsay donation, or it was actually for Jew Drops. But Jew Drops is resting, and we're going to make a donation or something later. But depending on if the people who donated want to do that. But no, I don't see anything from you, unfortunately, my dear friend. The only thing I have in Venmo is from our dear friend Tom, ladies and gentlemen, unless something else came in that I didn't see. Hold on one second. Oh, yes, no, just Tom's Jew Drop donation is set aside, and then Tom's Lindsay donation. So on the Venmo, and I don't see anything. I'm so sorry, Mandy Strong. Maybe it's just the app. Obviously, I know my account name is right. It's Cash App symbol Grant Smith Ellis. And the Venmo, you can check that as well. But I know all those links work. I know people are able to send because I saw them come in. But I just want to remind you all that today we're not raising money for Towel. We're going to figure out what Pilgrim Shadow needs, and then we'll figure out if we have to raise for that. We are helping Lindsay Gatani, ladies and gentlemen. We are waiting for court to come into session. Overall, it got a little chaotic there. I'm not going to lie to you, ladies and gentlemen. I would never lie to you. It got a little chaotic there. Pilgrim Shadow is very sick, and Towel absolutely burst into tears and then started crying on stream. I'm not going to apologize for it. I'm going to follow Mary Adams' advice, but you can tell this is an intense day. Little Towel is a little off kilter. I think a lot of the world, we're about to head into deliberations in the O'Keefe and Reed trial, so a lot of the world's kind of on edge about that. The Towel world, at least, and then the Aiden Kierney and Lindsay Gatani trial is going to head to verdict today after 11. So much going on, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, yes. Okay, hold on. So we have some updates. If you are near Lake Skaneateles in New York, so if you are near Lake Skaneateles, and please, I don't want you to take this on alone. I want to make sure Pilgrim Shadow understands, what can we do to help in the short term, and I don't want someone to take this on that can't do it. Please don't take on this burden, but if we can get someone near that area in New York to help Pilgrim Shadow, that would be great. And please don't do this like it's a burden. If you truly feel the call to help and we can do it, we are not going to let, because of the system or falling through the cracks or anything like that, a good person be alone and without help. We are going to intervene, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to everyone. Oh, God bless you, Mandy Strong, and I'll definitely keep an eye on that. Don't you worry. But yes, all right, I know people, God bless you, Ange, on your trip to the doctor. I know people are waiting for court to come into session. It's not like we're missing anything. We still have to keep an eye on the TurtleBoy trial, all right? So I want everybody to keep their little towel ears ready for that. It's expected to start, I believe, at 11. But, ladies and gentlemen, I have a towel plan, all right? I am a man with a towel plan, and here's my towel plan. I'm going to go listen in to just record on my headphones. You won't be able to hear it. I'm not allowed to broadcast it. I am a towel that follows the court rules. But I need to get into towel mode. I need to keep an eye on the flurry of activity that's going on. And then I need to call in to the court, and I need to see if anything's going on in the morning session. So you all are going to wait for the Karen Reed trial to come into session. I'm going to keep talking to you, but I'm going to call into the court, and I'm going to see if I can hear what's going on, and I have to remember to mute myself, because if I don't do that, then, like other people the other day, it is not good. And I am a towel who follows the court rules. Now, mind you, they will give you reminders, and it's different than a regular Zoom. This is a very special Zoom that's, I think, for attorneys and media. So they don't do it. Normally, you go into a Zoom and you're an observer for something like this, but this, they throw you right into the courtroom. It's from like the courtroom's from like the 1920s or something. So you should see Little Towel trying to get the court to facilitate technology. It is not easy to negotiate with the court system, ladies and gentlemen. You really need like court TV if you want to negotiate that kind of thing. But we're waiting for court to come into session. We would love court to come into session. This is obviously, I don't think it's running late. It's just this is about roughly when, the Karen Cam, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to come into session. I'm going to go monitor the Aiden Kierney case. You're about to see the start of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed case. Here we go.
Court is now open. You may be seated.
Country of North Korea.
All right. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. Good morning. I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you. Can we have Dr. Rentschler again, please?
Doctor, I mind you're still in the room.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready. Are you ready, Doctor?
I am, yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Rentschler, good morning.
Good morning.
Yesterday, when we last left off, we were discussing materials that you had been provided to review, and you described much of that material in furtherance of your answer that you were asked to review certain data and undertake certain testing as it relates to testing that was done by Aperture, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation to illustrate the analysis and methodology in your review and testing of this case?
I did, yes, sir.
Did you bring that with you today?
I did indeed.
Your Honor, I have a flash drive I'd like to have marked as next in order.
Okay. Is there an objection?
Not for identification.
Okay, so it's marked for identification.
It'll be KK for ID.
Let me know whenever pardon me, let me know whenever you're ready, Dr. Rentschler.
Sure. Do you want me to bring up the PowerPoint?
If you could bring up the first slide, let's start with that.
Let's see here. There we go.
Is this representative of the PowerPoint that you presented, or sorry, that you prepared for presentation for the jurors?
It is, yes, sir.
Okay. Are there several blank slides, just sort of placeholder slides as we walk through your analysis that the jurors will see?
There are, yes.
Okay. Let's talk about first of all, what was the purpose of your investigation? What did you seek to undertake?
So the purpose of my investigation in this matter was to evaluate the evidence, and particularly as it pertains to the alleged theory of what occurred in this case.
All right, so I'm going to strike that answer. Ask the question again.
Sure. Did you seek to undertake an analysis of Aperture's testing or part of their testing?
I did, yes, sir.
All right. With regard to that testing, what was the reason that you undertook to analyze Aperture's testing?
Sustained.
Ultimately, were you in receipt of a PowerPoint presentation and a report from Dr. Judson Welcher?
I was, yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to review that PowerPoint presentation in whole?
I did, yes.
Were you able to look at his report and read his report and review his report?
I was, yes, sir.
Did you undertake an analysis based on his reporting and his PowerPoint presentation?
Yes. So I want to see you both at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Early morning sidebar, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I'm back. Listen, I have called the Aiden Kierney case, called the court. The Aiden Kierney case is scheduled for 11 a.m. We are going to have towel access through the same way as we did before. I'm going to be able to hear everything that is going on in real time, little towels. Now, the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe case is clearly at sidebar. And if you're wondering, Towel, what is going on? How are you running around like a mad little towel? Well, I'm in my command and control center. Did you know Towel has a command and control center? Yes, it involves me sitting in a chair trying to help people around the world because I'm a towel and I can't help myself. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I don't want anyone to get overwhelmed or confused. We are at sidebar. Now, the only reason we're at sidebar is because Alan Jackson is clearly a Red-In Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. And if you're saying to yourself, I don't think Alan Jackson is actually a Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, well, you know what? Maybe you're a Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. All right, now, sidebar, ladies and gentlemen, means a few things. One, Towel needs to eat. Two, I should have gotten snacks earlier. I didn't think about it. I was just like, I'm so focused on the day, I don't care about snacks, and now I'm regretting it. Maybe it's a special day, and I will consider ordering food a little bit early. I'll get breakfast or something. I don't know. I don't know how I'm going to do this. Do you understand, folks? 11 a.m. is going to be one of the most intense things you've ever seen in your life. Little Towel is going to be a mad towel. I'm going to have to listen as Lindsay Gatani testifies and relay it to you. I think I already cried today, so you know what? Maybe everyone just needs a good cry. I don't think there are many people who can just authentically cry in front of all their towel friends on stream and just be like, I'm okay with this. We all need a good cry. The dynamic is a little bit weird, ladies and gentlemen, but you know what? We care. Okay, who's Amanda Stratter? Why are we getting complaints about you? Amanda Stander, hold on, who was asking? So DJ, I'm going to promote you actually, because I don't have the time, I can't necessarily watch the whole thing today, the chat, so I'm going to add you as a super towel. Okay, hold on. HB, I've also promoted you to super towel powers. I'm adding a lot of you in a, hold on one second, give me a second. I'm adding a lot of you in a role that allows you to actually remove other mods. So first of all, apparently HB has been calling me a very bad, not HB, someone named, who is the account? Amanda Smith. We're going to have to, is it Amanda Smith? I'm going to do this while you're watching the case.
May I?
Yes.
Did you undertake to review analysis and testing that was done by Aperture as reflected in the PowerPoint that you reviewed, as well as the report that you received?
I did, yes.
Did ARCA, yourself included, undertake testing based on your review of the testing by Aperture?
We did, yes, sir.
Okay. Tell me, what was the biomechanical analysis, that's the second point on your PowerPoint, what was the biomechanical analysis that was undertaken after you reviewed the Aperture reports and Aperture testing? What did you undertake to do?
So I touched on this yesterday a little bit. A biomechanical analysis, there's certain steps that you have to do to actually perform a biomechanical analysis. First of all, you have to determine what the injuries are. What are the diagnosed injuries? Second, you have to determine what happened to the individual. So in this case, what would have happened to Mr. O'Keefe? His kinematics, how would his body move? Was it contacted by anything? Was it contacted by the Lexus? If so, what forces were produced on the arm, on his body? Were they sufficient to cause the injuries that he sustained? And in this case, it's a little more involved. We have, was he hit by the car? What happened after that? Did he somehow move into the yard? And then did something happen in the yard to actually cause the skull fracture? So in order to determine if that's what actually occurred in this case, you have to look at each of those three separate events. And you have to evaluate that from a biomechanical analysis by looking at the force, looking at the kinematics, looking at a human tolerance, and determining or attempting to determine what happened. Now, if you try to determine what happened, not only do you have to prove that that was the case and the facts support that that's what occurred, you also have to eliminate all other possibilities. Because if you're saying this is how it happened, not only do you have to show that that's true.
So next question, and I'm going to strike that. Next question.
Is there an element of differential diagnosis that goes into biomechanical analysis?
There is, absolutely.
Explain that for us, please.
Let me demonstrate. So there are several peer-reviewed articles that I reference.
Is this slide number 2, by the way?
This is slide number 2.
Thank
correct. This is injury reconstruction biomechanical analysis of accidental injury. And that sets forth the methodology that I just described. It's well written about, well reviewed in peer-reviewed articles. This is the method you need. If you're going to opine on biomechanics, this is the method you need to do, the steps you need to go through in order to provide an actual opinion.
And describe that method just a little bit further. Does that include testing?
That includes testing.
Does that include both lab testing and field testing if it's possible?
Absolutely, yes.
Explain that.
In fact, let me explain. Let me get through here. I just had a couple examples here. This third slide, another reference about biomechanical analysis. Again, it's all throughout the literature, very well established how to do this. Now, it's all based on the scientific method, okay? And the scientific method, which it was really established back in the 1620s, but this tells you how to do a proper scientific analysis. So you have an observation, you observe something. So in this case, you might say, all right, there's superficial abrasions to Mr. Keefe's arm, and there's a shattered taillight. Are those two things related? Well, the first thing you do is you research the topic area. You look through the literature, you find or look for any examples of that happening. You see if there's any reports or peer-reviewed articles written about this very occurrence. Can you actually demonstrate that if your arm hit the taillight would shatter and cause those abrasions? If this occurs or is a common occurrence, it should be in the literature. You should be able to find information about it. Then you form a hypothesis. Either you say, I think this injury is related to hitting the taillight, or it's not. Whichever one you choose, that's where you then start to go into your experimentation. You have to develop tests to get data to actually back up your hypotheses. So if I said, well, I think the injury is related to it, what would you do? You would go and you would test it. You would get an arm. In this case, we got a hybrid 3 dummy arm, and we got an exemplar vehicle, and we hit the vehicle with the arm. Or we hit the arm with the vehicle. We ran into it to determine what's going to happen when that occurs. Do we get the right circumstances, the right loading to actually occur in that case? So this, and then you go back and you analyze that. And if your results don't match up with your hypothesis, you have to reevaluate. You have to go back and see if we don't get that type of injury, if we don't get the kinematics or the force associated with what we see, you have to reevaluate if your hypothesis or what you think happened is actually true or not. So you have to continuously go through this process. And that's what experts do. That's how you perform an analysis, and that's what's important. I have 3 kids. I have a 9-year-old who's actually...
So I'm going to ask you to wait for the next question.
Okay, sure.
Was there an example that you could use of sort of a real-world example that you might want to use to explain some or part of the scientific method?
There is, yeah. And I would like to explain an example of what's important with that. So I was going to say I have 3 kids, a 9-year-old who's actually turning 10 today. Happy birthday, Kai. And I have 2 older ones.
All right. We're going to stop this. Another example.
Go ahead. Less editorializing.
Minus all the personal.
I'm sorry, Your Honors.
Go ahead.
Details matter, okay? Details in an investigation matter, and details matter here. You need details. You have to explain how things happen, okay? As an expert, I can't come in and just say...
Sustain. It needs to be more question and answer.
Why do details matter?
Because your opinions have to be based on the facts and the evidence.
Why is that?
Because that's what determines your conclusions. I can't come in and say, I think...
Next question.
What if you don't have all the details and facts?
If you don't have details, if you haven't performed a proper analysis, then you can't come to a conclusion that something happened. You can't depend just on your experience. You have to have the analysis, the evidence, and the details to come to a conclusion in a case.
How do you best get details to come to a conclusion in a case?
You need research, you need peer-reviewed articles, you need evidence, you perform testing. You have to demonstrate what you think happened is A, possible, and B, actually did occur. And in order to do that, you need hard evidence to demonstrate that that's what actually occurred in this case.
Do you get that through both lab testing and field testing?
The form. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Can you get that in lab testing?
Absolutely.
Can you get that in field testing?
You can get that in field testing as well, yes.
Are those integral to an analysis?
They are. If you don't have any other evidence, if you don't have research, if you don't have peer-reviewed articles showing or demonstrating what happens, you have to formulate, you have to get that evidence. And the way to do that is through field testing, if you have no other evidence and no other source of information to provide that type of evidence.
Let's go to the next slide. Did you undertake, and this is a placeholder, did
Yes.
you undertake the scientific method in this case?
I did, yes.
What was the hypothesis of the incident that you utilized in furthering your analysis?
So the first step, the first part of this event is contact between Mr. O'Keefe's arm and the vehicle.
Could you describe for the jurors what hypothesis you used based on your review of the information you got from Aperture?
Sure. So the hypothesis that I looked at, Aperture, their testing and report indicates that Mr. O'Keefe had his arm out at a 90-degree angle.
Sustained.
What do you see? By the way, where are these from, these two slides?
These two slides are from the PowerPoint presentation that Aperture provided.
All right, so you didn't create these?
I did not, no, sir.
Describe the angle of the arm in the left photograph with the drinking glass in the hand.
So the angle of that arm is approximately 90 degrees. The other photographs in the PowerPoint demonstrate that for someone the same height as Mr. O'Keefe, the arm would be at about 90 degrees with an individual standing erect. That's what was demonstrated in their PowerPoint.
Do you note anything in their PowerPoint, the Aperture PowerPoint, related to the clothing worn in that left photograph?
Yes, they have the surrogates wearing a hoodie or a sweatshirt, which is the exact same type and brand that Mr. O'Keefe was found wearing at the time of the incident.
Did that play a part in your overall analysis, the fact that the individual, the surrogate, as you used the name, was adorned with the same type of sweatshirt that was found on Mr. O'Keefe?
It did, yes. I mean, that's one of the details that we have to look at. Details matter, so we look at the clothing that was worn and the evidence found with respect to that actual sweatshirt.
I'd like to stay with that for a second. Why is that important? Why would the clothing matter?
Well, because that tells us, that gives us evidence of what may or may not have occurred. Mr. O'Keefe was wearing this sweatshirt when the time of this alleged incident occurred. So if there is contact between his sweatshirt and that rear vehicle, the taillight from the Lexus, there would likely be evidence of that. And we have to look at that sweatshirt to see the condition of that sweatshirt, if there's evidence on that sweatshirt, and be able to pair that or match that up to with what happened on the vehicle.
Is that part of a normal biomechanical analysis to evaluate clothing of the body as well?
Absolutely, especially when you look at automobile pedestrian impacts.
Why? Because
clothing tells you or can tell you how the impact occurred, where contact occurred between an individual and the vehicle, what part of the vehicle, what part of the individual. So it either may or it may not, but it can give you very important clues about what may have occurred during the incident.
Is that part of the normal methodology that's utilized in the field of biomechanical analysis, especially as it relates to pedestrian motor vehicle incidents?
It absolutely is, yes. Look at the damage to the clothing. Look, if you compare it up to the vehicle, to the ground, to other sources. It's another tool, another detail, and part of the evidence that allows you to try and determine what occurred.
Do you have experience in reviewing clothing of individuals that may have been involved in vehicle pedestrian incidents?
I do, yes.
How often has that played a part in your biomechanical analysis, the methodology that you employ?
It happens quite often when we look at automobile pedestrian impacts. That's really one of the steps that you need to do. You need to look at the clothing, you need to look at that evidence and see if that matches up with any other evidence in the case.
Would it be a proper methodology to just ignore the clothing in a vehicle pedestrian incident?
It would be, yes. I mean, it's really one of the first things you should do.
I'm sorry, my question was, would it be proper if you just wholly ignored it?
No, it would be improper. It would not be proper. It would be improper if you just ignored it.
Getting back to the slide at hand, and we're on slide, just to stay coordinated, is this slide 7?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. You've talked about the left photograph. What is the right, the short video?
So this short video is what I refer to as the paint transfer test that was performed by Aperture. And what they did was take a surrogate the same approximate height and weight as Mr. O'Keefe and had him stand behind a subject, an exemplar Lexus, the same year, make, and model. And they put paint on the rear taillight cover on the fender, and then they backed it in to the surrogate's arm. And the reason for this is they attempted to show that where the paint contacts the arm, that it's the same area where the superficial abrasions were on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
Did you utilize these photographs and videos from the Aperture report in conducting and building the field testing and or the lab testing that you ultimately undertook?
I did, yes, sir.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What's depicted in this slide?
So this is from the Aperture report, and the third conclusion is that the location and orientation of the lacerations on John O'Keefe's right forearm and arm are consistent with the geometry and the orientation of the right taillight on the Reed 2021 Lexus LX57.
How did you interpret the phrase geometry?
To me, geometry just means shape. So the way I interpreted this is the one test that was performed with respect to the taillight. This is the only test I saw that Aperture performed involving the taillight and the arm, is that with this paint transfer test, they concluded that, again, the area where the paint was transferred onto the arm is consistent, the same shape and orientation as apparently the lacerations found on Mr. O'Keefe's forearm.
Did this test, in your opinion, establish force multipliers that were exerted on the taillight?
It has nothing to do with force. It doesn't describe the force exerted on the taillight or on the arm. It doesn't describe how the arm would have moved as it hit the taillight. It doesn't describe how the taillight would fracture. It doesn't describe how you would actually get the lacerations on the arm. Again, all this does is generally, and I made an error there. This report, and you can see the slide says laceration. Mr. O'Keefe did not have lacerations on his arm.
What did he have?
He was diagnosed with superficial abrasions.
Is there a difference between a laceration and an abrasion?
There's a distinct difference, both biomechanically and medically, yes.
Is that an important distinction?
That is.
Why?
The first step of the biomechanical analysis is identify the injuries, and you have to take the diagnosed injuries identified by a medical doctor. So it's superficial abrasions. To put lacerations on, that's simply incorrect.
So I strike the end of that.
Would you describe the injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's arm as lacerations?
No.
Would they be more properly described in another way?
It would be, yes.
What's that other way?
So they've been diagnosed as superficial abrasions. An abrasion occurs when there's rubbing or scraping of the skin, and it just rubs away the top layer, the epidermis of the skin. Now, a laceration is a jagged ripping or tearing of the skin, which gets down through the epidermis into the dermis. So abrasions take much less force, they're less severe than what a laceration actually is.
In a biomechanical analysis, if it's done properly, is it important to get the proper injury to the body as a foundation to the entire analysis?
That's core to the analysis because you're trying to determine how an injury occurred. You have to know what that injury is. You have to have the correct injury to be able to evaluate it.
Let's go to the next slide. This is a placeholder. I want to ask you a little bit while this is up. We can turn the lights up. First step in the analysis. What is the first step of the analysis after you determine the injuries, the type of injury?
So in this step, after you determine the injury, what we want to do is we want to look at the physical evidence. So we have the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm, and we have the sweatshirt that he was wearing at the time. So the first step in any investigation is to determine, does the evidence from the arm match up to the evidence on the sweatshirt?
Did you undertake that analysis?
I did, yes.
Is that indicated in a slide a little bit later on in your PowerPoint?
It is, yes, sir.
Okay. Let's go to the next slide, please. What are we looking at in this slide?
So this explains the injuries. And this is from on the left side, that is the diagnoses from the autopsy. The right side is from the hospital. And you can see it says blunt impact injuries of head and extremities, abrasions, and lacerations. The laceration is on the back of the skull, on the back of the head where the occipital skull fracture is. When you look at the extremities, everywhere where it talks about the extremities, it's superficial abrasions. So the first step in a biomechanical analysis, you review the medical records, determine exactly what the injuries are. And you can see there's a picture of the actual abrasions. Those are the documented injuries or abrasions to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm.
Are these acceptable sources? Well, let me ask you this. What are the sources that are reflected on this slide that you referred to or you relied on in coming to your opinions and conclusions regarding Mr. O'Keefe's injuries to his right arm?
Again, on the left side is from the autopsy report from the medical examiner, and then the right side is actually from the Good Samaritan hospital where Mr. O'Keefe was taken.
Are autopsy records, hospital records, medical records acceptable sources for a biomechanist to rely on in determining or coming to opinions and conclusions?
They are the sources you go to determine what the injuries are, yes.
Did you see, you reviewed the entirety of the medical records as well as the entirety of the medical examiner's file, is that right?
I did, yes, sir.
Did you see reference to any fractures that were noted on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, either his arm, his forearm, or his hand?
No, there were no diagnosed or references to fractures on any part of his right arm or hand.
I'm going to ask Mr. Wolk to display a couple of exhibits, the x-rays.
Okay.
So he's going to take over the TV screen.
Sure.
If that's okay, Your Honor?
Yes.
This is an exhibit that was marked yesterday. I want to say 226. I may be wrong, Your Honor. I'll get the right nomenclature in just a second. This is one of the exhibits, one of three exhibits that was introduced yesterday. Do you recognize what's depicted on this?
That's the X-ray of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand taken January 31st, I believe.
Did you review this in furtherance of your analysis?
I did, yes, sir.
Was it part of the medical record? Medical records or these records?
It was a series of the X-rays. Yes, was attached. It was part of the medical records that were provided to me and that I reviewed in this matter.
Thank you. Just for the record, so I can clarify, this is Exhibit 229A, as in apple. Do you see? Have you looked at X-rays before?
I have, yes.
Have you interpreted X-rays in furtherance of your analyses in years past?
I have during my biomechanical analysis, yes.
Are you trained to look at X-rays and determine whether there are fractures, hairline fractures, broken bones, things of that nature?
I've been doing this for 20 years. In graduate school, I worked with surgeons and doctors to look at X-rays.
Is that part of the normal methodology that biomechanists undertake in furtherance of injury analysis?
It is part of what we normally do, yes, sir.
Would it be an important part of a biomechanist's ultimate analysis and conclusions as it relates to an injury analysis?
It would be, and especially in this case, if we're talking about impact to the arm and the hand, very important to determine, as I said, not only what the actual injuries are, but what injuries did not occur.
Would it be appropriate to come to any opinions and conclusions in an injury analysis if you were to ignore x-rays, if they existed?
No. If x-rays exist, you need to review them. You need to determine what they represent and what injuries either did or didn't occur. You absolutely need to look at them.
Do you see any injuries represented or any defects represented in this x-ray of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand?
The tail light, I do not, no, sir.
Can you describe what you do see or what you would expect to see if there were injuries, broken bones, torn ligaments, things of that nature, swelling? What would you expect to see?
You could actually see the fracture lines on the bones. They are evident along the hands or along the ulna and the radius. Any dislocations you see, there would be a difference in the space at the joints between the bones. Dislocation, then there would be increased space or even a decreased space if there's compression of the joints, the interphalangeal joints, the metacarpophalangeal joints, the wrist joint. There's no indication on these x-rays of any fractures or any trauma or any type of injury to the bones or the joints.
Can we go to 229B as in Bravo with the court's permission?
Yes.
You see what's depicted in this photograph?
I can, yes, sir.
What is this?
So this is a x-ray. The forearm shows the ulna and the radius, which are the two bones in the forearm.
Do you see any defects, injury, trauma to these bones or anything associated with those bones?
I do not. And when you're viewing this on the software to look at the x-rays, you can actually adjust the contrast. So you can adjust the brightness and the darkness, and it allows you to go through the whole range to better evaluate whether there are any fractures. This is a little bright, so when you're looking at this, you would actually decrease the contrast a little bit.
In terms of your review of this particular photograph, what did you note in terms of trauma or injuries at all?
I did not note any indication or any signs of trauma or injury to the forearm or to the wrist in this case.
If we could go to 229C as in Charlie. What are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the right humerus, the right upper bone of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm.
Do you notice, or did you note, did you review this in furtherance of your analysis?
I did, yes, sir.
Did you note any defects, trauma, injuries at all with regard to the bone is the
humerus.
The humerus?
I did not, no, sir.
What about the joints associated with the humerus, top or bottom?
I did not note any injuries or damage to either the elbow or the shoulder joint either.
What is your opinion and conclusion, having reviewed all three of these x-rays, with regard to the condition of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, starting from the arm, the forearm, and the bones in the hand?
There's no indication of any type of acute injury from the x-ray to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, either his hand, his forearm, or his upper arm.
Thank you. We can switch that back. And if we can go back to your PowerPoint. Can we go to the next slide, please?
Maybe. Let me see if I can start backing on it here. Okay, there we go.
What are we looking at in this slide?
So again, this is the hoodie or sweatshirt that Mr. O'Keefe had on at the time of this alleged incident.
Did you consider these photographs in conducting your injury causation analysis?
I did, yes, sir.
What role did these photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's hoodie play in your injury causation analysis?
So this shows the hoodie, and it was inspected by the police department, and it was noted, as you can see on the right sleeve by the triangles, there were 9 different punctures or holes noted in the sleeve of the sweatshirt.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are we looking at in these series of photos?
So let's go to sidebar for a minute and Mr. Jackson, bring your PowerPoint, please.
Sidebar, ladies and gentlemen. Towel is doing real-time editing of the moment that witness tried to bring up his kids to humanize himself and got humiliated by Judge Kierney because he got told once not to do it and then did it again. So I'm doing some editing. Sidebar. We are at sidebar. Hold on, give me a second. I'm doing sidebar editing. He just starts talking about his kids. This guy was ridiculous. We are at sidebar. I'm going to stop this. Your Honors. Yeah, I'm sorry, Your Honors. Oh, my goodness. That was quite a moment if you missed it, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry, Your Honors. I'm sorry, Your Honors. Yeah, I bet you are. Let's see if I got the clip right. Hold on. That was ridiculous. If you missed that, I cannot. That never happens. That never, ever happens. Ever. I can't believe that witness allowed that to happen.
Experts do. That's how you perform.
That's what experts do. Bring up their children and get yelled at.
So you have to continue.
My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm being a little towel. I'm making a clip of the Karen Reed expert, and it's really funny.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Your Honors. Go ahead. Details matter.
Details matter, like the fact that it's my son's birthday, who I just humiliated on national TV. Sorry, son. I apologize about that. Yikes. Well, Little Towel's going to go up and down. Listen, until we get to 11 a.m., Little Towels, I'm going to be up and down all day until the Aiden Kierney case comes into session. We're at sidebar in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial, and I'm thrilled to announce, ladies and gentlemen, I have ordered a towel breakfast. I never get breakfast. I forgot to eat this morning. I got myself a very small order of eggs, and I got myself an apple juice. I am a towel who likes apple juice. And you might be saying to yourself, sir, you are clearly a towel who likes apple juice. I know. I am a towel who likes apple juice, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not going to deny it. I will not deny you that reality. 9/28/57, so 9/28/37. Now, Little Towels, have you also considered that I am a towel? Yes, I am indeed a towel. And I'm having a very funny time laughing at this man who got yelled at by Judge Kierney. 9/28/37. And I have to sync the Karen cam, which means I have to get 2 clips, actually, ladies and gentlemen, 9/28/37. And then I have to make this clip 50.7 seconds long exactly. There we go. So they each line up. You don't know how hard it is to sync Karen cam. Oh, no, I didn't say that. Karen cam clips, ladies and gentlemen. You didn't. What is it with you folks and your minds, ladies and gentlemen? Get your minds out of the gutter. I am a towel. All right, we got a lot going on. Towel's trying not to lose his ever-loving mind, ladies and gentlemen. But you know what? There's no guarantees about that at all. There is no guarantees that Towel's going to get through the day without crying again, ladies and gentlemen, because the Aiden Kierney and Lindsay Gatani trial is about to start. Or at least day 2 of it. We're going to get through it, Little Towels, though. We're going to keep Little Towels strong. We're going to be smart, savvy, wonderful little towels. And you might be saying to yourself, sir, I am a smart, savvy, wonderful little towel. Have you considered that? Yes, I have considered that. I am thrilled that so many of you are smart, savvy, wonderful little towels. Yes, that warms my little towel heart, ladies and gentlemen, the fact that you are all such wonderful towels. Now, we have other things to do, though, ladies and gentlemen. We have to keep an eye on things. We got to monitor things. We got to be little towels, and also have to get this clip out as we are in a protracted side. Bah! Yes, I can see all your comments. Dewdrops is home resting. We got a lot of things going on. Anthony Barton, towel bawled his eyes out in the last 10 minutes before the stream started today. I'm not going to apologize for it, though, because I am a towel. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, towel bawled his eyes out, and we are very worried about our dear friend Pilgrim's show, and we're working to help as fast as we can. I have a lot of things going on. I'm juggling. I'm going to eat some eggs. I'm going to be it's helpful if Towel is in the zone, so that's what we're going to do. Now, my friends, I think, ladies and gentlemen, that as much as we have going on, we're also waiting for this side there's a lot going on. Interesting, Eva. We should ask some kind of erudite bot that question, because I don't actually know if you can point out that the defense didn't deliver on their closing as a prosecutor. I'm not positive. Maybe, but I don't know. So before we jump to towel conclusions, we will do some research, and I'll, from a lay towel perspective, because I am not a lawyer, try to get you an answer on that, ladies and gentlemen. Ooh, he did get scolded. I'm watching the replay. Karen looked so mad when this witness got scolded, ladies and gentlemen. That was glorious. And I just have to make sure it's exactly synced up. I think it's pretty much synced up with when the interruption happens. When he's like, yes, I have 3 kids. That was a really embarrassing moment, ladies and gentlemen. And so syncing it with the Karen cam is actually... Oh, Karen was so mad. Karen, you're such a Karen. Have you considered the fact, Karen, that you are a Karen? Now, you might be saying to yourself, I know that she's a Karen, ladies and gentlemen. But you know what? She's not just a Karen. She's a Karen Reed, ladies and gentlemen. She is a Karen Reed, and I got the moment. Ha! Karen, it only happened, less than 30 minutes ago, and I already synced the moment to the Karen cam. I got it downloaded. Ladies and gentlemen, I am an effective towel. Yes, I did get a lot of rest. I'm having a bit of a day. Hello, my dear friend, Christy Mack, but I've composed myself. We got a lot of towel things up in the air, towels juggling a lot. We got the Aiden Kierney case at 11. We got the Reed case ongoing. Of course, you're going to see coverage of the Reed case with the audio muted, so you'll just have captions, and then you'll hear Towel doing the real-time coverage of the Aiden Kierney case. Day 2 of Aiden's trial with Lindsay Gatani. Will Aiden Kierney be convicted? Oh, it's a judge trial, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be watching. We'll be monitoring. I'm a little towel. Then, of course, we're keeping our thoughts with Dewdrops and dear Ange Whittick as they go through their day. Ladies and gentlemen, Dewdrops is resting at home. Hello, Kiki and Riri. Also, ladies and gentlemen, thoughts are with dear Pilgrim Shadow. We are working very hard to see if we can help Pilgrim Shadow. As soon as we get some firm answers as to how we can help, we're going to activate the towel plan. Pilgrim Shadow is not doing well. We're not sure, Anthony Barton. We don't know what's going to happen. We're going to be monitoring. Trust me when I say that... trust me when I say, my dear friend, that Towel's nerves are very high as to what's going to happen in the Aiden Kierney case. Is a conviction incoming? What's going to happen? Now, it's a misdemeanor RO violation, but it's still serious, ladies and gentlemen. Now, we're at a protracted sidebar in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial, ladies and gentlemen. We certainly have a lot. This is a heavy day, though, and we knew it was going to be a heavy day. We said in the early morning chat, we all are going to be there for each other, and my word, little towels, we are being there for each other. That's what it's all about on Towel Stream. Yes, friends, we are there for each other as we wait for Alan Jackson to continue pontificating about how he is a giant Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm thrilled to let you know that my food should be arriving soon. The driver seems to have taken a circumlocuitous route. I had to use my coupon. Maybe that's why they're taking a circumlocuitous route. They missed the turn. Oh, I'm so sorry. If you miss the turn, you end up on a very circumlocuitous route. Good luck, Mr. Driver or Mrs. Driver. I'm very hungry. I hope you will be here soon. Now, Alan Marshmallow Man Jackson, if you could please come back into session so I can go downstairs and get my eggs. You don't understand. I am a very hungry towel. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, it's true. I am a towel. I am hungry, and this sidebar is very protracted. We talked all day yesterday about how we weren't going to do these protracted sidebar. I'm working on it, Colleen Henry. Keeping calm. I got to get ready for 11, so we got 60 more minutes before Towel absolutely loses his mind. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be a morning. Buckle your seat, buckle your towel belts, get your towels, get your comfort towel friends, reach out your towel hands, get your towel buddies. We're going to make it through, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a whirlwind. I'm going to drink a Red Bull. If you thought it was bad before, it's going to become even more intense. Oh, I'm going to be your trusty towel commentator. You are a towel buddy light. We are so welcome. We are so honored to have you among the honorary towel fold. You, yes, buddy light, you are a towel. You can be a washcloth. You could be a soap dispenser. You could be an electric hand dryer. You could be a flannel. You could be a paper towel, hemp towel, beach towel, microfiber towel. We are a welcoming, fluffy towel universe, and we would love to have you no matter what type of towel you may be. Did you know feet towels also exist? They may also be called by humans socks. We call them feet towels, though. Deaf Otter made a motion. We also allow motions on the floor here, and if you get a vote, for example, if you want to change the meaning of the word socks, the term socks to feet towels, we will vote on that, and if it passes, we will call socks feet towels as an example. Now, this sidebar is quite protracted, and I just want to go get my eggs. So, Alan Action Jackson, instead of making me leave the towel friends here, Could you please wrap up your protracted sidebar? You are bothering the jury. You are bothering the towels. You are a bloviator, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, Alan Jackson is a puffelfish. Now, you may be saying, sir, I am more entertained by your commentary during sidebar than I am as to anything or learning. I'm learning more during sidebar, and I'm more entertained than anything than when Alan Jackson is speaking, as to anything he said so far on direct. I know. I am a towel. There's a reason why people watch this stream, and it's because I bawl my eyes out when people are in need of help sometimes, and also I'm a towel. Now, have you considered the fact, ladies and gentlemen, that I am a towel? Now, I just looked down. It looks like, I don't know if this is for Lindsay. Is it a donation that came in for Lindsay? I'm very excited. Yes, thank you so much for the donation for, I think that's going to be either for, I don't know if it's for Lindsay or Crime Cricket, but don't worry, it's set aside. I'm not touching any of that. They all come in with little notes, so Towel writes a little note on his notepad on his computer, and then I have all the records. And what's nice is I just don't move it out of the account. I leave it in the Venmo or the Cash App, and whatever we're going to do with those segregated donations, I will deal with administratively in a manner as if I am a towel. I'm not necessarily great at it, but I know what to do. Furthermore, this sidebar is still going, and my eggs have arrived. Now, listen, we have to do a towel poll. Should I go downstairs and get my towel eggs so that they don't get eaten by an animal, or should I continue talking? I think we have taken a vote, and I'm going to go get my eggs so they don't get eaten by an animal. I'll be back in 60 seconds. All of you talk to each other. Try not to feel scared. I'm just going to get my eggs. Alan Jackson, are you serious? Oh, now we come back from sidebar as I go to get my eggs. All right, I got my eggs. Towel eggs are in the building. I'm going to get my protein. I'm going to get all ready. I'm going to be a little towel. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, court should be coming back into session any minute now. Ready your towels. The sidebar was long. Alan Jackson is a bloviator. I have eggs, and I am a towel. I think I got scrambled eggs, so they won't be runny. Wanted to get an omelet, but it was $20. That wasn't happening. $12.99. That's all I'm paying for eggs and bacon.
Jurors, I apologize that took so long, but it was necessary to do rather than sending you out. So, sure. Thank you. Tori, can you give me a couple of these?
One moment.
Okay.
Dr. Winchler, my eyes aren't good enough to see the upper right-hand corner. What slide number is this? That's
Number 12.
Number 12, thank you. Did you look at these photographs and consider these photographs in furtherance of your ultimate conclusion?
I did, yes, sir.
Can we move to slide 13, please? Did you also look at and consider these photographs in coming to your ultimate conclusion?
I did, yes.
Can we move to slide 14, please? Did you look at and consider these photographs in coming to your conclusions and opinions regarding this case?
Yes, sir.
Can you move from slide 14 over to slide 18, please?
Can I switch through real quick?
Sure.
Yeah. So we 18.
Let's go to 18. What are we looking at in slide 18?
So this is Mr. O'Keefe's right arm at autopsy, and they're holding up a ruler to demonstrate the size and dimensions of the abrasions.
And what are the yellow indicators?
Those are indicators I added based on the length of the ruler to show the approximate size, length, and width of those abrasions.
Was it important in your biomechanical analysis to measure and denote all the injuries?
It was, yes.
Did you actually count the number of injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
I did, yes.
How many injuries did he have? How many distinct and separate injuries did Mr. O'Keefe's arm present?
Conservatively, I counted 36 different superficial abrasions on his right arm.
And did you go through all the photographs in an effort to count and distinguish one abrasion and one defect on his skin from another?
I did, yes, sir.
And you said conservatively 36 separate abrasions, correct?
That's correct.
What does that mean in terms of the mechanism that you would expect to cause that abrasion?
Well, you need 36 different points of contact with to get through the sweatshirt and get to the skin to actually cause abrasion to the skin. 36 different separate points of contact to the skin.
How many defects, remind us, how many defects were noted by the crime lab in Mr. O'Keefe's right sleeve?
9 defects.
Can you scroll to slide 22 quickly, please? What is this?
This is a slide, again, from Aperture, from their PowerPoint. It's the only slide, the only photo, the only indication of the hoodie that I found in their analysis. And it also has pictures showing, looks like they try to line up the top of that taillight cover.
Sustained.
Do you see there's some sort of marking on that lower left photograph with some yellow lines?
I do, yes.
How did you analyze that marking?
I analyzed that. It goes through the part of the taillight cover and then goes through part of the upper arm of the surrogate.
And there's a parallel line to it a little bit in a V shape. There's a parallel line below it. How did you analyze that line?
I analyzed that as apparently showing that the area of the taillight.
So not apparently. What did you
How did you
analyze?
interpret that?
I interpreted that represents that area of the taillight corresponds to the area of the upper arm.
And there's a red dotted line around the taillight, correct?
Correct.
How did you interpret what that represents?
That was the part of the taillight that fractured.
Did you put any of these lines on there, or are these all from Aperture?
These are all from Aperture. I did not put any of those on there.
You see the small, it's horizontal, I'm sorry, it's vertical photograph of Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
I do, yes.
Did you note anywhere in the Aperture report a denotation of the number of abrasions, counting the number of abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
There's no denotation, no indication that the number of abrasions were ever counted. No, sir.
Ultimately, based on your review of and all of your testing, did you come to an opinion or a conclusion as to whether or not the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm are consistent with striking the right rear taillight of the Lexus?
I did, yes.
And what is that conclusion?
That they're inconsistent with striking the taillight or being produced as a result of contact with the taillight.
Why did you come to that conclusion?
There's a number of reasons that I came to. First of all, the abrasions, the numbers don't correspond to the number of holes or...
Sustained.
Did you consider, without counting the number of abrasions and the number of holes, did you consider the abrasions?
I did, yes.
Did you consider the sweatshirt?
I did.
Was that an important part of your analysis?
It was, yes.
What else did you consider?
I considered that it was not possible to line up 36 different abrasions with
So I'm going to strike that answer, ask it differently.
Your Honor, if he could finish his answer. He was about to say contact with the taillight.
Yep, so ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. What did the 36 abrasions, conservatively, and their interaction with the taillight have to do with your ultimate opinion and conclusion?
Well, that you have to, if those abrasions came from contact with the taillight, you have to be able to correlate them and line them up with contact, 36 different contacts from the taillight.
And ultimately, based on your understanding of Aperture's review and the photographs that you saw, you were presuming, based on Aperture's testing, that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing that hoodie. Is that correct?
Sustained.
What was the condition? Let me ask it this way. There's a photograph in the Aperture report that we're looking at with blue paint on an arm, right?
Correct.
Is that your understanding, or did you test that Mr. O'Keefe could have been hit wearing short sleeves?
No.
What did you test? What was your presumption and assumption in your testing?
That he was wearing the hoodie that was found on him at the time.
With the 9 holes in the right sleeve?
With the 9 holes in the right sleeve.
Watch the form of the question, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. Let's go to the next slide, please. What is this?
These are the top 2 and bottom right slide are from the Aperture PowerPoint.
How did you interpret the 2 photographs on the right, the parallel lines and the red lines in that slide?
The parallel lines correspond to an area of the fractured tail light, and then the red dotted line corresponds to an area of abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's upper arm, and there's a red arrow pointing to part of the fractured tail light.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are we looking at in this slide?
Again, this is the paint test. This is the only test that was conducted by Aperture to look at the tail light and the arm in this case, and the interaction between the two.
Did you note whether in all of Aperture's data that you reviewed, whether or not there was any measurements to determine whether the abrasions were consistent with contact with the Lexus?
I did. There were no measurements at all taken with respect to that test. No measurements with respect to where the contact happened on the car or on the arm itself. There was no indication of where that blue paint extended on the surrogate's arm, say from the wrist up to where the laceration or the abrasions would have occurred.
Is that important?
It's very important.
Why?
Because you can't say that the area where the blue paint is corresponds to the area of the abrasions if you don't take measurements. If you just eyeball it, all you can say is by eyeballing it, it looks approximately the same. But that's not scientific. You can't come to an actual conclusion that where that paint covers the arm is where those abrasions actually were. They could lie outside, they could lie forward, they could lie above that painted area. You can't say with any scientific certainty that that area of paint corresponds to where the abrasions are.
In this motion video and the still photograph to the left in slide 24, is that what we're on, 24?
We are, yes, sir.
What did you note with regard to the positioning of the surrogate's arm? I think that's Mr. Welcher. As it relates to the taillight and the back of the SUV.
Yes, the positioning of the arm in the photographs as well as the one test that was performed, the arm is approximately 90 degrees, level in line with the rear tail light of the vehicle.
Did you seek to do any testing approximating the positioning of the arm as you saw it, as you interpreted it in the Aperture data?
I did, yes, sir.
What were you seeking to determine when you did your testing?
Well, if we want to determine whether the orientation and the position of the abrasions on the arm correspond to the tail light, you have to have the arm in the position that you claim it struck the tail light and then look at the abrasions. Because if you're looking at orientation and the direction of the abrasions, you can't look at how they exist with the arm. The only pictures of the arm of the abrasions are with Mr. O'Keefe's arm extended. But that's not how he would have had it according to the test. It would have been at a 90-degree angle.
Dr. Rentschler, were there any peer-reviewed articles cited in connection with Aperture's paint transfer test?
I did not see, I was not provided a single peer-reviewed article with respect to the paint test or any indication of any test or article looking at arm contact with a vehicle or a taillight cover.
Can we go to slide 25? What are we looking at in this slide?
So in this slide, the picture on the far left is the photographs provided from the autopsy in hospital with Mr. O'Keefe's right arm fully extended. Again, those are the only photographs we have.
What about the photograph in the middle and to the far right?
In the middle and the far right, what I did was actually take that arm and then rotate the forearm to put it in a position that it would be in as demonstrated by the paint test with the arm at approximately 90 degrees.
What was the import of this undertaking?
Well, if you look at the paint test and the way the arm's at 90 degrees and having the car come and essentially contact and push the arm out of the way, that's going to give you or tell you the directionality or the direction of the abrasions. Because if you have your arm at a right angle and the vehicle comes and pushes and slides against it on that forearm, you would expect those abrasions to be horizontal, to be in line with that forearm.
Are they?
They're not. You can see some of them are vertical, some of them are angled, some of them it's hard to tell what the directionality is. But if your arm, again, is being struck and pushed this way, as it's pushed and as the car goes by, if this would occur in this manner, you would expect those abrasions to be horizontal in the direction that the vehicle is actually traveling.
When you say horizontal, do you mean horizontal from the elbow to the wrist?
Correct, or parallel, yes, with the forearm.
Can we go to slide 26, please? This is yet again the same video that we saw earlier?
That is correct. This is the paint test video, yes.
And what has to happen in order for the paint in this test to reach the upper forearm?
Well, in this case, to reach the upper forearm, there has to be contact between the forearm and the taillight cover.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What is this slide showing?
Again, this shows, you can see on the right, I added arrows to kind of show the directionality of the different abrasions. And on the forearm, they simply do not line up with the type of kinematics or the type of motion shown in the paint test. Again, of the arm getting pushed out of the way and the car traveling past. If there were going to be abrasions from the fractured glass as it moves along, again, it would be lengthwise parallel to the forearm.
If the arm was positioned as it was indicated in the paint test done by Aperture, would you expect to see this pattern of injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's arm if, in fact, it contacted the taillight and if, in fact, it was abraded based on the taillight?
You would not. You can't get, for instance, horizontal abrasions on the upper arm and somehow get vertical and angled abrasions on the forearm. The kinematics don't work out to actually produce those types of injuries.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are we looking at in this slide?
So again, this is the paint transfer test, and it demonstrates there were no measurements taken, so we don't know the exact size or location of that paint or the lacerations. And you can see the photograph on the right basically shows that after doing the test, a picture of the right arm was put next to it and basically eyeballed to say it's the same, well, it's only approximately the same area.
So I'm going to strike that. So next question.
Do you see any measurements, any tape measures, any laser measuring equipment, anything like that in that right photograph?
Nothing, no types of measurements whatsoever.
Can we go to the next slide, please? This is, on the left, the same video that we've seen several times, correct?
That's correct.
What are we looking at on the photograph on the right?
So on the right, it is the video of this test taken from the side of the vehicle.
Did you notice anything of note in this angle of the paint transfer test?
I did. I slowed this video down, and so as you can see, as it starts out, and you'll see the vehicle starts to slowly back. So there was no photographs showing the position of the arm in the back of the car. The video is from the side, and the top video, you can't tell where the arm is positioned against the tailgate. But whatever positions it's at, you can see as the car backs up here, look at the elbow and the upper arm. If the car backed directly in this direction, there would be no contact with that elbow or the upper arm. And remember, this test is to show where the paint would transfer and if that correlates to the lacerations.
You mean, before you start the video, when you say there would be no contact with the elbow or the upper arm, you mean the biceps area and from the elbow up?
That's correct.
Is that based on the photograph on the right and the positioning of the surrogate?
Exactly. You can see right now, if the car just backed directly straight back, it would not contact the elbow or the upper arm.
Before you play the video, what did you note when the car from the angle to the right of the video on the right? What did you note as the car, just before the car starts to make contact with the surrogate? What did you note?
So in order to get that pattern on the arm, right as the car contacts the arm, the surrogate pushes his elbow forward, leans into the car against the light, and then rolls off.
Can you play that for us, please? Did you see what you were describing in that video?
I did, and I can slow it down. So you can see, even at this point, as the car approaches, it would not contact the elbow or the biceps. So as it comes in, watch the elbow all of a sudden shoot in. Surrogate turns his arm in and then leans against the light cover. So this is not indicative of someone standing there and having a car back into their arm. In order to get that pattern of paint on the arm, someone would have to stand there, and as the car approached and contacted their arm, they would have to actually push their arm forward and lean into it to get that paint pattern.
Is that, in your view, proper scientific testing?
Sustained.
Let's move to the next slide, please. What is this?
And so this is that same event, and you can see I slowed it down even more just so you can see the actual movement of the elbow and the upper arm to get that pattern.
Thank you. Can we move to the next slide, please? This is slide 30. And let's go to 31.
Yeah, this is 31.
I'm sorry, 31. What conclusions or opinions did you reach or could you reach after reviewing the totality of the results of the paint transfer test?
The paint transfer test, all it can show is the approximate area, of where the arm was covered in paint as the surrogate jammed his elbow in and rolled against the taillight cover. So it tells us nothing about what may have actually occurred, how the lacerations were actually, or the abrasions were produced. It doesn't talk about the kinematics of the arm to actually cause those abrasions. All it does is just say, under this specific condition, if someone was to stand there and then shoot your elbow forward and lean in, you would get paint on this approximate part of your arm, because we don't even have any measurements for it. That's the only thing that test demonstrates, and that's the only test that was conducted to look at the interaction between the arm and the Lexus in this case.
Did you reach any opinions and conclusions regarding whether the physical evidence is consistent or inconsistent with the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
I did, yes.
And what's the basis?
The basis is looking at the number of laceration or the number of abrasions on the arm, as well as the orientation and direction of those abrasions. And they don't correspond to how the arm would interact with the vehicle if it was at a right angle and struck by the rear of that vehicle.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, Doctor?
I do, yes, sir.
Can we move to the next slide, please? Actually, slide 33. If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Did any of the testing that you saw in terms of the paint transfer test or any other testing that you saw included in the Aperture report and the Aperture PowerPoint presentation indicate that there was any consistency or any results that were consistent with Mr. O'Keefe's right arm being struck by the taillight, causing 36 plus abrasions to his right arm while wearing the shirt, or the sweatshirt, with 9 holes in it?
That's sustained. You have to ask that differently, Mr. Jackson.
Did you determine, based on the testing by Aperture, whether or not it was consistent, that paint transfer test was consistent with Mr. O'Keefe's arm being damaged by the taillight at speed?
I did.
Okay, and what is that conclusion?
That does not represent that at all. The evidence from that test, again, it's only puts paint on the arm. So in no way does that determine or demonstrate how, if the arm struck the taillight cover, how the taillight cover could shatter, how the movement of the arm could interact with the cover to produce those abrasions.
Did you go, I'm sorry.
There's just no evidence of that. There's no steps taken to demonstrate how, if that's even possible, would that actually occur in a case like that? First, you have to show it's possible. I saw no peer-reviewed articles, no research data, and the only test that was done that links the injuries to the taillight cover is this paint test.
Is that the paint test in which the arm was leaned into the car?
In which the elbow was shot forward and then the arm and upper arm was leaned into and against the cover.
Doctor, did you also go on to further your injury causation analysis by performing impact tests to evaluate the kinematics involved?
I did, yes.
Can you describe that for us, please?
Sure. So one of the steps involved in the biomechanical analysis is the kinematics, the motion. So we need to look at the motion of the arm. If the arm hit the taillight cover fractured, and you got abrasions, you need to be able to show that. You need to look at how the arm would actually move if it was struck by the vehicle. I've seen no peer-reviewed articles or research to demonstrate that. So what you need to do then is do testing to look at how the arm would actually move and whether it's possible to create those conditions to actually get that injury.
Did you use an ATD hybrid 3 arm for testing?
We did, yes. We used a 50th percentile male ATD hybrid 3 arm.
Is the use of that hybrid 3 arm accepted in your industry in terms of testing?
Yes, it certainly is. As I said yesterday, it's the gold standard for testing. And the arm itself is used just for that very purpose. In fact, there's a number of studies. They use the 50th percentile arm to look at airbag deployment. One of the issues with airbags for the driver is it comes out of the hub of the steering wheel. So if you're steering and you're turning your car and you hit something and the airbag goes off, what happens? It blows right into your forearm, and it can actually cause fractures. We see that quite often. So they perform testing with the 50th percentile arm to look at the forces and acceleration on the arm as airbags go off. Very similar to if your hand was hit by the back of the arm was hit by the back of the car and propelled forward. That's very similar to having an airbag deploy. Actually, this would probably be more severe. An airbag's almost like a giant pillow enveloping the arm, and here we have an SUV actually contacting the rear of your arm.
Can we go to the next slide, please?
Sure.
This is 35.
Let's see, here's 35.
There we go. Thank you. What's depicted here?
So this was testing done at 15 miles an hour. So this is with the hybrid arm. and suspended so that it was actually impacting the right rear of the Lexus as the Lexus was traveling at 15 miles an hour.
Was there acceleration that was noted on the arm, force and acceleration?
There was on both the arm as well as the hand, yes.
What was the result of the damage to the taillight based on this test?
So in this test, there was actually no damage. As you can see, it catches kind of the hand and the forearm. And if you want to describe it as kind of a glancing blow, there was not enough force at 15 miles an hour on this glancing blow to actually fracture the taillight.
Is the position of this arm relative to the SUV consistent or inconsistent with the original spot that the surrogate in the paint test was standing as it related to the SUV?
It's consistent. We lined it up so it's consistent with that original location so that it would not impact the elbow or the upper arm. So at that position, if there's impact to the arm at 15 miles an hour, it doesn't cause the taillight to fracture. And it's also important to look at the kinematics. If you look at the acceleration data below, that hand and arm is accelerated. The hand's accelerated up to the speed of the vehicle in about 2 to 4 milliseconds.
How long does it take to blink your eye?
250 milliseconds. It takes a quarter of a second to blink your eye. So this occurs if your hand's hit at 15 miles an hour by a car, it's going to be accelerated up to the speed of the car about 50 times faster than you can blink.
Can we go to the next slide, please? And what are we looking at in this?
So this is lab testing at 17 miles an hour. So the housing and the cover was basically propelled into the forearm of the dummy at 17 miles an hour.
What was the acceleration that was noted on the arm?
So when you look at the arm, its acceleration here is almost 300 Gs.
What does that mean just to us?
So 300 Gs. If you look at weight, if you say the weight of the arm is 10 pounds, 300 Gs means there's 3,000 pounds of force acting on that arm.
Is that enough to break a bone?
It's more than enough to break a bone.
Is that enough to to tear ligaments?
Absolutely, yes.
What about the bones in the hand? Are those stronger or the same resistance as the bones in the forearm? Or are they more delicate?
No, the bones in the hand are, as you can imagine, much weaker because they're much smaller. When you look at the carpal bones, the metacarpal bones, the metacarpal interphalangeal joint, which is basically your knuckles, they are much smaller and it takes much less force to fracture your hand bones compared to your ulna or your radius.
Let's go to the next slide, please. What are we looking at in this slide?
So this is a 24 mile an hour impact with the arm of the dummy contacting the rear, again, tail light. And it shows you the motion, the dummy suspended, shows you the motion of the dummy and, again, the force and acceleration. Now, that right video I put in because that's real-time video. We've been showing the low speed, but look on the right. This is the actual speed at 24 miles an hour. That's what it looks like if you have your hand out and it's struck by an SUV.
Is the arm accelerated in this? Do the same physics apply? Is the arm accelerated up to the speed of the car in milliseconds?
It is, yes. It's all about weight, right? Because you have a 6,000-pound car and you have a 10-pound arm. It's whatever speed that car is going, your arm, your hand, whatever's sticking out there is immediately going to get accelerated up to the speed of that vehicle.
The video on the right is in real time. Like you said, it's sped up in milliseconds. Is that right?
That's correct.
Is the Hybrid 3 that's used in this test, is that suspended from above?
The dummy in this test is suspended from above, yes, like a pendulum, barely touching the ground.
Is the dummy connected to the ground in any way?
No, it's just its feet are barely touching.
What would happen if there were forces applied to that dummy that went perpendicular to the travel of the vehicle? What would happen to the dummy?
The dummy would swing out like a pendulum in that direction.
Based on your review of the test that was done, the 24-mile-an-hour test, were there forces on that dummy that were perpendicular to the car such that the dummy would swing out or be forced out or be propelled out away from the car?
No, there were no forces from the testing, and it's simple physics. Your center of mass of your body is basically at your umbilicus or your belly button. So in order to move the body, you have to apply a force at that part of the body. If your arm's struck, it's not going to move your body appreciably. All it's going to do, your arm's like a moment arm, it's going to spin you around. Could there be some motion forward or backward if you take a step? Possibly. But the center of mass of your body isn't going to move. You have to get struck by the vehicle to have the body actually move in a specific direction.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What is this showing?
So this is a slow-mo of the overhead from the real time. It was a GoPro that was recording that real-time video, and this is a slow motion of that video.
I'd like to ask you a couple of questions. As you see the vehicle contact the arm, what happens to the arm as it's being contacted in those milliseconds where it's being accelerated up to 24 miles an hour?
Well, the arm's accelerated up and pushed away from the body. So whatever part of your arm or body is contacting the car, that's going to be pushed forward away from the rest of your body. So not only is it loading the arm with an impact force as it strikes the arm and the hand, but then it's actually stressing the joints too. It's like ripping imagine having a car come and 3,000 pounds of force pulling your arm forward at the elbow, at the shoulder joint. It's putting a lot of force and pressure on that appendage.
What's the G-force for the 24-mile-an-hour impact?
G-force, let me see exactly.
Could you pause that video for a second?
Sure.
Because I want to ask you a couple of questions about it as well.
Let me see exactly what that G-force was.
Do you need to refer to something?
Yes, my report.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
Thank you.
So at 24 miles an hour for the arm, the acceleration is 302 Gs, and for the hand, it's about 435 Gs.
Does that translate to over 4,000 pounds of pressure?
Well, for the arm, it's close to 3,000 if you say a 10-pound weight, and for the hand, that can be anywhere from 800 to about 1,600 pounds of force acting just on the hand itself.
Understood. Can you back this up a couple of frames?
Sure.
Pause it where I ask you. One more frame back. One more back. Right there. What's happening physically to the arm, to the right arm at the point of impact?
So there is a force on the hand, on the forearm, where it contacts. Now, your arm just isn't going to hit and the force be distributed evenly across the entire part of the arm. That's not how your arm is actually articulated. Even if it was, again, that's similar to an airbag deployment, where at these levels you would get fractures. But if it hits the hand, now, if Mr. O'Keefe's holding a glass at the time of this impact, think about that. What happens is you're holding a glass. It exposes the knuckles. So if you're holding a glass and your arm's at a 90-degree angle and the car comes back and hits your hand, it's going to strike right on the knuckles. The force is going to be applied right at that joint. And then it's going to likely hit along the forearm back near the elbow.
What's the shape of that arm in this still photograph?
Well, it's somewhat of an abnormal shape because the arm should be level with the body. The forearm should be even with the shoulder. But you can see as it gets pushed forward, it's accelerating that forearm away from the arm and the rest of the body.
Does that abnormal shape suggest anything to you in terms of what you would expect regarding the bones in that arm?
Again, there's thousands of pounds of forces acting on the arm. And also on the joint itself, not just the arm or the bones we have to consider and how much force to fracture, but think of the elbow joint and think of the shoulder joint. It takes much less force to dislocate an elbow than it does to actually fracture it.
Did you see any evidence, based on your review of the medical records, including your review of the x-rays, any evidence of any dislocation?
There was no evidence or indication or diagnosis of any dislocations or fractures to the arm at all.
fractures or broken bones at all?
Correct, nothing.
Can we go forward another frame? And at this point, the arm has already been struck and accelerated, is that right?
That's correct.
Do you see the taillight material?
I do, yes.
Okay. It's basically now broken, is that correct?
That's correct. It has now been fractured, yes.
All right, let's go one more frame forward. And the taillight material, did you make note of that in this frame?
I did, yes.
What direction is that taillight material going relative to the vehicle?
It's going forward.
And where is the arm?
The arm has been pushed away. Now, you have to remember, as that arm, if it contacts and fractures the taillight, it's not exposed to the fractured pieces that still exist on the taillight itself, because those pieces that fracture haven't gone anywhere because they're against the arm itself. And then as the arm moves away, the pieces then move with the vehicle.
Are the taillight pieces upon fracture moving at the same speed as the arm upon contact?
That's correct, yes.
Is that a matter of physics?
That is a matter of physics, yes.
Is there any possible way for the broken pieces of taillight to out-accelerate the arm upon contact when the arm's being deflected away from the vehicle?
It is not. I don't believe it's physically possible. That was not demonstrated in our testing, and I've never seen that demonstrated in any peer-reviewed articles. Now, you can see here again also the light and the fragments are being propelled forward. So you also have to consider where Mr. O'Keefe was found. He was found in the yard about 10 or 20 feet from the road. There was no exact measurements. But if you look at the motion of the taillight, it's going forward. Now, if Mr. O'Keefe has to move diagonally to the top left of that corner, and if he's not hit with the center of mass, he can't get to where he ends up before the taillight fragments have already gone forward and been deposited on the ground. Average running speed is like 4 to 6 miles an hour. Even if this SUV is going 10 miles an hour, the lights fracture, they're dispersed on the ground, and then Mr. O'Keefe somehow ends up to his point of rest. But you wouldn't find the fragments on him because they've already been pushed forward, come to rest, before he even has a chance to get to where they find him.
Let's go to the next slide, please. What is this slide showing?
So this is just frames taken from that actual video showing the interaction from the top left, then you go down to the bottom left, and then the top right and the bottom right. Just shows you the progression of the contact and the movement of the arm.
Is the bottom left frame the same frame that you stalled on just a second ago at my request, showing the deformation of his right arm?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. Next slide, please. And is that just a close-up of the same?
That's just a close-up of the same, yes.
Okay, next slide. And is that a final close-up of the arm after it's been deflected out of the way?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Does this also illustrate what you just described in terms of the trajectory of the broken taillight fragments?
It does, yes, sir.
Do you see any defect at all in the right sleeve of that hoodie?
There is no defect in that right sleeve of the dummy. No.
Was the dummy's sleeve examined following this test? Closely examined up close rather than just a photograph?
It was examined and photographed, yes, sir.
Was there any defect in that right sleeve at all?
No defects at all were noted in that sleeve. No.
Next slide, please. What are we seeing here?
This shows some of the photographs taken of the sleeve and the arm to show that there's no defects whatsoever, and it shows the damage to the Lexus. And again, at 24 miles an hour, not only do you get damage to the taillight on the fender there, but you also get damage to the taillight on the liftgate.
Was there any damage on the taillight of the liftgate in the subject SUV?
There was not, no.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this video?
And so this was 29 miles an hour with a suspended hybrid 3 arm.
Was the arm in the relative orientation that you saw depicted in the paint transfer test by Aperture?
It was, and in fact, in this one, there's actually contact. We moved it in so that you would get contact with the elbow and the upper arm as well. So it's in the position after Dr. Welcher moves his elbow in and rolls his shoulder into the taillight cover. We evaluated that position with this test.
And do you see any damage to the lift gate taillight based on this test?
There's extensive damage at this speed, yes.
What about the damage to, damage would you expect to see to the arm itself at this speed and in this orientation?
At this speed, I mean, we're talking 4,000 pounds of force on the forearm, and with the hand, 1,400 to probably 3,000 pounds. I mean, well above levels where you would get fractures.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this slide, these two photos?
This was the final test that was conducted in using a dummy, and it was impacted at 29 miles an hour. And this was a center of mass impact.
Why was it important, Dr. Rentschler, why was it important to do a center of mass test?
Because if we have an auto pedestrian impact and you want to see where the pedestrian ends up, you have to evaluate how they were impacted by the car. In order to have the pedestrian move any substantial difference, it has to be hit at the center of mass. Again, it has to be hit at that belly button area to propel the body in a certain direction depending on the speed and direction. If there's no center of mass impact, how does someone get to the point of rest? You can't correlate a side swipe where the arm gets contacted and say if someone ends up 20 feet away, there's no way to correlate that arm impact caused them to somehow move 20 feet away. It wouldn't be as a result of the actual incident. It wouldn't be a result of the impact pushing their body in that direction.
From a physics standpoint, is it reasonable to believe that your arm could be struck, just your arm could be struck as it's out in front of your body, and you could be propelled backward, say 7, 8, 10, 12 feet as a result of that strike?
No, it's not reasonable. That's not physically possible. And you look at the arm itself, and we're looking at talking about the injuries and the abrasions compared to fractures. So if Mr. O'Keefe's arm was hit at 24, 29 miles an hour, what this suggests, and there were only abrasions, what this would suggest is that if the taillight doesn't cover or fracture, you can have your arm hit at 24 miles an hour and you wouldn't have any injuries at all, which from a biomechanical standpoint doesn't make sense. If the claim is that the fractured taillight's the only thing.
So I'm sustaining the objection to that. I'm going to strike that portion, Mr. Jackson.
Let's go to the next slide. What are we looking at in this video?
So here's the video showing that strike at 29 miles an hour with the center of mass impact to the dummy.
What's the import of this particular test? Why was this important, and what did you conclude following this impact test, the center of mass impact test?
There's a couple of reasons. A, it shows there was extensive damage to the rear of that Lexus. So if you had a center of mass hit, you would have damage to the liftgate, to the fender, to the sheet metal. You would have substantially more damage than what we had in this case. And secondly, which I believe is just as important, it shows the post-impact trajectory of the dummy. So again, if you're struck on the corner by the Lexus, the dummy goes straight back in line with the vehicle. There's no force and no direction to actually cause that dummy to move off into the side of the vehicle. So you can't be hit center of mass with the vehicle going straight back and somehow end up 10 or 20 feet to the side of where the vehicle is traveling.
So in this circumstance, would you expect the taillight material to be distributed straight back in the same center line as the vehicle is traveling?
Yes, absolutely.
Would you also expect the body to be struck and move in the same center line as the vehicle?
Sustained is twofold.
Sure. What about the body? What directionality would you expect on a center mass hit?
The body's going to move in the direction that the vehicle's moving. That main direction, that main force, moving straight back, the body is going to move primarily straight back.
Did you reach an opinion or conclusion regarding whether the right arm kinematics are consistent with fracturing the taillight cover and sustaining the abrasions that you saw on John O'Keefe's arm?
I did, yes.
What is that opinion?
My opinion that it is not consistent with contacting and fracturing the taillight cover.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I do, yes, sir.
Can we move to the next slide, please? And I could have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
On what do you base your opinion that you just told the jurors?
That looking at the kinematics of the arm, it's inconsistent with the evidence we have, with the actual abrasions to the arm, the evidence on the sweatshirt, and that at these speeds, you would likely expect fractures, certainly to the hand, and likely to the ulna and the radius and the forearm, if your hand or arm was struck by the rear of the SUV.
Can we move to slide 48, please? What are we looking at in this slide?
This was a study where they used an impactor and they contacted the dorsal or top part of cadaver hands. And they looked at the force that was exerted and they looked at how many fractures were produced as a result of that.
Did you review scientific literature regarding hand injuries under this sort of impact loading? Is this representative of that?
It is, yes.
Next slide, please. What is this?
So this shows the position, and this is taken directly from the aperture paint test. You can see the position that Dr. Welcher had his hand against the tailgate right at the time of impact. And you can see that corresponds, the contact areas correspond to the areas of the hand that were actually tested in this case.
Next slide, please. What is this showing?
So this shows the forces produced during the test as well as the forces produced during our testing. And maybe the next slide here actually better. If you look at the knuckles, which are the blue middle region, and then the metacarpal bones, which are the lower one. So for the metacarpal phalangeal joint, the knuckles, on average it took 397 pounds of force to fracture that joint. Well, the 15-mile-an-hour test produced a minimum of 483 pounds. And more realistically, that's just with the hand weight. There's going to be more weight because it's attached to the wrist. More realistically, it's twice that, so it's around 900 pounds of force. But what these tests show is that the force produced on the hand, as represented by the PowerPoint from aperture, even at 15 miles an hour and likely below that, you would expect to get fracture of the hand bones, of the knuckles, metacarpal interphalangeal joints, and the metacarpal bones if you contacted the rear of that vehicle at that speed.
Did you see any indication in the x-rays you saw or the medical records that you reviewed that Mr. O'Keefe's hand was damaged in such a way that you would expect?
There were no indications whatsoever of that, no, sir.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this slide?
This was a test where they actually looked at the force on the elbow. So this is a direct longitudinal force against the elbow. Now, there's no indication of exactly the paint test has the arm horizontal, but there's no indication, there's evidence of whether maybe it would be angled or if it's straight horizontal. But even if your arm's angled a little bit at the point of impact, the forces again on the right are what we determined from our testing, and those are minimum. Again, that's just with the forearm. If you include the entire arm, it's about twice that. So even at 10 miles an hour, you're going to have 600 to 1,200 pounds of force acting on the arm.
Is that enough to break it?
That's enough. If you strike the elbow, that's more than enough to actually fracture the different bones of the elbow.
If an arm was hit at that speed with those forces, would you expect the x-rays to show no trauma, no broken bones, no fractures, no hairline fractures?
I would not expect that, no, sir.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in terms of this slide?
So these are just more articles that I referenced, and they look at impact force on the forearm, so the ulna and the radius. It takes, just to have a transverse blow right against the bone, it takes about 1,100 to 1,200 pounds of force to cause a fracture. We're at that level already at a 10-mile-an-hour impact.
What about a 24-mile-an-hour impact?
24, we're at 1,400 to 2,800 pounds of force.
Did you see any trauma on John O'Keefe's arm that was suggestive of an impact of that nature, of that size, of that force?
There was no trauma, there were no fractures, there wasn't even an indication on the arm of where it would have contacted the vehicle. So if there's fracture at the taillight, there's going to be a force at that point on the arm where it actually contacts the taillight and causes that, right? There's going to be a force riser to cause that damage. There was no bruising, there was no lacerations, there was nothing at the alleged point of contact which would indicate an impact that produces thousands of pounds of force on the arm. No evidence of it whatsoever.
You just mentioned this in your answer, but I want to ask a little bit further. We've talked a lot about bone fractures and ligament damage, etc. What about bruising? In any of these tests, would you expect to see bruising, at least bruising, all over the arm at the points of contact?
Absolutely. Bruising occurs when the blood vessels just below the skin are ruptured, and it causes blood to flow into the arm.
Was there any indication that John O'Keefe suffered even a minimum amount of bruising on his arm at all?
No indication of any amount of bruising whatsoever on the forearm.
Next slide, please. And let's go to the next slide. I think we want to jump to slide 50. What slide are we on? Is that 53?
This is 55.
Let's go to the next slide. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. What are you looking at here?
So this again is from the paint test, and it shows, even as the arm gets pushed in, the vehicle's not in line with the center of mass with Dr. Welcher here. So it's not a center of mass impact. And this is important because we've just looked at the arm. And we've looked at the kinematics and the force and whether that's consistent with what happened and the injuries. The next step is to look at what happens if the arm gets hit. How does Mr. O'Keefe end up where he does in the yard? So that's post-impact movement or trajectory of the body. You have to evaluate that if you want to link all these events. If you want to link the head injury to contact with the car, you have to know what happened in between. You have to know the details. And so the next part was to evaluate that.
Is there any indication in any of the testing that you did or any of the review of the medical records of John O'Keefe, including the autopsy records, all of the autopsy records, the x-rays, and the hospital records, any indication that John O'Keefe was struck center of mass?
None whatsoever. No indication at all that he was struck center of mass.
Do you have an opinion or conclusion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty about whether he was struck center of mass?
I do.
And what is that opinion?
I don't believe that he was. The evidence indicates that he was not. If he was struck center of mass, imagine that. You're getting hit at the pelvis. You're getting hit on the thigh. You're getting hit at the knee. And then the body's being propelled forward. Your arm would get pushed into your body, into your ribs, into your torso. You would have very significant and substantial loading to your body, initially the right side of your body, as that impact occurred. And there's no evidence whatsoever that occurred.
Switching to a glancing blow, a blow of just the arm, not the center of mass, but just the arm. Do you hold an opinion and a conclusion as to whether or not a glancing blow or a blow to the arm only would propel Mr. O'Keefe 7, 8, or 10 feet perpendicular to the line of travel of the vehicle?
I do.
What is that opinion?
It would not be possible. Our testing demonstrates that. The peer-reviewed articles demonstrate that. I've seen no evidence anywhere in this case that would suggest or even indicate that if you get a glancing blow or a sideswipe blow, that somehow would produce enough force to push you 8 to 10 feet into the yard. I don't believe it's possible. I've seen no research that would indicate that would occur.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I do, yes, sir.
Can we move to the next slide, please? And let's go to the next slide. Let's keep going. Okay. What are we looking at in this slide?
So this slide, it's a paper that describes how to evaluate vehicle pedestrian impacts and how someone moves in the projection of that body.
Did you seek to analyze a fulsome understanding of whether it was possible that Mr. O'Keefe was hit on his lower extremities?
I did, yes.
Why did you do that? Why was that important?
Well, because with automobile pedestrian impacts, the lower extremity, your legs, your ankles, your knees, that's the most injured part of the body during auto-ped impacts. So if he's going to be impacted at that speed, especially at center of mass, there's likely going to be injuries to his leg, to his knee. The bumper lines up with the knee. That's one of the most commonly injured parts, as the bumper pushes into the knee, fractures the tibia, the fibula, or damages the knee joint.
Did John O'Keefe suffer any injuries to his lower extremities suggestive of a vehicle impact?
No, I believe the only injury was a 0.5 centimeter abrasion on the outside of the right knee.
Could Mr. O'Keefe have suffered a 0.5 centimeter abrasion on the outside of his right knee by being struck by an SUV at 24 miles an hour?
I don't believe so. I don't see how those kinematics would work.
Assisting.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not that injury was from being struck by an SUV at 24 miles an hour or somewhere around 24 miles an hour?
I do.
What is that opinion?
I do not believe that injury is consistent with being struck by an SUV at approximately 24 miles an hour.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I do, yes.
Did Mr. O'Keefe suffer any other injuries to his legs or his lower extremities other than that small, how big was it? How many centimeters?
0.5 centimeter abrasion.
That small 0.5 centimeter abrasion, did he suffer any other injuries to his lower extremities indicative of being struck by a vehicle?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. Let's go to the next slide. Taking a look at the photograph on the right, concentrating on that for a second. How did that SUV get in that condition?
That was by striking the dummy at 29 miles an hour, and that was a center of mass hit with the dummy.
Were you able to review photographs of the subject SUV, Ms. Reed's SUV?
I was, yes.
Did her SUV suffer or suggest any kind of damage anywhere close to this?
No, the only real damage was to the outer taillight cover on the fender itself was fractured.
Next slide, please. We've seen this. This is the video that was the center mass impact?
That's correct, yes.
The photograph that we just saw previous, what relationship does that photograph have to this field test?
That was the condition of the SUV after it struck the dummy here at 29 miles an hour.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are we looking at in this series of diagrams?
So this is some more recent testing that was done, and this test compared impacts between a small sedan and an SUV, and show it's looking at damage or injury to the legs as a result of this type of an impact. And these impacts are actually conducted at a speed of 24.7 miles an hour. They used cadavers, people who donated their bodies to science, set up the cadavers and struck them at just about 24 miles per hour.
Did this support your opinion and conclusion concerning the lower extremities of Mr. O'Keefe and the possibility that he was hit by an SUV at speed?
It does. If I can go to the next slide, it actually. Sure. So this shows you for the SUV, it's the last column on the page there. The last three columns are the injuries associated with the SUV strikes. There's fractures to the pelvis, left knee injury to the ACL, the MCL, fracture of the tibia and fibula. There's extensive damage to the legs of all three of the cadaver subjects that were struck at 24 miles an hour with an SUV.
Did Mr. O'Keefe show any signs of any of these injuries?
He did not, no.
Next slide, please. Is this, what are these photographs and diagrams on the right?
So this was taken from the PowerPoint from Aperture. And so it shows that the medical diagram shows the 1.5 centimeter abrasion. And if you look at the picture on the left of the surrogate, you can see, so the bumper would line up from the knee all the way up to the pelvis. So a vehicle at speed of 24 miles an hour, if it impacts that knee or that leg, it's not going to produce only a 0.5 centimeter abrasion. It's going to get the leg, and it's going to cause significant damage to the knee and to the leg itself.
When you say from the knee to the pelvis, are you talking about the width of the, or the height of the bumper itself being from the knee to the pelvis?
I am, yes.
Would that be the contact area that you would expect if there was even a glancing blow to the knee and the hip?
That's correct. You can see on that picture there where that bumper, the rear corner of that bumper, where the bottom reflector is, it extends from the knee all the way up to the pelvis.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are these diagrams?
Again, these are just reports, peer-reviewed articles demonstrating that auto pedestrian impacts result in lower extremity injuries and fractures.
Did you review all of these peer-reviewed articles that you've told the jurors about, the academic articles, in furtherance of coming to your opinions and conclusions?
I did, yes.
Did you see any reference in the Aperture report that you reviewed and the PowerPoint slides that you reviewed that the concomitant peer-reviewed articles were sought in the paint transfer test?
No.
Or cited?
There was only one article that was cited in that report with respect to automobile pedestrian impacts.
Did it have anything to do with the paint transfer test?
It did not, no.
Next slide, please. And let's keep moving until we get to the, yes, there we go. What is that slide depict?
So this is the opinions that were offered in the Aperture report. And if you look at the top, number 4, it says the totality of the evidence is consistent with the right rear corner of the Reed Lexus, again, impacting John O'Keefe and Mr. O'Keefe striking the rear posterior aspect of his head on the frozen ground. And when you look below that, it basically has the references or the support for that one conclusion.
I'll see you both at sidebar for a minute.
All right, little towels, I think we go to sidebar here. Yep, let me jump forward. Little towels, we're at sidebar. Forgive Little Towel for going out of his mind. I am getting us ready for live coverage of the Aiden TurtleBoy, Kierney, and Lindsay Gatani case. Stay with me. Sidebar should be over soon, and then we're switching over to coverage of the Aiden Kierney case. Ladies and gentlemen, we should be back in the session in the Reed trial any second here, and then as soon as the Kierney case is ready to go, I will let you know. So here we go, little towels.
Dr. Rinschler, can we move to slide? May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
70, Mr. Jackson.
That's what was 7. Thank you. I wish my eyes were better. Slide 70.
Oh. Let me restart it here.
Thank you. Okay, what are we looking at in slide? This is slide 7. Yes. What are we looking at in slide 70, Dr. Rinschler?
So this was the one article that was referenced in the Aperture report with respect to automobile pedestrian impacts. And there was a chart from there that was referenced in the PowerPoint that indicates the head's the most commonly injured body region in pedestrian impacts.
And what significance did that reference have in your analysis?
Well, that's not accurate. This article was written in 1979. And the first modern SUV, the Jeep Cherokee, wasn't manufactured until 1984. So this is an article that's 46 years old that doesn't actually relate to this type of an impact. And that's the only peer-reviewed reference with respect to automobile pedestrian impacts that was cited in the entire Aperture report.
Can we move to slide 71? Do you recognize what's depicted in this slide?
I do, yes.
What is depicted here?
So this was the hybrid. This is the 50th percentile hybrid 3, the same dummy that we utilize. And Dr. Welcher performed a test where
Can I interrupt you?
Sure.
So this ATD, anthropomorphic test device, was not a 95th percentile test device?
It was not, no.
Is it 50%?
It was a 50th percentile, yes.
Is that the same exact, not the same exact, same exact sized ATD that ARCA utilized in all of its testing?
It was, yes.
Okay.
And to get the forces on the head, Dr. Welcher scaled the acceleration results based on the weight, which is what I was talking about yesterday. You scale the results from the 50th percentile. That's exactly what Dr. Welcher did in this case.
Is that an appropriate way to adjust for the size of an ATD?
It absolutely is, yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
So this test, what he did, he took a 50th percentile dummy, stood it up, and then let it drop backwards and strike its head on a concrete surface.
Next slide, please. By the way, Dr. Rinchler, did the last slide include a video?
I believe it did, yes.
Can we go back?
Or I'm not sure it's on this slide. That's just a screenshot.
I see.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go back to that slide for just a second. I thought this might be the video of it.
Oh.
So in the lower portion of the center of the screen, you see Dr. Welcher holding the ATD. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you review a video of what happened next? This is not the video, but did you review the video?
I did, yes.
Describe for the jurors, since we don't have access to the video, what did you see happen from this point forward?
So Dr. Welcher releases the dummy, and the dummy just falls rigidly backwards, almost like a tree, and impacts the concrete.
Can we jump from your PowerPoint to a video that I have and ask you if you recognize it with court's permission?
Is the video in evidence?
It's in Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint.
Is it before the jury? Was it in?
It is.
Okay.
Okay. Do you recognize this?
I do, yes.
Is this just look like the same screen, basically same thing that you just took a screenshot of?
It is, yes, sir.
Okay. If we could play the first couple of seconds of the video and pause it. As that video began to play, did you recognize this as being the same video that you reviewed earlier?
It is, yes, sir.
And did you utilize this in coming to your opinions?
I did, yes.
And conclusions in this case?
I did, yes.
Thank you. Let's go ahead with the court's permission. Can we play the video?
Yes.
Thank you. What did you see? Describe what you saw in this video.
So this is a passive rearward fall of the ATD dummy. So just releasing and let it fall. Obviously, it's a dummy. There's no musculature. There's no response to that dummy. So this is what would happen if a rigid individual just fell backwards onto a concrete surface.
Can we see it one more time, please? I want to ask you one other question. I'm going to ask you to take note, Doctor, of the impact location. Did you see that?
I did, yes.
What kind of surface is that floor, if you could tell?
That, I believe it indicates it's a concrete surface, concrete floor.
Did you notice if the falling backward like that, the dummy slid across the floor or was propelled across the floor, anything like that?
It did not. It just dropped and angled backwards and hit directly on the floor.
Okay, let's go to the next slide. I'm sorry, if we could revert back to your PowerPoint. And if you could pull up slide, I think it's 72.
Let me, every time we do that, I have to restart the PowerPoint. Okay.
Why did you include this video one more time in your PowerPoint here?
Because, again, this is the pain test, which indicates the position, at least that Dr. Welcher had himself at to get the impact with the taillight cover. And notice, again, so it's not a center of mass hit. It hits his arm and then he slides by. So if that were to occur, he would rotate or move to the left. So if Mr. O'Keefe did that and somehow ends up falling backwards, rigid directly onto his head, he's going to have to rotate at least 270 degrees and then stop and then fall directly backwards onto his head. There's no explanation of the kinematics.
Sustained is to the end of that. I'll strike the end.
Do the kinematics support what you just suggested?
Objection. Sustained is to form.
What do the kinematics support?
Objection. I'm going to see you at sidebar for just a minute. Jurors will be taking our break.
Sidebar. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're wondering what I'm doing, I am listening to some kind of salsa music. I am dancing like a little towel. I'm jiggling and wiggling like a little towel. I'm a nervous, anxious towel. The Aiden Kierney case is 16 minutes past its call time. If anyone has any updates, I'm in the courtroom. I don't hear anything yet. I'm listening to salsa music. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. I'm a towel musician. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. What do you want from me? I am a singing towel at this point. I don't know what to do. I just want the sidebar, either the sidebar to end, or I want this Spanish music. I like it very much, but I've listened to it 40 times at this point. I know every part of the rhythm. Please let me stop. I want to listen to the trial. Oh, just call us into session, please. Please end the torment. Nope. It's on to the rock song. Do 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 do. Oh no, it's the same song. Do do do. It's just the same song on repeat. Oh no. Oh no, I'm being tormented. We're waiting for the Aiden Kierney and Lindsay Gatani case to start, and in my ear, because I have to wait for the case to get called in, and I'm listening to the courtroom, it's just this same song playing over and over again. Oh no. This is not what I need right now, ladies and gentlemen. Towel's brain is barely on the edge, and they are forcing me to listen to the same song. Do 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 do. Oh no, I'm going insane. Someone help me. Oh, why? Why can't they just call the case, ladies and gentlemen? There's no lyrics, it's just a guitar. Thankfully, there's no lyrics. It's just a guitar playing over and over on a cyclical loop. I feel like I'm trapped in some kind of prison. The Dedham District Court is tormenting me, ladies and gentlemen. Why can't we just go into session? Oh no, I'm gonna lose it. You're all gonna lose it with me, ladies and gentlemen. We are at sidebar, ladies and gentlemen, and all I want to do is get into session. Oh, this is like a Michael Jackson Thriller type beat. All I want to do is get back into session. All right, I've lost it. My mind is gone. Ladies and gentlemen, my mind is gone. We are officially adding lyrics to the song that I'm listening to in my ears. Maybe that's pleasant for you all. Maybe it's just what I have to do. I think I have a good sense of rhythm, ladies and gentlemen. It would be better if you could hear the music as I sing along to it. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen? This sidebar is outrageous. And if I'm singing along to the beat, then just imagine how bad it is for the jury. I don't know how to salsa, ladies and gentlemen. I just don't know how to salsa. I can somewhat go along with the beat, but I don't think I should be allowed to sing. I can do spoken word just fine, though, and I can even match it to the tempo. But I'm just not really sure I should be allowed to do this in front of the world. The TurtleBoy hearing is not into session. That's why I'm being tormented. I've listened to the same song 15 times in a row at this point. It is just going over and over. It's like I'm in some kind of prison, and they just want me to listen to. I think they're just tormenting me on purpose. They're just like, you know what? Let's just make Grant listen to this and then talk on stream about it for a few more minutes. It's hilarious. Well, you know what, clerks of the Dedham District Court, if you're listening, I think you are wonderful, and if you want to laugh along with us for a few minutes, you go ahead and you do that. Oh, thanks, Crime Cricket. Thank you for being you. The sidebar's going to end, and I'm going to go back to listening to this song. Oh, someone save me. Please save me. I am trapped. Oh, it is a pit of despair in Spanish guitar music 40 times in a row, ladies and gentlemen. Someone save me.
May I continue?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Welcher, based on your review of everything... Did I do that again? My goodness. This is Dr. Welcher in the video, correct?
Correct.
All right. I was staring at that. I apologize. Dr. Rinchler, based on your review of the video in which Dr. Welcher is positioned, as well as the drop test that you saw, as well as the discussion of being of the body placement, where you discussed the body placement. Do you have an opinion as to whether or not the testing that you reviewed from Aperture is consistent or inconsistent with John O'Keefe being struck by the vehicle, propelled perpendicular, backward, say 7 to 10 feet, and falling straight back onto a hard surface as depicted in the drop test?
The testing's inconsistent with those types of kinematics or that type of scenario.
On what do you base that opinion, sir?
That's based on the testing that was performed, the evidence available in this case, and the kinematics of how somebody would move post-impact after being struck by an SUV.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I do, yes.
Can we go to the next slide, please? May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Finally, Dr. Rinchler, do you have an opinion, or did you reach a conclusion whether the biomechanical evidence in this matter is consistent or inconsistent with Mr. O'Keefe's right arm being impacted by the subject 2021 Lexus 570, resulting in a backward fall leading to the head injuries that he suffered?
I did, yes.
And what is that opinion?
My opinion is that the evidence is inconsistent with Mr. O'Keefe being struck on the right arm by the SUV and then moving laterally into the yard and falling backward onto.
And do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I do, yes, sir.
Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay. So now we'll take our break, folks. We'll see you in about 20 minutes.
Please rise for the jury. Jury break this way.
You are muted.
All right, breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. The Aiden TurtleBoy Kierney case is in session. They are at capacity, but I have been given special permission to access a backup feed. I'm about to join the Aiden TurtleBoy Kierney case, ladies and gentlemen. Stay with me. Stay with me. I have to make sure that I'm muted as I go into this. It is a special backup feed. I got permission from the court. Stay with Little Towel. Stay with Little Towel. Stay with Little Towel. Okay, I'm in the TurtleBoy trial. Here we go. I have great audio. I'm not allowed to broadcast it. Let me see if I can get us coverage of it, though. Hold on. Tim Bradle is on cross of a witness. And they're asking, did you hear anyone walk by yell, liar, liar? I heard multiple people yelling a lot of things. Excuse me. You just have to listen to his question and answer it to the best that you can. I don't know. So, you don't know? You either know or you don't know. Did you hear it or not? You don't recall hearing it? So can we say that's a no? Or do you think it might... Could it have happened? But you have no information on it, do you? And you're up there videoing every inch of that scene. I'm videoing the entire thing. And you have no information for this court that Aiden Carney or anyone else was yelling liar, liar, correct? Pause. When Miss Gatani met you in the group at the Registry of Deeds parking lot before you went in there, did Miss Gatani have her restraining order in her hand? I do not know. Miss Gatani, I'm gonna see if we can hear this on the glare. Hold on.
Restraining order in her hand.
All right, we're gonna listen to the audio on the glare.
Miss Gatani.
Please note this is not towel feet. This is glare.
Walked in with Miss Gatani and all of your other family and friends, correct?
Miss Gatani was not in our group that walked in.
Where was she?
She was behind with another group of people.
So then you came into the building, correct?
Yes.
Who did you come in with?
I came in with some of Jennifer's extended family. My brother Colin, my aunt, and cousin, and we came in together.
Did you go up the stairs?
No, we came up the wheelchair.
I'm sorry, I mean in the building, did you go up the stairs to the second floor?
Yes, correct.
Were you with Jennifer McCabe?
No.
Were you with Miss Gatani?
No.
Can you say whether you went in before Miss Gatani or after Miss Gatani into the courtroom? Sorry.
I went in both.
You went in before her? So did you see her go in after you?
Yes.
What happened when she came into the courtroom?
Walked in, and took a peek.
Hey, do not tell me other creators have video. Do not tell me to stream other people's streams. I'm not doing that. I'm logged onto the Zoom. This is what I can get. This is what I got.
Facing when he said that, was he facing Miss Gatani?
If you want to go watch it somewhere else, go watch it somewhere else.
And did you hear him say anything else at all?
No.
Where did Miss Gatani go when she came in and sat down?
A few rows in front of me. Probably the second to last row back.
Is it fair to say that she was with the O'Keefe family when she sat down? Did you hear Jennifer McCabe say to Ms. Gatani prior to them entering the courtroom, just say you're with the O'Keefe family?
I did not.
Objection. Ron? Yes, sir. It's not being offered for the truth of the matter, so it's being offered, first of all, witnesses' memory, among other things, overruled.
When Ms.
Did you
Gatani,
answer that
Yes,
question?
that is fine.
Thank you.
when Ms. Gatani went into the room,
This judge knows
and
she's a
sat
liar.
down, it's fair to say
This
that
judge is awesome.
Mr. Carney and another young woman got up on their own and left very quickly. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Nobody had to tell them to leave or anybody had to grab them or usher them out, right?
Did not recall. I don't think so.
Yeah. Okay. So this Malin person is Matt McCabe's sister, apparently.
So you've introduced a number of
What a shit show.
still shots, or I should say the prosecution through you has introduced a number of still shots, a number of videos, correct?
Yes.
And
Grant,
in
Grant can
nothing-
stream
I'm
me
sorry,
too. That's
One
okay.
video.
What's up?
videos, does it show both Mr. Carney and Ms. Gatani at the same time? So it's fair to say that Ms. Gatani came to this hearing, you had just met her. Yep.
Yes.
You saw her come into the courtroom where Mr. Carney was already situated, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Carney immediately got up and left, correct?
So what are we doing here?
So she goes to him.
This is outrageous, dude.
Objection. It's sustained.
Then, outside, when the hearing's over, you and Ms. Gatani and everybody else leave, and once again, you're going to where Mr. Carney is. Isn't that right?
No, no.
That's not physically true that you are going to where Mr. Carney is?
We were not going to the street. We were going to our cars.
So what you're saying is you were not anywhere near him.
I'm gonna need this bitch to speak up.
Type of a material way, were you?
Objection. I don't know the relevance of the term. It still can be argued that the objection is sustained, but I understand the question, but let's move on.
Sure. So you walk out and you make a right and you walk down towards Dedham Center, right?
I'm not familiar with the area. We walked to the right of the.
Let's try it this way. You walk towards this building from Superior Court.
Yes, correct.
Okay. So you're walking away from where Mr. Carney is, right? And Ms. Gatani is walking away from where Mr. Carney is, right? So even if he were to have seen her, she is extracting herself from the area, isn't she?
Yeah.
And then you make a left and you go towards the registry parking lot, correct? And you start to continue to extract yourself from Mr. Carney's location, right? Yeah, one moment, John.
Okay, so the person who's testifying is, I don't know her first name, it's Malin.
This is Colin McCabe's sister, Megan McCabe. We're not going to listen to Glare or do that. I'm trying to get another stream that might have video. I'm not going to broadcast the feed, but we're going to try to find someone who might be broadcasting it. So hold on one second, ladies and gentlemen. No. All right, Bradle's done. Keep watching this.
When Lindsay Gatani was invited fighting.
Next witness getting called now.
Like, this is...
Thomas, another call, please.
Yeah, this is the spinoff. Okay? This is Frasier to Cheers. Okay? As far as this to the Karen Reed case. Okay, so who's this? Let me find out from Jess.
Another class, good morning. Would you introduce yourself to the first place? My name is Thomas Medicott.
Thomas what?
And what is a GIS manager? What is a GIS manager do? I manage the database that contains all the county utilities, features, books, lines, and anything that exists on his map, and I How long have you held that position since? I've been with them for almost 3 years this fall. And we were employed before we went to work in the town. I was prior to this, I was for 2 other municipalities, but also and can you tell us a little bit about?
I don't understand any of that shit.
Yeah, I went to the University of New Hampshire for geography with focus in geotechniques, which was essentially GIS work. And GIS work means what? I'm sorry, Geographic Information Systems. A lot of my projects were based on mapping municipal.
Okay, so this guy's supposedly an expert on geographics, I guess the GPS location of where TurtleBoy was. Are they really breaking this down to GPS?
Were you contacted by
this is ridiculous.
A police officer and asked if you could prepare?
All right, hold on. I found a better stream that actually has another YouTube channel. Hold on.
How did you go about it? Did you do that? And how did you go about it? Using our aerial imagery, which is taken by airplane lines, navigated to the legislative building. From there.
Like, he's got a tech expert, bro. Like, Cosgrove is like,
From there, I visually created a point for center of the steps.
it's just fucking ridiculous.
Software that we use, to create a buffer or center distance.
The thing is I don't give the slightest fuck of what this guy has to say. We know where TurtleBoy was at the time. We know where he was.
All right, I'm just gonna repeat to you what's being said. All right, fine. He's not talking anymore.
We have a subscription with Geomap imagery, which it's not sure, but we provide aerial imagery to many municipalities in the Northeast. It provides 8-inch accuracy imaging. And how long does the time?
Dude, this is like
motion strike.
getting a fucking crime lab out for a bag of weed.
Other company and their accuracy.
For a dime bag.
All right, I got a better stream. Well,
unreal, dude.
Well,
they got hazmat.
Well, you're cool, but come on, you can't.
Real, dude.
Oh,
they got hazmat suits.
The same one. All right, hold on.
Suits. All right. Ready to fucking dust prints for a fuck on a dime bag of weed to find out who had the dime bag. That's what this is, dude. This is fucking ridiculous.
Documents.
It is, John Miller. It's fucking embarrassing, bro. This is like, if I'm local there, I'm like, dude, this is a fucking embarrassment.
What's the check?
Flex checking from Needham Bank gives you more, like free ATM.
Do you agree with me that the 300-foot radius is the same as the 100 yard radius?
Thank you. So you went online and
no further questions.
Briefly, Your Honor. Good morning, sir. So you went online and accessed a company that has aerial photographs?
Welcome, John Miller.
Yes, we have a subscription, so I have access. We have access to the database connection. And it's my next question.
And you printed out the registry.
That was the whole
correct?
direct. Like,
did you do anything else with respect to this?
Bradle's already on.
The Norfolk Superior Court and measure the distance that one would have to walk down the stairs, around the corner, outside, down the steps, over to the registry, up the steps, in any way? Did you use any kind of measuring wheel to do something like that? To get kind of a real walking distance? Thank you. Nothing further.
No.
Thank you, sir.
Also, sir. Witness, excuse. Power. Oh, I'm sorry. No. Brian, please. Awesome.
Swear in the matter, Kierney, to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Good morning. Lindsay, yourself, Luke, Officer Brian Crump, police officer, 26 years. And during those 26 years, did you have occasion to be on duty February 26th? What was your assignment? My assignment that day was when we were trying people and I thought going was there anything in particular going on? Yeah, we 26 years, and I was going on. What was the traffic like? Well, let's start with the rest. The demonstrators. A lot of people. Is there a lot of noise? Moderate. We'll go up and down. Now, at some point that day, did you encounter the gentleman who you either knew or came to know and Steve? And did you know him or know him previously, or was this your first time? Vaguely, I don't think I've met him personally, but just and how did you happen to encounter him? I was waiting to cross a bunch of deputies to cross High Street. People waiting, and I stopped traffic. Did you have any conversation with him? Well, yeah, I was pretty confident. To the best of your recollection, what did you say to him, and what did he say to you? Well, he did say he brought my attention to it, or just someone that had a string of her. It's loud. And I think I responded, I don't know what you're talking about, or whereabouts, where we they were in the spirit. I was locked. Then what's the thing? Kind of going in the direction of the street on the property.
Awesome. I just want this on record. So I was a 1% more than a manual unit at $100. I don't know what to do. Thank you very much.
conversation with Mr. Kierney, were you aware that he was recording the conversation? Yes, but he did say, I want this on record. In the moment, Your Honor. Point that out, the recording of the conversation and evidence. No objection.
Attorney Bradle, any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit 12, thank you.
Your witness, Mr. Burton. Thank you.
May I inquire? Good morning, sir. So you were in the crosswalk on 226 at approximately 2:10 p.m. Is that fair to say? You were approached by Mr. Kierney, right? He expressed to you an interest in documenting his situation. And you were just about to find out what that was, right? And he had his phone out in an obvious kind of recording position, right? And you were, fair to say, you were trying to deal with Mr. Kierney, but also you had traffic duties and there were people all around, right? But it's fair to say that the courthouse hadn't yet started to empty out, right? Right. It wasn't a huge crowd yet that came out, right? And so he approaches you, and we saw in the video that he told you that there was someone inside that had a restraining order on, and that he was desirous of wanting to know what he should do, right? And it's a little bit hard to say, to hear, but right when Mr. Kierney's talking, you can kind of get the little snippet of you saying, go over there, right? Sure. And what you meant by that was to go up there by the registry building, right? Sure. And so it's fair to say that his behavior and actions and statements didn't give you any suspicion that there was any violation occurring. Is that a fair statement? Sure. So, to your knowledge, does he go where you gesture? Sure. You're busy. It's not quite a time when you can kind of take out your notepad and write down some notes from Mr. Kierney, right? All right. And Mr. Kierney went up to the direction you gestured and was waiting there for you as far as you did to make a further report. If you knew. Sure. Okay. And it's fair to say that he didn't say anything about that, but you're not privy to what his thoughts and intent is, right? So it's fair to say that a couple minutes later, many, many people come out of the courthouse. How long were you there? Okay. Sure, okay. Can you recall whether or not the hearing ended a little bit earlier than expected, perhaps? Do you know if you were still directing traffic when a large group of people came out of the courthouse, rather? At some point, did anyone that came out of the courtroom in the courthouse when you were there approach you or try to talk to you about any sort of a restraining order violation? Did you observe anyone complaining to any other officers about a restraining order violation at the time? What's the protocol if you're present at a scene and someone reports a domestic situation such as a restraining order violation and the perpetrator is on the scene? What do you have to do? I'm sorry.
I would say just verify the order.
And if there's a violation, do you have to take any action? And what's the action? Sure. May I have one moment, please, John? Nothing further. Thank you.
I think you're gonna redirect or stuff. No, I see my redirect blocking out before you're all set. Another witness happened to be. Kozak.
Matthew Kozak.
Matthew Kozak?
Do you swear in that hearing to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Good morning, Officer Kozak. Lindsay, yourself to be working with this Officer Kozak. Sure, if you could, just correct. Officer Kozak, spell your last name, please. J-O-C. How long have you worked for the police department? And is that your first job in law enforcement, or did you have previous employment? Previous employment. Years you worked before you came to the Federal Reserve Police. And how long were you doing that? Almost 2 years. So, if I could turn your attention to February 26th of 2024, you were on duty that day. I was. And what was your duties with the public? Yes, I was the Providence Highway car that day. And at some point during the day, were you dispatched something? I was. And what was the nature of the dispatch? Dispatch informed me that Lindsay Gatani was at her vehicle in the back of the registry of deeds, and she wanted to report a car that was one. All right. And at the time you received that dispatch, how far away were you, did you say, from the locale or from the registry? Well, at that point in time, I was on another call. I had a 16-1 cruiser. So by the time I got to that gentleman, it's 20 to 150 on the ride home. And I don't know how long the call was pending. I don't know how long it was pending before I was told I was back to go down. So from the point that dispatch stopped you to go down there, I think you didn't go down. I didn't go down. And how long did it take you to get there? From Providence Highway to Albuquerque Beach. All day, a couple minutes, I can go and haul out the traffic. So you arrive at the registry of deeds and then you proceed to the parking lot at that point? Yes. And when you get there, you make any observations? Yes, I see a group of people standing around the vehicle and I was good at some point. And did you speak to anybody? I spoke to Lindsay, and then another person that was there pretty quick. That's your recollection, what did you see to Lindsay and what did Lindsay say? Really out there, what I thought was the cameras were a vehicle, going to find where that cameras in the area of the cameras.
as far as trying to find someone who went back there and damaged the vehicle.
Was there any conversation about protective orders?
Yes, Lindsay did report on scene that she had a restraining order against the car. Yes.
And did you ask her why she was mentioning that?
I don't recall asking. I did not.
You just answered the question. You did listen to the question, answer it, just wait for the next one.
In your own mind, did you draw an inference as to why she might be mentioned?
No. I thought
Go ahead and use that one.
yes, because I thought there was a speculation that they could be done damage to the vehicle. So I just related to that she, someone was in the order, they were popular.
All right. So you didn't ask her about it. Did she explain to you at that point why she was mentioning protective orders?
I don't recall.
In terms of the vehicle, did you do anything to document the damage?
Yes, it's photos of the vehicle.
How many photos did you take?
I believe it was 3.
And 3 photos. So. One by one.
Yes, this is the rear driver's side of Lindsay's van, back where the gas cap is.
And does this fairly and accurately capture that portion of the van and the damage?
Yes.
Could we have number 20, please, on the screen? Is there any damage visible on this photograph?
Yes, that line there, that's not supposed to, that white line going down the side, that's not supposed to be, that's just part of it.
The one running from the back over the gas tank down to the rear tail?
Right.
Now after that?
No objection.
Exhibit 13.
We'll show you the second photo, identify that.
Yes, that would be the back of the van with the license plate.
And you took that one?
I took that, when we take photos of the vehicles, we want to make sure you get a picture of the license plate, whereas the other photos, I don't think you show the license plate.
Thank you. So can we get 21, please? Please.
No,
Exhibit 14.
Yes, this is a picture of a broken tail light. Same side, driver's side. So looking at that picture, moving the left tail light. And it appears to be punctured, so it was spiking the glass.
Thank you. And can we have 22, please?
No objection.
For that, no.
Attorney Brado, no objection.
No objection.
Exhibit 15.
Now, when you were talking to Ms. Gatani, did you have any observations about it?
I thought she was kind of quiet on school, but that's what I remember, that she seemed kind of quiet.
Did she make any comment to you about you go somewhere or anything?
Objection to the leading form of the question, not.
Well, it's sustained, but it's all right. It's not controversial. But just rephrase it, please.
You have any conversation with her about her further plans? she mentioned the children. I don't. Don't follow them, don't follow them. All right, thank you, officer. No further questions.
Officer, good afternoon, sir. You responded to the rear of the registry of the motor, the rear parking lot of the registry of the motor vehicle, registry of deeds, pardon me, at 143206, right?
Right.
And we know that because there's a section in your police report where you document these kinds of things, right?
Yes.
Wherever it comes from, it's a routine part of your police reports, right? And so here, this was received at 143206, right? And you can look at it if you can't remember. But is that about right?
I'm sorry, so
May I approach your arm? Just going to approach, I can show you the report.
yes, this.
Show you that's your report, right?
Yes.
All right, and in that report, it has a section for when the call is received, right? And when the call is cleared, right?
Correct.
So can you tell us when it was received and when you cleared the scene?
So it looks like it would have been 1432. Dispatch would have received the call, and then 1447 when I would read what that was.
Right? So that's how much time we get
For the call, that's the time dispatch received for the time I left.
So that's about 15 minutes, right? So you were there about 15 minutes.
There's no way I can say that because, as I stated earlier, my sergeant first called me and said that there was a call pending, which was this call, and I was in the middle of the call on Route 1. So I really have no idea how long dispatch had that call before I got it.
Okay. So it's even less than the 15 minutes that you probably dealt with this, right?
Correct.
All right, and you get there, and there's a complaint about damage to a vehicle.
Yes.
And Miss Gatani or some of those other folks that were with her communicated to you that they had left from the courthouse and they came back to the back lot, right?
I believe it's a call.
Okay. You received information that the vehicle may have been vandalized, right? And did you document the alleged vandalism with photographs?
Yes.
Were you able to ascertain any sort of evidence that this was any sort of fresh damage versus pre-existing damage?
The only thing I did then was just simply reach out to the actual physical structures closest to the vehicle to try to obtain what was there. But
You know what, sorry, let me ask you a better question. When you looked at the car itself, were you able to ascertain whether that was sort of fresh damage or whether it may have been just pre-existing damage?
I can't have a position to say because I don't have that sort of training.
Sure.
I know if it was within my
You
power.
answered the question.
Sure.
It's all right.
So the precise answer is no, you didn't do anything to ascertain it. And you're not trained in any sort of accident reconstruction or anything like that, right? But we're all trained in common sense, aren't we? And so there's no like fresh paint powder or anything, curls of paint or anything, right?
Nothing that I noticed.
Sure. And there was no pieces of taillight laying around? So it's fair to say that there was no affirmative indicators such as those that this had just happened, right?
Right.
Okay. So, did anyone say to you that there had just been a violation of a restraining order?
No, at that time when I was going to call, I was just focused on.
Sure. Just listen to the question and answer it. That's all.
Did anyone say that someone had just violated a restraining order?
No.
Did Lindsay Gatani say someone had just violated a restraining order?
Not that I don't remember.
Did she appear upset? I mean, you said she was kind of quiet.
Quiet, just over there, to the right of the line. Exactly on it. What he said or how he said, I don't know.
So you were focused on this alleged motor vehicle damage, and you mentioned on direct that sort of like trying to speculate about how this might have happened. Somebody, or Ms. Gatani said that I have a restraining order against someone, right?
Correct.
So she raised the topic of a restraining order, didn't she? And she didn't say anything after that to the effect of, and he just violated it 15 minutes ago, right?
Well, with that, I told her on scene, it happened to you, or right there, you consent to look at it.
That's my next question. Was she trying to show you the order? So she had it out in her hand? What would you have done if you had received information that a restraining order was violated by someone 10, 12, 15 minutes prior, right up the street? What would you have to do?
At that point, I would be going up to the courthouse.
Now, were there any sort of impediment to you investigating or doing anything with respect to either the damage or anything else at the time? Sure. Was there a big mob of people descending upon you in that back parking lot at the registry of deeds?
I noticed a large group of people.
Did you have any trouble, anything from the scene give you any trouble in concentrating or focusing or dealing with anything at that scene?
No.
And then you were going to mention earlier about some of the steps you took to try to investigate this damage claim to the vehicle. What did you do?
I reached out to the registry of deeds, and I reached out to the Norfolk Insurance Group, which was the building right next to where the vehicle was parked.
And were you able to find any surveillance video or anything like that?
No, not with one.
How many people were in this group that Ms. Gatani was in?
5 or 6.
Thank you very much. One moment, please, Your Honor, if I may.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nothing further. Under direct nothing on you. Thank you, sir. Your excuse. Lindsay Gatani, please.
Lindsay Gatani.
My seat counsel.
Sidebar in the Aiden Kierney case. I'm waiting for Judge. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We will watch the Karen Reed case, ladies and gentlemen, during lunch. You are not going to miss Hank Brennan's cross, I promise. Lindsay Gatani is about to take the stand. Oh, she is so brave, ladies and gentlemen. She is a super towel. Towel is watching right now. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. We are waiting for the moments. Judge is just taking some time to review something. Tim Bradle looks furious. Aiden Kierney's lawyer. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Lindsay Gatani's about to begin. Hold on. Hold on, little towels. I have the audio for you. I'm just waiting for court to come back into session. Lindsay Gatani is on the stand.
Do you swear you have down in hearing to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you fight?
Good morning. Could you introduce yourself before you spell your last name?
G-A-E-T-A-N.
Ms. Gatani, directing your attention to February 26th, 2024. You plan to go somewhere. Where do you intend to go?
Northwest Superior Court,
And once you arrived, what did you plan to do?
I planned to meet with Bruce in the parking lot behind Registry of Deeds, and then walk in with it outside the Deeds.
And how did you get there?
I drove.
What kind of car did you drive?
It was in 2018 train Honda Odyssey.
And when you drove, was there any, getting the car to drive over, was there any damage to the car, such as a scratch on the sides, or broken tail light?
No, as a matter of fact, it just,
No, you answered the question.
yeah.
And have you had any work done on the car recently?
Yes.
And what did you have done, and what was the approximate cost of your
Objection, Your Honor.
sustained? When you arrived, when did you arrive? When did you arrive at the depot?
When I arrived, did not see anyone from my group that celebrated in my car.
And how long would you say you waited in the car?
Not for long, maybe 5 to 10 minutes at the most.
And relative to the registry of deeds, can you give us a ballpark of where you left your car?
I decided to park at the very back end of the parking lot, closest to the tree, farthest away from the registry.
Oh. And you said you waited in the car 5 minutes or so. Eventually, did you see someone or some people from the group that you were planning to do?
I did. I had made a call first to see if they were there, but then I did actually.
And who did you?
Definitely.
Oh. And when you got out of your car, was it a result of that phone call, or a result of seeing someone, or what prompted you to get out of your car?
My memory serves correct. I believe she said she was there, so I didn't call again. I just saw, I think after 5 or 10 minutes, that the cars pulled in and I recognized some of the people from the video.
Yes, you remember who was recognized?
I did see Jennifer McLean and some other some of the family members and other witnesses.
And did you walk over the weekend? Did they walk back to you and go back?
I got out of my car, they parked, and then we all just stood in the vicinity of our cars and waited for other parties to arrive that would try to figure it out.
But I mean, sitting call Jennifer McKay, because you have your cell phone with you.
Yeah.
Ms. Gatani, do you have any children?
I do.
And did you make arrangements for the care of your children like that right now?
I did.
What arrangements did you?
My two youngest were in daycare, so I don't know already, and then my two oldest who were supposed to get out around a little past 3 o'clock. I had arranged for a babysitter to get them off the bus and bring them into my apartment.
And did you have a plan to get back or a desire to get back at a particular time?
I wasn't sure how long the hearing was going to last, but I told the who had never met my kid before, I told her that I would check into it.
I went to the hearing. Do you have any understanding as to whether or not Mr. Kierney would or would not be present? And it's fair to say that you have a former relationship with him. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And you committed a restraining order against Mr. Kierney, protective order. And did you have a copy of that with you at the time?
I did. I was surprised.
At this point, I guess I'm saying to sit down and ask if people will find
a copy of the two orders that I had.
No, operator.
May I see that? No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 16.
So, after you met the group, did you go home with them?
Yeah. Walking to the courthouse to do
Can you tell us after you heard them, what you observed as you walked into the walk up to the courthouse?
It's a lot of people in the group, and we kind of separated into two smaller groups. And I believe I was in the first group, and we started walking through the parking lot of the registry of youth. And we went to, here in the back, we went towards the right, I believe, around the registry of youth, come around and cross the crosswalk.
No question. And if you cross the crosswalk, where it's going.
Went up the stairs.
Before you entered, did anybody in your group have contact by telephone with everybody while you were
We called and
Next question. And do you understand the purpose of the call?
Yeah.
What was the purpose?
We warned the court officers that somebody from our group was in
Now, when you got over to the courthouse, were you met by it?
When we got inside, no, we went through security.
And after you went through security, what happened?
Then we were met by the advocate who brought us into a back room to be with a big crowd.
And do you remember who the advocate was? Do you remember who was the one? As you just said, this is only Steve Nelson, that something like that. Fine. So, Mr. Nelson takes you to a room somewhere?
Yeah.
Room was first floor, second floor?
I got my mom.
Now, yeah, but let me back up a little. Walking up the steps of the courthouse, you got relations of people outside, what they're doing, what they're saying.
There's a lot of people, a big crowd. I was yelling at attendees and screaming
But at some point, you proceed to the door of the court.
Yeah.
That's the main courtroom on the second floor.
I believe so.
Tell me what happened when you got to the door of the court and what happened.
And so there are glass cameras on the door and on the working in and I mean I with Mr. Kierney who has turned on and now what looks to me to be the word that I heard.
Are you still outside the courtroom?
I'm still outside.
Is the door open or closed?
Closed.
So you see it? Take it from the doors of glass.
Well, a part of this is
Touch. So you couldn't hear him say anything, but you saw him like that. And you inferred that he came out what you just said.
Objection to the leading on the stand.
All right, did you proceed to go into the court?
I walked in with the group that I was with, and I believe it was the court officer that led us to the right, the bench on the right, and the
And you sat down where you were collected. What happened?
After we were sitting there, only a couple minutes, I saw a court officer walk by us down the aisle, and well, I turned to him, and the court officer went up to where Mr. Kierney was sitting, and then Mr. Kierney stood up.
And after he stood up, what did you do?
I saw him move.
Did he leave by himself, or did he leave in company with someone else?
with a woman, you know. Not, I know now that it's me. Meredith,
so after Mr. Kierney leaves, what
continue to sit for the rest of the remainder of the hearing.
how long is that?
It wasn't very long, maybe 15, 20 minutes.
And while you're sitting there, you see Mr. Kierney off.
No, but I wasn't looking at it.
You were facing the front of the courtroom, looking at the judge, et cetera. So, the hearing is over, you get up to leave. You leave alone, or you leave with someone?
The group that I'm coming with.
As you're walking through the courthouse, do you make any observations about the people nearby?
Inside the courthouse, there was still a lot of people in the hallway that were looking at our group and yelling things and swearing at us, and it was just very loud.
So you continue on your way up. You go down the stairs.
So as we walked, I did out the entrance doors. We took a right instead of running the stairs.
Okay. You're ahead of me, Ms. Gatani. I was talking about the stairs from the second floor to the first floor.
Oh, I apologize.
You take those stairs down.
Yes.
And then when you get down there, you go out the same door you came in, or you just go out here?
Same door.
And that's the front door?
Yes.
Now I think we're on the same page. What happens then?
So then you walk out the front door.
And as you walk out the front door, you make any observations of the crowd, in terms of the number of people around, what you're hearing and seeing.
There was a lot of people, and it seemed to be a much rowdier crowd than we expected.
And as you're walking out, when you're going, at any point you see Mr. Kierney.
Okay.
You saw him or was he?
As soon as I walked out the front doors and looked straight ahead right before we went down the ramp, I could see him standing straight across from me on the steps of the registry of deeds.
Other than standing there, did you notice him doing anything?
Just holding his phone up.
So, what do you do with that when you're there?
So, I was a little nervous. The group that I was with.
Excuse me, you have to listen to the question, please.
Where do you go?
To the right, down the ramp.
You went down the ramp and then, do you remember who you were near at that point? Who was in front of you, who was behind you?
I know that Johnny Cage stayed closest to me at all times. I didn't really know a lot of the others because I was just introduced to many of them that day. So I just know that Johnny Cage and one of his sisters told me to stay close to them.
So, in terms of where you were in the pack, so to speak, were you near the front or near the back?
I was kind of in the middle.
Do you remember how you were dressed that day?
Yes, I had a long black pea coat, I guess, black pants, black flats, and a white purse.
So you proceed down to, you go to the bottom of the ring, and where do you go from
This is her right, so we walk in. This is going towards 7 Square, so we can get the crosswalk.
And do you look any further observations of Mr. Kierney either at that point or earlier than the one you just described?
Not at that point.
So do you cross the crosswalk? Yeah. And where can you go from there?
And you cross the crosswalk, and then it leads across to a street that's between the middle of the registry of deed and the district court. So we proceeded to go towards the back street that's in the middle of both buildings.
And where along that route do you see this? Where was it? Something like that.
It was on the left, on the, a wall, on the side of the road street, and when I'm north of the house, it was just like a brick or a cement wall. And he was standing there again, holding his phone up.
So it moved from the previous location?
Yes.
Did it move towards you or away?
Twice.
At some point, you believe you heard him say something?
Yes.
And what do you believe you heard him say?
Lying.
And are you sure that it was Mr. Kierney that you heard?
To me, it sounded like his voice.
Next question. The group continued walking, seeing them in the parking lot. And how far down did you go in the parking lot and shit?
We walked about halfway, and then stopped for a couple minutes.
And, so you walked about halfway and near your car at that point?
Not yet.
And you stopped for a conversation?
There was a few members of my group, I think that was parts and thought we stopped. Because the other members were pretty loud.
Fine. And after you did that, did people walk to the cars? You walked to your car. And at some point, did anything about your car attract your attention?
Yeah.
What was it that got your eye?
I noticed that my back driver's side tail light was scratched.
And so I take it when you noticed that, you probably approached your car.
Yeah.
And when you approached it, you make any further observations about you?
Yes.
And what did you notice?
There was also a deep indent and scratch that went from the smashed taillight all the way down through 2 quarter panels, the rear quarter panel and the second quarter panel where the door decided to begin.
And can we have a photo of that one second? We have number 22, please. Does that photo show that they can see a flash?
The crack tail light and the beginning of the fracture indent for the front of the tail light.
And could we have number 20, please? directing your attention to the photo that's now on screen, previously introduced as an exhibit. What does that photo show?
The remainder of the map and that.
And what was your reaction on seeing this? Did you take any action as a result of
I did not.
Are you aware that anybody else took any action on seeing this? Who did that?
I do know some the person who took pictures. If there's somebody else that probably
You didn't call the police yourself?
No.
You did it yourself, didn't you? Is there any reason why you didn't call the police yourself?
My mom had died.
When you say died, you mean the license charge? Expired. Did you ask the other person to call the police?
I don't believe so. I think it was the fact that
So after the call was placed to the police, what happened?
the police arrived.
You're quickly. Shortly after Lindsay, you give us a ballpark in terms of
Maybe 5 minutes.
And when you say the police arrived, one officer, more than one. You're ready to run the lady down. So, and what's his name? And when he arrived, what happened?
We got in the car and came over and asked what we were doing.
He asked you, or he asked someone with you, or just directly to general?
I think it was pretty general, we didn't really know who he was talking about.
You know the conversation that's been done? And it's investing your recollection, what did you say to him, what did you say to you?
I told him that I was going by the farmhouse that I was tomorrow and
Objection.
and noticed the damage to my car.
Did you make any mention of having a restraint?
Yes.
So,
He had asked me if I had an idea of his maximum.
And did you tell him the terms of restraining orders?
I can't recall.
Did you show him?
Can't recall.
Did he ask you about restraining?
Yes.
What did he ask you to do?
I remember I told him it was I guess someone named Eden Kierney, and I started to explain who he was, and he stopped me mid-sentence and said that he was aware of the TurtleBoy guy. And he said that.
And was that the extent of the conversation?
No.
What was it?
I explained to him what had occurred the courtroom, how he had left because of the restraining order, and that I believe, in my opinion, that had occurred, and that I thought that he had instructed somebody to get in the car because he was upset like that.
And what did the boss tell you he was going to do independently?
he told me he was going to, check the cameras in the nearby area, and do his best to do anyway, and the president go back to the engine fire and if you were doing that.
Now, when you were having this conversation, was there any concern about your children?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Overruled. Subject to cross.
I was nervous because the babysitter I had hired to let my children off the bus, like I had mentioned earlier, had never met my children before and didn't know what they looked like. So I told her I would call her, step out and call her, and then we would also go out and make sure to let them off the bus. Because the problem is that I had no way to do that.
So what did you want to do with that?
I wanted to just get in my car and get back to my house as soon as possible.
Fine. I see counsel.
Court is in recess in this case until 2 o'clock.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are in recess in the Aiden TurtleBoy Kierney case. Lindsay Gatani made it through direct. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, Lindsay Gatani made it through direct. We're going to go back to the Karen Reed case, but I can't tell you how proud I am. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so proud of Lindsay. She did it. Oh my goodness, she testified that she didn't know Aiden was going to be there, ladies and gentlemen, at the Karen Reed hearing on 2/26/2024. And ladies and gentlemen, Lindsay Gatani testified that she found her car broken after Aiden Kierney, she saw Aiden Kierney on in the bushes after he was told to leave the area. And then, ladies and gentlemen, Lindsay tried to report Aiden's RO violation, but she had to go home to care for her children. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, this is incredible. Lindsay Gatani has bravely taken the stand in the Aiden Kierney and TurtleBoy, Aiden TurtleBoy Kierney case. Oh my word, we're going to get caught up on Hank Brennan's cross. Don't worry, I think we're about to go to lunch in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe case. Let's find out. I'm here with you, little towels, don't worry.
So it will be the lunch and recess and we'll take an hour.
Okay, 1 hour, folks, 1 hour. 1 hour. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Don't worry, we're going to go right over to our other screen and start watching Hank. Don't worry, you didn't miss it. But listen, little towels, I'm so proud of Lindsay. Oh, we're so proud of Lindsay. Now, the Aiden TurtleBoy Kierney case is in lunch recess, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, my word, the Aiden TurtleBoy Kierney case is in lunch recess until 2 o'clock. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I need to eat another meal. I'm going to do that now. Hold on, little towels. Hold on, little towels. Was because Lindsay had a sitter at home that day. Oh, Lindsay is a super mom. Ladies and gentlemen, Lindsay Gatani is literally my hero. I want to build a statue to Lindsay Gatani. So brave. She got up there on that stand. She dominated. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Lindsay Gatani just dominated during her testimony in the Aiden Kierney and Lindsay Gatani case. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it was glorious. Oh, my word. It was just absolutely incredible. I can't believe it. Well, I cannot believe it. I can't believe Lindsay did so well. It was so hard for me to do that, but she did it. Oh, she did it. I think the direct is done. Oh, just in the direct of Lindsay Gatani in the Aiden TurtleBoy Kierney trial is now over. The case is on recess until 2 p.m. when we will resume. Lindsay told the judge from memory so many details about Aiden's alleged RO violation on 2/26/2024. She is amazing. She is a hero. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Lindsay Gatani is my hero. She did it. She did it, ladies and gentlemen. She did it. I'm so proud of her. You don't understand. She did it, little towels. She did it. Lindsay did it. We're so proud of her. She hasn't won. She just got through direct. The direct is over, ladies and gentlemen. The direct of Lindsay Gatani in the Aiden Kierney case is over. Lindsay now will have a little bit of a cross, but the judge is definitely going to keep it narrow. We'll listen to it in real time. I don't know if I'm going to actually let Bradel go over the earpiece. We might just do that summary coverage. It's over, ladies and gentlemen. Lindsay did it. She testified. The first witness to testify against Aiden TurtleBoy Kierney in a criminal trial, Lindsay Gatani, well, the first named victim. She did it, ladies and gentlemen. We are so proud of her. She is a super towel, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my word. Towel was listening to every word. Someone was broadcasting the Zoom feed, so I had to play that for you, and then I went downstairs and I listened to it on my own. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, I cannot believe Lindsay Gatani has pulled it off. We are so proud of you, Lindsay. All of us are absolutely proud of you. Courtney Myers Towel, you're a super towel. I made a denotation on my little yellow pad here about while I was taking notes on Lindsay's testimony downstairs about your wonderful donations. I'm going to make sure I can't talk to Lindsay until she's done with her testimony or whenever the sequestration order lifts. But you know, ladies and gentlemen, I am excited. Lindsay did so well, and now we get to watch Hank Brennan during lunch, and I really need to turn my air conditioner on, and I also really need to get a cheeseburger. I'm so hungry, I cannot explain it to you. When did Hank Brennan start his cross, ladies and gentlemen? Hold on here. Let me find it for you. When did Hank Brennan start his cross? Let me just go back. We're not back till 1:45 here, so give me a second. And by the way, whoever said that we weren't going to be done by Friday, no way, we're almost done. Once Alan Jackson finishes his redirect or whatever it is, we're going to be done. Hank only has 3 rebuttal witnesses. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm with you in chat. All I'm now looking for is the moment that Hank Brennan started his cross. So just give me a second, because Little Towel was being a little towel, and I wasn't exactly watching. I was listening to Lindsay, because she is my towel hero. So if anyone has a timestamp for when the Hank Brennan cross started of Dr. Rentschler from ARCA, please let me know, ladies and gentlemen. I don't see Hank Brennan up on cross just yet. Hold on. Was this still Alan Jackson? When did Hank start? Does anybody know? We're looking for the moment that Hank Brennan was up on cross, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, the law and crime feed isn't very helpful. Okay, I have another plan. Little towels. I have another plan. We're in recess in the Aiden Kierney case, but I can figure out when Hank started, because I can go over to the other feed and then I can just look when Hank starts standing up. So that occurred roughly, hold on, little towels, that occurred roughly at not 11:10, not 11:14, not 11:23, not 11:37. When is Hank standing up? Hold on here. Hold on. It doesn't start until maybe like 12. It was only like 10 or 15 minutes ago. All right, so what time is it? So that was the hardest thing I've ever done. We did it. We got through it. Ladies and gentlemen, we are celebrating Little Towel. He made it through. It looked like it started at about 11, what is that, like 36 or so? Not 12:36. Hank was talking at 11 for sure. He was talking at 11:55, so it was an hour ago. Listen, I know you all love Hank Brennan, but an hour is not 15 minutes. Unless you are an hour behind. It was actually more like an hour and 15 minutes ago. Hold on. It was actually at 11:52. So it was like 58 minutes ago. But yes, I know you all love Hank Brennan, but an hour is not 58 minutes. I would just like to assure you of that. 58 minutes is not 15 minutes. All right. Unless you're time traveling towels. Maybe you're time traveling towels. All right. I think I got it.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you.
I'm going to watch it, Kim. I'll let you know.
Dr. Rentschler, facts matter, don't they?
They do, yes, sir.
You've said it many, many times. Facts matter. Isn't that correct?
I think it was details, but facts matter too.
Do details matter, Doctor?
They do.
They're critical, aren't they?
Too.
Do details matter, Doctor?
They do.
They're critical, aren't they?
If you want to prove that something happened a certain way, they're critical, yes, sir.
When you were talking to the jury and giving opinions about where Mr. O'Keefe might have fell or not fell, you were discussing where Mr. O'Keefe was lying on the side of the yard, weren't you?
Where he came to rest?
Came to rest.
Well, approximately, we don't know the exact position, but yes.
You said 10 to 20 feet, didn't you?
I believe so, yes.
You said that 3 times, 10 to 20 feet. Do you think Mr. O'Keefe was 20 feet from the roadway?
Well, I think he's maybe 10 feet, but 20 feet is from, if you're hit by the car, you need some distance to travel. He couldn't travel just horizontally, or perpendicularly. So it would be at least 10 to 20 feet if you look at the total distance.
You have no idea where the point of impact was in this collision, do you?
Nobody does.
I'm asking you, not nobody.
Yeah,
Excuse me.
So go ahead and ask the question.
Dr. Rentschler, before this jury, have no idea where the point of impact was of this collision, do you?
That's correct. There's no evidence.
Put Exhibit 2, please. When you were giving your estimate 10 to 20 feet, Dr. Rentschler, did you ever see this photograph before or part of this video?
I'm sure I have.
Well, when you say you're sure you have, are you guessing or have you seen it or not seen it?
I'm sure I've seen this before, yes.
So you've seen this before?
Yes.
And when you looked at this video, did you look at the street and look at the area where Mr. O'Keefe was?
Sure, yes.
Sure?
Yes.
20 feet, Dr. Rentschler?
The way I explained it to you, yes, sir. 10 to 20 feet.
Details matter, don't they?
They certainly do, yes, sir.
Take that down, please. Did you speak to anybody today before you testified about Dr. Welcher's testimony in court?
I did not today, no, sir.
Before today, did you speak to anybody about Dr. Welcher's testimony?
I did not, no, sir.
At any point, did anybody discuss certain issues with you today that they said would be particularly important?
I don't believe so, no, sir.
When you began your testimony yesterday, before you even finished your credentials, you began talking about your work with the NHL and how important it was to use a 50% hybrid 3 dummy. Do you remember that testimony?
I did, yes, sir.
And you hadn't even finished your credentials yet. Was it brought to your attention that there was an issue in the testing because you or Dr. Wolf or you and Dr. Wolf chose to use a 50% dummy?
Not at all, no, sir.
In your preparation for your testimony, was it discussed at all that at the beginning you should get ahead of the issue and talk about the 50% dummy?
I didn't know it was an issue, no, sir.
Well, you know that the 50% dummy represents somebody who's 5'9", correct?
Approximately, yes, sir.
Approximately 173 pounds.
171, 172, somewhere around there.
And Mr. O'Keefe, how much did he weigh?
216, I believe.
How tall was he?
He was 73 inches, I believe.
So that is not a representative height and weight for Mr. O'Keefe, is it?
That height and weight, no, sir.
And so if you were making projections or analysis based on limb weights, they would be inaccurate if you didn't make adjustments, correct?
Well, they would certainly, the force on the limb would be less if you use a lighter limb. So if Mr. O'Keefe is heavier than the hybrid 3, and I use a hybrid 3, the forces I calculate would be an underestimate of the actual force acting on his body.
If you didn't make an adjustment, but you relied on the numbers from the test 3, the hybrid 3 dummy, ultimately the conclusions would be off, wouldn't they?
They would be an underestimate. Yes, the actual forces would be higher.
And so did you make any conclusions, or did you know that when Dr. Wolf did his tests using the hybrid 3 dummy, he didn't make any adjustments?
What do you mean? What adjustments would he make? You get the acceleration, but the acceleration's not going to change, and that's what we utilize. Then you can scale the weight of the body, but I'm not sure what he would have made adjustments for.
When you looked at the ratio, force and mass, if you use a lighter weight, the mass changes, doesn't it?
If you use a light, sure, yes.
Right. And that changes the force equation, doesn't it?
That can, yes.
And so when you were discussing yesterday at the beginning of your testimony about the 50% dummy, had that issue been raised with you?
No, sir, it had not.
You had testified before, hadn't you?
In this case?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And you knew there was a sequestration order?
Prior?
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't discuss the case with anyone, no, sir.
Well, you didn't discuss it with anybody, you said?
I did not know.
Before you testified last year, you were receiving information from your employer about issues and testimony in the case.
The party that retained us told us things. I didn't break any sequestration. They were the ones in contact with the court. So it was my assumption that whatever they were telling me was allowed by the court. They were the client. I didn't discuss anything with them or tell them anything. But yes, they told us certain things.
Before you testified under oath last year, you were getting updates from your employer about details of this case, weren't you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, we can approach briefly.
We're going to jump through the sidebars to save time because we're total time travelers, and apparently there was like 7 sidebars.
Before you testified last year, you were receiving information, not from the defense, from your employer, about other witnesses' testimony during the event, weren't you?
I don't know if they told us about witness testimony. They told us about certain evidence. I had no contact with the court, with the prosecution, with the defense. I had no idea what was going on. We were retained by a certain organization, and they contacted the court. They were in talks with the court about, I guess, what we could or couldn't do. Anything I got was from that organization.
Voir dire 2, 118, line 15. Did you testify under oath that they did inform me, yes, about testimony and situations and events that came forth in the event that I was not aware of?
I don't know. They told us about evidence. I don't know if it was specific to who testified to what, but they told us certain things, certainly, yes.
What I just said to you, are those your words, sir?
I have no idea. I mean, if that's what's in the record, I assume it is.
Would you agree it certainly helped you prepare?
It helped me prepare?
Yes.
It didn't make a difference to my analysis or conclusions.
Made no difference at all?
It did not, no, sir.
Would you agree it helped you understand what was going on during the trial?
I don't think it made a difference at all, no. It doesn't change the facts that I evaluated or the analysis I conducted or the conclusions I came to.
And so as you sit here today, you are denying that that information certainly helped you prepare.
How did it help me prepare? It didn't change the opinions I offered. It didn't change what was in my report or what I'm opining to or testifying to today. It hasn't changed anything I've ever testified to.
I'm going to ask you a very specific question, and I want you to give me a very specific
Objection, Your Honor.
So just go ahead and ask the question.
Are you denying that receiving that information certainly helped you prepare?
Honestly, I can't remember. It didn't change my opinion. I don't see how it would help me prepare. I remember there was evidence about trace DNA found that we didn't know before. That didn't change my opinion then. It doesn't change my opinion now. It doesn't have anything to do with my opinion.
Details matter, right, sir?
Details can matter.
Details matter. So let's talk about detail.
Sure.
Are you denying that receiving that information certainly helped you prepare? You denying it?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
Yeah, I don't think that it did. It's been a year, but certainly it didn't change any of my opinions or what I opined to. It didn't change anything with my testimony.
I'm going to ask you one more time. I'll ask you a different question. Receiving that information from your employer, are you denying it helped you understand what was going on during the trial?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I don't even think that it did. I don't understand that. I understood what was happening. I understood what the theory was. So saying that there's trace DNA doesn't change anything. It doesn't affect what my understanding of the trial was or what was happening or what allegedly occurred.
When you were traveling out to testify last year, you had phone conversations with the defense, didn't you?
I think I had like 2 phone conversations, 2 or 3.
So that sounds like a yes, you did.
Yes, there was one right before my qualification, my voir dire, where I talked to Mr. Jackson, and that was it. Other than that, I think it was just planning and scheduling.
Mm-hmm. Was there any discussion on how you could portray yourself as independent?
I don't believe there was.
So you don't believe?
Yeah, there was no need to.
That's not the question. Details matter. Was there any attempt?
So the objection's sustained. I'm going to strike that, folks, okay? Questions, Mr. Brennan?
Was there any attempt in your conversations to portray yourself as independent as far as your arrangements were concerned in coming out here?
No, I don't think so, because there was no need to, because it was independent.
When you had conversations with the defense, did they offer to give you transportation assistance getting here?
They provided a ride to and from the airport, yes.
Did you tell the defense that you prefer to take an Uber so that it would appear independent to a jury?
No, because I didn't take an Uber. I took their ride. If I wanted to appear independent, then I would have taken an Uber.
Did you have a conversation about that you were thinking about taking an Uber?
It didn't even cross my mind, sir.
And then after you testified, did you stay independent?
What do you mean independent?
Well, did you have any bias forming in you?
Any bias?
Bias, yes.
What do you mean? Did I have any bias?
Well, after you testified, where did you go?
Well, I was waiting for my ride, and to get back to the airport, they had to take other people, and so they were having a lunch afterwards, and they said, come have a sandwich, and then your ride will take you to the airport. So I went, and I had a ham sandwich.
You had a ham sandwich. Did you testify at some point that after you had something to eat, you just stood in the corner?
I did. I sat at a table, ate, and then went over and literally stood in the corner waiting for my ride.
When you sat at the table and eat, did you just eat your ham sandwich, or did more go on?
I ate. People were talking. I really didn't talk much at all.
Did you listen?
Well, certainly, I'm sure I did, sir.
Did you laugh along?
I assume if something funny was said, I probably laughed.
Did you talk about your testimony?
I don't, at this point, I don't even remember.
Let me alert you to something. When you were there at the luncheon, did you see a camera crew?
I believe I did, yes, sir.
Filming and documenting, right?
There were a lot of cameras, yes.
You know that you might have been on some of that footage?
That's fine. I could care less.
Okay. So do you think maybe you were talking about the case and your answers and laughing it up a little bit?
I have no idea. Possibly.
You were involved in conversations with the defense attorneys, were you?
What do you mean conversation, sir? I had just gotten done testifying. I was having lunch. Whatever was spoken about at the table, I'm sure I heard.
You know what a conversation is when someone speaks to you and you answer.
Sure.
Did you have conversations with some of these folks?
Sir, I can't remember conversations I had last week, let alone a year ago. So I probably did, but I have no clue what we would have talked about.
Do you remember accolades you might have been receiving because you had given certain answers to the then prosecutor on the case and laughing about the answers?
I have no idea. I can't remember last week what I had for lunch last Tuesday. How would I remember a conversation from over a year ago?
You remember when you were having conversations with some of these folks and you were laughing about when the prosecutor asked you about other evidence like DNA? You had a response, well, the physics doesn't change. You remember?
I don't specifically remember that, no, sir.
How long were you at the table eating your ham sandwich with the folks there enjoying the event? How long do you think that went on for?
I honestly don't know. 10 minutes? How long does it take you to eat a ham sandwich? 10 minutes?
And after you finished your ham sandwich and then you told us you stood in the corner, you got a ride back to the airport?
I did, yes, sir.
Yeah. After you got back to the airport, ultimately your company billed the defense for your time preparing and traveling and testifying?
I believe they did.
Well, you wrote your bills down, didn't you? You wrote your time down?
Well, I don't know who gets billed to it. I think it was actually, I wrote my time down and it was the same time code for the original employer that we had. I'm not involved in billing. I don't know who the bill goes out to. I just put my time in and do my work.
Do you know that the defense paid that bill?
I have no idea if they paid it or not.
And then now you have a new contract with the defense. Or I should say you have a contract with the defense, don't you?
I assume ARCA does. Again, I'm not involved in that. I don't do any part of the financials. I just do my job.
Do you keep your billing?
I enter my billing every week, yes.
Do you know how much you've been paid so far in this case?
I haven't been paid anything. I'm a salaried employee for ARCA. I have no idea how much ARCA's been paid.
How much has ARCA been paid because of your work so far?
I have no idea. I'm not involved in the financials, sir.
You have no idea how much time, how much compensation your company is going to get for the work that you've done and continue to do on this case? You have no idea.
It's not my concern. It's not my department, so I don't.
Is that that's a no?
That's a no, sir.
Now, when you communicated with the defense, you texted, didn't you?
When?
At any point.
There were some texts, yes.
And at some point there was a court order for you to bring a copy of your text?
I believe so, yes.
But when you say you believe so, details matter.
Yeah.
Do you know whether there was a court order for you to bring your text?
I believe there was, yes.
Did you comply with that court order?
I complied with, yes, with whatever I had.
Did you have any of the text messages?
I don't believe so.
What happened?
Well, there were like 2 text messages about where I could get my ride and what time. And so after that day, like I do many times, I'd probably erase those texts.
When you say probably, did you delete the text that you had with the defense last year during the trial?
Again, I had like 2 texts about scheduling, and I'm sure I deleted them like sometime around that time, like I do with most texts.
Did you ever use Signal?
I did not, no, sir.
Why not?
I have no need to.
Why would you have a need to?
I'm going to allow it.
I wouldn't have a need to. That's why I said I don't use it.
What's Signal for?
It's for, I think, for encrypted messages.
Do any of your colleagues use Signal to have conversations with their clients?
I'm going to allow that you're aware.
I have no idea what my fellow employees or cohorts do.
One of your fellow employees is a gentleman by the name of Dr. Wolf. Yeah. You worked very closely with him on this case, didn't you?
I've worked with him on this case, yes, sir.
And working with him on this case, were you aware of his habits, of whether or not he used encrypted apps like Signal?
I'm going to allow it.
I'm not aware of Dr. Wolf's habits, no, sir.
When you worked on this case, when you began, you worked with a gentleman by the name of Mr. Klein?
But Scott Klein is another engineer at ARCA that worked on the case, correct.
And you worked with Dr. Wolf?
That's correct, yes.
You worked as a group?
Well, I mean, we all worked on the project together. I'm located in the Pittsburgh office, and Mr. Klein and Dr. Wolf are in the Philadelphia office, so we didn't physically work together, but we worked on the same project, obviously.
When you first began your testimony yesterday, you said that you were restrained in what you could do. Do you remember that testimony?
I do, yes.
And when you said you were restrained, were you attempting like a preemptive strike because of certain things you didn't do to try to ward off any questions about that?
Objection. Sustained.
Let me ask it this way. Were the rules different regarding your initial investigation for you as opposed to Dr. Wolf?
I don't know that they were. I don't believe they were.
Did Dr. Wolf have free reign to do whatever he wanted?
Objection. Sustained.
Were you given free reign to do whatever testing you wanted?
I don't believe we were, no.
You, though, were you?
Was I?
Yes, were you given free reign to do whatever testing you wanted?
I mean, there was budgets and we had to stay within certain values. So I wouldn't say I was given free rein because I couldn't do whatever I wanted.
Did anybody tell you what tests you could or couldn't do?
I don't think there was a list of specific tests or not, but you would discuss what would be done or what we could do and what the cost of those tests would be.
Were you free to suggest any tests that you wanted to?
I'm assuming I could suggest whatever I wanted to, sure.
Were any of your suggestions denied?
Can't remember. I don't know that they were. I mean, we had what we were constrained is what the client wanted to know. And so we tailored our tests to do that and tried to keep the budget and the cost of what we did in our analysis down for that very purpose.
Could you have suggested crash tests?
Probably could have suggested whatever I want.
Did you suggest crash tests?
Honestly, I don't know. I mean, it might have been brought up, but pretty sure that would not have been within the budget. So
I want you to be detailed. I don't want you to guess.
So without that preamp, go ahead and just ask the question, please.
Did you suggest doing crash tests last year?
I can't remember. We obviously didn't, but I don't know if that was brought up or not.
Since your memory is difficult.
Sustained. Okay.
Let's get ready to time travel, towels. I don't think I'm going to have time to get lunch. That's okay. I have to prioritize. Maybe I'll get dinner later. We're time traveling towels. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, no sidebars here. Time traveling towels. Sidebar eliminated. Time traveling towels.
To remember things, do you write them down?
That's one of the ways you can do it, sure.
Do you do it? Do you write down things so you don't forget?
Depends what it is.
Okay. You provided a CV, which is a resume?
That's correct, yes.
Resume outlines your education?
Yes, sir.
Areas of specialty?
Correct.
And then it highlights your accomplishments as far as the focus of your specialty or the focus of your profession, what you like or what you do a lot, right?
Some of it, yes, sir.
So, for example, you have a number of publications that are peer reviewed.
Correct.
And peer review publications mean that you've written something that's been evaluated and considered by other experts in the industry and have been adopted or recognized, correct?
Well, that it's been published, yes, sir.
You have a long list of peer-reviewed articles dating back to 2003. Is that correct?
Yeah, as I said yesterday, most of my peer-reviewed articles are all written when I was in graduate school. Correct.
Have you had any peer-review articles since 2003?
Probably not. No.
And your peer-review articles, 2003, deal with the evaluation of selected electric-powered wheelchairs.
That was one of them. Yes, sir.
The next one, intelligent walkers for the elderly.
Correct.
Comparison of fatigue life for 3 types of manual wheelchairs?
Yes, sir.
Evaluation of a pushroom activated power assisted wheelchair?
Correct.
Displacement between the seating surface and hybrid testing dummy during transitions with the variable configuration wheelchair?
The hybrid 3, yes, sir.
Assessment of manual wheelchair ride?
Correct. I was looking at forces and accelerations on the body. Yeah.
Fatigue life of 2 manual wheelchair cross brace designs?
Yes, sir.
Evaluation of selected ultralight manual wheelchairs?
Yes, sir.
Augmentation of 100 key ISO wheelchair test dummy to accommodate higher mass.
Yes, sir.
And so you would agree that all of your peer review articles deal with wheelchairs?
Well, wheelchairs and the kinematics and kinetics forces associated with propelling wheelchairs and injuries associated with that. Yes, sir.
Do any of them deal with pedestrian collisions?
No, they don't.
You've written a book chapter?
Yes, sir.
Smart Technology for Aging?
Yes, sir.
And again, nothing on pedestrian accidents?
That's correct.
Expanded abstracts, you've written a few?
I have, yes, sir.
Suffice to say, dealing with wheelchairs?
And assistive technology, that's correct, yes, sir.
Any have to do with pedestrian collisions?
I don't believe so, no.
Looking at your CV, you can note any area of specialty you'd like, correct?
You can put down whatever you like, I suppose, sure.
Sure. Have you listed any specialty as pedestrian collisions?
Well, not specifically. That actually falls under impact biomechanics, biomechanical injury causation. So I didn't list it specifically, but it certainly falls under the actual expertise that I perform.
Now, doctor, when you worked with Dr. Wolf, did you have a chance to look at his report?
I did, yes.
If you saw anything in the report that was off or mistaken, would you have an opportunity to discuss that with him?
I'm sure I would, yes, sir.
Did you find anything about his report that was wrong as far as data?
I don't recall. If I did, I probably would have talked to him, but I don't recall.
You and Dr. Wolf were collaborating together, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
And when you collaborate, you relied on each other's data at times, didn't you?
To some extent, yes.
Some things Dr. Wolf did, you relied on ultimately for your interpretation and your conclusions.
I did, yes.
Did you write a report and talked about the acceleration of the ATD, the test dummies, regarding its hands and arms?
I did, yes.
When you wrote your report talking about this very specific data, do you remember what you determined was the acceleration for the ADT right hand at 29 miles per hour? How many G's that was?
Let's see. Accelerations for the right hand.
Page 6.
Yeah, it looks like 863 Gs.
And when you were comparing data with Dr. Wolf, if something was different or off, would you correct it?
I'd talk to him about it, sure.
Okay. Did you ever talk to him about his collection of data regarding peak acceleration that the arm and hand experienced at a 29 mile per hour collision?
Well, when I think that 863 is from 1,000, the CFC 1,000 hertz low pass filter. And in his report, he used a lower number from a 180 hertz. So they're both accurate numbers. It's just how you actually filter the data.
So you know what I'm talking about, right?
I do, yeah.
Yeah.
And I ended up using a lower number than when I did my calculations.
Could we have Exhibit 1, please? You've talked a lot about this photograph. Do you see it?
I do, sir, yes.
And you described, well, you didn't describe, you read that these were superficial abrasions, correct?
That's the diagnosis, yes, sir.
Any of those wounds a puncture in your mind?
I don't make medical diagnoses, so I'm not going to comment on that, sir.
Well, you talked about x-rays and injury. I know you don't make medical diagnosis, but you were very careful to be detailed about what this was. Not a laceration, right? It is a superficial abrasion.
That was what was diagnosed by the medical records, yes, sir.
And you were very careful to make that distinction when you were critiquing Dr. Welch, weren't you?
Sustained into that point.
And so you also looked at x-rays, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And when you looked at them, did you try to give the impression that you read them, even though you're not a doctor and you can interpret them?
Sustained.
Were you trying to interpret them for us?
No, it was actually interpreted by the medical examiner that there were no acute injuries.
So when you were giving all that information to the jury about the x-rays, was that your personal opinion, or were you just regurgitating something you had read?
That was the medical examiner's opinion, but certainly you can look at the x-rays and see that there are no actual fracture lines or space displacement between the joints. But it's the medical examiner and his diagnoses that I rely upon.
So when you were going through an explanation of all these different photographs and x-rays, you weren't trying to portray that you were giving your own personal opinion about it?
I don't give diagnoses, but if there's no fractures on an x-ray as diagnosed by an MD or physician, you can look at the x-ray and then you can see why there are no fractures. You can look at the x-ray and see where the fractures are if there's a diagnosis. So the diagnosis was no fracture, no acute injury, and that's certainly consistent with looking at the x-ray itself.
So when you were looking up the x-ray and holding it up, was that just a prop? I mean, were you simply just regurgitating what you read in the report, or were you doing a certain were you doing any kind of analysis yourself when you were sharing with us what those x-rays showed or didn't show?
The analysis is that there's no fracture or acute injury, and that's what the medical diagnosis is, and that's what the x-rays showed.
Are you giving us your opinion, or are you regurgitating what you read in a report?
That is what the medical diagnosis is, that there's no fractures and no acute injuries. That's what the medical opinion is.
So you're regurgitating what's in the report?
Sustained in that form.
Did you see any MRIs?
I don't believe any MRIs were taken or performed.
In x-rays, does it depict deep soft tissue damage?
Normally, it does not depict soft tissue damage, no.
How about muscle tears?
No, it does not.
How about tendon tears?
Not normally, except you can see laxity in the joints if there is tendon or ligament tears. Normally, you can see laxity in the joints, but it doesn't show the ligament or the tendon itself.
Nerve injuries?
No, sir.
Avulsion fractures?
Yes, sir.
People sometimes get MRIs to see if there's a fracture that doesn't appear in an x-ray. Yes?
Sometimes x-rays are the best for looking at bony fractures. MRIs looking at soft tissue injuries.
Speaking of wounds, you've cited a number of references, a number of materials in your reports, haven't you?
I have, yes, sir.
And one of them that you've cited is forensic pathology.
Yes, sir.
This is a legitimate source to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you've relied on it for at least part of the basis of your study or opinions.
Well, I relied on it because it speaks and looks at the difference between, for instance, a laceration and an abrasion.
A person could be struck by a motor vehicle and not indicate any bruising to that area, wouldn't you say?
At what speed, what part of the vehicle were they contacted, what part of the body were they contacted? It depends on the amount of force associated with that. There's a number of variables involved.
Okay. Does the absence of a bruise indicate that there was no blunt force trauma to the area?
I'm going to allow it. Can you answer that?
Well, the absence of a bruise, can you repeat that again?
You were talking about bruising.
Yes.
Does the absence of a bruise necessarily indicate there was no blunt force trauma to an area?
No, you have to look at all the evidence, and you have to look at the force. If there's 4,000 pounds of force applied to the body or to the arm, then certainly you would expect a bruise. And if there's no bruise, then you would have to question if that impact or contact actually occurred. You don't just look at that by itself in isolation. You look at all the variables and facts involved with the case to determine if an injury occurred.
Have you ever seen collisions where more than one person was hit or struck by the vehicle?
Multiple pedestrians, you mean?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And have you ever seen in a collision where the vehicle's going the same speed when it hits multiple different people, there can be multiple different injuries?
That is so vague, and you'd have to go back and look at a specific case, look at the injuries, look at the vehicle, look at the people. You can't just say, is it possible this could occur? You have to look at a specific case and demonstrate that that could actually happen.
Well, I'm not asking if it's possible. I'm asking in your experience. Have you?
I'm going to allow that.
Have you ever been involved in evaluating multiple pedestrian crash where there are multiple pedestrians hit by one vehicle and they sustain different or in some cases no injuries? Has that ever happened in your study?
Sure, because it depends where they're hit, what part of the body they're hit on, what the force is for that hit. The people aren't going to be hit the same multiply by one vehicle. You can certainly have multiple people in different types of injuries.
Have you seen people hit by a vehicle at a particular speed and have certain injuries, and then you've seen other cases where people are hit by a vehicle similar speed but have no injuries? Have you ever seen that?
I'm going to allow it.
So what do you mean by injuries?
Have you ever seen, in any of your cases, a pedestrian hit at a certain speed and have injuries, and another case where you look at where there is a similar type of collision with different injuries?
So again, do you mean abrasions, cut, laceration, fracture? Do you mean same cars? It's not something that you look for and compare between cases. You'd have to go back and actually study the cases and look at the details.
Having experience in pedestrian collisions, you can't think of a similarity between cases as far as vehicles and speeds and totally different injuries occurring.
I'm going to allow that. Can you?
Do you mean hit the same way with the same type of car at the same speed with the same force?
I'm going to allow it. Can you answer it?
I don't believe I've ever seen a case where two people were hit with the same car at the same speed with the same force with different injuries. I don't even know if you can correlate that.
Looking at Exhibit 1, have you done any study about the directionality of glass or broken plastic?
What do you mean by directionality?
About when something shatters, how it shatters. Does it shatter the same every time, or when plastic shatters, does it shatter differently?
It certainly depends on the impact.
Do you have any studies where plastic shatters exactly the same way on different impacts?
I doubt that it shatters exactly the same way.
It has a lot of different variables, doesn't it?
It could.
Depends on a number of different equations, doesn't it?
Well, it depends on the testing you do. If you want to see how it shatters, and if you're claiming that it shattered in a certain way to cause a certain injury, if you don't have any peer-reviewed evidence, if you don't have any research, then you have to do the testing, because you can't just say, well, it's possible it could shatter this way and cause that injury. That's not conclusive. You can't use that to come to an opinion about what happened.
Oh, that wasn't what I was asking you. I was asking you if you have seen in cases that when plastic breaks, it breaks differently.
Yeah. Well, sure. The testing we've done here, the taillights covers fractured differently, and we didn't get any contact. So I have personal experience just with this case alone.
We'll get to the contact. When you looked at all the tests you did, the plastic broke differently in each and every case, every experiment, didn't it?
Sure, it's broken like that, and I've never seen a case where you get these types of abrasions.
Well, I didn't ask you that. Is that funny?
It's not funny.
Okay.
So I'm going to strike the comment. Next question. Next question, Mr. Brennan. No more comments.
When you did your experiments, the sizes of plastic that broke were different in each experiment, weren't they?
They were, yes.
The number of breaks in each experiment were different, weren't they?
They were, yes.
The angles of the break changed from piece to piece, experiment to experiment, didn't they?
I'm sure they did.
Did you watch the videos and watch the damage and take a look and count how many pieces broke in each experiment?
I didn't specifically count, no. We looked at contact to the sleeve and to the dummy itself.
You never counted the broken pieces in each experiment?
I did not. There was no need to.
Not a matter if there's a need, did you?
I did not, no, sir.
Okay. You had talked quite a bit about Dr. Welcher's test with the paint, so I want to ask you some questions about that. Were you ever under the impression that Mr. Welcher, you can take that down, please. Were you ever under the impression that Dr. Welcher was trying to reenact the actual collision when he did that blue test?
I'm going to allow it.
Well, that was the only test he performed, and he referenced that test for his opinion that the position and orientation of the lacerations are consistent with the taillight cover. So if that test was not intended to signify or demonstrate the position of the arm, he has no evidence to say the position and orientation of the arm in the lacerations, which are abrasions, are consistent with the taillight cover. That's the only test he did. So if it doesn't represent that, it's really meaningless in his analysis and conclusions.
Now that you've shared your opinions, can I get back to my question?
Sustained. So, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Brent, all right, I'm going to see counsel at sidebar.
Ooh, they were getting feisty. Feisty, ladies and gentlemen. Feisty. Also, what do you think of the picture? Do you think Hank Brennan and his wonderful Randy and also Chloe, and apparently there's a baby crash test dummy involved. Are you all thrilled with this, ladies and gentlemen? I think the person who sent this to me is now watching the stream. They are so proud of themselves. They got a picture on Towel Stream, ladies and gentlemen. It is a world famous achievement you don't understand. Hank Brennan has apparently presided over the marriage ceremony. We're going to call that doll Lindsay, okay? Lindsay's beautiful. The doll is beautiful. Lindsay can be Chloe's mom. And then that's Randy, okay? And Randy has a little crash test baby. And they have gotten married. And Hank Brennan is presiding over the ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, this is adorable. Listen, Randy, I'm not sure how I feel about you being with Lindsay. We'll need to talk about it. Listen, my heart's breaking. Wait a minute. No, we can't do that. We cannot do that. Nope, it's not happening. Randy can do it if he absolutely needs to. I'm not going to hate on Randy for that, ladies and gentlemen. This is hilarious. Whoever sent that to me is tuning in and like, oh no. Yes, that is Rescue Randy marrying his bride, who we've determined is Lindsay. And Lindsay is Chloe's mom. And then Rescue Randy has a baby who's also a crash test baby. And Hank Brennan presided over the marriage. Oh, it's glorious, ladies and gentlemen. Go, Hank Brennan. Wait a minute. I want Hank Brennan to preside over my marriage. Oh, that would be wonderful, ladies and gentlemen. You don't understand. Oh, a rose groweth from the concrete of the chaos that is the Karen Reed trial. Ladies and gentlemen, Hank Brennan has presided over the wedding ceremony of Rescue Randy and also a doll that we have determined is Lindsay. And now I think that Hank Brennan should officiate my wedding. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I can imagine it now. It is glorious. I'll bring Chloe. Oh, Chloe, yeah. Oh, listen. If I ever have a wedding, I am inviting Chloe the dog. You don't understand. You can all come too. But I have to invite Chloe the dog. Ladies and gentlemen, and listen. I think I have just seen into my future. I want Hank Brennan to officiate my wedding, and I want Chloe the dog to be the ring bearer, okay? Listen, it will be the most glorious thing. You don't understand. If Chloe the dog officiates my wedding, and okay, wait a minute. No. Chloe the dog is the ring bearer, and Hank Brennan's going to officiate my wedding. I'm not saying he's going to agree to this.
We'll be the luncheon recess, and we'll take an hour.
All right, we got to the end. There's more cross to come from Hank. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to let you know that I have decided that Chloe the dog is going to be the ring bearer in my wedding, and that Hank Brennan, if he wants to, is going to officiate it. There is a Karen cam. Don't worry. It was just we were, Housewives and True Crime, we were re-watching Hank's Cross that we missed during the Aiden case. There is a Karen cam today. Don't panic, ladies and gentlemen. Don't panic. Court's coming back into session in the Karen Reed trial at 1:45. We'll head right over there and watch that for 15 minutes. Then we're going to, if somebody puts up the Zoom feed, if one of the channels does, because we'll see if we can find it. I found it last time. We're going to put up coverage of the end of the Aiden TurtleBoy Kierney case. Is Aiden Kierney going to call Paul O'Keefe? Ladies and gentlemen. Paul. Is Aiden Kierney going to call Paul O'Keefe? I was talking to a different Paul. Is Aiden Kierney going to get convicted? When are closing arguments going to happen in the Kierney case? Is it going to be literally before 4 o'clock? Tune in. We don't know how it's all going to turn out, ladies and gentlemen, but I promise you, Little Towel will be with you for every single moment. Oh, goodness, as long as I can get this tag out of my shirt. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's going to be quite a day. Now, listen, I am thrilled for Rescue Randy. We don't have to look at the fan. Hold on, I got a plan. I am a towel with a plan, so you don't have to look at the fan. I'm the towel man with a plan. Ladies and gentlemen, you don't have to look at the fan. There you go. Thank you, Hank Brennan, and Rescue Randy, and a doll we've decided is Lindsay, because she's very beautiful, for preventing us from having to look at the fan. Now, if you're wondering what the hell is going on here, well, we watched... we listened to the whole Aiden Kierney trial, day 2. Lindsay Gatani, 2 police officers, and Lindsay Gatani took the stand, along with a tech expert, to confirm Aiden's positioning was within 100 yards of Lindsay, which was hilarious. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are simply waiting for that trial to resume at 2 p.m. While we're waiting for that trial to resume, we're going to pick up with coverage of the Karen Reed case from 1:45 until 2. So if you're planning ahead, I know, listen, I wish I could broadcast both audios at once. I cannot. I can do captions of the Karen Reed case with live feed and Karen Cam, and then I can do audio coverage of Aiden's case. That's the best I can do for you. We're going to do that again. Yes, if Hank Brennan officiates my wedding, I will call him Pastor Hank. It would be the most greatest thing in the entire world. You don't understand. I now have a life goal. I've never had one before. I want Hank Brennan to officiate my wedding, and I want you all to come. Do you know the movie Real Big Fish? If I had a wedding, it would be like the movie Real Big Towels, ladies and gentlemen. Do you understand? I'm telling you, it would be amazing. Hank Brennan would definitely come. If I was like, Hank Brennan, will you come to my wedding and be the pastor? You don't understand. It's fulfilling some kind of towel stream-based prophecy. You must come to the wedding, and you can bring Rescue Randy, and I'll call Chloe, and I'll speak in dog language, and then I'll ask her to be the ring bearer. Hank Brennan won't be like, of course, I love Chloe. I would think so. I would hope so, ladies and gentlemen. Now, if you're wondering, listen, I didn't do it. It was somebody who sent it to me. But listen, if you're wondering, why is Grant talking about Hank Brennan officiating his wedding? Well, listen, clearly we have photographic evidence that Hank Brennan officiated a wedding between Rescue Randy, with a baby, Rescue Randy, and a doll we've decided is Lindsay, because she's very beautiful, and a German Shepherd who is Chloe, and Lindsay is clearly Chloe's dog mom, okay? Did someone steal my towel? Well, listen, Mandy Strong, listen, we had an honorary towel wedding. You will forever be honorary towel spouse. I promise you, dear Mandy, no one will steal your honorary towel spouse crown. Yes, Steph, listen. My life is either going to be chronicled in a movie called, and listen, I've thought about this deeply, it's going to be a cartoon series, The Brave Little Towels, okay? Shout out Ange Whittick. It's going to be, I hope she tunes in right now. It's going to be a take on The Brave Little Toaster, but it's going to be about us adventuring around the world with a diplomatic flotilla full of kangaroos, pandas, koalas, camels, peacocks, Brewski the Irish setter, who is also a undercover territorial expansionist, and then because Wicked Uma likes penguins, we're also going to bring some penguins from Antarctica if they consent. So, that was going to be my cartoon, but I think there should be a wonderful movie, if I ever get married, God willing, if I ever get married, where it's like, it will be called The Real Big Towels, okay? It won't be about Real Big Fish. It'll be a take on it where we all show up at my wedding, and we're all like, oh my God, these are all the people from chat. They're real. And we'll hug each other, and it will just be the greatest crescendo. It will be the towel rose that greweth from the concrete chaos that was the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. I have a dream, ladies and gentlemen, and it is for Chloe the dog to be the ring bearer at my wedding with Hank Brennan as the pastor. You don't understand. I didn't know about this until 20 minutes ago, and now this is the only thing I want to accomplish in life. Listen, I can't get married just to make this happen. I'm not going to force it. If I'm going to get married, it has to be natural. I have to just find the person who makes Tal feel at home wherever he is, and that will make me very happy, and it will really help if she likes honey mustard, okay? I can't explain. I just really like honey mustard. So anyway, if that happens, I just want Hank Brennan to be the pastor of my wedding, and I want Chloe to be the ring bearer, and then I will be the happiest little towel in the world. Well, no, you don't understand, Allie 90211. I just have this vision I have a vision. I'm going to effectuate the vision. We are Farmhouse. I'm doing my best to make contact with Pilgrim Shadow. I have calmed down from earlier because I have put some, I hope, resources into motion. If Pilgrim Shadow shows up or mentions in the comments that they need a specific form of help, please take note of it. Tell friends, let me know. I've also sent 2 messages to Pilgrim Shadow. I do have a direct line of contact. It's not a phone, but I've sent 2 messages. As soon as I hear what Pilgrim Shadow needs, I promise you, I know all of you are wondering, how can we help Pilgrim Shadow? As soon as I get some indication of what we can specifically do, we will act on it. You may have seen Tal broke down in tears earlier, perhaps rightfully so, because Pilgrim Shadow was not doing well and needed help, and we are going to find a way to do it, but I have to get an answer, and we're going to put, I'll do whatever I can to get an answer about that, and we will follow up. And also, today has been a very stressful day, and I appreciate all your indulgences as I literally wade through this minefield of intense emotional situations while also doing my best to keep Super Towels in our mind. Now I want to send a super special shout out to the Super Towel who's in the hospital with pneumonia. You know who you are if you're listening to us. Towel loves you, my dear friend. We have a lot of Towel friends balancing a lot of different things. I can feel it in my heart, but we're going to get through it together. If we get worried, we'll just hold out our towel hands. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. I won't throw anything away because of the brave little toaster. Yes, and don't get air conditioners upset, ladies and gentlemen. You don't want to upset air conditioners. That's the lesson I learned from the brave little toaster. Okay, now we got to think here. We only got a few more minutes until court comes into session. So I want to make this into an emoji for you all. So I want to let you know you are going to get a Hank Brennan emoji with that doll and Chloe the dog. It's the greatest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Now we're going to go over to the other screen in just a minute here, because court's going to come into session at 1:45. It's not going to be past 1:45 because Judge Kierney is keeping this on schedule. Alan Jackson got through his direct right when I thought, after about 2 hours. Hank Brennan's still on cross, which means Jackson should be done with redirect. If we start Hank Brennan's rebuttal case today, ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you, closing arguments will be Friday morning, and this jury will be going into deliberations. Now, you can see we're back over on the Karen Cam screen. Don't panic, little towels. Don't panic. The fan is spinning. I'm going to have coverage for you of the Aiden Kierney case at the top of the hour, 2 p.m. Now, we all love Lindsay very, very much. Now, I just want to show you the vote, ladies and gentlemen. I left this running all day. I inadvertently let hundreds of people vote on it. The question was, is Aiden Kierney going to be convicted? Here are the results. Drum roll, please. Ladies and gentlemen, of almost 500 plus votes, one of the biggest poll results on Towel Stream, ladies and gentlemen, 70% say that Aiden Kierney is going to be convicted in the Lindsay Gatani trial. 70% say we love Lindsay, she's a towel. Now, 30% of you out there, I am very disgusted by this, voted that no, he's not going to get convicted, and you hate puppies and koalas. I am absolutely stunned. Yes, we will have hand towels at the wedding. The wedding will be towel themed. Well, no, listen, I can't say that. My wife, you remember how when JFK went to Berlin, okay, ladies and gentlemen, and he was like, I accompanied Miss Kennedy to Berlin. Wherever I go, it will be I accompanied Miss Towel to wherever we are. So if Miss Towel wants a towel-themed wedding, then she can have a towel-themed wedding. Otherwise, no. I will not be having a towel-themed wedding. We can have some towels at the wedding. None of your business. Will you come to my wedding? Will you wear a captain's hat at the wedding and bring animals? Modelo Macy, you have to come to the wedding as well. Ladies and gentlemen, you are all coming to Towel's wedding. I just want to be very, very, very clear. Oh, that's okay, Allie 90211. The real question is, do you hate koalas and dogs? If the answer is no, then you're okay. You don't have to vote. As long as you don't hate doggos and koalas, I'm fine. If you hate koalas, we need to talk. I don't understand. That's what I'm saying. If you hate puppies and koalas, anyone in this chat, I don't know how 30% of you decided to declare that you hated puppies and koalas. First of all, what did the puppies and koalas ever do to you? Second of all, how can you hate a koala? They're adorable. Third of all, how can you hate a puppy? Fourth of all, how can you hate Lindsay? She is wonderful. You see what I mean, ladies and gentlemen? Yes, Courtney, I am managing things, and I'm going to get medicine later today. I'm being an effective towel, though. I have rationed my medicine. I promise I have been a very effective towel. I also haven't been able to talk to Lindsay in a while, so hopefully later today I'm going to get to talk to her and tell her about your wonderful donations. Some reason there was something going on with the Give, Send, Go link. If you want to help Lindsay's legal fundraiser, check out the description. The link works for me, but for some people it's not loading. If you want to donate to Lindsay, by the way, in the context of her larger legal fights, just shoot me a donation today. You can shoot me a donation. I'll try to live on it. But shoot me a donation, and we'll put a note in the donation, please. I can't keep track of them all if you don't. Just write Lindsay. Now, that really is helpful to me. Now, don't forget, by the way, our mock jury. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're on the mock jury, if you hear your name read off right now and you haven't been paying attention, start paying attention. I'm picking 4 people today. Mary 623TX, you're on jury 1. Kim Cordeau, jury 1. Alicia B, jury 1. Christina, jury 1. Eva, jury 1. Colleen Henry, jury 1. We Say Howdy Here, jury 1. Rachel McIntyre, jury 1. Irene Grillo, jury 1. Rita P, jury 1. Ann Twittick, jury 1. Sarah L. Shenanigans, jury 1. All right. Yes, I think Venmo is the easiest way, Courtney Meyer, because first of all, Venmo is very good at archiving, and every single transaction I can just click a button on and it saves it, and then I don't transfer that balance, anything that comes in with a note. So it's very helpful. Venmo's the easiest way. Cash App, I can do it too. I just don't transfer anything that comes in with a note. I just leave that exact amount in my balance so I know what to do with it. I also make notes on my notepad on my computer. So Venmo's helpful, but please, if you send the donation without a note, which somebody did today, they sent $5 without a note. I'm gonna use it to feed myself, I promise, but if you were trying to send that to Lindsay or whatever and you just don't have a note in the donation, I might not know. So please, everyone's been really good about it, but if you're sending a donation for Lindsay's legal fundraiser, which I will send directly to the third-party payee, as that's how it all works, it has to be done a specific way, I send it to the third-party payee who pays Lindsay's lawyer at Lindsay's direction, something like that. Anyway, I'll figure that out through the Give, Send, Go, and if I can't get the Give, Send, Go to load, I'll figure it out through the third-party payee, okay? Now, with all of that set up, ladies and gentlemen, just remember, please put Lindsay donation or anything related to Lindsay's name in the comment, or I will not know why you sent the money over. Dewdrops, you keep recovering, my dear friend. I saw your message earlier. I'm thinking I got to talk to my dear friend Kay, who sent some money on Cash App. I got to talk to HB. I'd like to donate this money that we raised for Dewdrops in Dewdrops' name. Okay, so Dewdrops felt uncomfortable accepting flowers or just taking the money and ordering something. So I think I'd like to, if KP and Tom and HB and all the friends who donated yesterday, and I think I put in 30 or something. If you all would like, and I'll get a receipt, don't worry, I am an attentive towel and I always get email receipts and I take screenshots, I know what I'm doing. If you would all be so kind as to give me your permission to donate the money that was sent in for Dewdrops, which is Dewdrops' request, if you would all be okay, I'd either like to donate it to homeless veterans or an animal shelter, or ideally an animal shelter run by veterans. I know Olive Towel is going to love it. I know Eva Towel is going to love it, but I need permission from a very specific group of people. Not the people I'm about to read off. I need permission from these people if I'm going to be able to do that. Bella Marie, Thomas, Ed Jobs, HB, Mary Adams, Eva, Susan S., and KP. Not Kate, another person named KP. If you all give me permission, I will get the receipt and I'll donate that amount. We'll come to a decision and we'll pick a charity and we'll do it in Dewdrops' name. But yes, Dewdrop, yes, or a vet. Well, listen, just being nosy, if you find a licensed center for veterans that is run by animals, ideally some kind of koalas or kangaroos, then yes, we will donate it to. Listen, I love that idea. I would love to donate to a service center for veterans that is run by kangaroos. It can be any type of animal, but if you can find it, just being nosy, I will donate to it. I promise you, and then I will put the screenshot up on the screen, and I will be the happiest little towel you don't understand. But yeah, so those are our administrative tasks. I got to talk to Lindsay when I'm allowed to, when she's out of sequestration. Then I got to tell her about your donations. I got to get those coordinated. Then I got to get if we all come to agreement, I got to get the Dewdrops donations sent to ideally a center for homeless veterans that is run by animals. Now, I don't think that exists, so let's try a center for animals that is run by veterans. That would also be very good. But yeah, thank you, Ed Jobs. God bless you. I'm going to put a little check mark next to your name. I'm very methodical about this kind of thing because I just would have sent it back to you. I have all this stuff just saved in the accounts where you send it, so I just would have sent it back. But Ed Jobs is okay with donation, so I just need to keep an eye out for some of the people in the chat because I just need to hear from Bella Marie, Thomas, HB, Mary. I think Mary Adams said she was okay with it. She wanted me to get food with it, actually, but I'm sure she'll be okay with a donation to help animals. Mary Adams is such a wonderful human. So I have Mary okay with it. I'm okay with it. I just need to hear from Eva, Susan, KP, Thomas, and Bella Marie. So, and I'm sure Tom will be fine. Tom Grist will be fine with it. But as long as I hear from everyone, ladies and gentlemen, then I am happy to make a donation. And I do want you all to, if you can, if anyone can find a Center for Animals run by veterans, I would like to make a donation there because that will make Eva and all of 19 Towel very happy. All right, so the second part of the jury, by the way, let me just read off the second jury. The second jury, if you hear your name, oh my goodness, we found one, Metro. Oh, thank you, Susan, I'm so excited. Metro West Granite just found us a place to donate to as well. You have no idea how excited I am. I was like, there has to be a veteran group out there somewhere that runs a shelter for animals. I know it's out there. Oh, Pets for Patriots, I love it. It's actually a program to help our patriots get pet adoption. Oh, I love it. Yep, that's what we're doing. Does anyone object to me donating to Pets for Vets? Oh, yes, I'm so sorry, Courtney. I didn't mean to do that to you. All right, so does anyone object to me donating to help our veterans adopt service dogs? That is literally the most wonderful thing I've ever heard of in my entire life. It helps animals get homes. It helps veterans. It's run by veterans. I love it. All right, that's what we're doing. Look at that. Oh, I love it. Oh, wait a minute. Wait. Napa Valley German Shepherd Rescue. Hold on. Napa Valley German Shepherd Rescue. Are you actually a German Shepherd Rescue? Hold on. Listen, it's okay if you're not run by vets. It's okay if you're not run by vets. I'll check into this other charity too. Are you a charity? And do you help animals? And is your name Napa Valley German Shepherd Rescue? If all those things are true, I will donate to you. Now, we're about to go back into session, but if all those things are true, I'll donate to you, dear friend.
So it's sidebar.
All right, counsel at sidebar. Hold on, we're back in session. She just said the jury's coming in. I need to see counsel at sidebar. Hold on. Napa, you are, okay, listen. Does anyone object to us, Napa Valley German Shepherd Rescue? I'm actually so glad you popped in because I was thinking, don't we have someone in chat who does this? Are you Napa Valley German Shepherd Rescue? No, don't worry about me. Are you Napa Valley German Shepherd Rescue willing to accept, if the group is okay with it, a donation from us to help animals? If the answer is yes, we're doing it. Oh, no, don't worry. This is very important to me. I set aside a very specific amount of funds that came in yesterday, and it totals up to 20, 30, 5, 40, 50, 75, 115, or maybe 120 if I convert the British pounds. So would you be okay with that? If you are, please let me know. No, don't worry about me eating. We just keep watching the case, and if we get permission, now we got to vote on this. Oh, don't worry about me eating. No, this one's about helping animals. Oh, jury's coming in. So, and then, of course, the word rice is on the screen. Don't worry about it, Napa Valley German Shepherd Rescue. My editor, Chris, and there are some amazing towels out there, Courtney Myers and so many others who are helping me learn executive function. I'm budgeting for the month. Like the YouTube's going to hopefully come in soon, like a few of the gifts, like at the end of the month. And then I'm managing day to day, and I talked to my editor, Chris. I can set aside this $130, and it would mean about $120. It would mean the world to me. Oh goodness, ladies and gentlemen, it is a membership parade. If you've been waiting, hello, Mama C. If you've been waiting to get your towel emojis,
Mr. Brennan.
Courtney Myers did it.
Jurors, hopefully it'll be comfortable enough in here this afternoon. Court officers has done a great job keeping the AC going while we were out of the courtroom. So.
Kierney case in 3 minutes. I'm sorry, folks.
Dr. Rentschler, you wrote a report back in February 2024?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And in that report, you provided a number of opinions, didn't you?
I did, yes.
Do you remember if you opined or had the opinion that the injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's arm would not result from impact with a non-damaged tail lamp cover?
I believe that's correct, yes.
And the amount of force required to fracture the tail lamp cover would result in extensive soft tissue and likely bony injury to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm.
Correct.
And so your opinion back in 2004 was that if a person's arm were to cause the damage to that taillight on that Lexus, you would expect to see extensive soft tissue and likely bony injury.
Yes, soft tissue referring to ligaments and tendons of the elbow and shoulder, correct, and the wrist.
And so you're saying not superficial abrasions, but in the arm?
Yes, when you look at, and you can see from the testing we did for this case, for this round, that the arm extends and you have contact with the arm, you would expect at those speeds damage to the tendons and the ligaments, the elbow, the shoulder, likely the wrist.
And the x-rays that we looked at, or that we saw, and you offered the words of the medical expert, there is no MRI studying any ligament damage, is there?
There are no MRIs that I'm aware of, no, sir.
And x-rays wouldn't fairly depict some of those internal injuries that you're referring to, would they?
As I described before, it can show laxity of the joint, but it normally doesn't show the actual soft tissue damage itself, no, sir.
And a crash test dummy is different than a person, isn't it?
Certainly it is, yes.
No
sir.
muscle.
That's correct.
No ligaments.
That's correct.
The crash test dummy does not react or respond like a human being.
Well, it does to a certain extent, yes.
There are differences.
Certainly there are, yes.
And so when you're looking at a crash test dummy, you can agree that there are significant differences between what you might see on the dummy's arm and what would maybe happen to a human being's arm on the inside.
There can be. That's why you have to look at the acceleration and the force, and that's primarily what the ATD is utilized for.
But focusing on the actual observation of the arm, you would agree, Doctor, that looking at a crash test dummy arm is not comparable to actually looking into a human being's arm with an MRI and seeing if there's any damage on the inside.
No, of course, that they're not the same, no, sir.
You were speaking about references earlier. You did have a chance to see Dr. Welcher's report, didn't you?
I did, yes.
And in his report, there were a number of references, weren't there?
There were different references, but I think maybe 26 within his report.
In addition to his references, you were sent a number of gigabytes of information, weren't you?
I was, yes.
And in those gigabytes, there was different references to different materials, wasn't there?
Well, first of all, there were only 26 references in his report that he cited to for his opinions. There was material contained within the batch of documents that they sent over. There was a bibliography or CV of different papers that he had submitted, I think 20 pages of papers that weren't referenced in the original report. And the most recent paper in that AutoPed packet was from 2004. Most of them were from the 60s and 70s, but there was an additional packet of information.
When you read his report and saw his references, did you look up the references?
I did, yes, sir.
Okay. And when you were saying earlier that there was only one reference, you were referring to the pink test, correct?
Well, I was referring to there's only one reference specifically with respect to automobile pedestrian impacts.
When you looked at his references, sir, did you have an opportunity to read any of the articles?
I did, yes, sir.
And many of them are peer-reviewed?
Yes, sir.
In addition, when you looked at the 20 pages of materials he sent over that were not in his report, how many references did you read out of those 20 pages of references that he offered?
Well, I didn't read any because they weren't referred to in his report for his actual opinions in this case.
Do you know whether or not he considered those references or whether he read those references?
I'm going to allow that.
He didn't cite to any of those references in either the PowerPoint presentation or in his report. That's the knowledge I have of whether he reviewed those.
So you don't know what he considered or thought, do you?
I know what he cited to and he referenced to in his report in PowerPoint. That's the extent.
The question is, you don't know what he was referring or reading or relying on other than what was in his report cited, correct?
Well, right. If he referred to the other articles, yes, certainly other articles in the 60s, 70s, and 80s he may have, but they don't really pertain to what happened in this case.
How many references were in your May 7th report?
Well, I think there were... 26, I think.
Those 26 references, are they offered in your report to suggest some type of support for the proposition that you're promoting in the report?
Well, they support the opinions or the methodology or both with respect to what I've offered in this.
The reason why you put a cite in is suggesting that it supports whatever proposition you're footnoting on that.
To some extent, or the methodology or some information pertinent to that opinion, yes, sir.
Regarding crash test dummies and prediction in soft tissue injury, you provided 3 sites, didn't you?
In soft tissue injuries?
Yes.
Can you show me where it says that, sir?
Footnote 11 of your report, Mr. O'Keefe's right arm kinematics during impact with the Lexus are inconsistent with producing the documented cuts damage to his right sleeve as well as the abrasions to his right arm. Did you write that?
Yes, and which one was that again? I just want to make sure. What was the number?
You cited footnotes 24, 25, and 26.
Yes.
And when you cited 24, 25, 26, did any of those 3 sites, in fact, those are the only sites that you cited for that proposition, correct?
Yes, sir.
So your entire basis of sites is limited to those 3 articles or 3 papers, yes?
For reference, it's not, the testing obviously proves differently, but yes, for that one comment there, those were the 3 that were provided, yes.
Starting with number 24. When you looked at 24, did it ever suggest, this paper, did it ever suggest that it was appropriate to use a crash test dummy in the material of a crash test dummy to make an analysis or determine whether or not there would be documented damage to someone's skin?
No, it didn't, and that's not what I did in this matter.
In this article you cite supporting the claim that you made, there is nothing in here that would suggest that a crash test dummy is appropriate to use in making that determination, is there?
There is not, no, sir.
In fact, in this article, it gives you details on what actually should be used to make that analysis, doesn't it?
No, sir. It tells you certain ways to look at sharpness and how lacerations are caused.
This is titled Skin Tissue Cuttability and its relation to lacerations, severity, indices. You know that. You cited that.
That's correct. And it looks at specifically, I think, laminated glass and its ability to cut the skin.
Number 24 in your site, correct?
Yes.
And it tells you 3 types of skin were examined and used for this type of study.
Switching to the Aiden Kierney
Post-mortem
case,
human skin from 2 different body sites.
Switching now. Hold, please. Hold, please. Hold, please. We're about to go to the Aiden Kierney case.
Ma'am, I'll remind you you've been sworn in.
I think my little that's off. you just described the police officer describing these investigatory steps that he was intended to take, correct? Did you wait around while you did that, or what did you do after you concluded the conversation?
I came around for me to review.
So at that point, what do you do?
I got, my phone and pulled out.
And at some point, you follow Renee's charge.
Yeah.
Yeah. What did you do at that point? 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 3:06, 3:07.
Like first of all, the babysitter, it's got
And after you were, and after you were reassured about that, my terms when things.
Yeah.
And what was that?
To call the police back to inquire about the violation.
And by violation, you mean what?
The officer had told me he would check the cameras about the vandalism, but I had realized I was so upset about my car that he didn't mention what steps he was going to take about the restraining order. The violations.
Objection, non-responsive, motion is sustained.
So what did you actually inquire? What was your purpose in inquiring?
To call the police to ask if I needed to go back to the police station or the matter was already being handled.
And did you receive a response?
Yeah, there was.
What if anything did it suggest that you did?
I believe they said that I would have to either come back down to the police station or go to the courthouse the next day.
And what was your situation then in normal in terms of going to the police station?
I did that home and the sitter was everyone's going to be there for a period of time, so I left that officer and phone know that I had to go home to my kids first and asked if it would be okay if I returned later that
Did you?
I did.
And you returned later in the evening. What happened when you did?
I met an officer in the lobby of the police station.
I remember who it all was.
I'm not sure.
If I said officer power, was that something?
Police officer.
Oh. And did you make a statement to us?
I did.
Yeah, did you provide him an explain with things occurred?
I think at that time I showed him a video or pictures on my phone.
All right. And what pictures of the moment? At some point, remember at what time you called the police station?
Private.
Do you remember at what time you called the police station?
It was around 3 o'clock, I believe.
And is that recorded on the phone or so?
Should have been on my call.
I'll show you this and that's it.
Yes. Just, I called at 3:07 p.m. on February 26th.
Is it true and accurate copy you should call on at that time? I don't. The objection.
No objection?
No.
Exhibit 17.
Now, at some point, some point the next day, actually, did you have occasion to view a video presentation or YouTube presentation or internet presentation by the defendant recounting his point of view of what had happened in the court case?
Yeah, I was alerted to a law that
Did you view that law?
I did.
I'm going to show you a stack of pictures. I'm going to do this first. Remember the title of that law?
Not with the word.
Let me show you this and I see what the structures look like. What was the title of that law?
Mobile cover-up, part 299. McAlbert used state domestic violence victim Lindsay Gatani has human shield to evict award-winning journalist, transparency here.
Does this photo represent the start of this law?
Yes.
And are you anywhere in the photo of the
Yes, these pictures and look at this.
Could we have, my apologies, could we have the proceedings? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
And where is the, where do you appear first in this picture?
The picture on the left, I'm the female in the middle with the white person in the black jacket.
How about?
And on the right, I again am wearing the black jacket next to the man to the left.
Alfred?
What's the relevance, Judge? I know no relevance to this proceeding.
Are you suggesting those photographs were taken on the day of the alleged incident?
Exactly.
I'll take it to Benny for that objections.
Yes, Your Honor. Exhibit 18.
Well, Judge, just for the record, I'm not concerned about whether it's that day. I'd be willing to concede it's that day, but I don't want there to be any implication that my client took those pictures or had anything to do with those pictures.
It is what it is. Got it.
Thank you.
All right.
Well, regardless of who took these photographs, this can tell you the hero of this presentation. Right?
On his blog that's posted on his website.
I'm going to hand you a stack of photographs ask you to thumb through them and look at them. Have you seen these photos before?
Yes, sir.
And where did you see?
Those are all pictures from the same blogging question.
And these pictures record the events of the day of the alleged violation.
Most of them.
Fine. I'm going to ask you if you would put them up on the screen one at a time, in order, following this one. Just one, I'm going to ask her to comment on each of them. What does this picture show, Mr. Tiger?
That shows me in the middle of the group, and I believe as you were walking into the courthouse.
All right, next picture, please.
Judge, I'm just trying to keep track, and are these exhibit numbers, or are these in evidence yet, or what are we doing?
Not in evidence, are you gonna offer them?
I am going to offer.
Can we offer them first, Your Honor, that, so I can know what we're looking at for later? I don't have an
Why don't you
objection.
offer them and then, and you're objecting to them? Probably.
I don't think so, Judge, if I can just have a quick look.
By the way, take as much time as you want, Mr. Perez.
Thank you. No objection.
You offered all of one exhibit? Or?
Let's
Through.
let's start at the back for the consecutive.
Right.
Exhibits now being entered in the TurtleBoy case. These are TurtleBoy's own blogs being entered against him. We will watch Hank Brennan's cross very shortly, ladies and gentlemen. Lindsay Gatani is doing an amazing job. Number of exhibits from TurtleBoy's own blog being admitted against him now, ladies and gentlemen, proving that Kierney took pictures of Lindsay Gatani outside of court that day. Stay with Little Towel. We're monitoring, ladies and gentlemen. The cross should, the direct of Lindsay Gatani should resume any moment, and then we'll go watch Hank Brennan's cross as soon as this is done. Will there be a verdict in the Aiden TurtleBoy Kierney case today? We don't know, Little Towels, but we will be rewatching all of Hank Brennan's stellar cross very shortly. We're not sure how much longer Robert Cosgrove has to go on his direct of Lindsay Gatani, but we are going to stay with this, Little Towels. We are going to stay with the direct of Lindsay Gatani, and then we are going to watch Hank Brennan's cross in full. All right, you can listen to a little bit of Hank Brennan's cross. We're going to get to watch the remainder of it in full as soon as this is over, ladies and gentlemen, as soon as it is over. Just waiting for some exhibits to be entered in in the Kierney case. Okay.
Ms. Gatani, I'm going to direct your attention to Exhibit 19. Which I believe is 30. What does this photo show?
I think it's the same picture, we just, for the inside, but again, I'm in the middle, the black.
No, you answered the question. Just listen to the question.
I believe I'm in the middle with the black jacket and the white shorts, walking in, I think, walking this way.
And then I'm going to direct your attention to exhibit number 20, which is 31. What does this show?
And this is also another picture of my group that I was with, and I walked in to program.
Now I'm going to direct your attention to exhibit 21. Which is R 32. What does this show?
This is a picture of myself and the group I was with as we were exiting the courthouse.
And where are you in this picture?
And behind the woman with the white sweater, I'm wearing sunglasses.
Thank you. And now I'm going to direct your attention to exhibit 22, which is R 33. What does this show? And you're in the picture, tell us what.
Then a picture of myself walking into the courtroom. Or courthouse.
I'm going to skip exhibit 23, which is essentially the same for record. And let's go to exhibit 24, also very similar. You agree? And let's go to exhibit 25, which is, thank you, Mr. Moreno, now which is 35. All right, what did this show?
The picture of myself walking into the courthouse with the group together.
And now let's go to 26, which is our 36. What does this show?
I picture myself with the group I was with, leaving the courthouse, to be near the back, with the white purse.
Who were the other people in the picture?
In the very front, that looks to be like not a cave. And then I see Jennifer McKee next to the woman with the white sweater, but I can't, in my eyes, I can't make out the other three.
All right, thank you.
What number is that, Council?
That was 26. Let's do exhibit 27, which is our 37. But the same group, a little further down.
Yes.
Thank you. Now let's do exhibit 28, which is our 30. What does this picture show?
Yeah, it's myself, the group that I was with walking out of the courthouse.
Who is that in front?
Jennifer McKee.
And where are you in this picture?
Behind her, like not the woman that's behind her on the right, but the left.
Okay. Do 29. Actually, let's hold on. Let's do exhibit 30. Which is out 42. What does this show?
Picture of myself and the group was with, I think, I was leaving the courthouse. I'm sorry, we're actually, I think we're entering.
Let's do 31, which is our 43. What does this show?
So that's a picture of myself once I got into the work.
Let's do 33, which is our 45. What does this show?
That's a picture of myself and
All right. And let's do 32, which is our 44. And this one,
another picture of myself and Jennifer.
and where did you see all of these pictures again?
On Mr. Carney's blog that's posted on his website.
And aside from all the pictures that you've seen, were there any pictures of you other than before that you didn't?
Yeah.
Show you now 29, which is our 41. And let's get it together like that.
a picture from a vacation I went on with my children several years ago at the park.
Right? Do you know how it came into Mr. Kearney's possession, custody, and control?
Objection, relevance to this picture.
In just a moment. At some point, Ms. Gatani, did you have occasion to view one of Mr. Kearney's video broadcasts in which he explained the responsibilities of the defendant who is subject to a trauma and practice?
Yeah.
When Your Honor, I'd have to show that video to the.
Is there any objection, Mr. Bridle? No, Your Honor.
Wisdom. And unsolved. Confer with Ms. Crawford someone.
Yeah, okay, possibly ask her for a leader. Can I possibly ask for a personal call? No. Do you want to be heard? Yes, I do. That is not the case. The incident that he's talking about is actually, he videotaped it himself, he placed it on the internet. There was a police sergeant the entire time. I was standing on the public corner, Mr. Carney was still to me from about.
Stop that. Did I see counsel?
Folks, are you hearing this? We're at sidebar in the Kierney and TurtleBoy Kierney case, and Cosgrove is introducing a video of Aiden from the talking about the criminal charges. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, this is incredible. This is simply incredible. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, there is a sidebar ongoing in the Aiden TurtleBoy Kierney case about whether Aiden's YouTube videos about the alleged RO violation can be introduced. As Robert Cosgrove started playing the videos, Bradel tried to jump in from an RO violation involving Lindsay Gatani on oh my goodness, this is huge, folks. When he talks about his criminal charge for an RO violation, were just played in open court by the state. Incredible. Wow. Let's see. Oh, Bradel lost. Bradel lost the objection.
I'm going to stop it there. I was on a public street corner, and Mr. Carney approached me. As soon as she said that, though, the judge knows. So your excuse is that he approached you. That's your excuse. That's not, you've probably heard that excuse 1,000 times in a courtroom. These people do orders all the time. And people are always like, well, I was there first. She approached me, Your Honor. That's why she called me, Your Honor. And that's why I had a conversation with her on the phone. When she approached me, it's not fair or not, that's not how it works. So if that's your excuse, you've already lost. You're fighting a losing battle. If you go in there and say shit like that. I don't know what she can say. And then she throws it out. No, we use on the internet, Your Honor. It's on video. Oh no. And I was behind the cops, so it's okay. I can violate the order as long as I'm hiding behind some dead cop. Okay. Now, so she's already like, this is why lawyers tell you not to talk or don't represent yourself.
He immediately went to the sergeant who I was with and asked him to go get me from the public street corner. He sergeant informed him that I was there first and he'd walk around because that's the shorter route to the court.
So the sergeant informed, and again, this is where she goes wrong. It's like, bro, you can't blame a cop here. You can't be like, the cop said. The cop said I could violate the order. Doesn't matter. She knows it's an order. It's her responsibility to leave. If she interprets it as me sticking around, that's not something I can control that she sees it that way. That's not what I was doing. But it doesn't matter anybody. She tells us to leave.
Objection, motion is strike.
Overruled, it will stand for whatever waivers. Thank you. And Judge, I want to offer the list of the video. Perhaps I could figure that out while Mr. Kierney is beginning his prosecution.
I'm waiting on ADA Roberts. Is he out there?
Cross-examination. Can I inquire? Thank you. Mr. Gatani, good afternoon. Are you on any sort of drugs or alcohol or medication that might impair your judgment or thinking today? Let's talk about the idea of a restraining order. A restraining order issues because a judge finds that there's a likelihood of imminent bodily harm, right?
Objection. Stand up.
The gist of getting a restraining order involves you going to court, right? You swear, you take an oath, right? You sign an affidavit, right? And you say that you're in fear of being harmed by someone, right? And you want the court to order them to stay away from you, right? So it's to protect you from the person going near you, right? So it's like a shield from the court, right? But you use it as a sword, don't you?
Objection.
You go to the courthouse, claim that you're scared of someone harming you, you get an order, and then you go find the person. Don't. So let's talk about 226. You knew that Mr. Kierney was going to be at that 226 hearing, didn't you? You did. So you know now that from all the cross-examination and testimony that you and I have been through together, you know that Mr. Kierney announces when he's going to be at court and when he's not, right? Well, you scrutinize his blogs, don't you? No. So you wrote a statement to the police about this incident that was about 65 pages worth, didn't you? You provided Officer Power on March 11th, 2024 with a big, thick packet of materials, didn't you? And you wrote a 4 or 5 page signed statement at the beginning of it, right? And you signed it, right? Would you like to see it? You don't remember? May I approach one? this packet with all the time. Remember providing this packet to the police?
I do.
Now, this 226 hearing was just a few days after Mr. Kierney got out of jail, right? Well, let's go back. Do you remember the night before he got out of jail? You tried to call him? Let's try it another way. Your phone somehow called Mr. Kierney's phone the night before he got out of jail, right? So you had him blocked, though, didn't you? You never blocked him. So you wanted to keep communicating with him? So that call jogs your memory about this time period, right?
About the phone call? Yes.
So let's just try to put you back in this time period. You called him the night before he got out of jail, on about the 22nd of February, right?
That's the date.
Then the next day he actually got out of jail, right? And then the 26th, you're in court at the Superior Court, right?
Yeah.
And so you'd never been to a Karen Reed court proceeding before that, had you?
My face went off inside.
In fact, you were there with your paramour, Mr. Kierney, at the time, right?
Which date?
I'm asking you.
My first.
You said you had been there prior. And when was that?
Early September.
And that was with your paramour at the time, Mr. Kierney, right? Since September of 23, you had never been to a Karen Reed hearing until 2/26/24, right? And you suddenly generated this interest right when Mr. Kierney got out of jail and had announced that he was going to attend that hearing, right? No. You were in touch with Jennifer McCabe about that hearing?
I don't know if I was interested for her about that hearing. I had been talking to her for quite some time before that hearing.
And you had been in touch with Kate Peter as well, correct? In fact, she was the one that was babysitting your kids on 2/26, wasn't she? And who was babysitting the kids?
Elisa Bennett.
And who's that? Had she ever babysat the kids before? So you were concerned about that, right?
About it being when my home died, I was thinking enough about the terms with her that they talked.
So you had called someone to babysit your kids that your kids didn't know, and she didn't know your kids, right?
She did not know.
And your kids didn't know her, right? So it was so important for you to go to this hearing that you set up this sketchy babysitting situation for your kids, right?
Objection. You can have it without the word sketchy. Characterize it a different way.
Sure. This upsetting situation to you, you left in place, you left your kids to deal with that, and you went to Norfolk Superior Court on 2/26.
A while.
And she was going to get your kids off the bus, right? So, back to your scrutiny of his blogs. You wrote in your statement to the police that, in fact, just in the 60 days he was in jail, he mentioned my name 92 times in his blogs. You wrote that, didn't you? And that it makes it obvious that you were scrutinizing his blogs very closely. No. So you were able to figure out that your name was mentioned 92 times, but that doesn't mean that you would scrutinize his blogs pretty closely?
No, it doesn't. Because I have a friend who was able to type my name in the search bar and count how many times my name is mentioned in his blog. I didn't have to go to my
And who's this friend that's so good with the computers?
I don't know his real name. I just know him.
So someone who you don't know his name counted up your name 92 times in the blogs. And in his blogs, you know that Mr. Kierney announces when he's going to the Karen Reed hearings and when he isn't. Isn't that right? And he announced all through that time period when he was going, when he wasn't, and of course you knew he was in jail because you put him there, right?
Objection system.
You knew he wasn't going to go when he was in jail, right? And you didn't attend any Karen Reed hearings when he was in jail, right? You didn't go on January 5th or January 18th when Mr. Kierney was in jail, right? So now we get to 226, and you have this overriding interest in going to a Karen Reed hearing when Mr. Kierney is finally out of jail, right? You hastily set up this unsatisfactory babysitting situation, right? Then you go to meet your newfound friends in the Registry of Deeds parking lot, correct? So who did you talk to arrange for you to meet them to attend this Karen Reed hearing?
Objection relevance.
Who did you talk to among this group of people you met to arrange that meeting and time and place?
Originally, the person that invited me, I was from Peter told me that one of the video people and wanted me to go.
Okay. Now who's Kate Peter?
A friend of mine.
And Kate Peter is also a very avowed, a very dedicated enemy of Mr. Kierney, isn't she? You don't know? Is that your answer?
By the way, folks, you've been fine. If I hear anybody loud, I'm not going to wait for court officers to tell me to do something. Just let me know. Go ahead, Mr. Gray.
Thank you. You know that she hates him, right? Well, you know that she's manifested many expressions that she hates him. She wants him in jail. She wants him to burn. She wants him to go away. She wants him to die. She wants him to suffer, right? All throughout the internet for months and months and months and months. No, because you don't look at any of this stuff. Well, didn't you text her directly in one of those kind of conversations where you both kind of express your hatred? And you wrote, "I hate him," meaning Mr. Kierney, and she responded in kind. Isn't that right? They're your conversations. You wrote online or in texting with Miss Peter that you hate him, didn't you?
I don't remember anything, so I have to do that.
One moment, please. We'll get back to that in a moment. So you don't remember writing that you hate him?
I don't know which, I don't know, like that.
But you do hate him, don't you? Now, you said that you had this babysitting situation arranged with this friend of yours who had never met the kids and the kids hadn't met her, but that's not what you wrote in your statement to the police, is it?
I don't know.
You wrote, the officer, Officer Kozak, took a report, and at this time we could see a group of protesters at the opposite far end of the parking lot walking in our direction. So there was a mob bearing down on you, right? And then you wrote, due to this, meaning this group of people, and the fact that I had to be back in Medfield at 3:10 p.m. to get my son off the bus, I decided to call and follow up with the police about the encounter with Mr. Kierney on my drive back to Medfield. That's what you wrote, right?
Yeah.
So you told the police that you had to get your son off the bus. But you had this babysitting arrangement.
But the finite details are necessary.
But that's not a finite detail, that's a lie, isn't it? You tell the policeman that you had to get your son off the bus when you had someone else to get your son off the bus, right?
And no way to contact that person. No way to contact them off the bus.
You were trying to backtrack and explain the unexplainable about why you didn't tell Kozak that Mr. Kierney, you say, had just violated the order, right?
Nancy stands. Next question.
I didn't hear the answer, Judge, I'm sorry.
I did tell Officer Kozak.
So you did tell Officer Kozak that Mr. Kierney had just violated the order, right? Is that your testimony? Okay. Can you play the 307 call? You called the Dedham police at 3:07 that day, right? Judge, we had the call. I'm going to play that.
We've been paused for about 15 minutes on this. And of course, going to take care of some other matters.
Come over
Protocol.
to Regina Armstrong.
All right, Putz. We're going to do a few other matters and come back to Kierney, and we're going over to the Reed case. Don't worry, I'm going to make that come up for you now. So I'll let you know when the Kierney case is back. We're going over to the Reed case.
He's touching the vehicle. Isn't that fair to say?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. You can't tell the full movement and fall of this dummy the way you've set up this test, can you?
Well, knowing the physics, you can certainly determine or estimate where it would be, but no, you could release it and it would fall primarily straight down. It would twist and it would fall down.
Is there something that could affect the dummy if you let it fall? Is there something that could affect its movement after being hit?
Like what?
Like, could its feet be twisted and then hit another object like a curb?
Well, there's going to be very little lateral movement of its feet, but even if it did, then it would just, it's still going to fall over right where it is.
Can you continue, please? Can you see the feet, Doctor?
Yes.
Are they twisting?
They are, yes.
Is that because of the rotation of Randy after he struck?
Yeah, that's the rotation of Randy. And again, as you said, that's not a normal person because there's no normal force acting on the dummy. We just have it barely touching. So a normal individual, you aren't going to twist to that extent because this is a dummy which is suspended with just a little contact on the
And
ground.
after being contacted by a vehicle enough to break the light, could it cause a person to stagger backwards?
I mean, you're making some suppositions here. There's no evidence that that would occur in this case, and not if you're spinning like that. You're not going to stagger backwards. First, you're going to spin if you get hit with your arm, as I described in my direct. But is it possible? I can't say it's impossible, but there's no evidence of that.
Could a person stumble backwards after being hit?
I'm going to allow that.
What do you mean by backwards? Because you'd be spinning. So what direction is backwards?
Could a person get their foot caught on a curb, sneaker come off, and then stagger backwards and fall on their head?
Objection, Your Honor. Yes.
I'm going to allow that.
Doctor?
Can you answer that?
I mean, I guess you could somehow predict or have a possibility of almost anything happening. You could say someone could get hit by a car and do a couple of somersaults into the yard. I mean, there's no evidence of that, so it's just supposition, but I won't say it's impossible.
You think John O'Keefe did somersaults into the front yard of 34 Fairview? Is that what you're telling us, Doctor?
No, I don't think he even got hit by the car, sir.
That's not what I'm asking. I've heard that. I'm asking you if he did somersaults into the front yard.
No, there's no evidence of what he did.
Your Honor, should come sidebar quickly before I start.
Okay.
We are at sidebar, ladies and gentlemen. We are at sidebar. Lindsay Gatani is doing amazing in the Aiden Kierney and Karen Reed case, ladies and gentlemen. Lindsay Gatani is doing simply amazing. Lindsay Gatani keeps every single question that Tim Bradel, Aiden's lawyer, asks. Lindsay Gatani just flips it around and uses it to hurt Aiden. It's glorious. Yes, it's a district court trial and not a superior court trial. But ladies and gentlemen, once this cross ends, we'll find out if Aiden has any witnesses. We're watching the very end of Hank Brennan's cross of Rentschler from Artka, and then ladies and gentlemen, we look to be heading to the very end of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial with Alan Jackson's redirect and the recross to go, probably tomorrow morning, and then Hank Brennan's rebuttal over 3 hours. And then, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to the conclusion of the Aiden Kierney case, the Lindsay Gatani and Aiden Kierney trial. Are they both going to be convicted? My name is Grant Smith Ellis. You know I'm going to be here with you for the entire day, friends. I'm monitoring. We're watching, ladies and gentlemen. We're keeping an eye. I am keeping an eye on the Aiden Kierney case. You are keeping an eye on the Karen Reed case. When we go back to audio coverage of the Aiden Kierney case and we finish up Lindsay Gatani's cross, we'll then see what witnesses Aiden Kierney calls. Will he call Paul O'Keefe? We'll have that audio if that is indeed the case. And then, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be keeping an eye on the end of the day in the Reed case. We have just about an hour and a half to go in district court, maybe an hour to go in the Reed case. Keep an eye on it, ladies and gentlemen. How much longer does Hank Brennan have to go? We will find out right now, ladies and gentlemen. I am keeping an eye on so many different things. I'm in 2 digital courtrooms at once, and we are in recess in the Aiden TurtleBoy Kierney case while we wait for that to be recalled. We are watching the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial where we have a prolonged sidebar, ladies and gentlemen. So, waiting on the Aiden Kierney case to be recalled, watching a prolonged sidebar in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial as Hank Brennan continues his cross. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I am an exhausted little towel. I might be doing an interview at 6 p.m. tonight. If I am, I'm going to try to dual broadcast it for you little towels on Towel Stream. I'm not sure. This is going to be quite a recap. We don't even know if the Aiden Kierney case is going to finish because district court is recalling some other cases. I think Mr. Bradel's going to get moved along here fairly quickly by the judge. Hold on one second. Just waiting for the Kierney case to be recalled, folks. And as soon as... All right. Stay with us, towels. We're in sidebar in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. And well, you can't really troll in the towel chat because there's so many towel friends. It is a wall of towel friends. All right, looks like we're getting ready for the Aiden Kierney case. I'll let you know when it comes back into session, ladies and gentlemen. We're at a sidebar. All right, Bradel's about to go. Here we go. Get ready. We are just waiting on the Aiden Kierney case, ladies and gentlemen. Just waiting on the Aiden Kierney case. We are at sidebar. Sidebar in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial, and we are waiting for the Aiden Kierney case to begin. Just waiting, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Grant Smith Elvis. I am a towel. Tim Bradel is a moron. I don't like Tim Bradel. Tim Bradel doesn't like me. I don't care. Tim Bradel, you are not a good man in my opinion. That's just my opinion. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are waiting for the cross of Lindsay Gatani to resume. We are at sidebar on the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. I will have the audio for you here, ladies and gentlemen. Also, Trailman, it's a very difficult day for Towel. Can we just, be nice? Can we be extra nice? Sidebar is about to end in the O'Keefe and Reed retrial, ladies and gentlemen, but we are going back over to the Aiden Kierney case. So you stay with Little Towel. As soon as the Aiden Kierney case gets called back into session, we're going to watch a little more of Reed and O'Keefe because we don't actually have the Aiden Kierney case. But we're going to cut in soon, so get ready for that.
Could I have Exhibit 166, please? Did you see this photograph, sir?
I did, yes.
And do you see the cut on Mr. O'Keefe's nose, the left side of his nostril?
I do.
In your analysis of whether there was a collision with the defendant's Lexus, did you consider or know that there was evidence that a piece of glass or a piece of broken plastic was pulled from Mr. O'Keefe's nose?
Objection. I'm going to allow that. I'm going to allow that. So, hold on. Let's get an answer, Dr. Mitchell. Your objection's noted, Mr. Jackson.
I was aware there was some piece of material allegedly pulled from the nose, yes.
Allegedly pulled from the nose?
Yes.
Okay. And that alleged piece of material, were you aware that it was perhaps a piece of glass or broken plastic?
Objection.
Are you aware of that?
That's not the evidence. That is not the evidence.
So,
Glass.
hold on, Mr. Jackson. Mr. Brennan.
I can reword it.
Okay.
You're welcome. Are you aware of that object that was pulled from Mr. O'Keefe's nose? What material that was?
I believe it was glass.
Did you want to know in your assessment about collision where that came from?
Well, I did evaluate that, and it's actually entirely inconsistent with coming from an impact with the vehicle.
Can we have Exhibit 52A, please? Do you know what that is, Doctor?
It's hard for me to see from here. I believe that's the drinking glass.
A drinking glass. Do you know where that is in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
I believe it was found in the vicinity of where he was found.
And could I have Exhibit 195, please? You recognize that?
That is another photograph of the drinking glass, yes, sir.
197A, please. B. C. D. And in your assessment, did you know that a piece of glass that fit the broken drinking glass was found in the street area in front of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 98, please. A little more, please. Do you know what that is, sir?
It's hard for me to tell from
Does it
back.
look like a drinking straw?
Okay, the black, that does appear to be a drinking straw, yes.
Have you seen that before?
I've seen that photograph before.
And you
All right, going back to the TurtleBoy case.
You wrote that on 3/9/24, March 9th, 24, right? So like 10 or so days after this happened, right? So you still wrote, even though you knew the real scenario that you had someone else get the kids off the bus, you still lied about it in the report 10 days later, didn't you?
Objection. Sustained. Move on to another subject.
Sure. If we could play the call, please. 307.
This is Patrick Contier in the Flanders Quarter.
Hi, yes. I was just at the Dedham Superior Courthouse for the Karen Reed hearing, and I had to meet an officer out back in the parking lot, the big parking lot behind the registry of deeds afterwards, because somebody keyed my car and smashed my tail light while I was inside the courthouse. But I think it was Officer Kozak that I spoke with. He took a report, but also I have a.
But also, so you wanted to add something that hadn't been reported, right? And you wanted to talk about what you said to Kozak, right? Kozak, right? Press play, please.
Restraining order against the blogger that was covering the case, but he was in the courtroom. They made him leave the courtroom when I got in there, but then after I guess he was waiting outside on the steps for me afterwards. I have my restraining order says he's not allowed to be within 100 yards, and he was outside yelling stuff about me within the 100 yards as I came out from the courthouse. So I'm just trying to see how to report this violation, what I'm supposed to do. I have to.
So you're trying to see how you report this violation. That's different than as if you reported it and you're following up, isn't it?
Objection sustained. Counsel can argue whichever way you want to characterize it.
So that's not following up, is it?
Objection sustained.
You're trying to ask how to report it, right?
I wasn't sure what Officer Kozak was going to do before we mentioned the follow-up and investigation in order to make him figure out what was going to happen reporting the violation. So
You claim that you had just walked by Mr. Kierney violating your restraining order 5 minutes prior, right? And yet it's your testimony that you're more worried about a scratch to your car than using the ammo you just developed that you could get him locked up?
was I more worried about a scratch in my car? No, it wasn't a scratch. It was almost $1,000 again. I just paid $2,000 to fix my car. Just buy it back a week or two prior before that. So I was very upset to come out and see that my car was again back.
So you know how to get someone in trouble when they violate a restraining order, don't you?
Objection. Overruled.
You know what to do.
How to get somebody in trouble.
Yeah.
I know how to report, to call the police, and yeah, and then call the police.
And you know that if you insist that someone is violating the order, they are obligated to go arrest that person. Isn't that right?
Objection. Objection overruled. If the witness knows.
I don't have the obligation to report.
You don't know that if you're in the presence of someone, you have a restraining order, and you tell a policeman on the scene, I have a restraining order, he's violating it, that they don't have to arrest him? So you knew that you could have caused him to be arrested on that very occasion. Isn't that right? And you claim that you saw Mr. Kierney breaking the law, right? And this isn't the first time that you've gone to someone and then tried to get them arrested for violating an order that you triggered the violation of, is it?
Objection sustained. Foundation hasn't been found.
Sure. Who's Frank Keegan?
Father of my 3 youngest children.
On the restraining order, do 4 of your kids have his last name?
Objection sustained.
So he's the father of 3 of your children?
Yeah.
And you had a restraining order on him, didn't you? And when was that time period? How about what year?
I don't really know when I first saw it.
You can't even say what year it was? It was before you got involved with Mr. Carney, right? So was it before 2023?
I don't know.
How about on July 27, 2023? Was it in place then?
That may have been then audit. I'm not sure.
And sometime after that, you located him in a store parking lot. You went into his car, you sat down, and you called the police on him, didn't you?
No.
Judge, I'd like to play the tape recording.
I object. Why don't I see counsel to hold this?
Oh, big moments, ladies and gentlemen, in the Aiden TurtleBoy Kierney trial. Oh my goodness. Bradel wants to play video of Lindsay's former partner, who was very dangerous, apparently, approaching Lindsay while she was in a parking lot and then filming her to try to humiliate her. Oh my goodness, the judge, we're at sidebar, the judge, Bradel is screaming with the judge at sidebar, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness, this is this is a flurry of activity. Tim Bradel, Aiden Kierney's lawyer in the Aiden TurtleBoy Kierney case involving Lindsay Gatani, wants to play a video where Lindsay was in a parking lot and got approached by her old partner who was subject to a restraining order to try to humiliate her. We don't know how the judge is going to rule, ladies and gentlemen. We're waiting. We can't hear the sidebar. We're waiting for the judge to make his decision, ladies and gentlemen. These are big moments in the Aiden TurtleBoy Kierney case. Oh, wow. Lindsay Gatani just dominated Tim Bradel on cross. And this is like, we're almost at the end of this cross, ladies and gentlemen. And Lindsay Gatani is just, you don't understand. This is better than some of the Karen Reed trial witnesses for the state did under cross from Jackson and Alessi. Lindsay Gatani just ruined it. And every time Tim Bradel would try to call Lindsay Gatani a name or a liar, the judge would jump in and say, "Stop, Mr. Bradel." Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen, TurtleBoy might be on the ropes here. I'm sensing a potential conviction for Aiden TurtleBoy Kierney. Oh, my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, by the way, Rickety Cricket, Trailman, this is a tough day for Towel. Please do not cause problems for your fellow towels today. I would like it if you mean a lot, if I meant anything to you, if you actually care about Little Towel, please just be friendly. All right, we're watching. There's a huge feud going on right now, ladies and gentlemen, in the Aiden Kierney case, the cross. The case is almost over, ladies and gentlemen. The cross might be over of Lindsay Gatani soon, and Bradel just cannot get the video, and he wants to try to embarrass Lindsay by literally tormenting her and playing a video of Lindsay's deranged, allegedly former ex, like approaching her in a parking lot and scaring her to the point where she started screaming. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, I have seen some things in my life right now. Oh goodness, moments in the Lindsay Gatani and Aiden TurtleBoy Kierney case. Aiden's, oh goodness, this is a protracted sidebar. We're going to watch the replay of Hank. Don't worry. Aiden's lawyer wants to play a video of Lindsay's former partner approaching her in a parking lot until she broke down and cried, until she broke down in fear. But the judge pulled counsel to sidebar. Oh, just moments, ladies and gentlemen. Just moments. With this is a lot. We haven't seen any sidebars this long in the Aiden Kierney case. There's a Bradel wants to play it. I don't think the judge is going to allow it. I'm not sure. We're hearing some ferocious arguments. We can't hear them, but you can tell this is a protracted sidebar in the Aiden Kierney and Lindsay Gatani case, ladies and gentlemen. The lawyer for... Okay. Hold on. Judge is making his decision.
I don't know. I think so.
So,
I planned on it.
how long is it going to be?
It's just like 2 minutes, John.
Court's going to listen to it.
Oh my God!
It's going to be it.
Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, you don't understand how huge this is. Oh my goodness, you don't understand how huge this is. Breaking news. Aiden TurtleBoy Kierney's defense lost their motion to play a video in open court of Lindsay Gatani's former partner approaching Lindsay in a parking lot causing her to be in fear and break down. The judge viewed the clip in chambers. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, God bless Lindsay Gatani. God bless Lindsay Gatani. Ladies and gentlemen, you don't understand. No, the video is not in just being nosy. It was banned from being played in open court. Judge will review it in camera to determine its evidentiary relevance. It will not be seen in court. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness. We don't know if the video is coming in, but the Bradel was furious. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it was a 7-minute sidebar. We're going to go back to here. You all listen to this arc across. I need to process this and type some things as soon as the Kierney case is back in session. But just know, Lindsay Gatani, that was huge. Absolutely huge, ladies and gentlemen. Kierney wanted to play that video in court to torment her. Judge would not allow it. It was a vociferous 7-minute sidebar. Lindsay Gatani came out victorious. Ladies and gentlemen, that was it. That was the crescendo. There's only a few more questions. We don't know if we're going to be heading to a verdict today. I don't know how many witnesses Kierney has on defense, but ladies and gentlemen, we are very quickly approaching the end of this Lindsay Gatani cross, and she has done immaculate. And the big moment, the crescendo, the humiliation Bradel tried to rain down on Lindsay by playing a video where Lindsay's former partner approached her in a parking lot and reduced her to tears and then filmed her because she was terrified and screaming, was not allowed to be played in court. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, praise God. There is a God. I've always believed in you, God. I have never let you down. And today, ladies and gentlemen, of all days, little Tal's going to break into tears. Oh my goodness, you listen to this cross. I need to compose myself. I love you all, ladies and gentlemen. I love you all.
Your expert opinion, based on all of your review of all of the data in this case, all of the testing that you've undertaken, do you have an opinion as to whether or not there was a collision with John O'Keefe?
I do.
Yeah, I'm sustaining that. You're on this call.
In your view, was there evidence of a collision with John O'Keefe?
Sustained.
In your opinion, were any of the injuries that you saw?
So, Ms. Gatani, the circumstances of that video, you've seen that video, right? So that's a yes? Mr. Keegan was trying to get his oil changed, and he was driving down Main Street in Walpole, and he pulls into the CVS parking lot in Walpole, and then you pulled up next to his car, and you got in his vehicle, right? Well, can we agree that you got in his vehicle?
Yeah.
And can we agree that you called the police? Someone else called the police.
I didn't call the police, I don't know who did.
And just sort of alluding to prior questions that I asked you, you had a restraining order on him, right? And that means that you went to a court and said, I'm afraid of this guy, keep him away from me.
Objection. Objection sustained.
You represented to a court that you were in fear of imminent bodily harm, correct?
It's established there was a restraining order. The court understands the standard. What's the next question?
And you asked specifically to keep him away from you, right?
Objection, overruled.
Yeah.
And you got an order that said, probably similar to this one, that he needed to stay probably 100 yards from you, right? And yet, when you saw him, you went to him and you got in his car a couple of feet away from him, right?
That's first. He followed me there.
So your children again, you're taking care of your children again, right? And it's just a chance encounter.
He'd been calling me all day. Found out that his cousin in my yard. And pulled into the parking lot next to me while I was in the drive-thru trying to honestly. As my window was down, comfortably, I was yelling at him to pull over, come over and park next to him. He wanted to talk to me. Trying to pull over next to him. I didn't get out of my car at that moment. I stayed in the driver's seat. My window was down. He came over, asked me over and over for me to get out of my car to talk to him.
Isn't it true that he asked you over and over to get out of his car so that he could go get his oil change? You tried to drive away with your leg out the door? Isn't it true that the video shows him not even in the car?
Mr. Grego, the video speaks for itself.
Thank you.
Do you have anything further on this, or would you like to move on?
No, Judge, I'll move on. Thank you. So, back to the Registry of Deeds parking lot. Who did you talk to arrange for you to meet that group in the parking lot? You don't need to repeat my words. If you want to just take a minute, think about them, and then answer, that'd be fine. Did you speak with Jennifer McCabe about going to that spot?
I called her to unbox the parking lot. I don't remember if I spoke with her prior to that.
Kate Peter told you that Paul O'Keefe wanted you to be there, right? And then you responded to her words to the effect, to a text, Paul O'Keefe wants to talk to me, right? Sure. So Paul O'Keefe
All right, we lost the TurtleBoy. We lost the Kierney feed on that channel. That's all right. We'll go back to the. We're at a sidebar in the Karen Reed case. I don't know what happened there. We're waiting for the Eden TurtleBoy Kierney case to keep going. But my word. Oh, hold on. We're back.
These are the ones you showed me earlier. That's fine.
photograph. Start with the first one here. Who's in that photograph?
My arm in this photograph, I can just think about my birds. I can't probably really be blocked.
The woman to your left is Jennifer McCabe.
Which person?
that's you in the middle, the purse chain on your shoulder?
Yeah.
And that's you going into the courtroom on 226, isn't it? Oh, this picture you're on?
Number 35.
The next picture, kind of a wider angle shot of the courtroom that day,
Yeah.
and you're in the second row on the left side, correct? Follow, keep this gentleman in the row ahead of you on the end, right? He's got a red colored sweater on?
Yes.
And this is a fair and accurate picture of where everybody was that day? At the time? All right, and further with respect to this picture, it shows Mr. Carney and Ms. O'Neill walking out, right?
Yes.
This is
Number 36.
And you said that it was a couple of minutes between when you walked in the courtroom and when Miss O'Neill and Mr. Carney left, right? Does 19 seconds sound about a little more accurate? And isn't it true that no one had to tell Mr. Carney to leave the courtroom, right? And your testimony is that he looked back at you coming into the room and mouthed the F word when he saw you. Is that right? Judge, I'd like to play a video at this particular moment.
Yes.
Okay. And if we could just go up to 445, please. There's a little warm-up period here, I think, you're on, so that's on there.
Go ahead.
The court PowerPoint's warming up.
We go.
We're watching a video from that day. It has no sound.
On the record, I'm following up with Karen Reed on docket 22 CR 117. Given that the clerk is
Oh, it does have sound.
Good afternoon, Mr. Blackburn. Good afternoon, Mr. Jackson.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little.
Good afternoon.
Did you see Mr. Carney stand up there?
Yes.
Mr. Carney stood up, looked towards the window, and then turned around and went to leave, right?
Yes, right now, I was filming that right after the shot.
On behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good afternoon, Ms. Little.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. David Kierney.
Good afternoon, Ms. Kierney. Good afternoon, Ms. Reed. Oh, all right, so here comes Mr. Rowley. Were you expecting him, Ms. McLaughlin? Oh, I'm sorry, I would not have started.
Thank you. And then by then you had already entered and sat where the picture's shown, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Mr. Carney left with Ms. O'Neill, and you stayed in there to watch the hearing, right?
Right.
And what was your purpose in going there that day? And who's the family? Who invited you, and how did that transpire?
Well, all of you wanted me to attend the hearing because they wanted to show their support and solidarity.
And it had nothing to do with the fact that you had a restraining order and you could cause the eviction of Mr. Kierney. And are they still supporting you now that you don't have a restraining order, or is that still in place? Well, you haven't been to any hearings, have you?
I went to the protest this time.
You haven't been to any court hearings, have you?
Because they were not covered yet.
So that was just the one hearing that you wanted to attend, and you had, Mr. Kierney had just gotten out of jail, and you had a restraining order at the time, right?
But then once the file started, they were allowed the public to go in because of the small footprint.
And did you bring your restraining order with you on March 20th?
For another group,
So getting back to 226, you had your restraining order in your hand with you when you walked into the building, right? And it's your testimony that you didn't have it in your hand when you walked into the courtroom?
when I bought my courtroom, yeah.
How about, so let's start, I'm sorry, I was confused. So when you walked into the courthouse, you had it and you showed it to a court officer, didn't you?
I went to security, I was asked to take it out, so that's what happened.
So who asked you to do that?
One of the court officers,
Can you describe them?
I don't know.
When did you first learn that Mr. Kierney was in the courtroom?
I think when we were in the hallway after we were brought to him, so I'm sure the courtroom, we were standing there, the box, the box came up, and it actually saw him doing that.
And you were there for the sole purpose of evicting Mr. Kierney at the behest of the O'Keefes and the Alberts and the McCabe's, weren't you?
It's not.
It was just a coincidence that Mr. Kierney had just gotten out of jail. This was the first hearing he was going to attend as a journalist. And that's when you get invited by the family, right?
I had only just begun talking to the witnesses, and because he connected to them and was getting harassed by labor, that's how we started talking.
It was just a coincidence.
No, I don't believe so. I don't think at all. That's how we met. I think being close and being friends.
You let them use you to evict Mr. Kierney from the courtroom, and you were all too happy to do it, weren't you? So, Mr. Kierney leaves with Ms. O'Neill, and the hearing's over in like 10 minutes, right? It was a lot quicker and a lot shorter than you anticipated, wasn't it?
I don't know how long it might take to see, but it was short.
And you had this situation in place that you referred to about the babysitter, right?
That's something.
You said in your statement that you had to get back for 3:10 to get your child off the bus, right?
Yeah, I got back. There's my phone had died, and I was making sure I killed myself.
And so you really couldn't stay to watch the actual hearing, could you?
My phone died.
Nothing's ever your fault, is it? It's just a coincidence that your phone died, just happened to die, you didn't keep an eye on it? We'll withdraw that. So, you had this babysitter situation before you got there, and that's an indicator that you had to get out of there. Once you evicted Mr. Kierney, you were going to have to get out of there and go pick up your child at 3:10, weren't you? So, your son was getting off the bus at 3:10, right?
Yeah.
And you live in Medfield at the time? And that's about a half-hour ride from the Norfolk Superior Court, isn't it? 25 minutes, sorry, we'll go with 25. So, you really didn't have much time to watch a hearing, did you?
They, for long term, especially, didn't know my phone was going to die.
And so it's your testimony that because your phone, everything was okay until your phone died?
Yes.
And you didn't want to rely on the babysitter, right?
Was relying on this data, but she hadn't met my sister before, but when I spoke to her, she recognized her, she recognized them, and thought things went a little okay, and didn't know what to do. I don't think they thought much to comprehend.
So it was a helpful coincidence for you that the day ended at 2:10 or 2:15, right?
Sure, helpful.
And then you go to leave the courthouse, right?
Okay.
Judge, I'd like to show a picture of the departure from the courthouse, if I may.
No objection. No.
Connie, that's a picture of what the front of the courthouse looked like when you were leaving, right? Yeah. That's what someone walking out would look at when the hearing was over and everyone was leaving, correct?
I don't know when that was taken, but that would be real.
Well, it was a busy scene full of many, many people, wasn't it? So is that what it looked like or no?
And similar to that, I don't know what time it was taken. But it's pretty similar. To me, I thought it was more than but I don't know. It could be.
Well, is it a fair and accurate representation of what the outside of the building looked like or not?
Far.
I'd offer that, Judge, as an next exhibit when we put on a thumb drive.
No objection.
37.
I could just have one more, please, John. You mentioned earlier that on March 20th you attended a hearing? And isn't it true that's one of the hearings that Mr. Kierney publicly stated that he was going to attend? You don't know. So you left with a group of people, correct?
On March 20th?
On 2/26. And who were those people?
You want me to list them all?
Yes.
China Kate, Chris Albert, Matthew, China Kate, sisters, Megan, Colin Albert, Colin, I'm telling you for them all.
How about Paula Keith?
Don't believe who's in the group that left, so.
You left down the stairs and you went down the handicap ramp to the right, correct?
Correct.
You got down to the bottom of the handicap ramp and then you started walking towards Dedham Center, right? And you say that you saw Mr. Carney cross the street at the register, right?
When I was crossing the crosswalk.
I'm not asking that. I'm saying that Mr. Carney was, you say he was across the street at the register yesterday, right?
When I first walked out, I first saw him standing up the steps.
And so it's fair to say that you were walking away from him, weren't you?
I was walking down the sidewalk to get to the crossing walk, and he was walking perpendicular following.
Mr. Carney was in front of the registry, and you were walking towards Dedham Center when you first made it right off the handicap ramp, weren't you?
Yes, to cross the crosswalk.
So the laws of physics tell us that you're walking away from him, aren't you?
Well, not when he's walking with us, following us.
I'm asking you again. You're walking towards town. He's up at the registry of deeds.
Yes,
right?
I would be walking away. Well,
Next question. Then you make a left and you're walking towards the back of the registry of deeds parking lot, correct?
yeah,
And you're still walking away from him, aren't you?
still trying to, as he's still moving.
Trying to? Is anyone stopping you?
So he's stopping, he's moving, but he's still walking, following us,
And you saw this, right? He's following you.
different locations throughout. I didn't see him actually walking the building, staring at him, when I was walking, I was trying to look at him.
Mr. Carney was in front of the registry building, and you were walking away from him to the back of the building, to the cars, right?
Trying to, yeah.
Trying to, okay. And you were increasing the distance between you and Mr. Carney as you walked away, weren't you?
Yeah, trying to.
And you kept walking and walking and walking until you made it to your cars, right? So it's fair to say that you were walking away from where he was, and you were increasing the distance between you and Mr. Carney every step, right?
No, not till I rushed him into the wall and he no longer followed us. Then I was able to reduce the distance.
So Mr. Carney remained, to your knowledge, in the front of the registry building, right?
Now I literally stopped.
Your testimony is that Mr. Carney followed you to the back of the parking lot?
Now I just stopped at the wall. Wall was on my left. I was at 2 feet, he stopped at the wall. So
He did not follow you to the back parking lot, did he?
not to the back.
And every step you were taking was taking you further away from him, right?
Once I got past the wall, correct.
Now, can we, Judge, I have a video of the departure from the courthouse I'd like to play. The initial departure. That's you with the white purse, right?
Yeah, good.
And there's quite a few people that have dark hair, dark coats, dark sunglasses, right?
Yeah. So funny.
So you're walking towards Dedham Center there, right?
Yeah.
You're walking down the crosswalk and you're walking away from the registry of deeds, right?
Yeah.
Right. Judge it off for that as the next exhibit. 38. Thank you. Now, no one in that video yelled liar, liar, right? You didn't react to Mr. Carney. You weren't pointing and saying, there's Carney, go arrest him. Help, there's the guy that I have a restraining order against. Nothing like that in this video, right? Play the next video, please. We continue on, Judge, with this scenario. Now that's a video from across the street looking at the North Superior Court, right? That's everyone still walking across the crosswalk and towards Dedham Center, right? Yeah. I'd offer that as an answer, please, John. And in that video, no one's yelling liar, liar, right? I didn't ask you who took it. I said there's no one in the video yelling liar, liar, right? So that's it. You're correct, Mr. Bradle. There's no one doing that?
No, I don't know.
Now, you have some video from a gentleman of you going into the Dedham Superior Court, correct? Seen video of you going into the Dedham Superior Court?
Okay.
So you're now going to show the same group.
This is going in, Mr. Jacob.
That's you kind of scurrying on the right there with your purse, right? You're in a big hurry there. Why are you in such a hurry?
The men pulled us together between them. So around this, we forgot to take some cases to come to show.
Who told you that?
I don't call.
And is that Paul O'Keefe in the scully cap and the white sweater?
Yeah.
So you're walking in with Paul O'Keefe, right?
Yeah.
And Paul O'Keefe invited you in, right?
That's what I was told.
You're left with Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Oh,
Say something stupid. Do it. Do it. Do it. Say something stupid. Do it. Say something stupid. Say something stupid. Do it.
Who's that? The person yelling, say something stupid. You don't know. Keep playing.
Well, get good angles. Come on.
That's your friend Grant Smith Ellis, isn't it? Yelling to the crowd? You don't know his voice?
I don't know if that's why I'm identifying somebody saying something that makes you feel
So he actually sent out a tweet about walking in with you, didn't he?
Objection.
He came with you, he filmed that whole thing, and you went into the courthouse with him, didn't you?
I can't read that first of all, but also I did met him that day in the parking lot, so he wasn't my friend at Festival, but I
So
can't read that.
let's get back to that. How did you come to know that you were going to meet these people in the parking lot?
Regarding the plan for everybody to be walking in.
How were you apprised of this plan?
I don't know, probably, I don't know who else they talked to.
What did Kate Peter tell you about this plan?
Just that-
Objection. This will be the last time you're allowed to ask it, Mr. Fredo. We'll let
I'm
you
just
answer
trying to
it.
get a satisfactory answer.
It's the last time.
What did Kate Peter tell you about the plan?
Just that I was gonna meet me in the back of the parking lot, and then he went up with his like, call him directly and stuff.
And then you did that, didn't you? So you coordinated with Jennifer McCabe to meet in that back parking lot.
Or just called her once they parked.
And what happened? Was she there or what?
She said she was a couple minutes away.
And you said that during these walks in and out of the courthouse that you had tunnel vision, right?
When I was walking in, pretty jarring, didn't know what to do.
Well, you said the crowd was more raucous when you went out, didn't you? And you had tunnel vision when you went out. That's right?
When I went in, well,
That being entered.
So you said you saw Mr. Carney right when you came out of the courthouse, right?
yeah,
You didn't tell the court officer.
but after I was walking out,
You didn't go find a court officer. You didn't tell a denim cop. You didn't tell a state trooper. You didn't tell anybody.
I was screaming, calling me out there and all kinds of names, and it was chaos. You see that as a God.
You could have had Mr. Carney arrested right then and there when you say you saw him. And you know that, right?
That was not my goal.
And if you really saw him, you would have had him arrested in about a half a second, wouldn't you?
Sustained. Move on from that, Mr. Fredo.
Sure.
Fact-based questions.
And we saw from those videos that that was pretty much a sea of women with dark hair, dark glasses, and dark coats, right?
Except for me and my brother, like,
I each have one moment, please, Ron.
Bradle is talking to Kierney right now. I'm still monitoring, ladies and gentlemen. Bradle is talking to Kierney. We're trying to find out That was wonderful. I came up in the Aiden Kierney case. Well, not wonderful. It was wonderful by
Isn't it
Lindsay.
true,
Right, here we go.
Ms. Gatani, that in all of this video, there's been no expression of anyone saying liar, liar? Nothing further.
In the record examination. No.
Paul McCabe, please.
Colin McCabe.
Hold on. Next witness. Sorry for the loud voice.
Start with your raise your right hand. You swear, no matter now I'm hearing you to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Introduce yourself to the board, please.
My name is Colin McCabe.
And, Mr. McCabe, Louis,
Yes, I am.
married,
I'm married, yes.
what kind of work do you do?
I'm in construction.
And, directing your attention, sir, to, it's like, I think for February 26th going on of 2024. Did you have plans to go anywhere that?
Did I have plans on February 26th to go anywhere that day? Yes. That's where I came and then I showed up and went to the courthouse across the street.
And, were you alone or with someone?
I was with a group of people.
And when you say you showed up, did you drive yourself?
Yes, I came by myself.
And where did you park?
I parked in that parking lot behind the registry of deeds.
And when you got there, did you find the people you were supposed to meet?
Yes, I did.
And noting your last name, sir, appears to be the same as one of the witnesses in the Kierney case. Is there a family connection?
Yes, my brother is a witness and my sister-in-law is a witness in the Kierney case.
And have you attended any of the Kierney hearings before?
Yes, I have.
And what was your purpose in attending them?
Just go to support the O'Keefe family and the witnesses that are involved in that case.
Did you make your way at some point from where you were parked up to Norfolk Street?
Yes, I did. I walked up the driveway, past the registry of deeds, across the street to the courthouse.
And when you made that progression, were you alone or were people?
I was with a group of people at that time.
And was, Lindsay Gatani?
I do not know her, but she was not in the group of people that I was with when I walked in.
Who was in the group that you were with?
Other residents from Canton, some family members, and just people that I have no idea, they're supporters of the O'Keefe family.
So when you got into the courtroom, you passed through the metal detector, et cetera?
Yes, I did.
And where did you go from there?
Then I proceeded up to the top of the stairs in front of the courtroom where the hearing was being held. There was a group of other people there, a lot of people up there that just stood there waiting to see if I would actually get into it.
And by the way, did you actually get into the courtroom?
No, I did not.
So what did you wind up doing while the hearing was such?
I went down to the one floor of the courthouse and I sat there waiting for the people that were in the courthouse to come out with me.
Now, were you familiar with the gentleman's name, Kierney?
I know who he is.
And how do you know who he is?
Just from seeing, I have zero online presence, but just from people sending things and knowing that he's the guy that's been harassing my brother and my sister-in-law, doing this coverage of the Kierney case.
And the day in question, did you know where you looked?
I go there.
Did you have occasion to see him at any point?
During that day, yes, I saw him multiple times.
What describe the situation the first time you saw him, please?
First time I saw him was when I was coming across the street. Saw him. There was a massive crowd of all his supporters and Kierney supporters out there on the street. I just saw him out there doing what he does, taking pictures with his band.
And then, you see him again, house with the point.
Yes, I did. Then when I was upstairs waiting, I saw him. He came up the stairs and actually he straddled my leg when he came up the stairs. He came up, he was trying to slither his way like a little snake through the crowd. And when he got to me, he said, "Excuse me." And I said, "Sorry, that, there's no room to go." So he tried to slither by my body, basically straddling my leg. People in front of me weren't moving, but then he realized when he came by, he walked down the stairs, came up the elevator, came on the other side, next question, looked over, smiled. I said, "Next question."
You waited until, you heard the phone, and
Then I proceeded to leave with everybody that was leaving class.
where were you in the line?
I was the last person. I was the last one.
The very last,
Yes.
now, as you're leaving, did you decide to do it?
Yes, I took my camera out and started filming just because it was a crazy mob of people.
Next question. All right. Did you view that recently?
Video? Yes.
Did you edit that video at all, or was it just as you shot?
The video was just as I shot.
Oh, I'd like to play the video.
No objection? No objection.
So I believe that's number 5. My memory is correct. Would you play exhibit? Would you play our number 5?
People, I'm looking at mail here. Yes. Yes. Don't look at mail. Yes. What up? Keep saying, that's so fucking retarded. Well, Darren. Hey, can't wait till I was in the house.
The question is that your voice to be finished from here, something like there's no one at the ground?
Yes, that's fine.
So you're interacting with the crowd, so to
Yes,
say.
it was.
And at the end, is that your shadow that you see?
That is my shadow on the God, yeah.
That's your vision.
That is correct.
Now, did you have any discussion with Megan and Kane about both of you living on them? Or was it?
No, I just pulled out my camera and started videoing just because with safety, who knows? I don't trust anybody. I'm sure what will take place. I want to make sure.
There's no question before the gentleman answered the question.
And, what was your purpose in taking crap?
Just to document what was happening, just in case something happened.
Were you focused on Mr. Kearney?
No, I was not.
Did you see Mr. Kearney as you were walking along? Did you notice that she did not?
When I was walking along, no, I thought I might have saw him out of the corner of my eye at some point, but
Yeah. So, did there some time when you reviewed the video and you did notice?
yes.
And I'd just like to go through a few of those points with you. Could you advance the video to about 0.05? And just for your honest information, there's a couple of frames for every designation. All right.
Are you being under?
There, yes.
Another quick, does this video have an exit number yet?
Not yet, but hasn't been offered.
I'm happy to offer it.
Awesome, that'll be 40. Thank you. That's 40.
And I was about to ask you, what does this show?
So that's odd right there, that shot across the street from that, assuming that's the registry of deeds building. And zoom in a little bit on it. It appears to be Mr. Kearney, up in the top of the
Objection, Your Honor. There's no way anybody can identify anybody in that video. I object.
Next
question.
Is this a zoom shot with that?
Yes, it is.
Any objection, Mr. Britt, to the Zoom shot? Zoom, yes, I do, Judge. It's not what you and I would see. Understand. I object. All right. Objection overruled.
41.
Next exhibit.
And could you advance the video to 30 in? It's probably the 5th or 6th frame and 30 in. That's an opportunity to this property. Can you tell us what this shows?
That is a picture of across the street of across the street.
That's quite
The red street means.
You have a Zoom shot of each one of these, Mr.
Well, I have a zoom shot of some of them. Do you recognize this one's the zoom shot of the same thing?
The Cosgrove, Mr. Brader, why don't you review the Zoom shot?
Sure.
Well, Judge, I think I know what I'm looking at, but I can lodge the objection that it's not what the human eye would see, what the person would see. The aided zooms don't adequately depict the scenario in the sense that it's a person observing and looking around. But it is where somebody is reported to be. That's all it means. Thank you. All right, so you're all in. No, my objection, ma'am. All in over the defendant's objection. Thank you.
All right. So, and looking at this exhibit, can you tell us if you see Mr. Kearney there?
Yes, I can.
Or a person believed to be Mr. Kearney there, what is this thing?
He is standing up on the lawn in front of the registry of deeds building, behind the lawn where the maintenance at, and two people sitting on the lawn.
And can we advance now to 135 on this one, please? I'm going to show you 2 photographs. You recognize, first of all, do you recognize the second photograph as the admonishment? Yes. Yeah. Do you see someone standing there holding the camera? Yes. I see Mr. Kierney up on the wall, holding his camera, looking at the crowd of people that out of the water.
Objection, Your Honor. That's a total mischaracterization. Mr. Kierney, if that's Mr. Kierney, supposedly, is facing the other way, filming with his back towards the video person.
No, but that's his testimony, and it can be rebutted and crossed
Sure.
to whatever degree.
The court can
I understand
some
people
people.
offering opinions about what everybody can see. I understand that it's all in, wouldn't come this way with the jury.
Thank you.
All right?
Thank you.
Let me show you one final photo. And I'm sorry, Mr. Crawford, I believe that's 140. Yes. I'm directing your attention to the upper left-hand corner, just in front of, behind the wall and in front of the building is a person named. Yes, I see the person now. Mr. Kierney. When the clerk comes back, this will be the last of them. And I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Does he counsel from home?
Okay, the Aidan Kierney case. No questions more for Colin McCabe. We're monitoring. We don't know if we're going to closing arguments or if Kierney has a defense. It's 4:15 p.m., ladies and gentlemen. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. The Karen Reed case is still going. Let's go over there quickly while the Kierney case is at sidebar.
Tomorrow, we'll have a charge conference tomorrow. I'm going to ask the court officers to call the jurors tonight as soon as possible. This is great that you did it. I was going to give you until 7 o'clock tonight, but if you're certain, then the court officers will call the jurors now and let them know they don't have to come in tomorrow. And then when they come in Friday morning at 9 o'clock, we'll do arguments and charge. Tomorrow morning will be the charge conference. Since we don't have jurors, do you all want to come in at 10 o'clock instead of 9 o'clock?
That would be great.
Does that work for the Commonwealth as well?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll see everybody tomorrow morning at 10 for the charge conference. Do you have them now, Jim?
I do, Judge. And just for the record, YYY, ZZZ, AAAA, and BBBB are 223A through D. If you want to look.
In the same corresponding order. So you know what they are, Mr. Jackson, in order. Okay?
223.
Thank you. My only other question, Your Honor, was regarding the parameters of closing argument. Last year, we were relegated to 1 hour. I would ask an hour and a half.
Just let this pass. No, I got it, but yeah, you can go.
I would ask for. I would ask for an hour and a half for a final summation, given the gravity of the case, the length of the case, the amount of evidence that's been adduced. I don't think that's outrageous, and the court normally allows only an hour.
You might get an hour and 15 minutes out of me. Let me see it out an hour. Let me see it. You would not have got an hour and a half by asking for 2 hours. Mr. Brennan, what are you looking for? Do you want to see him?
I don't have a position. I'll take whatever the defense is.
Let me think about it.
Yes,
All right.
sir.
So we will see.
Thank you.
All right. So I'll see everybody at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Is there anything else we need to discuss?
No, thank you.
All right. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
All rise for the court, please.
Happen at 10 a.m. Eastern on Thursday.
Goodbye.
Yeah.
And jurors have the day off Oh, my
Hey,
word.
thank you so much for watching the Karen Reed trial with us, but I wanted to tell you guys about something real quick. We talk a lot.
Hold on, folks. This is big news. We are heading to deliberations by Monday at the latest, folks. Oh, my word. It's time for a big recap. It is time for a big recap, ladies and gentlemen. There's a lot going on. We're going to watch Hank's whole cross. Don't worry. All right. Now, the breaking news is just now. The Lindsay, Gatani, and TurtleBoy Kierney trial will continue tomorrow in Dedham District Court at 11 a.m. Eastern. Lindsay is done with her testimony and blew the world away on cross. The state is expected to wrap up tomorrow and along with Kierney, with the defense. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, big news, ladies and gentlemen. The Kierney case looks like it's a little bit behind schedule, but it's going to be a verdict tomorrow. The state's case did not finish today. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Grant Smith Elvis. I am an exasperated towel. We are going to watch Hank Brennan's entire cross. Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go all the way back to 1:57 p.m. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to rewatch the entire Hank Brennan cross from 1:57 p.m. right after what we would call the luncheon recess. And ladies and gentlemen, you can see Hank Brennan there. You can see Towel is exasperated. I need to turn the air conditioner on. I'm going to melt. Yeah, I don't know if I think deliberations are looking like Thursday to Friday, Monday at the latest, ladies and gentlemen. Charge conference tomorrow in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. It's a big recap. The recap is literally going to be us watching Hank Brennan's cross because I have to get folks updated on the TurtleBoy case. If you're just tuning in, the TurtleBoy Kierney case, Lindsay Gatani's cross is over. She has stepped down from the stand, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, it was brutal. Lindsay Gatani brutalized Aiden Kierney's lawyer, Tim Bradle, to the point where he got flustered and gave up. Towel made an appearance, ladies and gentlemen, in the TurtleBoy Kierney case, and Lindsay Gatani brilliantly answered questions about Towel. It was wonderful, ladies and gentlemen. It was a glorious day, but we have to get caught up on Hank Brennan's cross, so you give little Towel a second. We have to watch from when we came back from lunch. I know you are enjoying Hank Brennan with did we just hear there's no rebuttal case by Hank? Hold on. Did we just hear there's no rebuttal case by Hank? Is that confirmed? Can someone confirm that, Seasons? I'm being a little towel. I have to get caught up on the whole entire Hank Brennan cross of Dr. Welcher. Yes, no, it looks like the jury's going to get charged Friday. Ladies and gentlemen, we just heard that there is going to be no Hank Brennan rebuttal. Can we get a confirmation of that? Yeah, no Hank Brennan rebuttal. Oh, my word. Ladies and gentlemen, Hank Brennan, that means he thinks he has an amazingly strong case. Who's excited? Also, by the way, I've potentially been invited to do a 6 p.m. interview. It's apparently a very big interview. I'm very excited. It's a big supporter of the Justice for John O'Keefe movement. If we do it, I'm going to log on to their Zoom, okay, and I'm going to simulcast it for you. We're going to do a dual interview if it happens, all right? But we got to watch Hank Brennan's cross. Listen, I know you're all excited. I'm an excitable towel. I came up in the TurtleBoy Kierney case. Oh, wow, no rebuttal. Yes, that means Hank Brennan thinks his case is extremely strong, ladies and gentlemen. The jury's going to get charged tomorrow. This is almost done, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, yeah, so the charge conference is tomorrow. We're going to get the consciousness of guilt argument tomorrow. Oh, tomorrow is going to be explosive. And the TurtleBoy Kierney case starts up again at 11 a.m. tomorrow. A verdict could come down tomorrow depending on how long the defense takes. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my Hank, ladies and gentlemen. Now, listen, my clip was played in the TurtleBoy Kierney case. We're not going to watch it right now, ladies and gentlemen, and I don't want to cover up Chewbacca. Hold on. Where am I going to put this? All right, we'll put this right over here for now. I want to start watching Hank Brennan's cross and turn on my air conditioner, so that's what we're going to do. Now, let me just jump forward. Hold on. This was the after lunch. Remember, we're going to rewatch the whole thing. If you didn't miss it, don't worry. Yeah, no jury tomorrow. This is the charge conference tomorrow where the lawyers and judge talk about if there's going to be a consciousness of guilt instruction. Now, we're picking up right after lunch for Hank Brennan's cross. This is our recap, ladies and gentlemen. I have to type up the TurtleBoy stuff. We're not doing a full recap. We are literally just watching Hank Brennan's cross from exactly after lunch, okay?
This court is in session. Please be seated.
right, Mr. Brennan?
Thank you. Dr. Rentschler, facts matter, don't they?
They do, yes, sir.
You've said it many, many times. Facts matter. Isn't that correct?
It was details, but facts matter too.
Do details matter, Doctor?
They do.
They're critical, aren't they?
If you want to prove that something happened a certain way, they're critical, yes, sir.
When you were talking to the jury and giving opinions about where Mr. O'Keefe might have fell or not fell, you were discussing where Mr. O'Keefe was lying on the side of the yard, weren't you?
Where he came to rest?
Came to rest.
Well, approximately. We don't know the exact position, but yes.
You said 10 to 20 feet, didn't you?
I believe so, yes.
You said that 3 times, 10 to 20 feet. Do you think Mr. O'Keefe was 20 feet from the roadway?
Well, I think he's maybe 10 feet, but 20 feet is from, if you're hit by the car, you need some distance to travel. He couldn't travel just horizontally, or perpendicularly. So it would be at least 10 to 20 feet if you look at the total distance.
You have no idea where the point of impact was in this collision, do you?
Nobody does.
I'm asking you, not nobody.
Yeah,
excuse me.
So go ahead and ask the question.
Dr. Rentschler, before this jury, have no idea where the point of impact was of this collision, do you?
That's correct. There's no evidence.
Put Exhibit 2, please. When you were giving your estimate 10 to 20 feet, Dr. Rentschler, did you ever see this photograph before or part of this video?
I'm sure I have.
Well, when you say you're sure you have, are you guessing, or have you seen it or not seen it?
I'm sure I've seen this before, yes.
So you've seen this before?
Yes.
And when you looked at this video, did you look at the street and look at the area where Mr. O'Keefe was?
Sure, yes.
Sure?
Yes.
20 feet, Dr. Rentschler?
The way I explained it to you, yes, sir. 10 to 20 feet.
Details matter, don't they?
They certainly do, yes, sir.
Take that down, please. Did you speak to anybody today before you testified about Dr. Welcher's testimony in court?
I did not today, no, sir.
Before today, did you speak to anybody about Dr. Welcher's testimony?
I did not, no, sir.
At any point, did anybody discuss certain issues with you today that they said would be particularly important?
I don't believe so, no, sir.
When you began your testimony yesterday, before you even finished your credentials, you began talking about your work with the NHL and how important it was to use a 50% hybrid 3 dummy. Do you remember that testimony?
I did, yes, sir.
And you hadn't even finished your credentials yet. Was it brought to your attention that there was an issue in the testing because you or Dr. Wolf or you and Dr. Wolf chose to use a 50% dummy?
Not at all, no, sir.
In your preparation for your testimony, was it discussed at all that at the beginning you should get ahead of the issue and talk about the 50% dummy?
I didn't know it was an issue, no, sir.
Well, you know that the 50% dummy represents somebody who's 5'9", correct?
Approximately, yes, sir.
Approximately 173 pounds.
171, 172, somewhere around there.
And Mr. O'Keefe, how much did he weigh?
216, I believe.
How tall was he?
He was 73 inches, I believe.
So that is not a representative height and weight for Mr. O'Keefe, is it?
That height and weight, no, sir.
And so if you were making projections or analysis based on limb weights, they would be inaccurate if you didn't make adjustments, correct?
Well, they would certainly, the force on the limb would be less if you use a lighter limb. So if Mr. O'Keefe is heavier than the hybrid 3, and I use a hybrid 3, the forces I calculate would be an underestimate of the actual force acting on his body.
If you didn't make an adjustment, but you relied on the numbers from the test 3, the hybrid 3 dummy, ultimately the conclusions would be off, wouldn't they?
They would be an underestimate. Yes, the actual forces would be higher.
And so did you make any conclusions, or did you know that when Dr. Wolf did his tests using the hybrid 3 dummy, he didn't make any adjustments?
What do you mean? How? what adjustments would he make? You get the acceleration, but the acceleration's not going to change, and that's what we utilize. Then you can scale the weight of the body, but I'm not sure what he would have made adjustments for.
When you looked at the ratio, force and mass, if you use a lighter weight, the mass changes, doesn't it?
If you use a light, sure, yes.
And that changes the force equation, doesn't it?
That can, yes.
And so when you were discussing yesterday at the beginning of your testimony about the 50% dummy, had that issue been raised with you?
No, sir, it had not.
You had testified before, hadn't you?
In this case?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And you knew there was a sequestration order?
Prior?
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't discuss the case with anyone, no, sir.
Well, you didn't discuss it with anybody, you said?
I did not, no.
Before you testified last year, you were receiving information from your employer about issues and testimony in the case.
The party that retained us told us things. I didn't break any sequestration. They were the ones in contact with the court. So it was my assumption that whatever they were telling me was allowed by the court. They were the client. I didn't discuss anything with them or tell them anything, but yes, they told us certain things.
Before you testified under oath last year, you were getting updates from your employer about details of this case, weren't you?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Okay, we can approach briefly.
We're gonna skip a lot of the sidebars, obviously. I'm still here, little towels. This is actually going to truncate a lot of this because we're going to jump all the sidebars. So any place where you saw a sidebar, we're going to save time.
Before you testified last year, you were receiving information, not from the defense, from your employer, about other witnesses' testimony during the event, weren't you?
I don't know if they told us about witness testimony. They told us about certain evidence. I had no contact with the court, with the prosecution, with the defense. I had no idea what was going on. We were retained by a certain organization, and they contacted the court. They were in talks with the court about, I guess, what we could or couldn't do. Anything I got was from that organization.
Voir dire 2, 118, line 15. Did you testify under oath that they did inform me, yes, about testimony and situations and events that came forth in the event that I was not aware of?
I don't know. They told us about evidence. I don't know if it was specific to who testified to what, but they told us certain things, certainly, yes.
What I just said to you, are those your words, sir?
I have no idea. I mean, if that's what's in the record, I assume it is.
Would you agree it certainly helped you prepare?
It helped me prepare?
Yes.
It didn't make a difference to my analysis or conclusions.
Made no difference at all?
It did not, no, sir.
Would you agree it helped you understand what was going on during the trial?
I don't think it made a difference at all, no. It doesn't change the facts that I evaluated or the analysis I conducted or the conclusions I came to.
And so as you sit here today, you are denying that that information certainly helped you prepare.
How did it help me prepare? It didn't change the opinions I offered. It didn't change what was in my report or what I'm opining to or testifying to today. It hasn't changed anything I've ever testified to.
I'm going to ask you a very specific question. I want you to give me a very specific
Objection, Your Honor.
So just go ahead and ask the question.
Are you denying that receiving that information certainly helped you prepare?
Honestly, I can't remember. It didn't change my opinion. I don't see how it would help me prepare. I remember there was evidence about trace DNA found that we didn't know before. That didn't change my opinion then. It doesn't change my opinion now. It doesn't have anything to do with my opinion.
Details matter, right, sir?
Details can matter.
Details matter, so let's talk about detail.
Sure.
Are you denying that receiving that information certainly helped you prepare? Are you denying it?
I'm going to allow it.
Yeah, I don't think that it did. It's been a year, but certainly it didn't change any of my opinions or what I opined to. It didn't change anything with my testimony.
I'm going to ask you one more time. I'll ask you a different question. Receiving that information from your employer, are you denying it helped you understand what was going on during the trial?
I'm going to allow that.
I don't even think that it did. I don't understand that. I understood what was happening. I understood what the theory was. So saying that there's trace DNA doesn't change anything. It doesn't affect what my understanding of the trial was or what was happening or what allegedly occurred.
When you were traveling out to testify last year, you had phone conversations with the defense, didn't you?
I think I had like 2 phone conversations, 2 or 3.
So that sounds like a yes, you did.
Yes, there was one right before my qualification, my voir dire, where I talked to Mr. Jackson, and that was it. Other than that, I think it was just planning and scheduling.
Mm-hmm. Was there any discussion on how you could portray yourself as independent?
I don't believe there was.
So you don't believe?
Yeah. There was no need to.
That's not the question. Details matter. Was there any attempt?
So the objection's sustained. I'm going to strike that, folks, okay? Questions, Mr. Brennan?
Was there any attempt in your conversations to portray yourself as independent as far as your arrangements were concerned in coming out here?
No, I don't think so, because there was no need to, because it was independent.
When you had conversations with the defense, did they offer to give you transportation assistance getting here?
They provided a ride to and from the airport, yes.
Did you tell the defense that you prefer to take an Uber so that it would appear independent to a jury?
No, because I didn't take an Uber. I took their ride. If I wanted to appear independent, then I would have taken an Uber.
Did you have a conversation about that you were thinking about taking an Uber?
It didn't even cross my mind, sir.
And then after you testified, did you stay independent?
What do you mean independent?
No, did you have any bias warring you?
Any bias?
Bias, yes.
What do you mean? Did I have any bias?
Well, after you testified, where did you go?
Well, I was waiting for my ride, and to get back to the airport, they had to take other people, and so they were having a lunch afterwards, and they said, come have a sandwich, and then your ride will take you to the airport. So I went, and I had a ham sandwich.
You had a ham sandwich. Did you testify at some point that after you had something to eat, you just stood in the corner?
I did. I sat at a table, ate, and then went over and literally stood in the corner waiting for my ride.
When you sat at the table and ate, did you just eat your ham sandwich, or did more go on?
I ate. People were talking. I really didn't talk much at all.
Did you listen?
Well, certainly, I'm sure I did, sir.
Did you laugh along?
I assume if something funny was said, I probably laughed.
Did you talk about your testimony?
I don't, at this point, I don't even remember.
Let me alert you to something. When you were there at the luncheon, did you see a camera crew?
I believe I did, yes, sir.
Filming and documenting, right?
There were a lot of cameras, yes.
You know that you might have been on some of that footage?
That's fine. I could care less.
Okay. So do you think maybe you were talking about the case and your answers and laughing it up a little bit?
I have no idea. Possibly.
You were involved in conversations with the defense attorneys, were you?
What do you mean conversation, sir? I had just gotten done testifying. I was having lunch. Whatever was spoken about at the table, I'm sure I heard.
You know what a conversation is when someone speaks to you and you answer.
Sure.
Did you have conversations with some of these folks?
Sir, I can't remember conversations I had last week, let alone a year ago. So I probably did, but I have no clue
Do you remember
what we would have talked about.
Do you remember accolades you might have been receiving because you had given certain answers to the then prosecutor on the case and laughing about the answers?
I have no idea. I can't remember last week what I had for lunch last Tuesday. How would I remember a conversation from over a year ago?
Do you remember when you were having conversations with some of these folks and you were laughing about when the prosecutor asked you about other evidence like DNA? You had a response, well, the physics doesn't change. Remember?
I don't specifically remember that, no, sir.
How long were you at the table eating your ham sandwich with the folks there enjoying the event? How long do you think that went on for?
I honestly don't know. 10 minutes? How long does it take you to eat a ham sandwich? 10 minutes?
And after you finished your ham sandwich and then you told us you stood in the corner, you got a ride back to the airport?
I did, yes, sir.
Yeah. After you got back to the airport, ultimately your company billed the defense for your time preparing and traveling and testifying?
I believe they did.
Well, you wrote your bills down, didn't you? You wrote your time down?
Well, I don't know who gets billed to it. I think it was actually, I wrote my time down and it was the same time code for the original employer that we had. I'm not involved in billing. I don't know who the bill goes out to. I just put my time in and do my work.
Do you know that the defense paid that bill?
I have no idea if they paid it or not.
And then now you have a new contract with the defense. Or I should say you have a contract with the defense, don't you?
I assume ARCA does. I'm not involved in that. I don't do any part of the financials. I just do my job.
Do you keep your billing?
I enter my billing every week, yes.
Do you know how much you've been paid so far in this case?
I haven't been paid anything. I'm a salaried employee for ARCA. I have no idea how much ARCA's been paid.
How much has ARCA been paid because of your work so far?
I have no idea. I'm not involved in the financials, sir.
You have no idea how much time, how much compensation your company is going to get for the work that you've done and continue to do on this case? You have no idea.
It's not my concern. It's not my department, so I don't.
Is that that's a no?
That's a no, sir.
Now, when you communicated with the defense, you texted, didn't you?
When?
At any point.
There were some texts, yes.
And at some point there was a court order for you to bring a copy of your text?
I believe so, yes.
But when you say you believe so, details matter.
Yeah.
Do you know whether there was a court order for you to bring your text?
I believe there was, yes.
Did you comply with that court order?
I complied with, yes, with whatever I had.
Did you have any of the text messages?
I don't believe so.
What happened?
Well, there were like 2 text messages about where I could get my ride and what time. And so after that day, like I do many times, I'd probably erase those texts.
When you say probably, did you delete the text that you had with the defense last year during the trial?
Again, I had like 2 texts about scheduling, and I'm sure I deleted them like sometime around that time, like I do with most texts.
Did you ever use Signal?
I did not, no, sir.
Why not?
I have no need to.
Why would you have a need to?
I'm going to allow it.
I wouldn't have a need to. That's why I said I don't use it.
What's Signal for?
It's for, I think, for encrypted messages.
Do any of your colleagues use Signal to have conversations with their clients?
I'm going to allow that you're aware.
I have no idea what my fellow employees or cohorts do.
One of your fellow employees is a gentleman by the name of Dr. Wolf. Yeah? You worked very closely with him on this case, didn't you?
I've worked with him on this case, yes, sir.
And working with him on this case, were you aware of his habits, of whether or not he used encrypted apps like Signal?
I'm going to allow it.
I'm not aware of Dr. Wolf's habits, no, sir.
When you worked on this case, when you began, you worked with a gentleman by the name of Mr. Klein?
Scott Klein is another engineer at ARCA that worked on the case, correct.
And you worked with Dr. Wolf?
That's correct, yes.
You worked as a group?
Well, I mean, we all worked on the project together. I'm located in the Pittsburgh office, and Mr. Klein and Dr. Wolf are in the Philadelphia office, so we didn't physically work together, but we worked on the same project, obviously.
When you first began your testimony yesterday, you said that you were restrained in what you could do. Do you remember that testimony?
I do, yes.
And when you said you were restrained, were you attempting like a preemptive strike because of certain things you didn't do to try to ward off any questions about that?
Objection. Sustained.
Let me ask it this way. Were the rules different regarding your initial investigation for you as opposed to Dr. Wolf?
I don't know that they were. I don't believe they were.
Did Dr. Wolf have free reign to do whatever he wanted?
Objection. Sustained.
Were you given free reign to do whatever testing you wanted?
I don't believe we were, no.
You, though, were you?
Was I?
Yes, were you given free reign to do whatever testing you wanted?
I mean, there was budgets, and we had to stay within certain values, so I wouldn't say I was given free reign because I couldn't do whatever I wanted.
Did anybody tell you what tests you could or couldn't do?
I don't think there was a list of specific tests or not, but you would discuss what would be done or what we could do and what the cost of those tests would be.
Were you free to suggest any tests that you wanted to?
I'm assuming I could suggest whatever I wanted to, sure.
Were any of your suggestions denied?
I can't remember. I don't know that they were. I mean, we had what we were constrained is what the client wanted to know. And so we tailored our tests to do that and tried to keep the budget and the cost of what we did in our analysis down for that very purpose.
Could you have suggested crash tests?
Probably could have suggested whatever I want.
Did you suggest crash tests?
Honestly, I don't know. I mean, it might have been brought up, but pretty sure that would not have been within the budget. So
I want you to be detailed. I don't want you to guess.
So without that preamp, go ahead and just ask the question, please.
Did you suggest doing crash tests last year?
I can't remember. We obviously didn't, but I don't know if that was brought up or not.
Do you, since your memory is difficult?
Sustained. Okay.
Friends, special towel interview coming in just a few minutes. I'll get the link and post it in the chat. 6 p.m. I'm going to be interviewed. I'm going to dual cast it here. Keep watching. We're going to rush back from sidebar. We can time travel here. Towel just got some water, and I got some peanut M&Ms. That's going to get me through the 6 p.m. interview, and then I'll do the recap of the Kierney case. Karen Reed's defense has rested, ladies and gentlemen, but we're going to watch the end of Thanks Cross.
To remember things, do you write them down?
That's one of the ways you can do it, sure.
Do you do it? Do you write down things so you don't forget?
Depends what it is.
Okay. You provided a CV, which is a resume?
That's correct, yes.
Resume outlines your education?
Yes, sir.
Areas of specialty?
Correct.
And then it highlights your accomplishments as far as the focus of your specialty or the focus of your profession, what you like or what you do a lot, right?
Some of it, yes, sir.
So, for example, you have a number of publications that are peer-reviewed.
Correct.
And peer-reviewed publications mean that you've written something that's been evaluated and considered by other experts in the industry and have been adopted or recognized, correct?
Well, that it's been published, yes, sir.
You have a long list of peer-reviewed articles dating back to 2003. Is that correct?
Yeah, as I said yesterday, most of my peer-reviewed articles are all written when I was in graduate school. Correct.
Have you had any peer review articles since 2003?
Probably not. No.
And your peer review articles, 2003, deal with the evaluation of selected electric-powered wheelchairs.
That was one of them, yes, sir.
The next one, intelligent walkers for the elderly.
Correct.
Comparison of fatigue life for 3 types of manual wheelchairs.
Yes, sir.
Evaluation of a pushroom activated power assisted wheelchair.
Correct.
Displacement between the seating surface and hybrid testing dummy during transitions with the variable configuration wheelchair.
The hybrid 3, yes, sir.
Assessment of manual wheelchair ride.
Correct. I was looking at forces and accelerations on the body. Yeah.
Fatigue life of 2 manual wheelchair cross brace designs.
Yes, sir.
Evaluation of selected ultralight manual wheelchairs.
Yes, sir.
Augmentation of 100 key ISO wheelchair test dummy to accommodate higher mass.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so you would agree that all of your peer review articles deal with wheelchairs?
Well, wheelchairs and the kinematics and kinetics forces associated with propelling wheelchairs and injuries associated with that. Yes, sir.
Do any of them deal with pedestrian collisions?
No, they don't.
You've written a book chapter?
Yes, sir.
Smart technology for aging?
Yes, sir.
And again, nothing on pedestrian accidents?
That's correct.
Expanded abstracts, you've written a few?
I have, yes, sir.
Suffice to say, dealing with wheelchairs?
And assistive technology, that's correct, yes, sir.
Any have to do with pedestrian collisions?
I don't believe so, no.
Looking at your CV, you can note any area of specialty you'd like, correct?
You can put down whatever you like, I suppose, sure.
Sure. Have you listed any specialty as pedestrian collisions?
Well, not specifically. That actually falls under impact, biomechanics, biomechanical injury causation. So I didn't list it specifically, but it certainly falls under the actual expertise that I perform.
Now, Doctor, when you worked with Dr. Wolf, did you have a chance to look at his report?
I did, yes.
If you saw anything in the report that was off or mistaken, would you have an opportunity to discuss that with him?
I'm sure I would, yes, sir.
Did you find anything about his report that was wrong as far as data?
I don't recall. If I did, I probably would have talked to him, but I don't recall.
You and Dr. Wolf were collaborating together, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
And when you collaborate, you relied on each other's data at times, didn't you?
To some extent, yes.
Some things Dr. Wolf did, you relied on ultimately for your interpretation and your conclusions.
I did, yes.
Did you write a report and talked about the acceleration of the ATD, the test dummies, regarding its hands and arms?
I did, yes.
When you wrote your report talking about this very specific data, do you remember what you determined was the acceleration for the ADT right hand at 29 miles per hour? How many G's that was?
Let's see. Accelerations for the right hand.
Page 6.
Yeah, it looks like 863 Gs.
And when you were comparing data with Dr. Wolf, if something was different or off, would you correct it?
Oh, I'd talk to him about it, sure.
Okay. Did you ever talk to him about his collection of data regarding peak acceleration that the arm and hand experienced at a 29 mile per hour collision?
Well, when I think That 863 is from the CFC 1000 hertz low pass filter. And in his report, he used a lower number from a 180 hertz. So they're both accurate numbers. It's just how you actually filter the data.
So you know what I'm talking about, right?
I do, yeah.
Yeah.
And I ended up using a lower number than when I did my calculations.
Could we have Exhibit 1, please? You've talked a lot about this photograph. Do you see it?
I do, sir, yes.
And you described, well, you didn't describe, you read that these were superficial abrasions, correct?
That's the diagnosis, yes, sir.
Any of those wounds a puncture in your mind?
I don't make medical diagnoses, so I'm not going to comment on that, sir.
Well, you talked about x-rays and injury. I know you don't make medical diagnosis, but you were very careful to be detailed about what this was. Not a laceration, right? It is a superficial abrasion.
That was what was diagnosed by the medical records, yes, sir.
And you were very careful to make that distinction when you were critiquing Dr. Welch. Judge.
Sustained into that form.
And so you also looked at x-rays, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And when you looked at them, did you try to give the impression that you've read them, even though you're not a doctor and you can interpret them?
Sustained.
Were you trying to interpret them for us?
No, it was actually interpreted by the medical examiner that there were no acute injuries.
So when you were giving all that information to the jury about the x-rays, was that your personal opinion, or were you just regurgitating something you had read?
That was the medical examiner's opinion, but certainly you can look at the x-rays and see that there are no actual fracture lines or space displacement between the joints. But it's the medical examiner and his diagnoses that I rely upon.
So when you were going through an explanation of all these different photographs and x-rays, you weren't trying to portray that you were giving your own personal opinion about it?
I don't give diagnoses, but if there's no fractures on an x-ray as diagnosed by an MD or physician, you can look at the x-ray and then you can see why there are no fractures. You can look at the x-ray and see where the fractures are if there's a diagnosis. So the diagnosis was no fracture, no acute injury, and that's certainly consistent with looking at the x-ray itself.
So when you were looking up the x-ray and holding it up, was that just a prop? I mean, were you simply just regurgitating what you read in the report, or were you doing a certain
Sustained.
were you doing any kind of analysis yourself when you were sharing with us what those x-rays showed or didn't show?
The analysis is that there's no fracture or acute injury, and that's what the medical diagnosis is, and that's what the x-rays showed.
Are you giving us your opinion, or are you regurgitating what you read in a report?
That is what the medical diagnosis is, that there's no fractures and no acute injuries. That's what the medical opinion is.
So you're regurgitating what's in the report?
Sustained in that form.
Did you see any MRIs?
I don't believe any MRIs were taken or performed.
In
no.
x-rays, does it depict deep soft tissue damage?
Normally it does not depict soft tissue damage, no.
How about muscle tears?
No, it does not.
How about tendon tears?
Not normally, except you can see laxity in the joints if there is tendon or ligament tears. Normally you can see laxity in the joints, but it doesn't show the ligament or the tendon itself.
Nerve injuries?
No, sir.
Avulsion fractures?
Yes, sir.
Okay. People sometimes get MRIs to see if there's a fracture that doesn't appear in an x-ray. Yes?
Sometimes x-rays are the best for looking at bony fractures. MRI is looking at soft tissue injuries.
Speaking of wounds, you've cited a number of references, a number of materials in your reports, haven't you?
I have, yes, sir.
And one of them that you've cited is forensic pathology.
Yes, sir.
This is a legitimate source to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you've relied on it for at least part of the basis of your study or opinions.
Well, I relied on it because it speaks and looks at the difference between, for instance, a laceration and an abrasion.
A person could be struck by a motor vehicle and not indicate any bruising to that area, wouldn't you say?
At what speed, what part of the vehicle were they contacted, what part of the body were they contacted? It depends on the amount of force associated with that. There's a number of variables involved.
Okay. Does the absence of a bruise indicate that there was no blunt force trauma to the area?
I'm going to allow it. Can you answer that?
Well, the absence of a bruise, can you repeat that again?
You were talking about bruising.
Yes.
Does the absence of a bruise necessarily indicate there was no blunt force trauma to an area?
No, you have to look at all the evidence, and you have to look at the force. If there's 4,000 pounds of force applied to the body or to the arm, then certainly you would expect a bruise. And if there's no bruise, then you would have to question if that impact or contact actually occurred. You don't just look at that by itself in isolation. You look at all the variables and facts involved with the case to determine if an injury occurred.
Have you ever seen collisions where more than one person was hit or struck by the vehicle?
Multiple pedestrians, you mean?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And have you ever seen in a collision where the vehicle's going the same speed when it hits multiple different people, there can be multiple different injuries?
That is so vague, and you'd have to go back and look at a specific case, look at the injuries, look at the vehicle, look at the people. You can't just say, is it possible this could occur? You have to look at a specific case and demonstrate that that could actually happen.
Well, I'm not asking if it's possible. I'm asking in your experience. Have you...
I'm going to allow that.
Have you ever been involved in evaluating multiple pedestrian crash where there are multiple pedestrians hit by one vehicle and they sustain different or, in some cases, no injuries? Has that ever happened in your study?
Yeah, sure, because it depends where they're hit, what part of the body they're hit on, what the force is for that hit. The people aren't going to be hit the same multiply by one vehicle. You can certainly have multiple people and different types of injuries.
Have you seen people hit by a vehicle at a particular speed and have certain injuries, and then you've seen other cases where people are hit by a vehicle similar speed but have no injuries? Have you ever seen that?
I'm going to allow it.
So what do you mean by injuries?
Have you ever seen, in any of your cases, a pedestrian hit at a certain speed and have injuries, and another case where you look at where there is a similar type of collision with different injuries?
So again, do you mean abrasions, cut, laceration, fracture? Do you mean same car? It's not something that you look for and compare between cases. You'd have to go back and actually study the cases and look at the details.
Having experience in pedestrian collisions, you can't think of a similarity between cases as far as vehicles and speeds and totally different injuries occurring?
I'm going to allow that. Can you?
Do you mean hit the same way with the same type of car at the same speed with the same force?
I'm going to allow it. Can you answer it?
I don't believe I've ever seen a case where two people were hit with the same car at the same speed with the same force with different injuries. I don't even know if you can correlate that.
Looking at Exhibit 1, have you done any study about the directionality of glass or broken plastic?
What do you mean by directionality?
About when something shatters, how it shatters. Does it shatter the same every time, or when plastic shatters, does it shatter differently?
It certainly depends on the impact.
Do you have any studies where plastic shatters exactly the same way on different impacts?
I doubt that it shatters exactly the same way.
It has a lot of different variables, doesn't it?
It could.
Depends on a number of different equations, doesn't it?
Well, it depends on the testing you do. If you want to see how it shatters, and if you're claiming that it shattered in a certain way to cause a certain injury, if you don't have any peer-reviewed evidence, if you don't have any research, then you have to do the testing, because you can't just say, well, it's possible it could shatter this way and cause that injury. That's not conclusive. You can't use that to come to an opinion about what happened.
Oh, that wasn't what I was asking you. I was asking you if you have seen in cases that when plastic breaks, it breaks differently.
Yeah. Well, sure. The testing we've done here, the taillights covers fractured differently, and we didn't get any contact. So I have personal experience just with this case alone.
We'll get to the contact. When you looked at all the tests you did, the plastic broke differently in each and every case, every experiment, didn't it?
Sure, it's broken like that, and I've never seen a case where you get these types of abrasions.
Well, I didn't ask you that. Is that funny?
No, it's not funny.
Okay.
So I'm going to strike the comment. Next question. Next question, Mr. Brennan. No more comments.
When you did your experiments, the sizes of plastic that broke were different in each experiment, weren't they?
They were, yes.
The number of breaks in each experiment were different, weren't they?
They were, yes.
The angles of the break changed from piece to piece, experiment to experiment, didn't they?
I'm sure they did.
Did you watch the videos and watch the damage and take a look and count how many pieces broke in each experiment?
I didn't specifically count, no. We looked at contact to the sleeve and to the dummy itself.
You never counted the broken pieces in each experiment?
I did not. There was no need to.
Not a matter if there's a need, did you?
I did not, no, sir.
Okay. You had talked quite a bit about Dr. Welcher's test with the paint, so I want to ask you some questions about that. Were you ever under the impression that Mr. Welcher, you can take that down, please. Were you ever under the impression that Dr. Welcher was trying to reenact the actual collision when he did that blue test?
I'm going to allow it.
Well, that was the only test he performed, and he referenced that test for his opinion that the position and orientation of the lacerations are consistent with the taillight cover. So if that test was not intended to signify or demonstrate the position of the arm, he has no evidence to say the position and orientation of the arm in the lacerations, which are abrasions, are consistent with the taillight cover. That's the only test he did. So if it doesn't represent that, it's really meaningless in his analysis and conclusions.
Now that you've shared your opinions, can I get back to my question?
Sustained. So, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Brent, all right, I'm going to see counsel at sidebar.
Oh, things got feisty, ladies and gentlemen. Let's jump forward again. No protracted sidebars needed. We're saving time. Oh, that was a long sidebar. No wonder you all were like, sidebar number 7. Well, we're time-traveling towels, ladies and gentlemen. Look at us time-traveling. How long did this sidebar go on for? How long did they watch The Fan, ladies and gentlemen? Wait a minute. What? They were at sidebar for like an hour? Oh, goodness, my word. That was it. No way they were at sidebar this whole time. That's impossible. What, did they go to some kind of recess or something and I missed it? That's like an hour of sidebar. What is that, like the longest sidebar in the history of sidebars? Well, we're jumping forward nonetheless. Oh, wait, that wasn't lunch break. Wait a minute. We were not at lunch break. We were at a sidebar. Oh, do we go to lunch after the sidebar? No, that doesn't seem right, ladies and gentlemen. We were at this part of the cross.
Correct.
And so your opinion back in 2004 was that if a person's arm were to cause the damage to that taillight on that Lexus, you would expect to see extensive soft tissue and likely bony injury.
Yes, soft tissue referring to ligaments and tendons of the elbow and shoulder, correct, and the wrist.
And so you're saying not superficial abrasions, but in the arm?
Yes, when you look at, and you can see from the testing we did for this case, for this round, that the arm extends and you have contact with the arm, you would expect at those speeds damage to the tendons and the ligaments, the elbow, the shoulder, likely the wrist.
And the x-rays that we looked at, or that we saw, and you offered the words of the medical expert, there is no MRI studying any ligament damage, is there?
There are no MRIs that I'm aware of, no, sir.
And x-rays wouldn't fairly depict some of those internal injuries that you're referring to, would they?
As I described before, it can show laxity of the joint, but it normally doesn't show the actual soft tissue damage itself, no, sir.
And a crash test dummy is different than a person, isn't it?
Certainly it is, yes,
No
sir.
muscle.
That's correct.
No ligaments.
That's correct.
The crash test dummy does not react or respond like a human being.
Well, it does to a certain extent, yes.
There are differences.
Certainly there are, yes.
And so when you're looking at a crash test dummy, you can agree that there are significant differences between what you might see on the dummy's arm and what would maybe happen to a human being's arm on the inside.
There can be. That's why you have to look at the acceleration and the force, and that's primarily what the ATD is utilized for.
But focusing on the actual observation of the arm, you would agree, doctor, that looking at a crash test dummy arm is not comparable to actually looking into a human being's arm with an MRI and seeing if there's any damage on the inside.
No, of course, that they're not the same. No, sir.
You were speaking about references earlier. You did have a chance to see Dr. Welcher's report, didn't you?
I did, yes.
And in his report, there were a number of references, weren't there?
There were different references, but I think maybe 26 within his report.
In addition to his references, you were sent a number of gigabytes of information, weren't you?
I was, yes.
And in those gigabytes, there was different references to different materials, wasn't there?
Well, first of all, there were only 26 references in his report that he cited to for his opinions. There was material contained within the batch of documents that they sent over. There was a bibliography or CV of different papers that he had submitted, I think 20 pages of papers that weren't referenced in the original report. And the most recent paper in that AutoPed packet was from 2004. Most of them were from the 60s and 70s, but there was an additional packet of information.
When you read his report and saw his references, did you look up the references?
I did, yes, sir.
Okay. And when you were saying earlier that there was only one reference, you were referring to the pink test, correct?
Well, I was referring to there's only one reference specifically with respect to automobile pedestrian impacts.
When you looked at his references, sir, did you have an opportunity to read any of the articles?
I did, yes, sir.
And many of them are peer-reviewed?
Yes, sir.
In addition, when you looked at the 20 pages of materials he sent over that were not in his report, how many references did you read out of those 20 pages of references that he offered?
Well, I didn't read any because they weren't referred to in his report for his actual opinions in this case.
Do you know whether or not he considered those references or whether he read those references?
We're going to allow that.
He didn't cite to any of those references in either the PowerPoint presentation or in his report. That's the knowledge I have of whether he reviewed those.
So you don't know what he considered or thought, do you?
I know what he cited to and he referenced to in his report in PowerPoint. That's the extent.
The question is, you don't know what he was referring or reading or relying on other than what was in his report cited, correct?
Well, right. If he referred to the other articles, yes, certainly other articles in the 60s, 70s, and 80s he may have, but they don't really pertain to what happened in this case.
How many references were in your May 7th report?
Well, I think there were... 26, I think.
Those 26 references, are they offered in your report to suggest some type of support for the proposition that you're promoting in the report?
Well, they support the opinions or the methodology or both with respect to what I've offered in this
The reason why you put a cite in is suggesting that it supports whatever proposition you're footnoting on that.
To some extent, or the methodology or some information pertinent to that opinion, yes, sir.
Regarding crash test dummies and prediction in soft tissue injury, you provided 3 sites, didn't you?
In soft tissue injuries?
Yes.
Can you show me where it says that, sir?
Footnote 11 of your report, Mr. O'Keefe's right arm kinematics during impact with the Lexus are inconsistent with producing the documented cuts damage to his right sleeve as well as the abrasions to his right arm. Did you write that?
Yes, and which one was that again? I just want to make sure. What was the number?
You cited footnotes 24, 25, and 26.
Yes.
And when you cited 24, 25, 26, did any of those 3 sites, in fact, those are the only sites that you cited for that proposition, correct?
Yes, sir.
So your entire basis of sites is limited to those 3 articles or 3 papers, yes?
For reference, it's not, the testing obviously proves differently, but yes, for that one comment there, those were the 3 that were provided, yes.
Starting with number 24. When you looked at 24, did it ever suggest, in this paper, did it ever suggest that it was appropriate to use a crash test dummy, in the material of a crash test dummy, to make an analysis or determine whether or not there would be documented damage to someone's skin?
No, it didn't, and that's not what I did in this matter.
In this article you cite supporting the claim that you made, there is nothing in here that would suggest that a crash test dummy is appropriate to use in making that determination, is there?
There is not, no, sir.
In fact, in this article, it gives you details on what actually should be used to make that analysis, doesn't it?
No, sir. It tells you certain ways to look at sharpness and how lacerations are caused.
This is titled Skin Tissue Cuttability and its Relation to Lacerations Severity Indices. You know that. You cited that.
That's correct. And it looks at specifically, I think, laminated glass and its ability to cut the skin.
Number 24 in your site, correct?
Yes.
And it tells you 3 types of skin were examined and used for this type of study. Post-mortem human skin from 2 different body sites, Cameos leather, and Napa goat skin. Is that correct?
Right, to look specifically at laminated glass and it's the cuttability of that type of glass.
And the reason why the study is giving those suggestions is because a crash test dummy's arm and fabric, the way it's made, is different than how real skin would respond. Yes?
Well, it is different, sure.
Yeah.
And I didn't do that type of comparison.
You did not do any comparisons with any of the suggestions in the site that you cited in support for your proposition, did you?
Oh, I did not evaluate that. No, not in that manner. No, sir.
And then you cited number 24 or 25. You cited a book, Forensic Pathology, correct?
Correct.
And in this forensic pathology book, in the entire book, it never suggests that crash test dummies are appropriate to use when making this type of analysis, does it?
Correct, and that's why I would not do that type of analysis with respect to lacerations. That's not what my analysis involves, sir.
My question was, nowhere in that book does it say that crash test dummies are appropriate for analyzing skin lacerations on a collision, does it?
Sure, I mean, for that sake, it doesn't say it's inappropriate either.
And then you also cited an article, your third article, Understanding the Acute Skin Injury Mechanisms Caused by Player Surface Contact During Soccer. Did you cite that?
I did, yes.
And again, there's nothing in there that talks about the appropriate use of a crash test dummy when you are trying to support the proposition that someone's arm is consistent or inconsistent with producing cuts and damage in a collision.
That's correct.
Are you aware of literature relative specifically to the use of the hybrid 3 crash test dummy, which was used in this case?
There's a lot of literature with respect to the hybrid dummy, yes.
Have you ever heard of the person by the name of Stanley Bakatis?
I don't recall that I have.
Okay. How about Harold Mertz? Isn't he a leader in the field with crash test dummies?
He is, yes.
Right. Would you agree that we also do not believe the current instrumented arm configuration is suitable either for prediction of soft tissue injuries? Would you agree with that?
Well, for laceration, sure, it shouldn't be used for that. It shouldn't be used in that manner. That's why I don't use it in that manner.
Do you have any source that says it's suitable for determining superficial abrasions?
I do not, no, sir.
You have no other sites whatsoever supporting that proposition, which led inevitably to one of the opinions you gave to this jury, true?
Not true. That's a misrepresentation of what I performed, the testing that I performed, and the results that I analyzed in this case.
Now, you've talked a lot about Dr. Welcher's pain test. You don't have any information that Dr. Welcher ever claimed that his test was intended to represent exactly how Mr. O'Keefe's arm was when he was hit, do you?
Well, the evidence I have for that is that in his report, he says that the orientation and position of the lacerations are consistent with the orientation position of the taillight cover. And then right under that, he has reference to that test that he performed. So again, if he didn't intend to do that, then there's no evidence that he can provide with respect to the arm impact at all. That's the only test that was performed to look at the arm and the taillight cover. If it doesn't represent the actual position, then apparently he has no idea how the arm was positioned or how it was impacted.
Let's get back to my question.
Yes.
Is there anything where Dr. Welcher has informed you or written that he is intending to represent the actual arm angle of John O'Keefe when he was hit by Alexis?
Again, I just described what he has in his actual report. So he didn't write specifically that that's what it's intended to do. It seems he's inferred that, and again, that's the only test that he's performed or referred to in this case.
You inferred that?
Inferred that that's how he believes that the arm was positioned?
I think we understand your perspective is that the only test he performed, but what I really want to get at is your conclusion, your assumption that Dr. Welcher was suggesting that there was a specific arm angle that occurred in this case that he was identifying. You don't see that anywhere in his report.
Well, it would be pretty odd if the one test he ran didn't actually represent what he thought happened. I don't understand what the value of that would actually be.
Did Dr. Welcher ever represent that he was trying to describe the actual body position of John O'Keefe when he was hit?
Actually, he doesn't state that. He states very little in his report or in his PowerPoint. He demonstrates through the video of his arm like that and contacting it, and then he holds his arm up to a picture of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm to compare and apparently demonstrate that it's in the same area. But again, he doesn't actually state that opinion. He doesn't state any opinions that the contact actually occurred, except in one point, and has no evidence or foundation for that.
Would the answer to my question be no?
You would have to ask Dr. Welcher, I suppose, but if it's not, again, then I'm not sure what that test actually accomplished or represented.
You've made assumptions and then have given opinions to this jury based on your assumptions, haven't you?
I've evaluated the evidence in the one test he ran. If that's incorrect, well, then I would have to correct my opinion and my assumption and say that not only is the test not actually show what occurred, but he hasn't performed anything to actually link the arm contact to the taillight cover. If it doesn't represent that, you're right, I'd change my opinion that there's no evidence, no analysis, no conclusion whatsoever.
I'm going to try to make my question a little clearer. Is there anything in the report where Dr. Welcher has stated that the arm angle in the demonstration was in any way attempt to replicate exactly how John O'Keefe's arm was when he was struck by Alexis?
I don't believe anything's written in the report with respect to that, no.
Is there anything in the report, Dr. Welcher, anything, that states Dr. Welcher was stating or claiming that he knew the body position of John O'Keefe when he was struck?
I'm going to allow that.
So no, I guess there is no opinion or conclusion that he knows how Mr. O'Keefe was actually positioned at the time of this alleged incident. You're correct.
Do you know whether Dr. Welcher has been clear that he does not know? Let me say this a different way. You would agree Dr. Welcher has never stated in his report that he can identify the speed at which Mr. O'Keefe was struck in a collision.
He does not state what he thinks the speed is. That's correct.
He never states how far, if at all, Mr. O'Keefe was thrown after being in a collision.
That's right. He does not.
When you don't know the speed, you don't know the body position and you don't know the angle of the body at the time of collision, you cannot replicate a collision with crash test dummies to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty.
Well, you're right. You can't prove that that actually occurred. That's the basis. Yeah.
So,
if you don't have the information, you can't replicate what happened. You can't determine, you can't state to any conclusion of accuracy what actually occurred if you don't have the evidence.
So if you were to do a crash reenactment, but couldn't state to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty this replicated the actual collision, that wouldn't be scientifically reliable to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, would it?
Well, if you perform a test and you state this is what I tested and this is the angle, then you can certainly say these are my conclusions. But if you don't know the throw distance, if you don't know the position, then you're correct. You can't actually come to a conclusion that it didn't occur. If you don't know how something occurred, how can you conclude that it actually occurred? It scientifically makes no sense.
So, if an expert does a crash test and they can't determine to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that it replicates the actual collision, you would agree that would not be a reliable test to present to a jury, don't you?
I'm going to, very briefly.
Jumping forward, folks. Big towel interview coming up at the top of the hour. I'm very excited, towel friends. Let's just jump very quickly through this sidebar. We're time traveling towels.
PowerPoint. Would you agree there is no statement by Dr. Welcher ever in anything that you reviewed that he is claiming or stating that his pain test was supposed to be a reenactment identifying the details of how Mr. O'Keefe was standing, moving, or holding his arm at the time of the collision?
He did not state that. That's correct.
So when you've made your criticisms that you've done testing regarding Dr. Welcher, you don't have any evidence, any statement by him that he was trying to reenact the actual collision.
When I did that, there was one test with the arm like this. That's the only evidence that was presented in his opinion or in his case. I evaluated that. I have not seen any other explanation of what happened or how it occurred. Specifically, Dr. Welcher said in his report on page 9, he said, I have conducted an accident reconstruction and biomechanical engineering analysis of this matter. If he did not recreate how he was positioned, if he did not determine the speed of impact, if he did not determine how Mr. O'Keefe's body moved, if he did not determine where he ended up, then he did not conduct either an accident reconstruction analysis or a biomechanical causation analysis. He did nothing of the sort.
Other than your opinion, let's get back to my question if I could.
I believe I answered at the beginning of that, sir.
I'm going to ask you again. My detailed question is, there is nothing in Dr. Welcher's report or any of his presentation that states he is trying to represent the exact posture, movement, and stance of Mr. O'Keefe when there was a collision. It's not anywhere in there where he stated that, is it?
It's not stated. I'd be curious to find out what that, if that wasn't the intent of the test, I'd be curious to see what the actual intent was.
Is the answer no, it's not in there?
I think I just said that at the beginning of my answer, sir.
I'm going to ask you again, is the answer no?
The answer is no.
When you do crash tests, you have a controlled environment in some respects, don't you?
You do, yes, sir.
You get to control some or sometimes many of the variables, don't you?
You can, yes.
Real life sometimes is described in your world as chaos, right?
I suppose it could be under certain circumstances.
Testing is limited to the variables that you produce, but real life sometimes has variables you can't predict. Isn't that fair to say?
It's possible, yes.
Is it more than possible, doctor?
I don't know, is it?
What I'm asking you.
It depends on the situation and the certain variables. It depends on the case. It could be possible, yes.
Have you seen cases where variables are impossible to predict?
Where the what?
Variables. Have you had cases? You've had many cases, you said. Have you had cases where variables are impossible to predict?
It depends. I mean, it depends on what you're looking at. And if you want to conclude that something happened and this is how it occurred, you have to look at those variables. If you can't control for those variables, then it's possible you can't prove that it actually happened. So yes, if you're doing a certain test to prove something, you have to look at how those variables may affect it. But there's basic information you have to know to perform that type of an analysis.
So my question again is, are there scenarios where variables are impossible to predict?
There could be, yes.
Have you had cases yourself where there are variables that were impossible to predict?
I suppose I probably have. I mean, it depends. If you don't know what happened, sure, then you don't know those variables necessarily.
How many cases have you done on pedestrian accidents?
Done hundreds of cases.
So you have a good background and basis to know whether or not there are variables that sometimes you can't predict, don't you?
Sure. As I said, it depends on the case.
When you did the crash tests in this case, did you actually do them?
I did not, no.
Were you even there when they happened?
I was not, no, sir.
So you're relying, in part, on Dr. Wolf's work?
I am, yes.
If Dr. Wolf made mistakes, would that affect your conclusions?
It depends what mistakes they are.
When you had, or when Dr. Wolf had the crash test dummy in test E and F on a forklift, you remember those?
I do, yes.
When it's on the forklift, it does not allow the crash test dummy after being struck to move, to be thrown, does it?
Actually, if it's a force acting on it, it will move. It will like a pendulum. So if there's a force acting on it, you'll see which direction it moves. If there's a forward force, it will move. It'll swing forward or sideways or backwards. It can move.
Well, my question isn't direction. It's can it show the throw? Can it throw or move the crash test dummy in its natural course after the collision to a resting spot?
No. In those tests, though, there wouldn't be any throw.
If a crash test dummy is restrained by a forklift, if a crash test dummy is restrained by a forklift, it does not allow the crash test dummy to be thrown, does it?
Assuming there is throw, that's correct. It doesn't.
It doesn't allow an observation of the crash test dummy to turn or fall, does it?
No, it does not. Well, no, actually it turns, sure. I mean, it can spin.
How about fall?
No. And a crash test dummy would just fall down anyway.
Have you seen crash test dummies where it is held in place electromagnetically, and when the collision happens, then the dummy can move? Have you seen that?
I have, yes.
Have you seen, have you seen crash test with crash test dummy where there is a light? I'm sorry. Have you seen crash test with crash test dummies where there is a light string and somebody cuts the string moments before the impact or a second before the impact?
I have, yes.
That wasn't done in this case, was it?
What? It wasn't. It wasn't necessary.
Was that done in this case?
It wasn't. I'll speak slower and a little clearer.
If you answer my question.
I just did answer it. I said it wasn't.
When the crash test dummy is held by a forklift and the car hits it, it doesn't replicate the drag that the car will have on the crash test dummy as it would a real person, does it?
You can see if there's any drag because it's on like a pendulum. So if there's any drag pushing it forward, it's going to sway that way. It's going to move the dummy. It's not going to move at the distance that it actually would. If there was any distance, it would move it. But you can actually see the motion, and you can see in the testing, the 24-mile-an-hour testing, there was no motion, which is not unexpected for that type of a test.
There is a difference between a crash on center of mass and a fender vault, isn't there?
There is, yes.
A fender vault is a different type of collision than a center of mass collision, isn't that true?
That's correct.
It is impossible to replicate all of the different scenarios with a crash test dummy on a fender vault collision, isn't it?
I mean, it depends on what you're trying to replicate, and it depends looking at the injuries or how someone was positioned. So if you know how they were positioned, you can try and replicate that, yes.
Could I have 59 of Dr. Renschel's PowerPoint, please? In your PowerPoint, you cited an article, Vehicle Pedestrian Collisions, Validated Models for Pedestrian Impact and Projection, correct?
Yes.
And you put snippets up on the board?
Yes.
Okay. And these snippets talk about an engagement with the pedestrian in the vehicle?
Correct.
Okay. Is there a reason why you took out a piece of that article that falls between those two paragraphs?
I don't think so, no. Those were the most relevant parts.
Did you cut out the part that says some frontal collisions are with the corner of the vehicle where the pedestrian is deflected to one side without secondary impact of the upper body with the vehicle front? Alternatively, the transverse velocity of the pedestrian at impact may be sufficient to prevent head contact as the body rotates sideways off the bonnet, and these situations are known as fender vault. The models presented here do not apply to fender vault. Did you leave that part out purposely?
Oh, yeah, I did, sir, because this isn't a frontal impact with a sedan over the fender of the hood of a sedan. This is with the back of an SUV, so it's completely different.
You've cited many, many sources where it talks about front-end collisions, because that is the majority of pedestrian collisions, the front end, isn't it?
The majority, yes. It is, yes, sir.
And so there is a difference between fender vault and a center of mass collision, isn't there?
That's correct, and that's why you see a center of mass. You look at the testing we did, that's a center of mass impact. On a frontal impact, usually, if you're hit by the front of a car, it doesn't usually get your center of mass. You're too tall. That's why you do a fender vault, or you flip onto the hood, or you flip over the top of the car. So yeah, it's completely different. It doesn't pertain to allegedly what occurred in this case.
So let me get back to my question. When the tests were done, E and F, F was a center of mass collision at 29 miles per hour, wasn't it?
That's correct, yes.
Right. E, are you considering E a center of mass collision?
Which was E, the
24 miles per hour?
No, it didn't hit the center of mass of the dummy, it just hit the arm.
Exactly. So there is a difference. In this case, you don't know the position of Mr. O'Keefe's arm at impact, do you?
Nobody knows. I don't think his arm was even impacted by the car, so no. I don't know the position of the arm at impact because it wasn't hit by the car.
You don't know the angle of his body at impact, do you?
The alleged angle?
So, ask the question again.
Okay. You have no information about the angle of Mr. O'Keefe's body at the time the defendant's Lexus was traveling backwards on January 29, 2022, do you?
We have no information that he was even hit by the Lexus. So there wouldn't be any information on the angle if his body wasn't hit.
When you talked about force equations with this jury, you cited a number of pieces of literature, didn't you?
I did, yes.
And when you cited the literature, you cited all literature regarding concentrated forces, didn't you?
No, that's not true.
There's a difference between concentrated and distributed force, isn't there?
Yeah, I talked about that on my direct, yes, sir.
When you showed your slides, for example, the hand.
Yes.
Could we see slide 8, please? Let's try slide 56. You would agree with me, Doctor, there's a difference between a concentrated and a distributed load, wouldn't you?
I would, yes.
When you gave your opinions in this case, it was based on concentrated load, wasn't it?
No, sir.
When you gave your force equations, was that distributed load or concentrated load?
That was the load at the center of mass. And so you can evaluate that on a distributed load. You look at acceleration and you look at bending moment. So you can do both.
When you gave your charts and numbers, was that based on concentrated or distributed load?
No, that was based on the distributed load with respect to the center of mass of that arm and where the accelerometer was.
But this was not a center of mass impact.
We're assuming center of mass is the most dispersed impact. So if we want concentrated, then we look at a focal point, and you can do that with the hand. But center of mass, acceleration, and distributed across the entire arm, that's where it's the least amount of pressure, if we're talking about force over area. And that's what I evaluated in this case.
When you gave your demonstration about the hand with the different hexagons on it, do you remember that?
I do, yes, sir.
Okay. There's a difference between taking a small object and putting pressure on the body as opposed to a larger, wider object, isn't there?
Well, it depends on what its contact. And certainly not a difference when you look at the size of that impactor and the size of the knuckles and the metacarpal bones.
So, for example, if somebody took a book and hit somebody off the forehead, it may or may not leave a mark. But if they use the same force and they took a high heel, the heel of a high heel, and hit somebody, there would likely be more damage with the high heel than there would with the book. Isn't that fair to say?
Well, soft tissue, but if the force is the same, you would expect the fracture to occur. You have to look at the distribution, you have to look at the strength of the bone, and you have to look at the overall force that's being applied.
Now, you said in your differential diagnosis you considered all evidence. Did you say that on direct examination?
I don't believe I did. I believe I considered evidence for a biomechanical and accident reconstruction analysis in this case.
So you didn't consider phone data?
Has nothing to do with biomechanics or accident reconstruction.
Did you consider tech stream data?
I'm going to allow that.
I'll strike it. Did you consider Apple Healthcare data?
No, sir.
I'm going to allow it.
Did you consider phone temperature, battery temperature data?
I'm going to allow it.
Has nothing to do with biomechanics, sir.
I'll ask again. Did you consider it?
I did not, no.
You said it would be improper to ignore evidence. Were those your words?
For a biomechanical analysis, yes, sir.
Have you been to the scene of an accident before or a collision?
I have, yes.
Do you know what a debris field is?
Yes, sir.
And you've seen in your videos E and F, there's debris fields after the collision and the taillight brakes, isn't there?
So first of all, there's debris in the yard. What that's from, is there a collision? Was there a collision? Where did that come from? Where it was positioned? That's all conjecture and supposition. Those aren't actual facts, sir.
Can you hear my question about debris field? I'm asking.
Yeah, and I think it's in a...
Excuse me, sir. In a collision, have you seen debris fields?
I have, yes.
Have you seen debris fields where a taillight is shattered?
I have, yes.
In fact, in your videos, yes or no, after the collisions in video E and F, there are debris fields, aren't there?
There are at a certain point, yes, sir, absolutely.
And so when you're looking at your studies, do you consider debris fields?
It depends on the evidence. It depends on how it was collected. It depends if it is accurate or reliable. But from a biomechanical standpoint, no. You don't need to look at the debris field or alleged debris field of a taillight cover. It has nothing to do with the injuries or the position or the movement of an individual.
Exhibit 73, please. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
Do you know what that is?
Looks like possibly part of the taillight cover.
Right. Is that an alleged part of a taillight cover, or do you think that's part of a taillight cover, sir?
I don't know specifically. It might be part of the actual taillight cover.
Well, when you studied this case and you looked at all the evidence and all these different things, did you look at these photos and see that alleged piece of taillight shard recovered from the front yard area of 34 Fairview Road. Did you consider that?
Well, I don't, was that part of the one that was recovered by a leaf blower or not?
When you were doing your ample study, sir,
yes.
What I'm asking you is, when you were looking at all the available evidence, did you look at this photo of this alleged taillight shard on the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road? Were you aware of this?
No. Oh, I was aware that there was debris in the yard, but again, that has nothing to do with the biomechanical analysis. If you can't prove that the impact happened, then everything after that doesn't actually matter, does it? Because all of that would be from something else. So unless you prove the core issue at this case, the contact, the post-impact movement, the head injury, without proving that, everything else is ancillary to what you're attempting to conclude.
Do you have any evidence in your biomechanical studies how this alleged piece of taillight shard ended up on the front lawn of 34 Fairview?
I don't, no, sir. I didn't evaluate or investigate that.
Could I have Exhibit 76A, please? Did you see this photograph, sir?
I do, yes.
Is that part of a red taillight shard or an alleged piece of a taillight shard?
It looks like it, yes.
Did you consider this in your biomechanical studies, that this taillight shard was found in front of 34 Fairview Road?
Was found. Can you give me a precise distance from where the body was found and where that was found with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, with respect to a reference point?
Did you consider this, sir?
There is none, so no, I did not consider that.
Do you know how this taillight shard got there?
How it got there?
Yes.
That wasn't part of my analysis. There are certainly different possibilities of how that actually occurred.
Exhibit 99D. Do you know what that is, sir?
It looks like part of the light assembly.
Mr. O'Keefe's hat?
Oh,
Did you
that's
look at
his
this
hat.
photograph?
I see now, yes.
Did you know he was wearing a hat that night?
I did, yes.
And did you consider how that hat ended up on the ground in front of 34 Fairview?
No, sir, that was not part of my biomechanical analysis. There's a number of ways a hat can end up in a yard.
Right. Is one of those ways being in a collision with a Lexus?
I suppose that's a possibility, or someone could put it there. I mean, there's a number of different possibilities as to when or how a hat may appear in a yard.
Who do you think put it there?
Well, I have no idea. I haven't seen any evidence of how it got there, and frankly, it's immaterial to a biomechanical analysis.
Do you have a theory you want to share with us about planting evidence? Is that what we're getting at, sir? By the way, the x-rays you looked at earlier, when's the first time you saw those?
I saw those when I was on the case initially for the first trial.
No mention in your report about reviewing those.
It says I reviewed medical records and reports. That's how I actually word in every report I have. I just put generally that. It refers to medical records and reports, which includes x-rays, MRIs.
Exhibit 74, please. Have you seen this photograph?
I have, yes.
Okay. In your studies or your testing, did you determine how Mr. O'Keefe's shoe ended up near the curb?
No, sir.
Exhibit 201A, please. Have you seen this photograph before?
I don't know that I have.
Have you ever seen any container that had taillight shards that matched the defendant's Lexus that were removed from his sweatshirt and his shirt? Have you ever seen any container holding those?
I haven't. Well, I believe there was evidence collected like that, but yes.
Okay. Could we have 201E, please? Have you seen this photo?
I believe I have seen that, yes.
Do you understand those are taillight shards matching the defendant's Lexus, the broken taillight?
Yes.
That were recovered from Mr. O'Keefe's sweater or shirt?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Did you consider that?
I'll try. I'd rather try to reformat it than come sidebar. Did you know that taillight shards were collected after Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt and T-shirt was scraped?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I need to see first.
Jurors, this will be brief.
Hank tries to help. Notice that. Subtle, folks. Hank tries to help jurors avoid a sidebar. Alan Jackson runs headlong into a sidebar. Jurors are going to remember that, ladies and gentlemen. Jurors are going to remember that. Now let's see what Judge Kierney had to say coming out of that sidebar. One second. I'm a little towel. We're jumping forward.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
In your extensive study of the detail of this case, did you know that these pieces of plastic were removed or scraped from Mr. O'Keefe's clothes, specifically his sweatshirt and his T-shirt? Did you know that?
I was aware that samples were recovered, yes.
Were you aware that these samples were consistent with the broken taillight of Miss Leeds' Lexus? Did you know that?
Yes.
Did you do any analysis how these broken taillight shards got into Mr. O'Keefe's clothes?
No, I did not. The first step involved with that would be to actually perform a biomechanical analysis to look at the movement of the body, how the body was positioned, where it ended up. So without that knowledge, you can't determine exactly how or if those types of shards were deposited there as the result of an actual impact.
Your Honor, based on the last question, however, the doctor finished his question, the judge will need to try based on the question that was asked. For the same reason I was going to get the sidebar. You just reformat it. Sure.
I'll try again.
Okay.
When you looked at these taillight shards that were...
Objection.
Go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
When you looked at these taillight shards that were consistent with the break in Miss Leeds' Lexus, did you consider how they got into Mr. O'Keefe's clothes?
Objection. Same objection.
I understand the objection. Word it differently. Start with the different word.
Yes, Your Honor. You see these pieces of broken plastic, don't you?
I do.
And you understand that these were found in the scrapings of Mr. O'Keefe's clothes?
I do.
And you understand that these broken pieces of plastic are consistent with the taillight of Miss Leeds' Lexus?
I do, yes.
In your studies and reenactments, did you make any determination how these pieces of broken plastic got into Mr. O'Keefe's clothing?
No, when you look at those studies, first you have to know how the incident occurred. Then you can look at that and determine, if you want to, how that may have occurred. Because otherwise, there's, again, different ways, different manners in which that may have been deposited on the sweatshirt. Without knowing how this happened, you can't just then look at other evidence and try and predict how it happened. You need the actual evidence to look at the event. This all goes to the event. You need contact with the arm, I guess apparently, to actually cause this incident to occur. And without that evidence of any of that happening, knowing how the body moved, knowing how it was hit, knowing where it ended up, any conclusions drawn off of information like this is just supposition, because you don't know the movement of the body or the vehicle. It's putting the cart before the horse.
Could I have Exhibit 201D, please? Do you understand this is broken pieces of plastic consistent with the broken taillight of the defendant's car? Do you understand that?
I believe so, yes.
And do you understand this is a photograph of these broken pieces of plastic under a microscope?
Okay.
Well, I'm asking you, do you understand
Well,
that?
if that's what you're telling me, then
I don't want you to rely on me. If you didn't see them, it's okay.
I don't recall if I saw those or not.
Have you seen this picture?
I don't recall seeing it, no.
Now looking at this photograph and seeing these broken pieces of plastic under a microscope with fibers near the plastic, is that something you would want to consider in your analysis, forming your opinion whether or not there was a collision between Ms. Reed's car and Mr. O'Keefe?
Again, if you can't do a proper biomechanical analysis, then that evidence is not consistent. You can't determine how it occurred. You can't say that that's consistent with it. You can't just look at certain evidence and not do a proper analysis. If you can't even tell that an impact occurred, you can't look at tertiary evidence and say, well, this proves that it occurred. In order to say from a biomechanical and accident reconstruction standpoint that an impact occurred and here's how it occurred, you have to understand the mechanics and dynamics before it. This could certainly support that finding and those conclusions, but by itself, I don't know of any methodology in any study or peer-reviewed article that says you can just look at alleged evidence and then form an opinion as to whether an impact occurred.
Can you see with your eye that parts of those broken pieces of plastic are sharp?
They look sharp.
Do you disagree? Do you think they're not sharp?
Well, I don't have an opinion as to that, sir.
We'll take a look.
Objection.
Sustain.
If you look at that for me kindly, can you tell me whether you think those pieces of broken plastic are sharp?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I guess they look sharp. I have no idea if they are or not. It's under a microscope. When you actually put things under a microscope, it looks much different, and it is much different than,
Could let's go back
than
to
looking at the normal eye.
Perhaps that can help. Not under a microscope. If you pay particular attention to the larger one in the middle, that looks like a shark's tooth. Do you see
Yes.
that one?
Yes.
Do you think, doctor, that some of those appear sharp?
Some of those appear sharp, could possibly cause a laceration, sure, as opposed to an abrasion.
Do you think that any of those could cause an abrasion?
I don't think that you could get a consistent level of superficial abrasions along the entire arm of minimal depth of less than 0.5 millimeter through impact with the glass. To have that minimal force on every part of the arm to only cause superficial abrasions would be highly unlikely.
Do you think some of those sharp pieces, if they were lodged in Mr. O'Keefe's sweater, could cause an abrasion?
It's possible if you had enough punctures and holes in the sweater to correspond with the abrasions on the arm. That would be, I suppose, that could be a possibility.
In your testing, not to belabor it, I'm just going to show you one. I want to show you video E. Could we go to video E, please? Stop. In video E, the arm that is sticking straight out, who determined that angle, Dr. Wolf?
Yes, well, we positioned it just so it would impact in the general area of what was shown in Dr. Welcher's paint test study, which apparently is irrelevant and doesn't show the alleged position of how the arm was at impact. But yes, we positioned it in that manner.
When you say we, did you have input on the positioning of that, or did Dr. Wolf do it?
Well, I had input into how we were going to position it. It would probably be both of us, I would say.
So you and Dr. Wolf chose to position the arm straight out, correct?
In that test we did, yes.
Is there a glass in Randy's hand?
There is not, no.
A drinking glass, no?
No.
In any of your studies, did you have a drinking glass in Randy's hand?
We did not have a drinking glass in the dummy's hand, no.
And you see when the taillight is shattering, those red things falling down. What are those?
Those are part of the taillight.
Continue a little bit, please. Stop. Did you count how many taillight pieces broke?
We didn't count the taillight pieces. We counted how many punctures or holes there were in the sweatshirt, which was 0.
If you had done this test and changed the arm angle, do you expect the damage would look different as far as the brakes in that taillight?
Well, we conducted a number of tests. It may look somewhat different, sure.
If you conducted this test and moved the arm angle, not another test, this test, but you moved the arm angle, do you expect that the brake would look different?
That the brake would look different?
Yes.
It could look a little different. I mean, certainly the brakes looked a little different in the test, but they were comparable to each other.
You do not know how John O'Keefe was standing that night, do you?
Well.
Objection.
No, I'm going to allow that.
You do not know how John O'Keefe was standing that night, do you?
If he was standing, if the impact occurred, then no, nobody knows how he would have been standing.
You would not know what his arm angle was, would you?
No.
You would not know the exact speed of any vehicle that hit him that night, would you?
Objection.
Sustained.
The debris, the broken taillight, is that traveling in a consistent or a different direction?
What do you mean consistent or different?
Is it all going in the same direction or is it going in different directions?
No, there's some spread to the debris.
So the pieces don't all fall right in a pile with each other, do they?
They do not, no.
Continue, please. Stop. Do the majority of the pieces land on Randy?
No, they do not.
And so as they fall, if Randy were to fall, many of those pieces would not be among the immediate area of his body, would they?
If the dummy fell right there, no, they would not be.
Now, the dummy can't fall because the dummy is on a forklift, correct?
It's suspended like a pendulum, correct.
And you see in your test that the tail light, at what you say is 24 miles per hour, can be broken without the dummy's knees touching the vehicle. Isn't that fair to say?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. You can't tell the full movement and fall of this dummy the way you've set up this test, can you?
Well, knowing the physics, you can certainly determine or estimate where it would be, but no, you could release it and it would fall primarily straight down. It would twist and it would fall down.
Is there something that could affect the dummy if you let it fall? Is there something that could affect its movement after being hit?
Like what?
Like, could its feet be twisted and then hit another object like a curb?
Well, there's going to be very little lateral movement of its feet, but even if it did, then it's still going to fall over right where it is.
Can you continue, please? Can you see the feet, doctor?
Yes.
Are they twisting?
They are, yes.
Is that because of the rotation of Randy after he struck?
Yeah, that's the rotation of Randy. And again, as you said, that's not a normal person because there's no normal force acting on the dummy. We just have it barely touching. So a normal individual, you aren't going to twist to that extent because this is a dummy which is suspended with just a little contact on the ground.
And after being contacted by a vehicle enough to break the light, could it cause a person to stagger backwards?
I mean, you're making some suppositions here. There's no evidence that would occur in this case, and not if you're spinning like that. You're not going to stagger backwards. First, you're going to spin if you get hit with your arm, as I described in my direct. But is it possible? I can't say it's impossible, but there's no evidence of that.
Could a person stumble backwards after being hit?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
What do you mean by backwards? Because you'd be spinning. So what direction is backwards?
Could a person get their foot caught on a curb, sneaker come off, and then stagger backwards and fall on their head?
Objection, Your Honor. No, sir.
I'm going to allow that.
Doctor?
Can you answer that?
I mean, I guess you could somehow predict or have a possibility of almost anything happening. You could say someone could get hit by a car and do a couple of somersaults into the yard. I mean, there's no evidence of that, so it's just supposition, but I won't say it's impossible.
You think John O'Keefe did somersaults in the front yard of 34 Fairview? Is that what you're telling us, Doctor?
No, I don't think he even got hit by the car, sir.
That's not what I'm asking. I've heard that. I'm asking you if he did somersaults into the front yard.
No, there's no evidence of what he did.
Your Honor, should come sidebar quickly before I start.
Okay.
All right, we'll jump forward a little bit. We are just getting ready to click over to the Zoom link with Deanna. I am very excited, ladies and gentlemen. Let me go see if that is ready. We'll take you all take a look at this as we get back from sidebar.
Could I have Exhibit 166, please? Did you see this photograph, sir?
I did, yes.
And do you see the cut on Mr. O'Keefe's nose, the left side of his nostril?
I do.
In your analysis of whether there was a collision with the defendant's Lexus, did you consider or know that there was evidence that a piece of glass or a piece of broken plastic was pulled from Mr. O'Keefe's nose?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Your Honor, one more question.
I'm going to allow that.
Your Honor.
So, hold on.
Sure.
Let's get an answer, Dr. Mitchell. Your objection's noted, Mr. Jackson.
I was aware there was some piece of material allegedly pulled from the nose, yes.
Allegedly pulled from the nose?
Yes.
Okay. And that alleged piece of material, were you aware that it was perhaps a piece of glass or broken plastic?
Objection.
Are you aware of that?
Your Honor, that's not the evidence. That is not the evidence.
So,
Glass?
hold on, Mr. Jackson. Mr. Brennan.
I can reword it.
Okay.
Please.
You're welcome. Are you aware of that object that was pulled from Mr. O'Keefe's nose? What material that was?
I believe it was glass.
Did you want to know in your assessment about collision where that came from?
Well, I did evaluate that, and it's actually entirely inconsistent with coming from an impact with the vehicle.
Could we have Exhibit 52A, please? Do you know what that is, Doctor?
It's hard for me to see from here. I believe that's the drinking glass.
A drinking glass. Do you
Yeah.
know where that is in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
I believe it was found in the vicinity of where he was found.
And could I have Exhibit 195, please? You recognize that?
That is another photograph of the drinking glass, yes, sir.
197A, please. B. C. D. And in your assessment, did you know that a piece of glass that fit the broken drinking glass was found in the street area in front of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 98, please. A little more, please. Do you know what that is, sir?
It's hard for me to tell from
Does it
back
look like a drinking straw?
Okay, the black, that does appear to be a drinking straw, yes.
Have you seen that before?
I've seen that photograph before.
And you appreciate that is in front of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
And sir, in your analysis, in your reconstruction analysis, did you consider the broken glass found near Mr. O'Keefe's body, the suggestion glass is found in his nose, and that glass that fit the broken glass was found on the street? Did you consider all those things in your reconstruction analysis?
Well, my biomechanical analysis, I did consider especially the glass in the nose, yes, and whether that could have been as a result of the impact.
A result of what?
A result of the impact with the vehicle.
When did you find out about the glass from Mr. O'Keefe's nose? When did you learn that?
I don't recall specifically.
What was it before you came and testified last time, or was it before this time?
I honestly, I couldn't tell you. I know it was before this time. I don't know when I found out about it.
Weeks ago, months ago? Could you turn the lights on, please?
I have no idea, sir.
You don't know if it was weeks, a month ago?
I don't remember with that specific piece of evidence when I found out about it.
What do you mean you don't remember it? Have you seen it before?
Well, I evaluated certainly for my report for this case. I don't know if I had known about it prior to that.
Is it mentioned anywhere in your report about the piece of glass in Mr. O'Keefe's nose?
No, it's not.
When you received that information, did someone tell you about it? Did you listen? Did you watch? How did you evaluate this evidence?
It might have been in an interview or something that it was pulled from his nose, I believe.
Okay. So you saw and listened to something?
I believe so, or was made aware of it.
Okay. Just a couple more questions, sir. I had asked you at the beginning of your examination whether you denied that receiving information certainly helped prepare to understand what was going on during the trial. Do you remember those questions?
With respect to the trace DNA, correct?
Okay. May I approach?
Yes. Yes.
You've testified a few times on the road in this case, haven't you?
I have, yes, sir.
And you testified recently for a short bit in April, didn't you?
I did, yes.
On April 28, 2025, did you testify in this very courtroom?
I believe I did.
On the road?
Yes, sir.
Like the opening today?
Yes, or yesterday.
Now, when I read this, I'm not attributing this in any way to the defendant's attorneys. I'm going to read it just to clarify. You were asked, did they inform you about witness testimony? And what did you say, sir?
They did inform me, yes, about testimony and situations and events that came forth in the trial that I was not aware of.
Those are your words?
Yes, sir.
Page 125, line 7. I'm going to ask you if this is your sworn testimony, sir. On page 125, line 7, I'll read the question, and if this is your answer, you should read the answer. You asked, and by calling and raising issues and telling you information, even if you weren't requesting it, it helped prepare you for your trial testimony, didn't it? What did you swear?
I said it certainly helped prepare me to understand what was going on during the trial, yes.
I have no further questions.
All right, Mr. Jackson?
I'm sorry about that speed at the end, friends. You will know why I did it in 1 second. It was not Towel's fault. I just have to get into the interview with Deanna, and I couldn't wait much longer. We will rewatch that last 20 seconds. You can also put it at 0.5 speed, and then it will be at 1x speed. It was Hank Brennan eviscerating the witnesses' credibility about changing their testimony. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm about to do a special interview with Deanna Lorraine. Please forgive me. We were already running a few minutes late, which was my fault, so please forgive me. I could not be disrespectful to my host, so I'm going to bring that up for Towel Feed very shortly. I have to launch the Zoom now. It has been launching. It is launching, ladies and gentlemen, and I will then be in the interview, and you're going to get to watch it. I'm so sorry about that quick speed up at the end. I just had to hear what Hank Brennan was saying because I needed to be able to relay it, and it was a great impeachment at the end there about the witness being very aware of the fact that he had been made aware of the content of testimony during prior proceedings. Now, we knew that, and I must say that was the crescendo of Brennan's cross, but there's more to the case. Alan Jackson did redirect. It's just we can't watch the redirect because I'm heading into a Zoom. So give me 1 second, little towels, and let me get the Zoom up here. I'm excited. I hope you're excited. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I'm looking forward. The Zoom has been booting up for about 30 seconds now, but that's what happens when you've been streaming for 10 hours. I'm looking forward to joining Deanna Lorraine, and I think it should be popping up any second now. Yes, it is joining. All right. So that looks all good. All right. There we go. So give me 1 second, ladies and gentlemen, and once I get let in, I will go ahead and make my camera visible. There we go. I have my mic on. All right. I'm booting into the Zoom. I might go quiet for a sec. Oh, just 1 second. I'm so sorry, Deanna. I forgot to turn my Zoom volume up, so I cannot hear you. All right. Oh goodness. So I imagine you can hear me, but I cannot hear you. Oh goodness. All right. Give me. Yes, I can't hear the sound. Give me 1 second. Oh, sorry about that. It's my Zoom settings, and it's my first Zoom that I joined today. Okay, I'm sorry I have my audio going through my microphone. Am I with you, Deanna?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, and this happened
right.
to me the other day. My microphone turned into my speaker. I'm so sorry for the technical difficulties. Thank you for your patience.
Okay. No worries. I'm having a little technical difficulties too. Hopefully they can patch it up. But can you see and hear me okay?
Yep, you were coming through perfectly, and I hope you can hear me. I just got a new microphone myself.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. Okay, cool. So I'm just going to introduce you real quick, and then we can, and you actually have been inside the courtroom, right?
Yes, and I should also let you know I'm still streaming live, so I know you're recording the interview too, but the Towel Friends were very excited. So I have been in the courtroom for John O'Keefe's niece testimony. I'm excited to talk to you about it. But as a forewarning, yes, we are live. I know you are recording. The Towel Friends were so excited I had to dual broadcast it.
Okay, cool. So I'm streaming. I'm on your live channel right now?
Yes, and they're all thrilled. They're waving at you, and they would like to let you know you are an honorary towel.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm so excited to be an honorary towel, and we'll get into that in just a minute with what that means. But hello, Towel Friends. It's good to see you. And now for my Shots Fired audience, we have a very special person here, a reporter, a journalist, a very good one at that, and honest, named Grant Smith Ellis. Grant Smith Ellis has been actually covering extensively this Karen Read trial. He's been inside the courtroom, which is a very unique vantage point. Not very many people have been able to get into the courtroom. And he's been doing these incredible streams every day. Love your coverage, love your snark, love your entertaining, just everything you say, everything when I watch this show. It's kind of almost feels like the Super Bowl. It feels like we're watching sports, and I love sports. I love football. And it sounds terrible because we're talking about a death here, but we're also talking about potentially justice. And I think that's what people are so revved up about, especially when we go to channels like yours who are covering this honestly. It's not we're excited about something that's entertaining. It's we're excited that I think we feel closer to justice being served in this John O'Keefe trial. Well, John O'Keefe is the victim, but it's Karen Read that's on trial. And I'm hoping, we can talk about this in a minute, but I really think there's only a few people out there that are covering this in the way I think it should be covered. And you're one of them. Now, why is this? Before you got on, I was just telling the audience just how I've been so obsessed with this trial ever since I saw the Netflix show A Body in the Snow about a month ago. And I don't know why I've been so captivated by it, because I usually cover more political news, more things like Trump and Elon and just, other things that are more in the political world. But I think one of the reasons why is because for me, it feels like a giant IQ test for America. It feels like an IQ test. It feels like a sanity test. And it feels like if you are someone who can seriously believe that Karen Reed, this horrible, heinous, unlikable woman, is innocent, there's something wrong with you, you know? And I want to have hope in Americans that we can believe, we actually can have common sense and see all the facts and understand she is guilty as sin. But what do you think? Why do you think this trial is so significant, and why has it captivated so many people?
Well, I think it really comes down to, and you nailed it, people want to be educated and informed. I believe that in my heart, but they want to be entertained. And whether you're a public service broadcaster, a broadcaster like us, or a news organization that's operating in traditional journalistic spheres, people want to be entertained. And it's unfortunate, but that is what catches the public eye. And in this case, we had a PR apparatus, the Karen Reed defense, that was well suited. It comes straight out of Hollywood to grab the attention of people who aren't willing or don't have the time to really dive into a case, but maybe pick on surface level details, attach themselves to a cause that gives their daily life meaning. But the reality is that's not how we try cases in the criminal justice system. And when the Karen Reed defense was stripped down of its theatrics by Judge Kierney and the confirmed end of the federal probe into the investigation of John's death, you're exactly right. It's not that we are celebrating or treating this like a sports event. It is that the culmination of 3 years of defense PR nonsense was Hank Brennan being assigned to the case, the defense's narrative falling apart, and justice for John O'Keefe coming very quickly towards Karen in a way that's obvious every single day when you watch her on the Karen cam.
Exactly. And it's sad because this seems like this is a death of a beloved person and police officer, very respected in his community. And yet this whole thing has turned into the Karen Reed reality show. She thinks she's a Kardashian. This has become a total circus. Every day she's waving to the media, laughing, flirting with the camera. I have never seen a murder defendant so giddy before and so excited and eating up all this attention. Do you think that the jury sees this, and do you think that they take this into account? I know you're just supposed to take the facts and the evidence into account when it comes to a trial like this, but how much do you think her behavior and her giddiness and all of her bizarre behavior, how much do you think that plays or is going to play with the jury's decisions?
Oh, I think you go right to the heart of it, which was the difference between the first trial and the retrial beyond the confirmed end of the federal probe was the Karen clips. Karen didn't testify. She's not testifying in the retrial. But those Karen clips from Hank Brennan, there was 26 of them. I know because I cataloged them all, synced them to the Karen cam, clipped them, combined them together, and then watched them like 3 times a day. And those 26 Karen clips, they're devastating. She basically confesses. One of them, she talks about Unetti saying she had criminal liability. One of them, she talks about glass being pulled out of John's nose. And, you know, I was just rewatching Hank Brennan's cross of the last ARCO witness, the last defense witness before the defense rested, and Hank Brennan was subtly reminding the jurors, not so subtly actually, subtly about those Karen clips throughout the testimony. Oh, Dr. Rentschler, didn't you hear the defendant's words about Karen pulling glass out of John's nose? Oh yes, I heard those. You know, it's not the clip again, but it's enough to remind them, and I'm excited to see which of Karen's own words from that ill-advised documentary during the first trial are going to be used against her in Hank Brennan's closing. I can see where this is going. I was in that courtroom. I know Hank Brennan has the jury in the palm of his hands. I know he forewent a rebuttal because he knows the jury wants this case to convict. I'm just waiting to see how he brings it home.
Okay, so that's what I was going to ask you. I have a million questions to ask you, but we don't have 5 hours. We have about a half hour. So one, how do you think overall this prosecutor, Hank Brennan, has been performing throughout this trial? And how well do you think, the jury trusts him? How well do you think he resonates with the jury? And we'll just kind of start from there.
Oh, so I think Hank Brennan is a difference maker. Hank Brennan is a former DA in Suffolk County, a former federal defense attorney, and I think a federal appellate attorney. So I don't know how much folks may know about the distinction between, first of all, a state trial attorney versus a federal trial attorney, and then the distinction between an appellate attorney and a trial attorney. To have all of those in one person is a very rare breed. You're talking Supreme Court justice level of intelligence. Combined with
he's so smart.
Oh yes, combined with the fact that he was Whitey Bulger's lawyer and intimately knew the corruption that went down under the DOJ during William Delahunt's time as Norfolk DA in the 90s, and was able to figure out that Karen Reed had a wink and a nod from the old liberal DOJ in Boston. I'm sure you'll love this. Josh Levy, who's now suing President Trump, by the way, a friend of my family, which upsets me. He shouldn't be suing President Trump. Suing President Trump, Josh Levy, Rachel Rollins, the disgraced former U.S. attorney who got booted out of office for launching a pretextual probe against the Suffolk DA, Kevin Hayden, to punish Hayden for beating a political opponent in a DA primary. Rollins had a record for it. The DOJ did something shady with Karen's lawyers. The ARCA testimony hints at it. Hank Brennan was the perfect man for this because he was the one who understood how the DOJ can be weaponized, and it was Leah Foley coming into office thanks to President Trump in January of 2025. That's the story no one realizes. That was the real difference maker, combined with Hank Brennan in this retrial.
Yeah, and honestly, I just am so impressed with Hank Brennan. The way that he just kind of surgically and very brilliantly elicits information out of each witness, and also to each witness or situation come up. He has turned multiple witnesses for the defense into his own witnesses, and very good witnesses, especially that Officer Deaver was just incredible. I mean, it's just brilliant and it seems like he just doesn't miss a thing. He's a fighter, and I think the defense underestimated him. You know, he's this guy that kind of seems nonchalant with glasses and everything, and I think that they, with Jackson, he's so over the top, he's flashy, he's this LA lawyer, celebrity lawyer. I think they underestimated him, and I think a lot of people did. And then after a few weeks, I think it became obvious that, wow, Brennan is sharp, and he is incredible, and he thinks every little thing through. He does not let them get away with anything, and he's been brilliant this whole time. I am so impressed with him, and he's a sexy guy. At this point, I think a lot of women are just like, oh my God, Brennan, he's so incredible because of how much he fights for justice for John O'Keefe and how good at it he is.
Yeah, you absolutely nailed it. I mean, first of all, I'm not too ashamed to say it. Hank Brennan has a lot of fans out there who like his socks, who like his swagger, who like his style. I'm not going to deny it.
Man crush.
But I will also say that the element of surprise here was that Hank Brennan used to, like I was saying, practice in federal court. There's no cameras in federal court. So this defense really didn't know what they were up against. You know who did know what she was up against, though? That Dr. La Posada, who Hank Brennan clearly had a falling out with at some point. You can see how Hank Brennan psychologically profiles a witness. He doesn't just know the facts of the case and the overall schema and what's going on. He wants to bait that witness into having a meltdown and doing something like saying the BS word in front of the jury when Hank Brennan asks her about media coverage of why she was forced out as the medical examiner. That's his brilliance in a neat little package repeated over and over until the Karen Reed defense literally aged, I'd say 20 years in 60 days or something. You don't want to go up against Hank Brennan. I'm telling you, Hank Brennan, the world is his oyster at this point. This man is raw talent.
Okay, and so you are in the courtroom. Do you look at their faces? Do you look at the jury's faces? And without getting into too much specifics, I don't want to dox the jurors or anything, but is there any difference noticeably about how they respond to Hank and how they've responded to like Alessi or Jackson or any of the defense attorneys when they speak? Can you see it on their faces at all? Can you give us anything?
Sure. So I had to pull out my special piece of paper from when I was in the courtroom for John O'Keefe's niece testimony. On the back of this piece of paper, there's 18 jurors. I'm only allowed to know their, or to remember their race and general age and such, no specific descriptors. There's 18 jurors. This is a very young jury. I'd say jurors I'd say 18 of the jurors, so there's 18 of them. 14 are in their 20s or 30s. One juror's in his 60s or 70s. Another, that's a male. Another juror, I think, is in his 50s. But for the most part, there's no one that's really an elderly person. And this, I was looking at my analytics on YouTube. This true crime genre, most of the people who watch it are older. So I think Hank Brennan was precise with who he allowed onto this jury through voir dire. And I noticed that there are some 20-year-olds. I'd say, let's see, there's probably 5 to 6 30-year-olds, 3 to 4 20-year-olds, and then the rest are 40-year-olds with then 1 to 2 people over 50. This is a very diverse jury. There's about 3 to 4 African-American people. There's a lot of, definitely 5 to 6 white people. There was a few Latina people that were female, and it's split evenly 9 to 9 male and female.
Good. Now, I'm a little concerned about, you said it's so young. That worries me a little bit because young people tend to be very social media influenced and, really dominated by social media. It's their life. So it worries me, like, how could they not sneak a little bit of social media here and there? Or, I know it's against the rules heavily, but it worries me because they tend to be more heavily influenced by public opinion and especially by kind of police corruption or that kind of narrative. And a woman is getting framed, a young, attractive woman. I don't think Karen Reed's attractive, but I feel like they might be more gullible and easily swayed and less likely to use logic. So why is that a good thing that they're so young, in your opinion?
So being in the courtroom, I'd say it's more than just the youthful nature. I think that is a very broad indicator of what Hank Brennan's strategy was. It's that this jury seems like they were obviously hand-selected by the prosecutor and the defense, but it seems like they're a very specific kind of jury. They were very attentive when I was in there for KF's testimony, the niece. They were hanging. I watched one juror when one of the Karen clips played before KF took the stand, open her jaw and gasp at one of the clips. And they actually eventually had to be told to stop doing that a few days later.
Because they're supposed to have like a poker face, right? The jurors?
Oh, yeah, and that's how I knew. This jury, even when I was in there 2 weeks ago, loathed Karen. They wouldn't look her in the eye. There was this dark atmosphere. Like the Hank Brennan atmosphere was calm, cool, collected. He was sitting in a windowsill with one leg up. The defense was just absolutely shook, very nervous, and the jurors just looked like every new Karen clip they saw made them loathe her more. So I think that's really the impression. It's not just that they're young, it's that the jury that got picked, and yeah, they might read social media, and that's the point I was going to get to. The jury that got picked was very attentive to detail. And if you're reading social media right now, I mean, the Free Karen Reed movement was pretty artificial. I think a lot of it was bought and paid for, not, literally.
I know, and I could see right through it, but maybe they can't. I worry that they can't, I hope that they can.
Oh, I totally get what you're saying. I just think the deluge of the FKR movement, the deluge of it, the artificial Overton window manipulation, the way it used to be so big is gone. So there's less FKR voices, more pro-justice for John O'Keefe voices. Therefore, the narrative is changing, and even limited social media exposure will only reinforce your belief in Karen's guilt. That's what I think the big difference has been.
Okay, I hope so. What do you think, if any, do you think it was a mistake or how big of a mistake? Because up till this week, I would say Hank Brennan has been meticulous with everything. No oversights, just incredibly meticulous and organized. But there seems to be a little bit of mishaps this week, and I wasn't expecting that. One with that, the holes in the hooded sweatshirt incident. The others with this whole X-ray thing that just came out. And a third, he's not bringing any rebuttals, no Welcher on again. So I'm like disappointed and worried at the same time. Like, is Hank losing it? Did he like make some mistakes this week and now he's trying to make up for it, or he thinks that he's lost the case? Or what is your opinion this week of these potential blunders on Hank's part, and if they affected the outcome potentially?
Sure.
Or were they blunders?
Sure. So to take it in backwards order, so I was talking about this on Towel Chat earlier. It's so interesting. The reason I think Hank Brennan chose to not go with rebuttal witnesses is the same reason why earlier, very towards the end of Rentschler's Cross today, there was a point where Brennan said it was a tip-off. He said to Judge Kierney, "I'll just rephrase this question rather than going to sidebar." And it was kind of a wink and a nod to the jury. He knows the jury wants the case. I think he senses they're ready to convict. 3 minutes later, the defense, showing that they don't really care what the jury wants anymore, they're just desperate, asked for a sidebar. It was Alan Jackson. That was sort of an embodiment. Now, taking your questions in reverse order. Regarding the x-ray, so I can understand, I don't know if this was a diagnostic x-ray versus something that was done at the scene, but my understanding was that it didn't get taken into consideration by the other experts because it wasn't where the injuries were located that were discernible on the various parts of the arm and the head. And then, because I think it was an x-ray of the hand or something. And then the going backwards, yeah, so the shirt moment was interesting. Yes, Hank Brennan went down a line of questioning about the holes in the shirt. But really, and then obviously the curative instruction came and jurors were told, no, that was from a crime scene tech. But really the big takeaway, and Hank Brennan closed on it in his cross today with Dr. Rentschler basically, was there were big pieces of taillight in that shirt. And that's what Hank Brennan really wanted to leave with the jurors. So yes, you got to own up and say, hey, those holes weren't from the night in question. But that only gives you more credibility with the jury, in my opinion.
Okay, so you don't think he was trying to do something sleazy or underhanded or anything with these two?
No, I totally got the sense that he was going down, because there was a whole line of questioning about the holes in the shirt, whole line of questioning. So I got the sense he built it on his good faith assumption, which is why he asked for the curative instruction, that he thought those holes were from the night of. Now, you got a case with 711 items on the docket. Myself, I've read all of them, okay? I've followed this case for 36 months or so. And even something like that, I could see myself overlooking. Every detail, the timeline, 12:32, 16, the last time John's phone moved, the movements from the waterfall to 34 Fairview, and then Karen going to John's house, and the trip back, and then going to Jen's house. You know it all, but you can easily overlook something like that. Think the holes came from the night in question, develop a line of questioning about it, and then get caught on it. It's not an intentional thing, and if anything, I think it really buttressed Hank's credibility with the jury when he got up there and allowed Alessi to hold it up like that and make it clear it was a mistake. It doesn't go to the key issue, was there tail light in the shirt, but it's an important issue when your credibility is at stake to own up to it, which Hank did. Okay, and you think he did it in a way that landed with the jury? Oh, yeah, sure, because he immediately circled them back to, okay, so yes, the holes not from the night in question, but the tail light in the shirt. Let's talk. There was tail light in the shirt, big pieces of tail light, and then today again he did that again with Dr. Welcher. So that was with the first witness from ARCA, Dr. Wolf, and then today with Dr. Rentschler, Hank comes in again, tail light in the shirt. That's the image he's leaving with the jury, that there was tail light in John's shirt. So they're not going to remember the holes. Okay. They're going to, in that being held up, they're going to remember the tail light in the shirt. Okay. And how damaging do you think the testimony of the ARCA was, when they kept going over the video of the dummy and, Randy, rescue Randy and everything getting hit. But then they kept saying over and over that these injuries couldn't have happened. He couldn't have been hit by a car. But yet they kept playing that video over and over again, or Hank did. So he was leaving the jury with these images of kind of probably how it actually happened, how Karen hit John O'Keefe with her car, but yet they were saying it didn't happen. I mean, what effect do you think that actually had with the jury? Do you think it just almost solidified in the net result? Do you think it helped the Commonwealth, or do you think it helped Karen's case? Oh, I think it absolutely helped the Commonwealth's case, the more so than the defense. And I tend to agree with John DePetro, or believe John DePetro's reporting, the local journalist here in New England, who said that Bob Alessi was so furious about Karen Reed's decision to force the defense to play those videos in question that he refused to do the cross or do the direct. And if that's true, I can see why. Because I'm in law school. I'm not a lawyer. I go to law school at New England Law, but in Boston. But I could see myself in that position where I'm like, listen, you want to, my client saying, I want to play these. You want to play videos with basically showing what probably happened to John. You want to reinforce for the jury that this happened with videos? You're out of your mind. I refuse to partake in this charade. I'm going to sit down and just sit there and fume. And that's what Bob Alessi basically did. And I fully believe that's exactly what happened, because those videos were antithetical to how you put on a defense. That's something the state shows during their case in chief. I was blown away they did it. I was happy they did it because it's going to lead to her conviction, but they never should have done it, and I can't believe it was allowed to happen. Oh.
Recording stopped.
Oh, no. That's okay. That's okay. I'm going to wait for Deanna to rejoin. She did mention she was having technical issues. I'm going to sit in the Zoom. That was quite a crescendo, though. Oh, goodness. Well, that's all right. I've learned on Towel Stream how to adapt in real time to various technical difficulties. And if Deanna needs some time to join back and allow us to conclude, she is an excellent interviewer, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just point out, I am so glad, even if she's unable to get back on, I'm so glad we had the opportunity. You're seeing Double Towel. Oh, goodness. But that was absolutely wonderful. She is a genius. She knows this case so well, and she's very balanced. She was willing to say she didn't want to talk about the DOJ. I did, and President Trump. I really think that part of the story is fascinating. But she was so insightful, ladies and gentlemen. I hope she'll be back with us. I don't know if I'm still on or if she's still on. I don't know how this is functioning, ladies and gentlemen. But I will sit in the Zoom for a few minutes. That was so fun, and I'm not going to abandon Deanna. As you saw with John DePietro, occasionally we'll do a towel interview. I'll get really excitable. Something will go on. I don't think that was me. I think her camera froze up and maybe her Zoom rebooted. But we're going to hang out for a little bit. You'll get some Double Towel. That was such a wonderful interview. The only thing I wanted to do, I was closing up. I just wanted to say she's heading towards conviction, which I did, and I wanted to thank Deanna for her time. And well, if anything, she was interviewing me, so I just wanted to say thanks for interviewing me. That was great. I know. And it was unfortunate. I mean, in some sense, I'm so glad I got to talk to Deanna, but I'm not going to actually exit out of the Zoom for a few minutes because on the off chance she connects and wants to say bye. But that was great. We really got to cover so much ground. And furthermore, you could see what happened at the end. Her camera was kind of going in and out, and then it actually froze, and you could see the system rebooted. But I'm going to give it 5 minutes. This is not the first time, ladies and gentlemen, that I've done an interview like that. When I was hosting an interview with John DePietro, it was great, ladies and gentlemen. But it took us about 20 minutes, and I feel so bad for John because it turns out that whole time that John was trying to join for that interview, his sound actually was working. I was unintentionally gaslighting him, and I had just selected the setting wrong. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to give Deanna just, I'd say 3 to 5 minutes. But if we don't see Deanna, I want to send a special towel thank you for having me on. That was absolutely wonderful. Oh, she's coming back. She's coming back. All right, I'm still here. Sounds good. I am still here. Yep, and I totally understand that, ladies and gentlemen. I think part of the whole process sometimes is adapting on the fly as we do, and that I'm so grateful you all got to see the first part of that interview. We're going to finish it up in just a few minutes. I'm going to stay in the Zoom because Deanna reached out and let me know that she does want to, she is going to come back on. She had just obviously a tech hiccup because I saw the Zoom go and I was saying, oh, I can't hear her. She's going to fall off, and then there you go. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, my name's Grant Smith Ellis. I've turned into your towel host here as I wait for Deanna to join back on the Zoom. What a excellent interview, though. Such an intelligent interviewer. So with my style of interview, I feel like viewers sometimes really like it, but I'm not really seasoned as an interviewer yet. I'm still getting it set up. I'm still learning how to guide an interview. I tend to let a guest just go off on soliloquies. Deanna will make sure that she has interesting thoughts, interesting questions, and when she has a question, she's going to get an answer to it. And I like it. I like being able to be kind of honed in and kind of said, okay, so Grant, this is where you said you had like 17 branches of thought in that explication. Let's narrow in on one of them. Please tell me a little bit more about it. That's what Towel needs. Hold on. Can you do a few interviews for Friday Jury Watch? Yeah, Stacy, let me see who I can coordinate. This is me being interviewed, so I'm honored that Deanna has asked for this. If you all have people you'd like me to interview, we can talk about that after this interview wraps up. Let me just give Deanna a few minutes. But yes, of course. Thank you. Well, Kat, I appreciate it. Listen, my style is my style. I happen to like being interviewed by someone who doesn't let me just expound in a sort of, verbose manner in a towel-based soliloquy, because that forces me to relay information in a cogent, cohesive manner to someone who really understands what they're talking about. And so for Deanna to have the opportunity to sort of say, okay, so here are all my different sort of ideas, and what can you tell me about the different things? Perfect. So I'm going to give Deanna a few minutes, and we were hanging out on Towel Stream anyway. There's no recap today. I have to be done, let's see, in the next 50 minutes or so, but I don't think Deanna's going to take that long. She only wanted to go for 30 minutes, and I think we talked for about 20 minutes or so. But yes, I'm not going to fail to say my appreciation to Deanna, so I'm going to stay on the Zoom. We'll see if she can get logged back on. I know she was restarting her computer or something along those lines, and I'm happy to continue being a towel. Oh, it looks like she's back. Hello, we'll wait for Deanna to just rejoin, and I will continue to sit here and be a towel. This is an interesting situation.
Recording in progress.
All right, she's joining. But yes.
Okay.
Hello, you're back.
I'm so sorry about that. I have a little one, a 3-year-old, and he pulled the plug out by accident and did something. Okay. Can you see me?
No, we don't have video from you, but I can hear you just fine.
Okay, cool. My video is going to be turning up in just a second. So, overall, so we were talking about how, the net gain, you think, the net result overall of the ARCA testimony is you think it ultimately helped, and you think the jury saw that it ultimately helped the, John O'Keefe's case, the Commonwealth's case, instead of Karen Reed.
Yeah, and I think that was the theme of the case. I think the defense, if you notice, they didn't call Richard Green. I call him stumbling, mumbling
Right.
Richard Green, the debunked, the wrong Google search expert guy. They didn't call him because I think if you're the defense, you started to realize every witness you were calling, not just Kelly Devers, but everyone was turning into Hank Brennan's witness. And so ARCA was just the perfect summation of that sort of storyline in the trial, which was Hank Brennan found a way to make sure that ARCA's videos and their testimony and their sort of general shadiness and all of their weird behavior, their ham sandwiches, their violations of the sequester order, their wife's interest in Free Karen Reed Facebook groups, it all came out. Maybe it all didn't get into evidence, but Hank got what he needed. And then the best part was, of course, and this is what folks should be looking forward till tomorrow, you want to talk about turning a witness around. Brian Lucky Lofgren, the colorblind snowplow driver who crashed into a basketball apparatus, Hank Brennan's move on cross to introduce that TurtleBoy article was brilliant. Tomorrow is the charge conference at 10 a.m. Eastern, and there's no doubt in my mind that Hank Brennan's going to make his consciousness of guilt argument, which he's trying to get a consciousness of guilt instruction based on witness intimidation and deletion of evidence. Hank Brennan's going to stand up there and say, when Brian Lucky Lofgren was on the stand, I got him to admit that his family and friends said that they sent him this specific TurtleBoy article, which was published on June 5th, 2023, which was the day Lucky met with Reed's investigators. That satisfies the test under McCarthy, which means that Karen Reed can get the consciousness of guilt instruction on witness intimidation. Hank will then argue the same related to the deleted Ring videos. He might lose that, but he's winning the consciousness of guilt instruction on witness intimidation because he got that TurtleBoy article in through Lucky Lofgren, and I think the defense realized Hank's going to do this to us with every witness. Less is more. We have to stop.
Okay, got it. I would be very disappointed if he didn't bring that up in his closing argument. But do you think that it was a good move and not a mistake, and it was a strategic move that he's not going to call Welcher up again or do a rebuttal, that he's just going to go right to the closing arguments? You think that's a good move, a good sign overall?
Yeah, so Hank's in the courtroom, but my read of it is that he felt that this jury isn't just ready for the case, they're ready to convict. And so prolonging it at all might alienate it. And as a prosecutor, remember, you need 12. 12 of those 18 jurors are going to get selected by a random wooden box or something. They pull a little, bingo ball out of a wooden box in Norfolk Superior Court. And you can't alienate one of them. So if you got all 12, if you think you got it, just close it, bring it home, give them what they want, send them into deliberations, hope that it takes 1 to 2 days and they come back guilty on 2 of the 3 charges. That's how I'd be thinking.
Got it. And one of my last questions is, for me, she does not only does the evidence to me, make me believe that she obviously got wasted drunk, was jealous, mad, in a fit of rage, reversed her car, hit him, didn't realize how hard she hit him, drove off, and then realized what happened when she slept it off after a couple of hours and realized what happened. I mean, the facts are so obvious to me that she did this. And then everything she said afterwards in all the interviews that she said, and then acting the way she acts afterwards, that is not the way somebody who's not guilty acts. That's not the way how you would act if you truly lost your loving, the boyfriend that you loved, and then somebody else did it. I mean, common sense would tell you a gut feeling about how somebody would act in that situation that was innocent. And that is not Karen Reed, right? It is absolutely not. So common sense, how she's acting and behaving afterwards, plus her own words, plus all the evidence, I just don't see how they could not convict her. But then again, I look at social media and these stupid polls out there, and it looks like it's 75% saying not guilty somehow, 25% saying guilty. And it makes me wonder, are Americans really that stupid? And that's why I'm so invested in this, not only for justice for John O'Keefe, because God knows he deserves it. His poor mother and his family deserve to have Karen behind bars and be accountable for what she did. But also, it just kind of will help me restore a little bit of faith in Americans that they see what's going on here, and they're smart enough and logical enough to do the right thing here and convict. So, your thoughts, final thoughts, and then what are you really believing is going to happen with this conviction here?
Yep, and I'm right there with you. With my faith in my fellow Americans is so strong. I love this country so dearly, and I believe that when Karen Reed is found guilty, what we're going to find is a lot of people come forward and saying, listen, I was scared to say I believe she was guilty because I thought, I'd get attacked by this mindless mob and whatnot. But the whole time I really believed it, and I can just breathe. The weight has been lifted off my shoulders, and that will redeem my faith in America. And I already have a lot of faith in America, but my fellow Americans, who I think were kind of bullied into being like, oh yes, free Karen Reed, that's the popular thing to do. It's not high school. Think for yourself. That's what being an American's all about. And then furthermore, as to where I think this is going. So I feel murder 2 in Massachusetts, the third prong, does not require intent to kill. It just requires intent to do an underlying reckless act that a reasonably prudent person knew or should have known posed a strong and plain likelihood of death. The distinction between that and manslaughter, OUI manslaughter, is very negligible. One is recklessness plus a theory of the act, and then one is just recklessness. This jury, I think, is just going to say she committed OUI manslaughter and she left the scene. I don't see murder 2. I think she did commit murder 2, in my opinion, under the third prong, but that word murder just screams to people intent to kill. It's not what it means here. That's not what depraved heart malice murder is, but they're going to say OUI manslaughter and guilty, leaving the scene. I'd say 7 to 12 years, and she'll be out in 5. She should have taken that 18-month plea deal with the mandatory lifetime license disqualification for OUI manslaughter. Too late, Karen, you screwed up.
Yeah, wow. Unbelievable. But I would be so sad if she walked away innocent from this, because she needs to be held accountable with all her and her demon friends putting their, John O'Keefe's family and friends through this horrible nightmare and re-victimizing them over and over and over again. Their nonstop harassment. I hope TurtleBoy goes to jail also. God, he needs to be in prison too. What a psychopath. But just that whole lot of psychopaths, because they're all kind of the same type of people, I need them to get slapped in the face. I mean, I need them to have a big FU, case closed. Yes, these are the kind of people that we don't want, and that need to learn a lesson, a hard lesson. Good will prevail. I do believe that. I think good will prevail. This will be kind of a story in that. Will good prevail? Will justice prevail? Will truth prevail? Or will, evil continue on here? And I do have faith in my fellow Americans too.
So well said. It was such an honor to be interviewed by you. And by the way, TurtleBoy is facing a verdict tomorrow in a district court case out of Dedham District Court involving the named victim, Lindsay Gatani. He's got 14 more felony trials to come. Keep an eye on it. I'll be covering it, and I'm so grateful for this time. I had a wonderful interview. You know a lot about this case. You're out there doing good work, and God bless you for it.
Thank you so much. God bless you too, Towel. And last question too. Tell everybody again, or at least my audience, why you're called a towel. why we're called towels again.
Oh, so back in January of 2024, this random YouTube account, when I was doing like a motion hearing review or reading a document, said, you know, Grant seems to call himself a towel. I wonder if that's his pronouns. And I said, you know what? That's it. I'm adopting an anthropomorphic towel as my pronoun. I identify as an anthropomorphic towel, and then it went from there. Now there's towels all over the world, 94 countries, towelettes, washcloths, etc. It's wonderful. One day Hank Brenner will say the phrase, I am a towel, and then my life will be complete.
Awesome. All right. Well, bye towels, bye honorary towel. We really appreciate you. And we will stay tuned on Friday or Monday. Hopefully it's just a very quick deliberation and it's guilty.
Yeah, see you soon.
All right. See.
That was great, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness, Deanna is wonderful. That was great. I had so much fun. Ladies and gentlemen, that was great. And she was like, yeah, that's a good enough reason to be a towel. Yes, absolutely. It's a good enough reason to be a towel. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you had a good time. We're not doing a recap tonight. That was, we've already been going 11 hours and 20 minutes. The charge conference is tomorrow. If you missed it, you just heard it, the Aiden TurtleBoy Kierney case going to verdict tomorrow. Lindsay Gatani did a great job. I'm foreseeing a guilty conviction. Yes, I'm so glad you had a good time. Deanna is just a genius, ladies and gentlemen. Really knew the case. Let me pontificate a little bit about Lindsay and TurtleBoy at the end there. Oh, I'm an excitable and happy towel, ladies and gentlemen. Now, you all thought it was a good interview. Yeah, I mean, we were 11 hours into the live stream and I did that interview. I was excitable. That's what happens when I drink a sugar-free Red Bull at like 11 a.m. after drinking an energy drink at 6 a.m. If you give me that many energy drinks, I become a super towel. Oh, yes, definitely give Deanna a follow. Really liked that interview. Got to give President Trump a shout out. I think she was a little overwhelmed with that one. Okay, I'm not going down that road. But I was like, don't you want to? It's very interesting. Wait till I tell you about my mom. Oh, goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, it was so good to see you all. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We've been going for 11 hours and 20 minutes. Can we do a truncated exit today? Because, you know, ladies and gentlemen, I got to say this. First of all, Towel's struggling. Towel was bawling his eyes out at one point today. Towel was genuinely struggling at certain points, but we got Towel through. We made it. It's almost 7 p.m. on June 11th, 2025. We're going to be back together again at 7:30 a.m. tomorrow. Did you notice I already put tomorrow's live stream up? Did you notice I already published today's recap? Did you notice that if I am given a Red Bull and an energy drink, I become some kind of super productive towel, and then I can do interviews that are awesome after 11 hours of streaming? I'm not sure this is good for America, bad for America. I haven't really thought about it. Personally, I love America. I got to say on stream, I love America multiple times. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, that was great. But yes, so tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, it is the charge conference. The consciousness of guilt instruction could be argued. It is going to be argued. I think Hank Brennan's going to win it. That consciousness of guilt instruction is big. Big, ladies and gentlemen. Huge as you can get it. So I'm letting your chats load up because I got to say not just goodbye to the towel friends, but I got to scroll back through the chat and I got to see who's been here and whatnot. Now, Little Towel, we've been accepting a lot of donations for Lindsay Gatani today, but I'm going to take that pin down because I promise you all the wonderful towel donations that came in, I saved them, the ones that came in for Lindsay. I got to figure out what's going on. I'll talk to her later in the week. I'm excited, Little Towels. Furthermore, all of you wonderful towels in the chat, thank you for supporting Towel Stream. We had membership parades today. We had a love of America. I think if there's one thing that unites all sides of the Karen Reed case, whether we feel Karen is guilty or not, is that we love America. And if you don't love America, well, listen, you might be from the 94 other countries, but the thing that unites both sides of this case that's taking place domestically in America is that we love America. Now, some of you other countries, the people from other other country, you're not, none of you are countries, I hope. If any of you are a actual country, please raise your hand, and I will make sure that I refer to you as a country. But anyway, some of the people from the other countries are probably like, you know what, those people really love America. We love people from America. Maybe we don't always love the American government. Maybe Towel doesn't always love the governments of other countries. But as humans of the world, we all love each other. I'm not sure if that's where that story was going, but I'm glad that's where we ended up. Oh, look at all the American flags. I love American flags. You don't understand. I am a towel. No, ladies and gentlemen, I have found something that can be a towel in spirit, but we are not allowed to use as a towel. No using American flags as towels. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have found an item that can be an honorary towel, but may not be used as a towel. In fact, if you want to dispose of an American flag, did you know there is a very specific folding ritual that you must go through, and then you should, I think, consecrate or burn it? I think you have to burn the flag when you're disposing of it. But you have to fold it in a triangle fashion, very specifically. You have to do it a very specific kind of honor. Then you burn the flag, and then I think there's something you're supposed to do with the ashes. I think you put them into a box. I haven't learned about this in a long time. All I know is there's a flag code, and we're going to follow it. I love America. I can see, yes, towel friends, I understand that you all love America. I am thrilled to hear that. It warms little Towel's heart. I promise you. But yes, okay, if you want to actually support Towel, that was a lot, friends. That was a long day. That was the hardest I could I gave my soul today. I bared it all. I left it all on the field. I need to go get some kind of snacks. I need to go get my medicine. I need to sleep a little bit. And then I need to see you all at 7:30 so we can spend 2.5 hours together tomorrow morning preparing for the charge conference at 10. That's going to take a long time so that we can get ready for the jury charge and closing arguments on Friday morning, and then deliberations, and I have to plan some interviews. So all of that's to say there are ways to support Little Towel. If you've already sent support for Little Towel, you do not need to send more. Please, I will make it through. I've been budgeting. I have this whole YouTube thing set up where hopefully like your gifts will come in throughout the month. But if you want to help Little Towel, if you benefited from today, I will have a way for you to do that. Hopefully in a second in the chat. I think all the American flags just overwhelm the towel chat. Actually, I wonder if I can get it from down here. Hold on. I have a backup towel plan. Oh, the towel plan worked. All right. So if you want to help Little Towel, support Towel Stream. Support Towel Stream. And don't put Lindsay in the donation if you want it to go to me, because if you put Lindsay, I'm just going to give it to her legal fundraiser. But if you want to support Towel Stream, please consider doing so. All you have to do, ladies and gentlemen, is just send that along, and Towel will be self-sufficient. I know you're thinking, Towel, how is it possible? Trust me, I have done a very good job. I have got caught up. I'm literally caught up on a number of things. That's not actually 100%. I have to get caught up on like one more $209 thing, but that's not irrelevant. That's not relevant to us. The point is I'm doing it. I'm feeding myself. I'm existing. We're ready for the end of the month, hopefully to come sooner rather than later, and I'm going to continue to be a towel. But that said, this is a public information service. So really, when you're donating, you're supporting the ability of this public information service to continue. It's rooted in educating, informing, and entertaining the public. We use entertainment as a hook to educate and inform, such as to engender cogent public discourse and ward off the usurpation of our various forms of representative government throughout the world. It means a lot to me, but you don't have to donate. You can like the stream, you can subscribe. All of those things, ladies and gentlemen, are very wonderful, and they make Towel feel appreciated, and they help this channel. Now, did you know we're almost at 2,000 subscribers as well? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we may actually have, over the weekend, a 2,000 subscriber celebration stream. Yes, court does start at 10 a.m. Eastern tomorrow, but we are starting at 7:30 a.m. so we can get fully caught up, and I promise you, Towel will do a little bit better getting us caught up on today after I get some time to sleep tonight and catch my bearings and hopefully come to terms with the fact that I am a towel. Now, the next thing, what did I want to do here? So What was I looking at? Oh, I'm going to bring up the comments on the stream. You can tell I'm becoming a little delirious because I can't even find the stream that I wanted to bring up. So I have an obligation. I make sure that we do it this way. I want to say hello to Maureen, Second Beach Girl, Seasons, Metro West Granite. Oh, Kimberly, I'm so glad we found each other, my dear friend. Diana Natale, Amber Am, Cat in a Hat, Alana, Artworks 2, Second Beach Girl, Colleen Henry, Loggins M, Artworks 2, Respect Sis. Oh, hello, Music by Brian. You are getting added as a Super Towel moderator, my dear friend. I love flag-shaped towels. Hello, Diana Natale, Cat in a Hat. Alana, you're still here. Super towel hugs to you and your service dog. Leafly, Amber Am, Sandy Johnson, Eva, Loggins M, 65 CJ5, Mike, Little Miss Twiggy, Harpo, Artworks 2. Hello again, Alana, DJ, Kimberly, Macy Towel, Brianna, Brenda Taylor, Seasons. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, look at all the towel friends. JVA. Yes, I am getting tired, but I'm going to go get some food. I'm going to go get some snacks. I'm going to go get some medicine. I'm going to then come home and rest. I am a tired towel, but I'm clearly still invigorated by the fact that all you towel friends are around, and we got towel through the hardest day. I knew this was going to be hard. I didn't cry during Lindsay's testimony because she's such a freaking boss. Now, some people might say, Towel, you are incredibly biased. Nope, Lindsay is a boss, and you will never convince me otherwise. She is a towel. All right, I am going to get some rest. Hello, Joe O'Keefe, Amber Am, and Whittick, you're still here. Diana Natale. Oh, wait a minute. I got one more video for you. Hold on. Don't go anywhere. I actually have a video for you, ladies and gentlemen. I have a video of Karen leaving court. Oh, goodness, of course we're going to get to watch Karen leaving court. Oh, and then we're not going to end without the Call Me Hank clip. You know that wasn't going to happen. Ladies and gentlemen, my wonderful fellow towel friends, I got a video of Karen Reed leaving court for you, and you know, if I got that video, we're going to watch it together. I actually don't know what she says. It's 2 minutes long. Oh, my goodness, she was really being a Karen. Karen, have you ever considered the fact that you are indeed a person named Karen? Now, I know you're saying to yourself, she probably knows, Grant, that she is a Karen. Well, you know what? Okay, fine, but she's not a towel. All right, what do you got to say, Karen?
Karen, was there confusion? Did you guys rest or not rest or what happened?
He was terrific, as always. Honest and stood by his analysis and answered truthfully.
How do you feel ready for closing?
I'm ready. Yeah, I'm ready.
Why 90 minutes? What can we expect to hear?
All the facts, all the truth, everything that went wrong with their case.
Sorry, what do you make of the prosecution not calling any rebuttals?
They don't have any analysis and they don't have any facts to present through Dr. Welcher, so they're done.
Karen,
What do you want the
Karen,
jury
you had
to
said
know?
before you have butterflies at this stage. Are you
I do.
feeling those?
Yeah, of course.
Do you think your case is stronger this time?
I thought it was strong last year. It's stronger. Yes, we just called more witnesses and laid out more of the case.
How do you feel about the jury?
I feel good about the jury. Yeah, we selected them. I was there. I took part in it, and we chose fair and truthful, civic-minded citizens of Norfolk County.
What do you
so I
want the
feel good.
jurors to know as they go get their instructions?
I just hope they were listening. That's all I can ask for. They were in the same room I was for the last, I don't know how many days that was, 33 days.
31. Given what we saw play out in the last trial regarding the verdict forms and what we now know that the jury found unanimously came to a conclusion, what are your concerns going into it this time around?
Obviously, after what happened in the first trial and what we heard from the jurors that came forward, we just have to have an even keener eye on the verdict form and the jury instructions.
Okay,
That we
guys,
did last year.
here we
Thank
go.
you.
Switch to the police investigation to focus
No more questions, guys.
Thank you.
Even though you guys have rested still on yeah.
That was it. Well, that was awkward. I don't know what to say about that. Alan Jackson seems pissed. Karen Reed seems screwed. And I'm a towel. I guess that's my general conclusion about that. That was kind of ridiculous. Karen Reed looks terrified. I think she thinks she's going to be convicted. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's not very surprising if you've been following this stream for the past 6 weeks or whatnot, but it's probably surprising for Karen Reid. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there's one more thing we got to do. It's only 7:04, so I'm only 4 minutes behind when I wanted to get this done. Ladies and gentlemen, do you think we are going to end the stream without watching Colleen Henry's favorite clip, the world's favorite clip? We didn't get a chance to look at Hank Brennan's feet towels today. That's okay, Eva. Sometimes if we bring up feet towels, Allie 90211 can't really contain themselves, so maybe it's better we don't do the feet towel analysis today. Let's just say Hank Brennan likes feet towels, okay? Feet towels are socks, and we all like feet towels. So that said, I just want to show you the clip. I have to go back a few days here. Hold on a second. It might be easier to actually go to Murder My Maestro's profile and find his retweet than it might be. Oh my goodness, how many times did I tweet today? Oh dear God, I was on a tweeting spree. Oh, before we do this, ladies and gentlemen, do you want to see what Towel Stream? Oh my goodness, why is that there? Hold on. I was like, why is the song I played during the intro there? I love that song though. But take a look, ladies and gentlemen. How do you think we did? Towel friends, how do you think we did? I just want to take a look here before we take a look at the Call Me Hank clip. Do you think we absolutely dominated Little Towels? I mean, I just have to tell you, Boston 25, Ted Pink down to his underwear, Daniel. I don't even think we're in the same league anymore, Ted. I think Ted has to retire at this point, ladies and gentlemen. I would just like to point out that Towel Stream today over on the X, not just on the Towel YouTube, where we did pretty well, but Towel Stream on the X, ladies and gentlemen, and we always do well on Towel YouTube because we are around each other. This Towel Stream on X, ladies and gentlemen, got to, hold on, why must you torment me? It got to, ladies and gentlemen, I think that is that 39? Are we about to hit 40,000 live in front of the Towel friends, ladies and gentlemen? No, we are not. We just need a little bit more, ladies and gentlemen, to hit 40,000 as we celebrate the end of the day. Ted, forget Ted Daniel, Ted Pink down to his underwear Daniel. Ladies and gentlemen, we are some kind of international towel phenomena. Yes, I can literally confirm to you that towels seem to be watching from 97 countries around the world. And yes, we're going to watch the Call Me Hank clip. I just need to load up some of your comments. Hold on. Yes, don't worry, Towel's gonna rest. We're gonna watch the Call Me Hank clip, but ladies and gentlemen, we have to talk about how Towel is about to hit 40,000 on Towel X. We've never done it during a live stream before. It's at 39.9. All it needs to do is turn over to 40,000. I can actually check it's there. Ladies and gentlemen, hold on. We did it. You're about to see the moment live on Towel Stream. For the first time ever, Towel Stream broke 40,000 on X, ladies and gentlemen. Look at it, 40,000. We were here for the moment. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, America is a wonderful place. I am a towel. I'm still going on this stream somehow, and we have hit 40,000 on the Towel X. I never thought I would see the day. We have doubled Al Jazeera Arabic. I think Ted Daniel got to like 18,000. The Glare was at like 8,000. We are at 40. We have done it, ladies and gentlemen. We have ascended. We have done it. We have hit the 40,000 mark on X during a stream. God bless the United States of America. God bless America. It's celebration moment, ladies and gentlemen. You know there is only one way we should celebrate this moment. Oh yes, there is only one way that we are going to celebrate this moment. If you're saying to yourself, is he going to do it? He teased it a little bit earlier. Is he actually going to do it? He only has 22 minutes to go on the YouTube before it boots him off and won't save the recording. Is he actually going to do it? Is he just going to tease Colleen Henry, or is he actually going to do it? No, ladies and gentlemen, I refuse to be deterred. I am going to do it. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to play the Call Me Hank clip. And you might be saying to yourself, sir, this is what we have been waiting for. Yes, indeed. I know it's what you've been waiting for. That's why I teased it for so long. I'm hilarious. You understand. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it's queued up on my screen. We are celebrating. It is a glorious day to be a towel. Ladies and gentlemen, towels shall come to inherit the earth. We are indeed towels. Now, your comments are not loading. I know, I'm frustrated too. You were all so excited. I also have a feeling Karen Reid is going to be convicted. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to bring up the clip that the world wants to see. We hit our 40,000 on Towel Stream, and now we have just one thing to do, little towels. It is crazy, I agree, Harper. Hello, Dahlia, welcome to the honorary towel fold. Now hold on here. Hold on. I gotta come over here. I gotta bring up the Call Me Hank clip, and I want your comments to load. I don't understand why after such a wonderful day, now you want to be feisty and not let the comments load. Don't you understand the towel friends have a right to be part of this discussion? They have rights, ladies and gentlemen. Towels have rights. Nope. There we go. There we go. They're starting to load a little bit. Yes, they're loading. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I know, so hold on, I got to have this up on the screen because otherwise your comments won't be in sync with what was up on the screen. All right, there we go. It's Towel Country. It's Justice for John O'Keefe. 40K is crazy. All right, they're almost all loaded. Welcome to the honorary towel fold, Dahlia. Oh, hello, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to watch the clip. I know I've tormented you long enough, but come on, 40K doesn't happen every day. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a very special stream. That is a very special number on Towel Stream. We are not going to take it for granted. We did it, ladies and gentlemen. We beat out every other. It's not just about beating out the other streams. It's about telling Ted Daniel that he is clearly pink down to his underwear. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Ted Daniel is pink down to his underwear. I am not afraid to say it. I just want to bring this up for you one more time because I cut off my name last time. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. We did it. Ted Daniels pink down to his underwear. We're bigger than the country of Qatar, and I'm a towel. Also, we had a great interview with Deanna. I was so thrilled to be here for that. All right, now, little towels. I want to bring up for you the clip the world's been waiting for. I've teased it for too long. I have upset Colleen Henry. Clearly, she can't take it anymore. She's ready for the clip. The world is ready for the clip, and I am a towel. Here it is. Oh, yes, you can see it on the screen now. I don't think you're all going to be able to contain yourself. Chloe the dog is free. Lindsay Gatani did a wonderful job on the stand. And you're going to get rewarded with the Call Me Hank clip. Hasta mañana, amigo. Kali Trish, you're the best as well. Let's watch it. You as well, Mr. Brennan.
Call me Hank.
Okay, sir, I will, Hank.
Good night.
You as well, Mr. Brennan.
Call me Hank.
Okay, sir, I will, Hank. You as well, Mr. Brennan.
Call me Hank.
Okay, sir, I will, Hank. One more time for good luck.
Good night.
You as well, Mr. Brennan.
Call me Hank.
Okay, sir, I will, Hank. I love it, and ladies and gentlemen, I heard rumors that there are indeed going to be, there's towel merchant coming, and I said we'd do it once the trial was over, so once we go into deliberations, towel store is going to be set up, you're going to be able to get Call Me Hank tees, and I took the video so I can actually put it on the t-shirt. Oh, goodness. No, we're not going to hit the record. The record is like 11 hours and 58 minutes. We're only going to be like 11:45. Because, ladies and gentlemen, after the Call Me Hank clip, you know there's only one more thing I have to do, which is say if you really learned something from this stream, oh no, you know it's the closing. If you really benefited, if you want to pay it forward, ladies and gentlemen, look for reasons to do small acts of service. Look for reasons to do big acts of service. Look for reasons to dedicate yourself in the service of others. Whether it's donating to homeless veterans, or homeless veterans that help animals, or animal shelters, or saying hello to a neighbor on the street, or calling a friend or family member you haven't heard in a while, or smiling at someone, ladies and gentlemen. Or donating 200 tomato plants like Francis Furtrell and having them designated honorary towels. Look for reasons to be a force for good in the world. Look for reasons to be a helper. It is possible. Roses do thus grow from concrete chaos. I promise you, ladies and gentlemen, maybe they are towel-based roses, but they nonetheless do prosper and grow. Furthermore, my dear towel friends, we will shift this political world order from one defined by realpolitik centered on expanding, preserving, and demonstrating power to one based on expanding, preserving, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in small acts of service rooted in unconditional love and universal compassion, thus bringing in a digital epic defined by Aquarius the water bearer waving a towel, ladies and gentlemen. It's a beautiful world. You are beautiful people. It means so much to me. We got to spend time together. Mike says, don't forget to neuter your pets. Apparently, I talk like Bob Barker. I'm hilarious. But yes, let's say goodbye to the Towel Friends on X. God bless you, Towel Friends on X. We're going to see you bright and early tomorrow morning, 7:30 a.m. Eastern, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. I'm looking forward to it. Be safe out there. God bless you. Towel appreciates you. I'm going to go talk to the friends on YouTube for a second. Towel Friends on YouTube, hello, this is our extra minutes. You know, the Towel Friends on X get a few minutes at the beginning of the day, so you get a few minutes at the end. I'm going to check on Pilgrim Shadow. I'm going to continue. I sent a few messages. I'm going to pray that everything is okay. I'm going to hope that they were able to get some help. We're going to, if they follow up and need help, I'm going to do everything I can to help them. Hopefully they get back to me. Ladies and gentlemen, God bless you all. This was a hard day. I told you it was going to be a hard day for Towel. Sherilyn, Alana, dear Towel friend, Kelly, Trish, Metro Granite, Kath Dolan, Carol Jones, Sarah L. Shenanigans, all the people who got hellos earlier. Towel loves you. Jeff Williams, you're all so appreciated. I got to go get snacks and medicine to prepare for tomorrow. We'll be together at 7:30 a.m. for a 2.5-hour catch-up. You know how much I appreciate you. Got me through today. I would break down crying if I actually contemplated on how much it means to me that we got through together today. I know you were all helping each other out. I know I want to send special prayers to the towel friend in the hospital with pneumonia. I want to send special towel prayers to Dewdrops. I want to send special towel prayers to Pilgrim Shadow. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it means so much to me. You care about each other. It inspires me. I have kept it going. We've done it. It's been a wonderful stream, over 11 hours and 46 minutes. God bless every one of you. I know some of you won't go to bed until I leave, so I'm going to go rest. I, to my heart and soul, appreciate you. And I hope you get some good rest. All right. Good night. Hello, Old Main New Creations. Hello, Greer's Garden. Oh, all my friends coming in. All right. Good night, towel friends. I'll leave the comments open for a few minutes. Be well. God bless. Be safe. And you know where to find me if you need me overnight. And I'll see you at 7:30 a.m. tomorrow. God bless you, friends. God bless you, Alicia B. All right. Towel loves you, my dear.